This before he could get a second chance. Zhang Han rushed forward and punched Hand of Thunder, sending him spinning and reducing his HP by 45,901 points. He muttered, "Too weak." System notification, pseudonym wins. Subsequently, system notifications kept ringing. System notification, congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the second round of the World Martial Arts. The second round will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please prepare. You may leave the arena at any time. As soon as the system notification ended, Zhang Han's power surged. Time was pressing, the mission important. Now that the competition was over, he had to quickly return and prepare for the next mission. With a flash, he disappeared before everyone's eyes. In Blazeflame mountain range, Zhang Han rode his mount, observing his surroundings. There were still some Blazeflame demons here, a perfect opportunity to test out his new mutated mount. System notification, you have mounted the Dark Gold Tier Boss Mount Blue Scale Beast. While mounted, movement speed 140, attack power 30, HP 50, effect. Tenacity additionally increased by 50. Hearing this, he was overjoyed, fiercely pulling the reins and galloping at full speed. Ha ha ha, truly as fast as lightning. Zhang Han pondered. With this fine steed, his efficiency in charging into monster groups would be much higher. He and it swept through the Blazeflame demon groups, and with the added tenacity he could aggro monsters more quickly and safely. 15 minutes later, Zhang Han used Might of the Eight Directions, and they were caught off guard, instantly exploding into pieces. The system continuously prompted, "Congratulations on slaying elite monster Blazeflame demon, gaining 35,000 experience points." He held the reins, watching it slowly die, and smilingly commented, "Killing monsters on a mount is indeed efficient." His whole body shimmered with a familiar golden light. System notification, you have leveled up to 61. Suddenly his gaze fell on the dust cloud, but if he continued like this, the Blazeflame demons here would soon be wiped out. Given that, he might as well return to the Sword Pavilion and ask Sword God about the Light Holy Sea's sacrifice. The scene shifts to Zhang Han returning to Sword Pavilion in Clearwind Town. He stood observing from a distance where someone was wielding a sword. It was Sword God. She was practicing swordsmanship, and Yexan suddenly sensed movement, her eyes fixed on him, and she swung her sword towards him. "Didn't I order you to get out of the Sword Pavilion? How dare you come back?" Zhang Han was caught off guard and couldn't block it. Instantly struck by the sword, his HP plummeted, leaving only 1 HP. He broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a wry smile. 1 HP, well done, almost gone. Seeing that it was Zhang Han, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." She put her hands on her hips and looked at him. "Are you getting addicted to coming here? Don't you know that you coming to me puts me under immense pressure?" Zhang Han walked forward and replied, "Don't worry, I came secretly, mainly to discuss something with you." She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Oh, what is it?" He began to recount the whole story. "It's like this from now on, the events of that time." Then he stroked his chin, closed his eyes and said, "Turning 100 children into sacrifices, I cannot condone such an act. So I want to disrupt that ritual." Hearing Zhang Han's words, Yixun's gaze sharpened and she remained silent. After a moment of silence, she crossed her arms and shook her head. "Hey, as a representative of the Light faction, I am bound by duty and cannot help you." Seeing her refuse, he thought, "Is it because of conflicting stances that she won't help? It seems I can't rely on Sword God's power this time." Suddenly, Yixun shouted out of nowhere, "I can only tell you one thing. A Dark Swordsman is evil. From beginning to end it is evil. Your body, bloodline and soul are all evil." Zhang Han had ellipses appear above his head, staring at her and thinking, what kind of strange logic is this? I, Zhang, am a good person. Suddenly dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. Both looked up simultaneously, and she showed a terrified expression, urging him to leave quickly. "Hurry, if you don't leave now I will really have to kill you." Zhang Han left without hesitation. "Thank you." He exited the conversation. "There's still a competition tomorrow, so it's best not to stay up late tonight. Tomorrow morning he has to go save someone with Fei Qi." Zhang Han pulled out his phone from his pocket and called Wang Kai. "Oh, and one more thing." As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. "Brother, there's something I need your help with." Wang Kai immediately replied. "What's with the politeness? Given our relationship, I'll definitely help if I can," he said. "I want to ask you to find a large group of rogues to infiltrate the Dark faction and help me find an NPC. Tell him I might die at the hands of the Light Holy See, and the activity funds have already been transferred to you." Wang Kai nodded. "Okay, I was wondering why there hadn't been any news about Cold River recently. Was he secretly carrying out some evil plan?" Zhang Han smiled goodbye. "Hey, you'll know in 2 days. Tomorrow is busy, so I'm going to sleep first. Bye." At 7 a.m. the next morning in Skycia Town, as soon as Zhang Han logged into the game, a green aura emanated from him. Now the rescue mission begins, just in time for the 10 a.m. competition. Ahead, Fei Qi was trying to chop down with his axe. Zhang Han hurriedly ran up from behind and shouted, "Fei Qi!" He heard the sound and turned his head. He quickly said, "The plan has changed. If we can't rescue your sister within 2 hours, she will surely die." Fei Qi heard this, gnashing his teeth in surprise, tightly gripping the axe handle, and blurted out, "What? Damn Light Holy See, they've actually brought forward the sacrifice." Zhang Han felt a bit guilty. "I'm sorry, Brother Fei Qi, I leaked the plan." He didn't have time to explain. "Have you thought of a way to rescue your sister?" He nodded, yes. With that, a verdant item appeared in Fei Qi's hand. "I spent a lot of money to buy a localized teleportation scroll. The location is already set in Skycia Town, as long as she is rescued. The teleportation array takes 10 seconds to activate. Once the array activates, we can safely return. As for how to get there," he tightly gripped his bracelet and explained. "The bracelet has 3 uses left. Like the scroll, it can activate a special one-time magic array to instantly approach enemies. However, the magic array sealing her is very special. It can only teleport outside the array. In addition, within a 10-meter radius one can swap positions with an enemy, but swapping positions requires mutual consent. My sister won't agree, Zhang Han quickly interrupted. We'll discuss the extra details when we get back. Fei Qi nodded, and a force emanated from his hand enveloping both of them. All right, let's go. Then with a flash of light the two disappeared from where they stood, leaving only a faint green glow. In the secret passage array of the Light Holy See, countless people stood gathered around with a group of people inside. System notification: you have entered a dangerous map, Light Holy See secret passage. The two emerged from space and the Holy See guard, seeing intruders, shouted, "Who goes there?" They pointed their long spears at the two. "Quickly kill them, or His Grace the Bishop will punish us. Tonight the gods will descend upon Sky Eternal Continent. And indeed there will be dark faction members causing trouble." Zhang Han looked at the person next to him, silently thinking this guy actually teleported directly into the center of the ritual, without even thinking about strategy. System notification: Holy See Guard, Elite Tier, Level 78, HP 1,000,000, Attack 7200-7500, Defense 4800, 5000, Skills, Fearless, Triple Strike, Judgment Spear. The soldiers of the Light Holy See were incredibly fanatical, fearing no death, he pondered. A 2-star elite monster, its attributes are even higher than a blaze flame demon. Soon layers of golden barriers enveloped the people preparing for the sacrifice. They couldn't escape, only watching in horror. Screams echoed in the secret passage. The Holy See Guard, seeing the array glow, wondered, why did the array activate? Did the gods sense someone was trying to destroy the array, became angry and descended early? They glanced at the two, laughing gleefully. Ha 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 ha, you two will definitely be punished by the gods, unable to enter heaven. Your only choice is hell. Zhang Han turned to Fei Qi and said, leave them to me. You charge directly at the array. See if you can break through the barrier or destroy the array. Fei Qi hesitated. But there are so many of them, how will you handle the encirclement? He looked at Fei Qi with determined eyes. Zhang Han emphasized, trust me. Following Zhang Han's words, Fei Qi charged straight ahead. All right, get out of the way. The Holy See's minions. The Holy See Guard, seeing him charge, scoffed disdainfully, pointing their sharp long spears at Fei Qi. Do you two really think you can break through the encirclement? Let them know the power of faith. 7 battles. But Zhang Han, now riding the blue-scale beast, fiercely pulled the reins and charged straight at them. Move aside. Before the blue-scale beast could even reach them, the Holy Sea Guards cried out in surprise. What? He directly controlled the blue-scale beast to stomp on a guard, mercilessly killing him. System prompt: you have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 214,710 damage to the Holy Sea Guard. Suppressed for 2.5 seconds, your own attack power increased by 20. Allied Berserker Fei Qi's attack power increased by 22. All enemies within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 15, lasting 1 minute. This blow stirred up dust, and the Holy Sea Guards continuously coughed. Cough, cough, maintain formation, don't break ranks. Fei Qi on his side walked and cut down Holy Sea Guards in his path. Get out of my way, they were concentrating their efforts to stop him. Brothers, kill this mount first. Long spears pierced the blue-scale beast body, and its HP continuously decreased. Zhang Han swung his sword at the Holy Sea Guards below. It seemed that when riding, the mount's HP would also be deducted. Those trapped inside, seeing the chaotic fighting outside, united to slap the magic barrier with their hands. No one's here to save us. The Light Holy Sea are all liars, big brother. Defeat those evil bastards, big brother. Go, we'll help you. Just like that, those faint but continuous healing skills allowed him to receive this HP, he guessed. They were intern priests, capable of altering the situation with their healing power. 10 minutes later, many Holy Sea Guards had already died. Damn it, how is that guy on the blue-scale beast so strong? Why hasn't His Grace the Bishop arrived yet? 2 hours later, at this point, only he and Fei Qi were still diligently hacking at the barrier. Zhang Han walked over and said it didn't break. Fei Qi turned his head and nodded. Yes, you go forward, I'll try. With that, Zhang Han controlled the blue-scale beast to use its charge skill, but unexpectedly the blue-scale beast was repelled, instantly disappearing. System notification: your blue-scale beast has died and cannot be summoned again for 3 hours. Zhang Han was stunned, then curiously touched the barrier. What's going on? At this moment, Fei Qi's sister Lily cried out with tearful eyes. Brother? He looked at his sister worriedly. Lily, her tears flowed from the corners of her eyes as she told Fei Qi, thank you for coming to save me. Hurry and run, the bishop is coming. The Light Holy Sea's bishop is very powerful. Fei Qi gritted his teeth, firmly saying, I won't. Then he more frantically raised his axe and continued to destroy. Break open. He struck with full force, but the recoil threw him back. Fei Qi cried out in pain. Ah, Zhang Han worriedly reminded him. Fei Qi, don't use force, the magic circle will cause backlash damage. He anxiously looked at the scene before him, his mind still racing for a countermeasure. Hearing Zhang Han's words, Fei Qi's face darkened, and he angrily lowered his head and said, damn it, was it all for nothing in the end? Fei Qi, wounded, sighed inwardly, knowing that the Light Holy Sea's bishop was at least heaven tier. With his and Cold River's strength, resisting was simply an impossible task. Thinking this, he handed a scroll to Zhang Han, then firmly told Zhang Han, brother, thank you for coming with me to save my sister. You shouldn't die here. Please go back and take care of everyone in Skysia Town. Consider it a plea from me, Fei Qi. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted, "Do you want to complete the current difficulty of the rescue mission?" Zhang Han looked at the scroll in Fei Qi's hand thinking, my sister isn't even rescued yet. Does this count as completing the quest? But he firmly replied, I don't like tragic stories, give me the bracelet, I'll swap your sister out. Because Zhang Han knew the bracelet was the key to solving this quest, according to Fei Qi, the two could swap positions within 10 meters while wearing the bracelet. Fei Qi's sister didn't want her brother to risk danger, and Fei Qi didn't want to abandon his sister, so he would do it himself. Thinking this, he extended his hand to Fei Qi. Fei Qi looked somewhat troubled and shook his head. Brother Cold River, I can't let you die for the sake of us siblings. But Zhang Han urgently pressed, damn it old man, your sister is about to die, what are you still thinking about? Time is short, no more rambling, I won't die, I'll definitely find a way to get out. Hearing Zhang Han say this, Fei Qi also sighed and handed the bracelet to Zhang Han. Alright. Zhang Han immediately put the bracelet on his own hand and turned and looked at the little girl saying, don't be like your brother, quickly teleport me outside. Soon the two swapped positions. Fei Qi saw his sister safely leave the secret passage and joyfully called out, Lily, after entering the secret passage the system prompted, due to an unknown reason you have entered a disabled state and cannot use teleportation items. Zhang Han watched the two embrace emotionally and quickly urged them to leave. Just then, as they were about to teleport away, Fei Qi turned to Zhang Han and said, brother, thank you for saving my sister. From now on my life Fei Qi's is yours. Lily looked at Zhang Han and thanked him, thank you big brother. You must come back safely. But suddenly a person rapidly ran from a distance to stop them, roaring, trying to run. Too late. The newcomer was none other than Archbishop Kong. He waved his palm forward and furiously shouted, you won't escape my grasp. But Zhang Han extended his hand using Undead Grasp and a golden pillar of light immediately appeared before him. Zhang Han controlled Kong, preventing him from approaching, and countless rays of light shot towards Archbishop Kong. The guard saw him and shouted, Archbishop? Kong now looked at Zhang Han with venomous eyes, gritting his teeth. You brat, how dare you block my path? Zhang Han's lips curled into a smile, retorting, I've already blocked it, so why ask if I dare? Where's your brain? Kong became even more enraged, his eyes bloodshot. You? Kong waved his palm forward and sneered, good, 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 today I will tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Then he began to attack with layers of defense. A ray of light slashed across Zhang Han's face, making him lose 198,700 HP. The others inside the protective shield, however, couldn't endure it. Their bodies struck, blood splattering, screaming in agony, quote, oh, it's over, we're dying, woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I want my mom. Zhang Han heard their terrified screams, turned to look, and thought to himself, is this guy really going to slaughter these innocent little girls and sacrifice them to the god of light? Kong, seeing this scene from outside, laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, go die with these little brats. Zhang Han remained standing, thinking, although to them these are just NPCs, they are also living people, how could he just watch them be killed? But today he was trapped here. If he didn't handle it well, even he would. He suddenly thought of this, and Yixan's previous words to him flashed in his mind. No, there's a way. The Dark Swordsman is evil. From beginning to end it is evil. Your body, bloodline, and soul are all evil. Zhang Han had a flash of inspiration, extended his hand to touch the protective shield, and a stream of black blood flowed from his hand. You old man, I advise you to stop immediately. Do you know what my blood represents? Seeing the blood continuously flowing out, Kong was greatly shocked. What, you are a Dark Swordsman? Zhang Han controlled the black blood to slowly spread and coldly said, obediently let us out. If I die here, your ritual will likely be difficult to succeed. After hearing him, Kong gritted his teeth and asked, is that so? Kong immediately reached out and grabbed Zhang Han's neck, furiously cursing, you little bastard, you dare to destroy my great ritual. Even if I don't make you bleed, I have hundreds of ways to kill you. Kong's other hand condensed an energy orb, preparing to attack Zhang Han. Zhang Han was choked, blood flowing from his mouth, cursing angrily in his heart. Damn it, I didn't expect the Archbishop to be so powerful. Suddenly the system prompted, the second round of the World Martial Arts has begun. Do you want to teleport there? Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Han thought everything is going according to his plan. Once the enemy is too strong, he can teleport to the arena to avoid this place. But what about these innocent children? He agreed without hesitation. A green teleportation light took him from Kong's grasp, leaving Kong astonished. What's going on? System prompted. You have been teleported to World Martial Arts Arena 87. Win 3 consecutive matches to advance to the next round. Zhang Han was teleported to another location, appearing in his bald form. System reminded, World Martial Arts second round will determine the top 100, and the battle of the top 100 will decide the strength of players in the East District. S-rank bracelet. Oath of tokens. Description. It is rumored that this bracelet was meticulously crafted by the god of space and time before he became a god, specifically for protecting his beloved. Effect 1. Can swap positions with the target without any conditions. Effect 2. Can communicate telepathically with the target from a long distance. Lasts for 1 minute. Zhang Han looked at the bracelet on his wrist, thinking that if used properly its effect would be enormous. But unfortunately, there was only one use left. He looked ahead. His opponent was Clear Wind, a level 48 assassin. Zhang Han gripped his sword. Since it was the battle of the top 100, he had to take it seriously and draw his weapon. Before Clear Wind could do anything, Zhang Han swung his sword at him, and with one strike, Clear Wind was stunned. Aren't you that bald guy who went viral online 2 days ago? But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Han's sword had already flown out, slaying him with one move. System prompted, pseudonym wins, he thought to himself. It seems the contestants in the second round pose no threat to him, so he should finish quickly. Subsequently, the second contestant rushed up and was also slain by Zhang Han with one sword. System prompted. Pseudonym wins. The third contestant was similarly defeated by Zhang Han in one move. System prompted. Pseudonym wins. System prompted. Congratulations, you have advanced to the third round of the World Martial Arts. The third round will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please prepare. He heard the system prompt and thought, it has already taken an hour to teleport to this arena. I hope the bishop has left. An hour later, Zhang Han was again teleported back to his original position. System prompted, you have returned to a dangerous map, Light Holy Sea Secret Passage. Zhang Han looked ahead and saw Kon still kneeling there. What happened? Did the sacrifice fail? But those little girls didn't seem to have been released. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came from above. He looked up and a deity stood there. This deity was Uriel, the god of light, boss tier, spirit tier, level 80, HP 20 million, attack 18000-2000, defense 8000-8500. Skills: Angelic Sword, Judgmental Flame, Lights, Punishment, Purge Sin, Forbidden, Soul Strike, Forbidden, Domain of Justice. Description: the holy angel summoned by the Light Holy Sea. Due to the child's weak power within, he could not display absolute power upon his initial descent. Even so, he can recover his power in a short time. Kon, seeing the arrival, immediately pointed at Zhang Han and complained, You still dare to come back, divine messenger? It was he who ruined the ritual and hindered your power from descending. Hearing his words, Zhang Han frowned worriedly. This is trouble. The bishop was already difficult to deal with, and now a spirit tier boss has arrived. It seems I might die here. But suddenly the bracelet on his hand glowed. System prompted. The other end of the bracelet wishes to send you a teleportation request. Do you agree? Zhang Han's heart filled with joy. Fei Qi, my good brother, you really found a way, he quickly agreed. At this moment another person appeared in Zhang Han's original spot, and Kon was dumbfounded. What? This person was Handover? A level 46 knight. He was confused by the teleportation, looked around and asked in bewilderment, where is this? And Zhang Han had already been teleported to where Fei Qi and his sister were waiting. Brother Cold River, are you alright? Lily was overjoyed to see him alive. Big brother Zhang Han shook his head. I'm fine. How did you do it? You couldn't swap positions, yet you were able to teleport me back? Fei Qi looked at Lily, stroking her head, and said, This is thanks to Lily's idea. Lily blushed and smiled. I saw an adventurer leveling outside the city, so I asked the guards to invite him in, then had him wear the bracelet to help him return to a light faction town. Zhang Han praised Lily. Indeed, she has the demeanor of my dark faction. Fei Qi smiled and took out a necklace from his embrace, saying, let's not talk about that. Take this. You are my sisters and my savior. From now on, if there's anything you need help with from me, Fei Qi, I won't refuse, even if it means death. Lily also said, Thank you, big brother. When I grow up, I will definitely repay your kindness. Zhang Han unceremoniously accepted it. Thank you, he thought to himself. It seems the last piece of equipment is a necklace, and this necklace actually has such powerful strength. System information immediately appeared. Token of Oath, Earth Tier, HP 200,000. Effect: Attack Power 20, HP 20. Skill: Token of Oath, Level Requirement 1. Seeing Zhang Han staring at the necklace, Lily remembered those who were trapped and asked, Big brother, I want to ask, what happened to the girls who were with me? Hearing Lily's question, Zhang Han's gaze gradually sharpened, and he lowered his head, saying, I'm afraid none of them survived. Lily was shocked, unable to believe it. What? He explained. Because of our sudden attack, their sacrifice ritual was disrupted, but the Light Holy Sea still used the remaining girls as sacrifices to summon a spirit tier boss. I'm afraid they won't give up easily. Soon after, they will come looking for trouble with us again. It's a joyful thing that you two siblings are reunited, but you still need to be mentally prepared, Fei Qi angrily said. Let them come, I'll kill as many of those Light Holy Sea beasts as they send. Zhang Han smiled, very spirited. Good. Let's create a bigger threat together. The scene shifts to the Light Holy Sea Secret Passage, where the Knight Handover who was teleported there to replace Zhang Han has been killed by Kon as an outlet for his anger. This old servant is incompetent. I do not know when the Dark Swordsman discovered and infiltrated the secret passage. Uriel frowned, displeased. The one who was meant to descend into this world was not I, Uriel, but the most powerful angel, Michael. Unfortunately, something went wrong during the ritual, ultimately preventing Michael from descending. Upon hearing this, Kon's forehead broke out in sweat, and he lowered his head, not daring to look directly, saying, I beg Lord Uriel to be magnanimous and forgive my transgressions. From the adventurer who was just teleported here, I learned that he came from Skycia town. Uriel raised an eyebrow, somewhat satisfied. Very good, find him. I will personally punish him on behalf of the bishop. Kon heard this, looked up in alarm, unable to believe it. You are going to deal with him personally, but your strength has not yet recovered, and Kon's words trailed off midway. Seeing him stop speaking, Uriel's gaze sharpened, looking directly at him. And what? Seeing Uriel's terrifying gaze, Kon was so frightened that he quickly bowed down, trembling as he replied, Nothing, I will handle it immediately. He immediately thought to himself, darkness and light are mutually exclusive. That brat certainly cannot contend with Lord Uriel now. But if he is driven to desperation, something unexpected might really happen. Then he spoke his final words and left. Go, prepare a place for me to bathe and change, and gather a few bishop-level priests to help me recover my strength as quickly as possible. Kon quickly bowed respectfully. Yes. Uriel departed. System notification: due to level 61 Dark Gold tier boss Dark Lord Cold River destroying the offerings for the descent of a god, he has completely enraged the Light Holy See. Main quest War of Light and Darkness has been activated. Hearing the system notification, the crowd below was incredulous. What? Zhang Han had no news about him in the world, yet he continued to commit evil everywhere. In the room, Fei Qi, his sister, and Zhang Han all heard the notification. System notification: you have received a special storyline, main quest War of Light and Darkness, difficulty SS. Zhang Han could only sigh inwardly. This special quest is definitely aimed at me. Specific notification: War of Light and Darkness, difficulty SS. Introduction: conflict has escalated. The first direct confrontation between light and darkness. Outcome unknown. Requirement: defeat Uriel, god of light. Quest reward unknown. Quest penalty: death. Zhang Han looked at the notification, thinking to himself, Uriel, god of light, the six-winged angel summoned by the Light Holy See. What does this mean? The quest actually requires me to slay a god. System notification: adventurers, please note the Light Holy See has decided to attack the Eastern District in 3 days at 10 a.m. The city of Skycia Town. Skycia Town will be attacked. This siege battle is extremely difficult. Only players level 40 and above can participate. Adventurers below level 40 can go to the Light Holy See to receive divine blessings and obtain generous rewards, he exclaimed. 3 days, that fast? System notification: you have received the main quest, defend the city, difficulty SS. System prompt: you will appear as the final boss defending the tier 3 city of Skycia Town. If you fail to appear, you will be demoted by 20 levels and all your attributes will be permanently reduced by 2,000 points. Zhang Han was dumbfounded, thinking, sulfur monosulfide rank difficulty. This reward will definitely attract many powerful players. I wonder if this challenge will be successful. He turned to Fei Ji and said, their target is me. It wasn't easy for you two siblings to reunite. Why don't you go into hiding to avoid disaster? He immediately retorted, brother, what kind of talk is that? This matter started because of me. How can I leave you behind? Fei Ji paused, then determinedly added, besides, when the Holy See massacred my tribe, I felt guilty for surviving. Now that they've come knocking, it's a good opportunity to settle old and new scores. Lily, standing by, was very supportive of her brother. Brother is right. Lily also wants to avenge the girls who tragically died at the hands of the Holy See. Seeing the siblings' determination, Zhang Han's heart softened. He then slapped his face, compromising. Zhang Han said, since that's the case, let's both work hard to improve our strength over the next 3 days. The siblings agreed in unison. Seeing them nod, Zhang Han bade farewell. Then I'll be going. Let's meet in the city in 3 days. He left. Zhang Han walked along thinking, oh right, the necklace rewarded by that quest earlier seems to have 2 special skills. I should try them out. With that thought, he immediately opened his system panel. It had already fused into Zhang Han's body. All the equipment is now complete. Item information: Faith and Curse, Earth tier, HP 200,000, effect, attack power 20, effect, HP 30, special skill, Faith, special skill, Curse. Level requirement 1. Description: the god of time suffered because he could not protect his beloved. As he ascended to the heavens, he ultimately left this low-grade necklace which contains a portion of his power intended to help later generations survive in desperate situations. Special skill: Faith, passive, S rank. When you possess absolute faith, faith will surely respond to you. 1 use. Special skill: Curse, passive, S rank. Swear with your soul, you will become stronger for a short period. The greater the difficulty of the curse, the greater the power gained. 1 use. Zhang Han looked at the information on the panel, surprised. These 2 special skills should be related to the necklace's description. Both faith and curse belong to a part of the special power left by the god of time, and the skill description is precisely the activation method. System prompt: your strength has reached a new level, reaching Dark Gold tier boss standard. Your title has been changed. System prompt: your title Dark Lord has been promoted to Dark Overture. Dark Overture, maximum HP increased by 300. He immediately changed his title, not expecting to have already been promoted to a Dark Gold tier boss. Now let's look at my attributes. The information panel opened. Dark Overture, Cold River. Dark Gold tier boss, level 61. HP 4,580,000. Attack 10,231 to 11,188. Defense 5,141 to 5,539. Reputation 102,300. Luck 2. Description: when the judgment of light descends, the evil Dark Swordsman will surely be the first to face it. Zhang Han was ecstatic, saying, over 4 million HP, even if I stand in a crowd and let them hit me for half a day, I might not be in trouble. As for attack power, it has also broken the 10,000 mark. Behind him, a little girl ran up hurriedly, shouting, big brother? Hearing this, Zhang Han turned around to see Lily, panting, running up to him. Zhang Han asked in confusion, Lily, what's wrong? The little girl offered 2 treasures. My brother and I feel we owe you too much. I want to give you this bracelet and this skill book, hoping they can help you. He surprisingly took the bracelet, saying, isn't this the binding bracelet? Why is it still here, and it still has 2 uses left? System displayed information. Binding bracelet, S rank, uses 2-5. Lily replied with a smile, this bracelet belongs to its owner, so even if it's given to someone else, it will automatically return to the owner after they die. Now that I'm giving it to you, you'll be its owner. And the bracelet's uses are calculated separately. This bracelet now has 2 uses left. Zhang Han tightly gripped the skill book, thinking this skill book might not offer a significant boost for ordinary people, but for me it's a huge improvement. System notification, intermediate riding skill, attributes enhanced while mounted. If a higher level riding skill is already possessed, additional attribute bonuses will stack. He happily accepted it, bent down and patted the little girl's head, thanking her. Thank you, Lily. These things will help me greatly, Lily happily replied. If I can help Big Brother, that's great. After giving the items, Lily hurriedly turned to leave. Then I'll be busy. My brother and I also need to start improving ourselves. He nodded in agreement. Zhang Han immediately summoned the blue scale beast. System prompt. You have used the intermediate riding skill book. Mount attributes have been enhanced. System displayed notification. Blue scale beast adult stage. Dark gold tier boss mount level 50. Movement speed 130. Attack power 50. HP 80. Effect. Tenacity additionally increased by 40. Special skill. Flat ground. He rode on the blue scale beast back, thinking after upgrading the riding skill, the mount's attributes have also increased significantly. Zhang Han's mind flashed back to the image of Uriel he had encountered before. There was still a considerable gap compared to Uriel. If he had time, his power would definitely increase dramatically, not to mention he still had 2 forbidden spells. The system panel displayed Uriel, God of Light, Spirit tier boss, level 80, defense, 8,000 to 8,500, skills, Angelic Sword, Judgmental Flame, Light's Punishment, Purge Sin, Forbidden, Soul Pierce, Forbidden, Domain of Justice. Zhang Han pulled the reins and left, thinking when I looked for the sword god earlier her attitude changed so much she must have been influenced by the power of light. I can't bother her anymore. I should go to Blaze Flame Mountain Range to level up first. An hour later in the Blaze Flame Mountain Range, Zhang Han had eliminated wave after wave of Blaze Flame demons, successfully leveling up. System notification, you've leveled up to 62. He looked around, somewhat excited about this place, because the freshly resurrected Blaze Flame demons had already been cleared out by him. Now the experience provided by Blaze Flame demons is no longer enough to satisfy my rapid leveling needs. I'll rest early today, and tomorrow I'll explore a new map. Zhang Han opened the system panel, checked Long Tengwanli's information, then contacted him. Oh right, I should sell the extra equipment in my backpack first. The siege battle in 3 days will probably be very difficult. I can't let this equipment go to waste. With that thought, he loudly shouted, I have a large batch of equipment here, all obtained at great risk by me. Take a look, Wanli asked in surprise. Even level 60 dark gold tier sets, Zhang Han said. How about it? Name your price. He immediately agreed. Okay. Last time your equipment greatly boosted my guild, this time I'll take it all. With that, both completed the trade. System notification, your account has received 724,000. Upon receiving the account change notification, Zhang Han was very happy. Dragon Clan Guild Master Wanli is indeed generous. Wanli suddenly notified one more thing. The siege battle in 3 days, Dragon Clan will also participate. He continued on the other end. Although I am the guild master and have considerable power, everyone is a player, so the superior-subordinate relationship isn't that strong. If I don't let those level 50 elite players participate in the event, both the guild's reputation and my personal reputation will be severely affected. I hope you understand. Zhang Han shook his head and said, no problem, but since we're working well together, I'd also like to give you a heads up. Keep your distance from me, don't let me hurt you. His mouth twitched. You brat, you're quite blunt. With that, he opened his gaming helmet and returned to reality. Zhang Han let out a long sigh of relief. I have a match at 10 a.m. tomorrow, so I should get some sleep. The next morning at 7:30, he rode the blue scale beast at full speed, looking at the map. North of Blaze Flame Mountain Range seemed to be an area. Let's see what's there. Half an hour later, system notification. You've entered the Serenity Lake map. At this moment, a person was sitting in front with their back to him, only displaying the information. Fisherman NPC normal. Seeing this, Zhang Han thought, a normal NPC? This is already dark faction territory. How can there be a normal NPC? He dismounted and slowly walked over to investigate. Leo noticed the movement, turned around, and his eyes lit up. He spoke, Young Dark Swordsman, are you also interested in fishing? Leo handed Zhang Han a fishing rod. Since you're here, why not pass some time with an old man? System notification, do you wish to accept the fishing competition quest? He took the fishing rod, thinking, this old man recognized me as a Dark Swordsman with just a glance. Who exactly is he? Zhang Han held the fishing rod, watching Leo fish leisurely, and asked, since it's a competition, are there any stakes? Without stakes, wouldn't the competition be less interesting? Hearing this, he laughed without turning his head. You're right. Leo pointed to the other side of the lake. If you win, I'll give you the most precious fish I've caught from this lake. How about it? He raised an eyebrow and asked, what if I lose? Leo turned and stroked his beard, replying, can I take something from you? If you lose, I don't need anything from you. Just consider it that you owe me a favor. Zhang Han thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Okay, I accept. Subsequently, the system prompted, you have accepted the quest. Fishing competition, difficulty B, details. Fishing competition, difficulty B, introduction. Compete in fishing skills with a mysterious old man. Win with gains, lose with no regrets. There is no better gamble in the world. Quest requirement, the number of fish caught must exceed that of the old man. Quest time, 1 hour. Quest reward, unknown. Seeing him sit down, Leo asked, "Ready to start?" Zhang Han nodded. "Anytime." His sharp gaze swept over Zhang Han, suddenly widening in surprise. "All right now." Before he could finish, Leo reached out to stop him, shouting, "Wait," but it was too late. The fishing rod had already been cast. He quickly reeled in a fish from underwater. System information: armored carp. Description: a common fish with tender meat and high nutritional value. Effect: soup made from this fish can increase the user's maximum HP by 5 for 10 minutes. Zhang Han held the armored carp, observing it, thinking, "So even fish in the game have effects?" Seeing him look at himself, Leo quickly said, "The bet hasn't started yet, so this fish definitely doesn't count." Zhang Han was speechless, thinking this old man might be both silly and playful. With that thought, he also nodded in agreement. "Okay," he nodded in satisfaction. "Then let the bet begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he cast his fishing rod and reeled in another fish. Another armored carp. Zhang Han held the fishing rod, a smile on his face. "The old man is letting me win." 20 minutes later, Leo looked at the pile of fish beside him, cursing inwardly. "This guy, I thought he was a fishing novice, but he was just pretending to lure me in. Despicable, too despicable." Suddenly, Zhang Han reeled in a turtle from underwater, glowing with lightning-like radiance. Seeing this, he widened his eyes and gasped, "Hiss, thunder turtle, a rank." Description: a turtle with extremely high affinity for lightning elements, very rare. Food made from the thunder turtle increases all attributes by 20 for 10 minutes. The additional effect is a permanent increase of 50 base attack power the first time it's used. Leo, drenched in sweat, stared at him dazedly, asking incredulously, "Did you cheat?" He thought, "to catch a thunder turtle in just half an hour. Who knows what other strange things he'll catch next? It's unimaginable." Zhang Han turned and replied, "Old man, you can't accuse me. How could I cheat right in front of you?" Hearing him say that, Leo was speechless. Then he suddenly pointed his hand underwater. Ripples spread across the surface and a fish leapt out from the bottom. Looking at the struggling fish, Leo sighed, "This bet you win." System prompt: congratulations on winning the quest. Fishing competition. You have obtained the S-rank Azure Waterfish reward. Immediately after, huge ripples began to spread across the center of the lake, as if signaling something. Leo looked at the water and turned to remind him, "You'd best not fish here again for a while. If you fish it up, you'll suffer terribly." Zhang Han asked in surprise, "What exactly is the creature in this lake?" His gaze flickered. "A Dark Swordsman, extremely evil. Surely a force that can stir up storms. Moreover, you prevented the god of the light Holy Sea's faith from descending, becoming an extremely important focal point. Ordinary adventurers would never be able to catch anything in this lake, but you can." After a while, Leo continued, "The rules will inevitably force you to face the light. However, there are special taboos in the lake, and the rules must restrict that creature from appearing in the world. You can fish anywhere else, but if you want to save your life, don't fish here." Hearing him say this, Zhang Han broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, "Is he speaking in riddles? Anyway, I can't fish here now, I'll come back later." Leo crossed his arms, frowning and muttering, "I was still wondering why you could catch so many fish. It must be that dragon's strong desire to be caught that affected other creatures. Damn it, it's a huge loss for me." System prompt: your hatred for you has increased by 100 points. Zhang Han was surprised. Leo, Wind of Destruction, that name sounds familiar. He scrolled through the memories of the leaderboard and suddenly remembered, that's right. The Dark Faction's leaderboard is indeed like this. I didn't expect the 7 top powerhouses of the Dark Faction to include this old man. Seeing Zhang Han's expression constantly changing, Leo guessed, "It seems you already know who I am. This war between light and darkness. Consider it watching you grow up. You are a Dark Swordsman. Don't disgrace the Dark Faction." He asked in confusion, "Do you mean the demon god will give me a hand?" He shook his head. "Not necessarily a hand. Whether you can win depends on your own ability. We're just here to watch." Zhang Han raised an eyebrow and pressed, "If the demon god can't intervene, then the powerhouses of the light faction can only stand by and watch, right?" He was somewhat worried in his heart. "My biggest concern is the appearance of powerhouses I currently cannot contend with. Even if I try my best, it would be futile." Leo replied, "That's not necessarily true. You must know that you are fighting against the entire Light Holy See. This is not just a personal grudge between you and Uriel. In other words, the Light Holy See is fully qualified to deal with you." Hearing him say that, Zhang Han's mouth twitched slightly. If there was no grudge, they couldn't interfere, right? Leo gently pulled down his hat brim and turned to leave. "Azure Waterfish, consider it my personal support for you. I hope this generation's Dark Swordsman won't suffer an untimely demise." Farewell. Seeing him about to leave, he quickly called out, "Wait." He looked at him. "What? Anything else? I've said all I can say. I really can't help you. This time you must overcome the challenge yourself." Zhang Han shook his head. "I'm not expecting the old man to help me. I just hope you can help me block some things that are unfavorable to others. I will pay the price. We'll enjoy the Thunder Turtle together." Hearing him say that, Leo remained silent. He said nothing and immediately disappeared. A flash of light streaked across, striking the ground. Soon the system prompted, "World Martial Arts, 3rd round is about to begin. Teleport to the competition venue immediately." He nodded and replied, "Yes." As soon as Zhang Han teleported, the system prompted, "Please note the 3rd round is a top 100 elimination tournament. According to system calculations, if you win 8 solo matches you will advance." He opened the system panel and clicked, "That's right, let's look at the Azure Waterfish Leo caught just now." A picture of a fish appeared on the system panel. S-rank Azure Waterfish. Description: a small fish condensed from the essence of water. Its flesh and blood possess extraordinary healing abilities. Effect: restores 10 HP per second, lasting 10 seconds. Additional effect permanently increases base HP by 100,000. Additional effect only applies once. He widened his eyes in surprise. As expected of a demon god, he's very generous. The Azure Waterfish can restore 10 HP per second, fully recovering in just 10 seconds. This can turn the tide of battle at critical moments, and it also permanently increases HP. System prompt: World Martial Arts, third round officially begins. You will be teleported to the competition arena in 3 seconds. Zhang Han immediately appeared on the arena. Without further ado, he quickly rushed forward to attack, defeating the level 49 mage Li Bai with one blow. The mage saw the bald figure and thought, "It's over, this is the Dark Horse bald impersonator in the competition." He was so scared he froze himself. But Zhang Han ended the match with just one move. Pseudonym wins. Someone behind shouted loudly, "Holy crap, Cold River." He was immediately startled, thinking, "Oh, I've been discovered?" Everyone said in surprise. Indeed, he's also participating in the competition. Sigh. It seems this competition belongs to Cold River. Hearing the discussions, he turned around. What? At this moment, a person who looked exactly like him was fighting another person. That person saw Zhang Han's figure and was terrified, thinking he had met a formidable opponent. The fake Zhang Han carried a greatsword and provocatively said, "Why don't you surrender when you see this, Grandpa? Do you have to wait for me to kill you instantly before you give up?" System information appeared. Cold River, level unknown, Dark Swordsman special profession. The people below the arena were somewhat skeptical. I feel like something's not right, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Let's see his performance. I'm sure he'll win this match easily. Zhang Han was filled with righteous indignation, trying hard to see clearly, grinding his teeth in anger. Someone dared to impersonate me. It seems I've been in seclusion for too long. It's time to come out and teach these despicable villains a lesson. On the arena, the impersonator immediately rushed towards his opponent. The opponent couldn't clearly see the other's movement speed and thought in panic, so fast. Then he also used a skill similar to Zhang Han, stomping on the opponent's face. The audience below recognized it and exclaimed in admiration. It appeared, "War Stomp, it seems he's real." That person began to lose his composure. "Wait, I concede, Great Master. If we meet in the wild later, please be merciful." Seeing that person concede, the impersonator said fiercely, "HMPH, you know what's good for you. Otherwise I'd kill you back to the newbie village if we were outside." System prompt: Cold River wins. Then he said to his viewers in the live stream, "Hey everyone in the live stream, see? If you send gifts exceeding 10,000 now, you can join the group chat. I, Cold River, will lead you to level up by hunting monsters. Limited time offer, first come, first served." Below the arena, level 53 Dragon Knight, hidden profession W. Chando, folded his arms and scoffed, "HMPH, he's just a clown impersonating Cold River to make money. Dark Swordsman is just one of the rare professions in the light faction. Some people are still being fooled by such low-level tricks." Zhang Han's eyes widened, he thought. Dragon Knight, this is a truly honorable rare profession. It would make countless players envious. After all, as a knight he would have a giant dragon as a mount in the later stages. Thinking this, he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother, why do you say he's not Cold River himself?" He heard him ask, turned around and explained, "I've seen Dark Swordsman before, although Dark Swordsman and Dark Swordsman only differ by one character. The star growth is vastly different. The only advantage is that it can hide its information, making everyone mistakenly believe its level is much higher." With that, W. Chando resolutely turned and left. "It's a pity that Cold River himself isn't here. Otherwise I would definitely meet him." Hearing him say that, Zhang Han's veins bulged with anger and he cursed through gritted teeth. "Bastard, how dare you impersonate me and deceive people? According to the previous rules, as long as I keep winning, I can meet him, unless he gets eliminated early." System reminder: you will be teleported to the arena in 3 seconds. So Zhang Han knocked down opponents one after another. System notifications kept ringing. Pseudonym wins, pseudonym wins, pseudonym wins, pseudonym wins. Zhang Han slashed at the opponent's abdomen with one sword. That person screamed in pain, "HMPH," and at the same time the system also prompted pseudonym wins. He turned and looked around, thinking that after 6 rounds of matches the finalists should be appearing now. On this side, the person fighting the impersonator was kneeling and conceding. "I lost. Brother Cold River, please spare our guild members in the future." He chuckled smugly to himself. "Heh heh, how foolish, just by impersonating him. I can win without even fighting." The impersonator's eyes flickered, calculating in his mind. "Cold River, I created a similar character just for fun. At first I was often mistaken for you by players and hunted down. Later, as your reputation grew, adventurers gradually became afraid of me." He recalled the memory of being stepped on by a skeleton soldier before. "You were hit by the skeleton soldier's stomp skill, and you learned the new skill, face stomp. Later, during the Undercity siege battle, I unintentionally learned about your and the adventurers' methods of stomping on each other, which made them even more convinced of my identity." The impersonator clenched his fist, smiling smugly. "Then I simply started live streaming, using Cold River's fame to make money. Some guild leaders actively gave me top-tier equipment and rare items to befriend me, leveraging Cold River's fame. This time in the World Martial Arts, I didn't even have to lift a finger. My opponents already conceded." Suddenly, a system prompt: you will be teleported to the arena in 3 seconds. Subsequently, the impersonator's gaze flickered towards Zhang Han. "The real one is standing opposite. I believe this match will also be an easy win." Zhang Han's face was extremely grim, as if someone had just stolen his bankbook. The impersonator didn't know he had run into the real deal, so he frowned and pondered, "Oh, what's going on? This guy can remain so calm in front of me." Thinking this, he shouted, "Kid, why aren't you surrendering when facing me, Cold River?" Zhang Han pointed at the other party, a smile playing on his lips. "Cold River, but you are Cold River. Your river character is missing a dot. A difference of one stroke in a Chinese character changes its meaning." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below the arena immediately began discussing, "Right, look closely. His name is indeed missing a dot. No, if he's fake, how would he know about Cold River's war stomp? I've never seen a second person use that skill." Zhang Han frowned. "Tell me clearly, who are you? How much money have you scammed by impersonating Cold River?" The impersonator stubbornly argued. "What is Cold River? I was originally Cold Han River. At first people mispronounced it, so there was a misunderstanding, but later it became real. Now I am Cold River," he thought to himself. "This guy seems a bit dumb. As long as I use that move he'll believe me." Public opinion was once again swayed by him believing his words. "Is that so? I've never seen Cold River in the game, not even in videos." The impersonator said nothing, then rushed forward and raised his foot to attack him. "Kid, take this war stomp." Zhang Han remained standing still, and as soon as he was touched, he lightly stepped on the impersonator's head. He cried out in surprise, "Ah!" His eyes flashed with murderous anger and he reverted to his true form, stepping on the opponent. Zhang Han gasped, fuming, and questioned through gritted teeth, "I'll ask again, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating me? Tell me the truth." As soon as he reverted to his original form, it caused an uproar among the crowd. "What's going on? There are two Cold Rivers? Quick, stream it, there's drama." The impersonator on the ground widened his eyes, wondering in confusion. "What's going on? The real Cold River?" Thinking this, he loudly begged for mercy. "Big brother Cold River, I'm just a small-time admirer of yours. Please, big brother, be magnanimous and spare me. I'm willing to give you half of everything I've gained." Zhang Han flatly refused. "No, everything you scammed by impersonating me must be returned intact. If I hear anyone impersonating me again in the future, I'll come for you." Hearing him say this, the impersonator laughed heartily. "Return it? Ha 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 ha. Cold River, you're just a guy everyone wants to kill. By what right do you judge me? The Light Faction's army has already begun to mobilize. Don't think about cutting off my income." Zhang Han frowned. Before the impersonator could finish speaking, he decisively struck him down with a sword, sending him to meet his maker, then coldly snorted, "At least when I play games I don't impersonate others and resort to unscrupulous means to make money." System notification: Cold River wins. Zhang Han clenched his fists, turned to the crowd below the arena and asked, "Is anyone among you live streaming? Listen up. I, Cold River, hereby declare that I currently do not have any live stream channels. If anyone asks you for gifts in the name of Cold River in the future, they are all imposters." The crowd began to murmur again. So that person he was impersonating earlier was Cold River? No wonder he could kill his opponent with one punch. Damn it, that imposter scammed me out of a lot of equipment and items. When did he become a spirit tier boss? System prompt: player Cold River has been banned due to numerous player reports of impersonating others for fraud. Scammed players can recover their losses by filing a complaint. Hearing that he could get his property back, he happily thought, "This system is really fast and decisive." System prompt: you will be teleported to the competition arena in 3 seconds. This time he was teleported to W. Chando's arena. As soon as W. Chando saw Zhang Han appear, he spoke. "I've been waiting for you for a long time," W. Chando said with interest. "I didn't expect the bald guy that I first met before to be Cold River. You fought beautifully just now." Without another word, he charged straight at him. "But I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. Let's have a good fight now." System display: W. Chando, Dragon Knight, level 53, HP 303,700. Attack 5100-5370, Defense 2005 to 2220. Skills: Dragon's Ascent, Shield Shatter Strike, Dragon Shadow Combo, Fearless Spirit. Seeing his attack approach, he dodged to the side. System notification: you have used the skill Bone Break Strike, dealing 134,887 damage to Adventurer W. Chando and triggering the bone breaking effect, reducing movement speed by 20 for 30 seconds. Zhang Han happily patted W. Chando's shoulder. "Brother, I'm very interested in your profession. Could we add each other as friends?" Seeing his speed was too fast, already behind him in an instant, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. System prompt: Cold River has sent a friend request. Do you accept? W. Chando's eyes were filled with disbelief, thinking he can deal such massive damage with one move and he seems to do it so effortlessly. "It seems there's a huge gap between us." Thinking this, he nodded in agreement. "Okay." System prompt: W. Chando, your friend request has been accepted. Zhang Han mused. As a Dragon Knight, he'll have countless opportunities to interact with dragons. Through him, I might be able to learn how to obtain a dragon mount faster than anyone else. He then swung his sword and replied, "Thank you. It's not convenient to talk much during the match. Contact me later if you have the chance." As soon as Zhang Han's sword swung out, it struck W. Chando. Got him. System notification: Cold River wins. System notification: congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the World Martial Arts. 4th round. The 4th round will begin tomorrow at 10 a.m. Please log in on time to participate. Hearing this, he immediately became excited. "Alright, teleport." Zhang Han quickly returned to the fishing spot. The water surface was so agitated. According to Lei's earlier words, there seemed to be a dragon inside. He then clasped his hands together and said, "When I didn't save you, it was because my strength was still weak and I wasn't strong enough to protect myself at the time. I'm truly sorry." Just then, a pillar of light shot from afar towards Zhang Han. His figure appeared. "Kid, I've already taken care of what you asked." He thanked him happily. "Thank you, Senior. Please come with me to Skycia Town to share the Thunder Turtle." Leo nodded. "All right, let's go." The scene shifts to Skycia Town, where everyone is seated around a dining table. Lily looked at the steaming food, drooling, and said, "It smells so good." Zhang Han happily gestured, "Everyone, please don't be shy." As he forked a piece into his mouth, he felt that although it had no special effects, the Thunder Turtle indeed tasted excellent. This trip was truly worthwhile. System prompt: Leo, Wind of Destruction, your favorability towards you has increased by 200 points. Seeing everyone start eating, Zhang Han also picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. System prompt: first time consuming Thunder Turtle, base attack increased by 50 points. System prompt: you have consumed Thunder Turtle, all attributes increased by 20 for 10 minutes. He chewed, feeling the power in his body. Zhang Han's whole body glowed with a golden light. He picked up another piece of meat, thinking, the effect is so strong after eating it. If that's the case, I can't waste it. I must put 3 servings in my backpack. Leo, who had just finished eating, glanced at him and said, the cooked meat will have a more pronounced effect on you. However, over time its effect will also diminish. Zhang Han smiled and replied, thank you for the reminder, Senior. He thought to himself, so there's a setting like that, but it makes sense. The nutritional value of food is definitely better when fresh. More than 10 minutes later, there was very little Thunder Turtle meat left on the table, only the shell and a little soup. After eating, he quickly left. Leo said before leaving, Kid, I look forward to your performance. I believe other demon gods are also watching you. I wish you victory in every battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished before him, leaving only a faint blue glow. Zhang Han turned to Lily and her brother and said, I should go level up now, farewell. Fei Ji nodded. Alright. 30 minutes later, he rode his mount to a forest. System prompt, you have entered the Goblin Forest map. Hearing this, Zhang Han murmured, goblins? As soon as he spoke, a group of goblins holding wooden clubs charged at him. System notification, Goblin Monster, 3-star Elite Monster, level 80, HP 2,000,000, Attack 7,07075, Defense 4250-4500, Skills, Summon Allies, Critical Strike, Beat to Death. Description, Goblins. A humanoid demon creature. They are powerful and cunning, not suitable for direct confrontation. Hearing this information, Zhang Han was a little surprised. 3-star Elite Monster. In other games, goblins might be small monsters in the newbie village. I didn't expect them to be so powerful in Eternal Era. Suddenly, a giant goblin plunged its axe into the ground and aggressively walked forward and stared at him. It was a Dark Swordsman. System display, Goblin King, Dark Gold Tier Boss, level 85 HP. 9,000,000, Attack 16500-18000, Defense 6,000-6300. Skills. Advanced Strength, Thunder Axe, Full Spin Axe Blade, Ruthless Axe. Description. The Goblin King wielding an axe is extremely warlike, bloodthirsty, evil and cutting. It bared its fangs and commanded, brothers, follow me, kill this guy, we'll offer his head to the light holy sea, and we'll definitely go from darkness to light and receive generous rewards. Zhang Han's eyes were still surprised as he carefully observed it. There's such a huge goblin? This guy is at least 3 meters tall. The Goblin King didn't wait for him to react, but charged forward to attack. Hearing its command, the other goblins also charged at him. Zhang Han rode his mount and leapt, dodging its attack. Then he controlled his mount to stomp on the Goblin King's face. System prompt, you have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 167,887 damage to the Goblin King, suppressing it for 1.5 seconds. It was sent several steps backward. One side of its cheek immediately swelled red. HMPH. System notification. Simultaneously, your attack power increases by 20, the Goblin King's attack power is reduced by 8, and all enemy units within a 100 by 100 range have their attack power reduced by 13 for 1 minute and take 20 damage. Before the Goblin King could see clearly, Zhang Han rode his horse and swept his sword across its neck, but it was unharmed. The Goblin King coldly snorted, lightning emanating from its axe. HMPH, this beast just keeps running around. It roared furiously and charged at him. Dismount! The Goblin King chopped down with its axe, leaving a trail of light, reducing its power by 261,420 points. System prompt. The Goblin King has used the skill Thunder Axe, dealing a fatal blow to your mount and dealing 300 of 26,142 damage to you, reducing your attack power by 10. Zhang Han resisted with difficulty, thinking, this axe is really strong. After all, it's an 85 level Dark Gold Tier boss, it won't be easy to kill. He then used the skill Undead Grasp and black energy enveloped it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Han used his sword to go behind it and slash at its knee. System prompt. You have used the skill Bone Break Strike, dealing 67,451 damage to the Dark Gold Tier boss Goblin King. Simultaneously, the bone breaking effect is triggered, reducing the target's attack power by 15 for 30 seconds. The Goblin King writhed in pain, broke free from his control, and then turned to swing its axe. Damn it! Seeing it attack, not only was he not afraid, but he also thought of a countermeasure. No wonder it's the world's only second-tier attack skill. It's very effective against monsters with this kind of bone structure. The small fry behind, seeing the Goblin King gradually at a disadvantage, shouted and charged forward to attack. The king is in trouble, brothers, charge and kill it. Zhang Han's mouth curved into a provocative smile. Come on, it's a good chance to wipe you all out. He leapt into the air, stomping down fiercely on the Goblin King's face with both feet. Zhang Han's attack used War Stomp, sending all the small goblins flying, some directly eliminated. Then, system prompt, congratulations on slaying the level 85 Dark Gold tier boss Goblin King. Reward, 6,500,000 experience points, 6,500 reputation points. He wiped his nose and the familiar golden light flickered. Your level has reached 63, Zhang Han let out a long sigh of relief. Let's see what the Goblin King dropped. As the Goblin King's corpse disappeared, 3 items appeared. The first was Thunder Axe, Dark Gold tier. Attack Phone effect, attack power 40 effect, attack speed 20 special skill. Thunder Axe. Special skill, 100 battles undefeated. Level requirement 80. Description, forged from special thunder crystal and precious diamond adamantine, this divine weapon can also unleash lightning attribute attacks. 100 battles undefeated. Equipment level requirement reduced by 20 levels. Zhang Han held the great axe and marveled. This great axe is truly domineering and incredibly powerful, and it even has 2 special skills. Fei Qi's weapon seems to be an axe, right? As a mayor, he should be able to afford it, right? He then glanced at the second book, Advanced Strength Passive, A rank. Description, strength makes creatures more powerful. Skill effect enhances pet or mount attributes. The degree of enhancement depends on their aptitude. Learning requirement must own a pet or mount. The third item was a treasure map, B rank. Description, follow the treasure map and you will have good gains. Zhang Han was ecstatic. Both of these are useful items, he was surprised. Speaking of the treasure map, he just remembered. Although this map is not very valuable, the reward for attacking Isisnow town earlier seemed to be very valuable. Subsequently, the map suddenly flew up, S rank rare treasure map. Description, as the name suggests, when you reach the treasure location, you will have great gains. System prompt. Do you wish to use the rare treasure map? Note the location indicated by the treasure map is extremely dangerous. Please ensure you have sufficient strength to protect yourself before proceeding, watching it continuously burn in his hand like a flame. He murmured, extremely dangerous. What is this? Zhang Han felt something was off, his face lost in thought, stroking his chin. Logically, the final boss of Isisnow town was only Dark Gold tier, so even if the treasure map was rare, its difficulty should be limited. Suddenly, Zhang Han felt something and thought, but no matter how difficult, it won't be harder than the main quest. Perhaps this rare treasure map can bring something that can change the tide of the main quest. The rare treasure map in his hand glowed brighter and brighter. Zhang Han was surprised. System notification. You have used a rare treasure map item and obtained the treasure location, Fallen Fortress, coordinates phone. The treasure will disappear in 3 days, please seize the opportunity. Zhang Han opened his system panel in confusion to check Fallen Fortress, wondering if there was any information about it on the forums. A castle appeared on the system panel. System information, Fallen Fortress, description. A level 11 main city, Umbridge City, located on the edge of the Abyss Canyon in the Dark Faction territory, where there is a mysterious passage to Hell. This is the castle guarded by the fallen Archangel Seraphim, ranked 4th among the 10 demon gods. After hearing the system notification, he felt a bit skeptical. A level 1 main city, guarded by the fallen Archangel Seraphim. This treasure location was truly incredible. Subsequently, Zhang Han opened the Advanced Fortification skill book to check. Since they were both in the Dark Faction, he hoped that even if the demon god discovered him, the other party would be as reasonable as Leo. In any case, he would first strengthen his mount. System notification. Do you wish for your Dark Gold tier boss mount Blue Scale Beast to learn Advanced Fortification? He nodded in agreement. Yes, as soon as he spoke, its entire body emanated dazzling golden light. System notification. Your mount Blue Scale Beast has successfully evolved into a Spirit tier boss mount thanks to the help of Advanced Fortification. He felt that this horse was different from before it had evolved. System notification. Blue Scale Beast adult stage Spirit tier boss mount level 60, movement speed 180, attack 75, HP 100, effect. Tenacity additionally increased by 50, special skill, flat ground, special skill, loyalty. Description. An ordinary donkey due to a fortuitous encounter gained Water Qilin bloodline and transformed into a special creature. It possesses astonishing speed but still retains the donkey perseverance. Zhang Han happily stroked its head, thinking it was truly destiny's favor to go from a bronze tier donkey to a spirit tier boss mount. With that, he mounted the horse, gripped the reins, and prepared to set off. Then let's depart for Fallen Fortress. Zhang Han galloped at an extremely fast speed, raising a cloud of dust behind him. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. System notification. You have entered a dangerous map, Fallen Fortress. Zhang Han looked at the towering city walls, thinking they must be at least 30 meters high. With that thought, he dismounted, pushed off with both feet, preparing to jump. He would try if the War Stomp skill could increase his jumping distance and allow him to leap onto the city wall. Subsequently, Zhang Han stomped the ground, which cracked using the War Stomp skill, but he still couldn't clear the high wall. He gritted his teeth. Darn it, just a little short. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhang Han used all his strength to grab the city wall, actually tearing the wall apart. Finally, he successfully climbed onto the fortress. That was close. Fortunately, War Stomp provided enough jumping power. He stood observing the interior from a distance. The guards inside were heavily armed. The attributes of those guards were all question marks. Although they belonged to the same Dark Faction, it was still better not to cause trouble. He would sneak to the treasure location. Seeing the guards had walked away, Zhang Han seized the opportunity to infiltrate as they had already gone. Taking this opportunity, 5 minutes later, he arrived at the main hall of the city lord's residence. Zhang Han stood contemplating. He actually had to sneak into a demon god's home. What exactly did the treasure map's marked location mean? Was it asking him to steal something? He looked around for an easy entry point. Entering directly through the main gate was probably too risky. Sneaking in through a high window seemed safer. Subsequently, Zhang Han moved cautiously. System notification: you have entered the map. City lord's bedroom. A white-haired, red-lipped woman, with a seductive figure and 2 wings on her back. She was Serafina. She reprimanded. "How dare you trespass into my abode, you've got guts." Serafina's reprimand was accompanied by a powerful force that sent him staggering back. Zhang Han shielded himself with his hand, cursing inwardly. "This treasure map, are you serious, making me directly face the fallen angel Serafina?" Zhang Han quickly shouted, "Wait, I'm also a Dark Swordsman, part of the Dark Alliance." Hearing this, she stopped and raised an eyebrow. "Oh," he began to butter her up, calling out, "Sister Serafina, I think there must be some misunderstanding here." Serafina crossed her arms and replied, "Even if you are a Dark Swordsman, you can't just barge into my room without reason, can you? If you say it's a misunderstanding, then tell me what happened." Subsequently, he saw the person appearing on the leaderboard and was greatly alarmed. The fallen angel Serafina was the 4th-rank powerhouse in the Dark faction. Her strength far surpassed other demon gods. He had to be careful. If he said the wrong thing and angered her, he would surely be instantly killed. Seeing Serafina's power, Zhang Han became even more cautious. "I came here to find treasure. The treasure map guided me to the bedroom of the fallen fortress's city lord, so I followed the guidance to come in." She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. "Oh, how interesting, actually coming to my room to search for treasure." Serafina sat on a chair, crossed her legs and leaned back. "Are you really here for treasure or for something else?" Seeing her seductive posture, Zhang Han blushed and cursed inwardly. "Too depraved. If we weren't in the same faction, I'd be judging you in the name of justice right now." Subsequently, he rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "The main point is that the treasure map really marked it this way." Serafina stood up and nodded. "All right, since you're also a Dark Swordsman, I'll give you a chance to find the treasure." She slowly walked towards Zhang Han, a twisted expression on her face, sticking out her tongue and saying morbidly, "If you don't find it, hee." Seeing her disgusting appearance, he remained silent. Subsequently, system notification: "Do you wish to accept the Find the Treasure quest? Difficulty unknown." Zhang Han nodded. "Yes," he thought to himself. "Of course I can't refuse, that would be seeking death." After some analysis, coordinates phone. Here he struck a pose and said, "Then I'll start digging." She gestured to the ground. Dig anywhere." Seeing Serafina agree, Zhang Han fiercely plunged his sword into the ground. "I won't be polite." Half an hour later, he had dug a large and deep pit. She stood above, seeing Zhang Han still digging, and spoke. "Haven't you dug it up yet?" Serafina gently brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, reminding him, "You must be careful, the layer below is full of fierce beasts I've collected from all over." He remained confident in his choice, saying, "Maybe not yet, just wait a bit longer." But inwardly he was extremely anxious. "What the hell is this? Where's the treasure? The dog system isn't lying to me, is it?" She smiled enchantingly and held out her hand. "I don't think you'll find it. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Suddenly, Zhang Han's sword touched something glowing and he quickly shouted, "Found it!" Serafina was equally surprised. There was actually a treasure hidden in this room. Zhang Han picked up the stone. This was system notification description: a rare natural stone. No matter what kind of weapon it's used to make, adding this red stone can significantly enhance its grade. It also possesses peculiar properties, allowing it to perfectly fuse with other ores, and is even an excellent choice for crafting divine artifacts. He looked at the stone floating in his hand, a celestial tier ore. She used her aura to snatch the stone away. Serafina smiled happily. "Excellent, this is indeed the Crimson Essence Stone. You know, I'm forging a special magical artifact and this is exactly what I needed. Thank you so much for helping me find it." Zhang Han leaned out helplessly and said, "Sister, this is my treasure." Serafina's gaze coldly swept behind her. "Oh, you seem a bit displeased." She plucked a feather from her wing. "You helped me forge a magical artifact, I won't shortchange you. Take it." System notification: "Congratulations on completing the quest Find the Treasure. You have received the reward Fallen Feather S rank." The feather flew towards him. Zhang Han reached out and caught it. System notification: Fallen Feather S rank. Description: although it is a fallen angel's feather, its effects are similar to an angel's feather. Effect: grants flight ability for 30 minutes. Additional effect: during its duration, all attributes are increased by 20. Uses 3-3. Seeing its power and effects, Zhang Han was very happy. Good stuff. The effects of the fallen feather were extremely valuable. If used properly, it would be a treasure. Having 30 minutes of flight ability during flight, he would have an overwhelming advantage against ground creatures. Serafina held up the stone and said, "Consider this feather my help to you. One could say you came at just the right time. Besides me, no one on the Sky Eternal Continent can grant you temporary Dark Gold tier flight ability." He no longer had anything to complain about, so he clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you. I believe this item will help me immensely in my fight against Uriel." She glanced at him, shook her head and said, "Don't mention it. This is just a transaction. If you hadn't found the Crimson Essence Stone, I wouldn't have taken your life, but punishment would still be unavoidable. I'll be watching your battle with Uriel. I'm only giving you this to make the fight a bit more balanced." Hearing Serafina say she would watch the battle, Zhang Han was stunned. You'll all come to watch, he thought to himself. Before only players watched battles between NPCs, now I'm one of them. She suddenly changed her attitude, and when mentioning Uriel, her cheeks flushed and she clenched her fists, looking at him and replying, of course, Uriel is a god, a true god. Faced with a god's judgment, can a mortal Dark Swordsman prevail? Just thinking about such a storyline makes one's blood boil. Zhang Han was speechless after hearing her, his mouth twitching, and he commented, a war of gods sounds really cool. It's like an action movie about a mysterious battle between gods and mortals. Serafina didn't let him say more, her eyes hazy, and she yawned slightly. You're done, now get out of my room. Before he could understand, her wings brushed past his body. What? Subsequently, Zhang Han only felt something wrap around him and exclaimed. He was thrown by Serafina's wings to a cliff edge with flowing water. Zhang Han leaned out and complained, this big sister is truly an unfathomable character. Well, the purpose of this trip has been achieved. I'll return to Skycia town and sell the Thunder Axe to Fei Qi. Perhaps it can help him improve his strength. The scene shifts to Skycia town. He looked at the familiar buildings. As soon as he returned, he saw a warrior being sent flying. It was Fei Qi training with a group of soldiers. He shouted, not enough, show me your true strength, all of you. Soldiers leaned against the wall, exhausted, complaining, sir, you've been fighting us 50 men continuously. Can't you let us rest for a bit? Fei Qi retorted, no, Skycia town is the front line of the conflict between light and darkness. We must intensify our training to protect our families. Suddenly, his gaze swept behind him, and he saw him. Hey brother, are you looking for me? Zhang Han took out the spoils from his embrace. I have an axe here, do you want to buy it? Fei Qi didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. He tried swinging the axe a few times, exclaiming in surprise, good axe, this axe can help me improve my strength. Seeing Fei Qi satisfied, Zhang Han asked, good, and will you buy it? He held the axe, somewhat troubled. This, but I don't have much money. You know, the previous mayor of Skycia town exploited the people too much, and I really can't bring myself to burden them further. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment. Although that was the case, it still put him in a moral dilemma. He certainly couldn't just give it away. So Zhang Han spoke, then do you have any other valuable items? Fei Qi stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, items, let me see if I have anything that can compensate for this axe's value. He took out a time orb from his embrace. This is the only valuable item I have left. I originally planned to use it myself when I found a suitable skill. Zhang Han reached out and took it, thinking this is the only valuable item he has left. At the same time, the system also notified, Time Orb S rank containing a trace of the God of Time's insight, allowing you to perceive the flow of time in all things. It will bring many benefits. Effect, skill cooldown permanently reduced. The reduction amount depends on quality, minimum 30, maximum 60. Hearing the system notification, he widened his eyes in surprise. Permanently reduced skill cooldown. The effect was simply a treasure among treasures. Fei Qi, oh Fei Qi, you're just a small border tribe. How could the god of time leave you so many treasures? He tightly gripped the time orb. The trade was successful. We're brothers, why be so formal? Suddenly his gaze grew heavy and he spoke. I wonder what Fei Qi is thinking. Zhang Han tightly clasped his hand, smiling happily. No, good brother, we're family. Fei Qi remained silent. He said emotionally, brother, the value of the axe truly cannot compare to the time orb. You are my and my sister's savior. If you truly want it, I am willing to give it to you, but the rules don't allow it. He thought to himself, fair trade, this is a rule restriction. Even NPCs cannot avoid it. Subsequently, Zhang Han asked, can I just owe you? Before Fei Qi could speak, Zhang Han quickly interrupted. I will definitely return an S-rank treasure of equal value in the future, and I will keep my word. As for the axe I gave you, you also understand that if the city defense fails 2 days from now, this time orb will be meaningless to you, and it will probably become a war trophy for the light faction. Fei Qi was persuaded and readily agreed. All right, but you must swear an oath. It's not that I'm stingy, it's just an act of necessity, you understand. Zhang Han raised his hand and vowed, no problem. I swear that after I receive the time orb from brother Fei Qi, within 2 months I will definitely return a treasure of equal value, otherwise I will be struck by heavenly lightning. As soon as the oath was uttered, the system notified, Divine Oath has accepted your oath. If you violate it, you will be judged by the Divine Oath. System notification. You have received an equivalent exchange quest, difficulty A rank. Description. You have received benefits in advance and must return them in the future. Do not feel you are losing out. Requirement. Present Berserker Fei Qi with a Thunder Axe and return a treasure of equal value to the Time Orb in the future. Time limit 60 days. Quest penalty Annihilation. Zhang Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, he thought to himself. It wasn't that he insisted on being shameless, but primarily because the Time Orb's value was too important. It could be used to enhance War Stomp, which would help increase the chances of winning the city defense battle 2 days later. Zhang Han recalled that back then at such a crucial moment, every detail had to be carefully managed. Just like before, if he hadn't asked Mentor Cheryl for a summoning scroll, he would have died at the hands of HB in the Battle of Ice's Now town. Fei Qi, fearing Zhang Han's displeasure, said, I hope brother doesn't blame my stinginess. Zhang Han shook his head and laughed. I'm grateful, so how could I blame you? The time orb is invaluable and it would be my fault to demand it. However, facing Uriel I want to win. Feiji nodded, his face slightly lowered. Exactly, even if this world is full of injustice, we must rise up and resist. Therefore we need to work harder to improve ourselves to protect those we love. Hearing Feiji's words, Zhang Han didn't know how to respond, merely watching him silently. Feiji asked again, brother, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhang Han thought to himself. Although he had been surprised many times, he was once again amazed by the realism of the NPCs in this game. Thinking this, Zhang Han shook his head. Nothing, let's work hard together. I'll take my leave now. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Han rode off on the blue scale beast. It was getting late, so he decided to level up by grinding goblins and then go to sleep. First, he would use the newly acquired time orb. System notification. Do you wish to use the S-rank item time orb? Zhang Han quickly nodded. Yes. System notification. Please specify a skill for the time orb to take effect. Zhang Han shouted. War Stomp. The time orb shot up from his hand, growing larger and radiating light. System notification. You have successfully used the S-rank item time orb. The cooldown of the sulfur monosulfide rank skill War Stomp has been reduced by 50. War Stomp cooldown reduced from 1 minute to 30 seconds. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, revealing a power card. War Stomp SS rank effect. Gathers power at the feet and unleashes a stomp against enemy units. After casting, attack speed increases by 200 and jump height increases. This attack deals 200 damage and is a guaranteed critical hit, creating a powerful suppression effect. Additional effect. A powerful shockwave erupts from the center of the attack, dealing 120 damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 range, reducing enemy unit attack power and increasing the attack power of allied members and self. The reduction or increase amount is determined by the distance between both parties, lasting 1 minute. Cooldown 30 seconds. Looking at such an overbearing skill, Zhang Han couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was simply a divine skill that combined area of effect damage, crowd control, critical strikes, ally buffs and enemy debuffs, and its cooldown was only 30 seconds. Who would believe it? Zhang Han didn't hesitate and galloped away. He would go let the goblins experience the feeling of a big attack every 30 seconds. After a while he saw a group of goblins. They didn't know he was looking for them. Instead they blocked Zhang Han's path. That Dark Swordsman, his head is worth 10,000 gold offered by the Light faction. Brothers, let's go. Zhang Han grinned. No rush, everyone line up and charge at me. 5 minutes later, he used his recently cooled down skill, slashing a goblin by surprise. War Stomp. A goblin stared in disbelief, asking before it died, impossible, how can you cast such a high range damage skill in such a short time? Zhang Han ignored it and continued to rampage. His powers surged. System notification. You have leveled up to 64. Zhang Han smiled smugly. With War Stomp's cooldown reduced by 50, my leveling speed is so fast that even monster respawn rates can't keep up with my grinding speed. It's enough for today. I still need to prepare for the top 100 competition tomorrow. The next day, crowds flocked to the various arenas to watch the martial arts competition. System notification. The 4th round of the World Martial Arts officially begins. System notification. World Martial Arts. The 4th round is the top 100 competition. All previously accumulated losses will be reset. Each person has 4 chances to lose. Opponents are randomly assigned until the top 10 are decided. Zhang Han observed the surrounding arenas. After entering the top 100 competition, the number of people was much smaller, and the competition area was also much larger. Those who could enter the top 100 were all first-rate experts. Suddenly, the Thief King, Full Stream Cold River, walked over aggressively, shouting, Yi Zhang Han Shui. He was a level 59 thief, king of thieves. He looked at Zhang Han with a scornful expression. I heard you can easily break through a thief's stealth. Come, I want to see if you can find me. Without further ado, he pulled out his weapon and prepared to attack, simultaneously casting stealth. System notification. King of Thieves has activated the skill Stealth, but before the King of Thieves could even touch a hair on Zhang Han, he was sent flying behind him by a single sword swing. He roared in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? Zhang Han grinned. Why think so much? What's the point of finding you? Isn't it enough to just instantly kill you? System notification. Yi Zhang Han Shui wins. With one strike he made the audience below gasp in disbelief. Area of effect damage, instant kill. Even a dark gold tier boss would be like this. He actually has this ability? Please God, don't let me encounter him, or I'll never be able to level up again. After dealing with him, another fool who didn't know his place walked up to him, cupped his fists and said, Yi Zhang Han Shui, I've long admired your name. I hope you'll give me some pointers. Zhang Han politely bowed his head, lamenting in his heart that in this day and age, those who adhere to martial ethics are rare. As soon as he finished speaking, the man saw that he was defenseless and immediately raised his staff to ambush him. Good opportunity, soul control. Zhang Han was hit, and his hands were instantly bound by magic whips. What? System prompt. You have successfully used the skill Soul Control to control Yi Zhang Han Shui. This person was Sishou, a level 52 hidden profession, Soul Controller. He thought happily his plan had succeeded. Yi Zhang Han Shui, Yi Zhang Han Shui. You're too arrogant. If you had killed me immediately after entering the battlefield, you wouldn't have been controlled by me. Now I just need to throw you out of the arena and I win. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, his eyes turning cold. Good plan. Then he slowly floated up and the murderous aura emanating from his eyes startled Sishou. Can he really control me? Zhang Han clenched his tightly bound hands and the control ropes broke. Fear filled his eyes and cold sweat streamed down his face. How is this possible? The soul control ropes shouldn't be breakable by brute force. Before Sisho could recover, Zhang Han swung his sword at him. Sisho only had time to let out a scream. Ah! System notification. Zhang Han Shui wins. Zhang Han looked at his hands and laughed. Can't be broken by brute force? Why didn't I feel anything? Speaking of which, the Dark Swordsman as the only hidden profession comes with so many hidden abilities. After dealing with the two troublesome guys, he looked around. He had to use the opponent matching time to see if there were any other experts. Then he went to other arenas and heard a burst of shouting. Guild leader go, what's with that guy on the other side? Is he arrogant? Zhang Han walked up curiously and uttered an "oh" on the arena. The fat man held a long sword and pointed at the opposite side. A pot of old wine said, "What do you mean? I at least try to put on a bit of a show, but you humiliate me like this. I warn you again, put on your armor, then let's have a fight to the death." He grinned and exhaled. "Sorry, this isn't just aimed at you, then." He struck a cool pose, ran his hand through his hair. "I just feel that armor would slow down my sword swing." He was a level 57 special hidden profession, Shadow of the Gods, a pot of old wine. Without further ado, a pot of old wine swung his sword, its blade wrapped in lightning. "But rest assured, I am fighting very seriously." The fat man gritted his teeth in annoyance, gathering power into his sword. "Damn it, then pay the price for your arrogance." A pot of old wine moved at an extremely fast speed, instantly disappearing in front of the fat man, then reappearing behind him. Before the fat man could react to what had happened, he only had time to widen his eyes and exclaim, "What?" A pot of old wine's sword instantly cut him down. System notification. A pot of old wine wins. Suddenly someone in the crowd urgently shouted, "A pot of old wine. I remember now, that guy is the guild leader of Duskgate Pavilion." Normally he was nowhere to be seen, but he unexpectedly encountered him here. Duskgate Pavilion. That's our East District's #1 guild. No wonder he's so strong. Listening to their words, Zhang Han's body stiffened, still intently watching the battle. Zhang Han's eyes widened in astonishment. That move just now was impossible to dodge. What's going on? I couldn't even see it clearly. Autumn Wind Wutong snorted lightly. "Tisk, no matter how many times I watch, the guild leader's moves are always so cool." Skydance Blossom stood beside him, her arms crossed, frowning. "HMPH, when will he finally wear proper clothes? This damages our guild's image." Wutong's eyes were glazed over. "It seems the final will definitely be a battle between the guild leader and Zhang Han Shui. With the guild leader's strength, even Zhang Han Shui might lose." Zhang Han appeared behind him, patted his shoulder and chuckled. "Hello, long time no see. We met in Undercity last time. You challenged me then, right?" Wutong was startled, quickly retreated, stammering, "Why Zhang Han Shui?" Old Wine heard someone mention him, turned to look and uttered an "oh" followed by another commotion. "Is Zhang Han Shui here to watch a pot of old wine's match too?" Two masters appearing at once. "Who knows who will win?" Old Wine pointed his sword at him. "Zhang Han Shui, I've long admired your name. I didn't expect to meet you here today." His eyes held a challenge. "I hope you don't disappoint me," Zhang Han replied firmly. "Don't worry, if my opponent is you, I will definitely go all out." System notification. Please note you will be teleported to the competition venue in 3 seconds. His whole body radiated a yellow light enveloping his surroundings. He thought to himself, he doesn't wear armor. Does he really believe he can dodge all attacks? It seems this old wine is a formidable opponent for the finals. He flew up from the stage. Wutong saw Zhang Han and said, Zhang Han Shui, we meet again." He shrugged and sighed. "Consider me surrendering. I originally thought I could achieve a good ranking with Blaze Flame Fury, but I didn't expect to encounter you here." Then he looked at Zhang Han with cold eyes. "But against our guild leader, even with your level and attribute advantage, you won't win." Zhang Han asked in surprise. "Haha, what kind of ultimate move is that?" Wutong twitched his face and pouted. "How can I tell you that? You're a cunning fellow." With that he turned and left. What kind of sight would the showdown between the Light faction's strongest adventurer and the Dark faction's boss adventurer be? It's truly exciting. System notification. Autumn Wind Wutong surrenders. Zhang Han Shui wins. Watching Wutong leave, Zhang Han secretly thought that this guy was surprisingly tight-lipped. Never mind, he would check the forums for information after the competition. Next, he competed against the remaining opponents. System notification. Zhang Han Shui wins. One after another, they all fell before Zhang Han's sword. System notifications kept coming. Zhang Han Shui wins. System notification. You have entered the World Martial Arts Top 100 list. The Top 100 finals will be held tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp. The champion, runner-up, and third place will be decided then. Please be prepared. Zhang Han curiously opened the system panel. "A pot of old wine, let me see if there's any information about this guy on the forums." He looked at the system panel. There was very little information about this guy on the forums. This person is usually like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. However, establishing the #1 guild in the East District is certainly not an easy feat. After reading, he murmured to himself, logically, as a guild leader, he should also make appearances to attract new members. Zhang Han looked at the map in his hand and shrugged. "Since there's no information, I might as well collect more useful items." System notification. You have used a B-rank treasure map item and obtained treasure coordinates 3711. 1049. The treasure at this location will disappear within 3 days. Please make sure to seize the opportunity. 15 minutes later, he was on an empty plot of land wielding his sword and digging. Done. As soon as he dug it out, Zhang Han unearthed 3 B-rank advanced pet stones. Description. These are essential for capturing pets and their success rate is higher than ordinary pet stones. He picked up the stones and said with satisfaction, not bad, although I don't know what the so-called high success rate is and I don't know when the pet system will be launched yet. At least it's not useless. He then turned and clicked on the system panel. I now have the Fallen Feather and Thunder, and such treasures as well as War Stomp which has been upgraded to Epic Tier. It's time to eliminate the first Spirit Tier boss. Searching for known Spirit Tier bosses, the system displayed the Spirit Tier boss information. Bat King Land Spirit Tier boss, Berserker Elder S Spirit Tier boss, Apathetic Martin Spirit Tier boss. System notification map. The world map of Eternal Era is too vast. Some adventurous rogue players wander everywhere, recording the specific locations of many monsters and bosses and sharing them for free. Currently, only the top 5 players have killed Dark Gold Tier bosses. Besides me, there are definitely no players capable of challenging Spirit Tier bosses. Zhang Han was a little confused, based on the name descriptions. Perhaps Apathetic Martin is the weakest in terms of strength, and he's also the closest to me. Apathetic Martin, I've decided to make you my first kill. 40 minutes later, he entered another area. Ahead was a thatched hut with a man lying asleep inside. Zhang Han approached, but the sleeping man showed no movement. Martin was leaning against a tree, snoring, muttering in his sleep. Snore, snore, don't make me work anymore. System notification. Apathetic Martin, a man without desires. Martin level 85 HP 15 million attack 5 defense 0. Skills. Apathetic, daydreaming, lazy aura. Description. He was an ordinary worker his entire life, but due to being oppressed by bosses he chose to run to a remote place to lie flat, then accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms and died, turning into a vengeful spirit remaining in the mortal world. Hearing Martin's power and defense, Zhang Han was a little speechless. Attack 5, defense 0, this Spirit Tier boss is too weak. Thinking this, he ate 3 Thunderfruit and charged forward. But no matter what, he's a Spirit Tier boss, so to be safer I'll boost my attributes first before charging. System notification, you have consumed 3 Thunderfruit. All attributes increased by 20 for 10 minutes. Zhang Han controlled the blue scale beast to charge at Martin, kicking Martin's abdomen with its hooves, using the War Stomp skill, reducing his HP and strength by 168,973 points. System notification, Apathetic Martin has activated the passive skill Apathetic, increasing damage taken by 100 and reflecting damage back to the attacker. Suddenly his mount disappeared. Ha! System notification, your blue scale beast has died and cannot be summoned again for 3 hours. Martin was jolted awake by the pain, abruptly stood up, pointed at him and shouted, "Ow, that hurts, what in the world are you doing? I clearly didn't provoke you." Zhang Han was also stunned, thinking what's going on. Has his passive skill always been active? No matter what, he just wanted to finish him off now, so he used the skill Undead Slash, which immediately reduced his strength by 99,875 points. Martin cried out in agony, "Ah, that hurts so much," but conversely his HP and strength were also reduced by a multiple. Zhang Han was stunned, thinking, this skill is too annoying. If I attack him again, will I die from the reflected damage? He furiously swung his fist and charged at him. Damn it, I already said it hurts, I'm going to punch you in the head. System notification. Apathetic Martin has used the skill Daydreaming, increasing the next attack's power by 9,999 points, damage by 2,000 and guaranteeing a critical hit. Zhang Han's eyes widened upon hearing the system prompt and he cursed, "Holy crap, is this skill that powerful?" He immediately used Clear Wind Guard Black Flame Armor, but contrary to Zhang Han's imagination, when the fist landed on his face his strength value only decreased by 1 point. Zhang Han stared wide-eyed as Martin smirked triumphantly in front of him, not understanding what had happened. "What?" Martin laughed triumphantly. "Haha, you've been fooled." Hearing him say that, he quickly realized that this skill was essentially a deception. It looked incredibly terrifying in its description, but its actual power was non-existent. Zhang Han kicked his foot. System notification, you have used the skill Bone Break Strike on Apathetic Martin, reducing the boss's movement speed by 30. He then turned to escape. Seeing Zhang Han flee, Martin angrily shouted and chased after him. "Damn it, I'm going to give you a good beating." Zhang Han ran ahead, speechless. This evil system really designed a disgusting monster. Fighting him would only waste time. I might as well go find the next Spirit Tier boss. After running for a while, Martin was out of breath. Huff huff, I'm so tired, I'll rest for a bit. I'll come back and teach you a lesson tomorrow. System reminder, Apathetic Martin has activated the skill Lazy Aura. Zhang Han turned to look and saw him already slumped on the ground, and he was speechless too. He slapped his face, looking sleepy. Is Lazy Aura just about sleeping? Then he let out a huge yawn after that. For some unknown reason his consciousness became blurred. He didn't know how long had passed. When Zhang Han suddenly opened his eyes, he abruptly sat up, looked around and found Martin still lying there. What's going on? I actually fell asleep in the game. How long did I sleep? Zhang Han gritted his teeth and opened the system panel to check. Over 2 hours. Martin, you're really a pure garbage monster. Is this pure skill a mechanism to make players quit? Suddenly something occurred to him, and he turned to look at him. Ah, wait, a mechanism. Normal attacks can't hit him, so maybe I can use other methods. Zhang Han stood up, hands on his hips, and shouted, "Hey Martin, why are you sleeping here? Your colleague Jack has already bought a big villa in the city." Hearing Jack's name, the lying Martin stirred, let out a haw sound, but then rolled over and replied indifferently, "What's it to me? I've already decided to lie flat anyway. You think this trick is useless, then I'll try something else. Zhang Han thought for a moment, then shouted, Martin, what's wrong with you? Have you finished all your work? Suddenly, Martin's HP dropped and he abruptly sat up looking haggard and asked, are you the system notification? Your words have caused 109,861 points of mental damage to apathetic Martin. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Han secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness. He then folded his arms, nodded solemnly. That's right, I'm your boss's hired to supervise your work. Zhang Han raised his hand and a beam of light directly penetrated Martin. You're not working hard. Where were you in the middle of the night? Look at everyone else. Is there anyone like you? Because of you, everyone has to pull all-nighters for you. Contributions have you made to the Alliance? He couldn't resist and cried out when hit. Martin's eyes blazed with anger and he shouted, What do you know? I've worked hard for over 20 years, yet I only get 10 silver coins every month. Why should I work tirelessly for free? Zhang Han still retorted fearlessly. That's because you focus too much on your personal life and aren't willing to work hard to help the Alliance progress. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky from within Martin. System prompt, congratulations on defeating the level 85 spirit tier boss. Apathetic Martin. Reward, experience 30 million, reputation 10,000. Zhang Han felt a twinge of guilt, saying, I'm truly sorry. If I hadn't had a similar experience to yours, I wouldn't have thought of this method to help you find peace. The system continued to notify, you have leveled up to 67. System notification, congratulations on slaying the spirit tier boss, Apathetic Martin. You are the first player in the game to defeat a spirit tier boss, receiving additional rewards. Reputation 15,000, free attribute points 50, rare item. God of War's blessing. After Martin's death, 3 treasures appeared. He saw them and asked himself, a skill book dropped. Is this one of Martin's skills? System reminder. Stimulated by the blood of a powerful undead, your dark armor has been promoted to spirit tier and its attributes have been greatly enhanced. Zhang Han grinned triumphantly. A golden light surrounded him. He. Of course, before dealing with Uriel I must reach spirit tier, whether it's the items rewarded for killing bosses or the advanced dark armor. I can't miss any opportunity to enhance my combat power. The system displayed the detailed information for the spirit tier dark armor. Defense phone HP 150,000, effect, defense 80, additional effect, HP 50, special skill, might of the 8 directions, level requirement 60, profession, Dark Swordsman, special effects, indestructible, non-droppable, growth. After gaining skill enhancements, Zhang Han stepped forward and picked up the book in his hand. Let's see what this skill book that dropped is like. System notification, daydreaming, B rank, description, although it's a fictional dream, no one can deprive others of the right to dream. Effect, if the opponent's level does not exceed 50, you can create false information to deceive the opponent, but to do this, you need to pay the price that your next attack's damage will be reduced to 1 point. Skill requirements, none. Cooldown 1 day. He was a little disappointed after seeing it. It's actually a B rank skill. Even if it were the other 2 skills, it would be fine. If I were given either apathetic or lazy aura, wouldn't I be invincible? But this thing is free, so Zhang Han didn't care. Never mind, if I were invincible, the game's balance would be gone. Daydreaming. If used correctly, it's also a life-saving skill that can deceive opponents. System reminder, you have learned the skill Daydreaming. The next item is the Illusion Cloak, Spirit Tier, HP 50,000. Defense 200 to 220. Effect, Defense 40, HP 20, Agility 30, Special Skill, Swift Stride. Level requirement 80. Description, a powerful hero who once challenged Martin was killed and his cloak fell into Martin's hands. Finally, the Spring of Heaven Staff, Spirit Tier, Attack Phone, Effect. Attack power 50, HP 20, casting speed 20, healing effect 20, special skill, unyielding in 100 battles, level requirement 80. Description, this is a staff coveted by countless priests. It can greatly enhance all attributes. If a priest in the party holds it, the safety of the entire party will be guaranteed. Zhang Han clicked on the system, stroking his chin and murmuring, the cloak's attributes are indeed very strong, but unfortunately it requires level 80 to use, which will take some time. As for the Spring of Heaven staff, it's a rare spirit tier equipment, so its value won't be underestimated across all servers. Suddenly he remembered Lily and her brother. Ah wait, Fei Qi's sister Lily seems to be a priest too. What would I get if I gave the staff to Lily? He thought. The Fei Qi family seems to also be blessed by the god of time, possessing the time orb and the token of oath necklace. Lily might have other good things on her. Thinking this, Zhang Han grinned. Oh dear, that's not good. How could I do such a thing? He took out the God of War's blessing scroll. Before returning to Skycia Town, let's see the final reward for being the first to kill a spirit tier boss. God of War's blessing, S rank. Description, receive the God of War's blessing and you will gain enlightenment, making your combat style more refined and powerful. Effect, enhances the chosen skill, increasing its power. The increase ranges from 50 to 150 of the base value, depending on the skill's quality and effect. Zhang Han was astonished. The effect of this scroll can directly enhance skill damage unconditionally. He was overjoyed. The future was unpredictable, and he couldn't use this scroll on a dedicated main quest line. Therefore, at this moment there was only one choice, one skill that could be enhanced. Subsequently, Zhang Han directly tore the God of War's blessing scroll. System notification, you are using an S-rank item, God of War's blessing. Please select the skill to enhance. His eyes gleamed as he shouted, War Stomp, he thought to himself. What's there to hesitate about? Just use it and fight a good battle. I want to turn War Stomp into a skill with an extremely short cooldown capable of instantly turning the tide of battle. System notification. Your sulfur monosulfide rank skill War Stomp has been additionally enhanced by 80. System notification. The quality of your skill War Stomp has changed, increasing to SSS rank. SSS rank War Stomp effect. Within 3 seconds of stomping an enemy unit, movement speed increases by 300, attack speed increases by 200, and jump height is greatly increased. This attack deals 200 to 360 damage, is a guaranteed critical hit, and causes a powerful suppression effect. Additional effect. A powerful shockwave erupts from the center of the attack, dealing 120 to 216 damage to all enemies within a 100 by 100 range, reducing enemy unit attack power and increasing the attack power of allied members including self. Lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 30 seconds. Looking at the system panel, Zhang Han couldn't help but shout joyfully, "Holy crap, not only did the damage increase but the skill level actually increased to the SSS rank super rare level." Subsequently he rode the blue scale beast and galloped away. This is truly exhilarating. I can't delay any longer. I must hurry back to Skycia Town." The scene shifts to Skycia Town. Zhang Han galloped back, and as soon as he saw Fei Qi, shouted, Fei Qi, seeing his urgency, asked in confusion, "Brother, you're back, what's the matter this time?" Zhang Han nodded, looking him over. "It seems you've gained quite a few levels too." Fei Qi pointed to the axe in his hand, proudly saying, "Yes, thanks to this axe I can level up in higher level areas. And I even got some equipment," he happily replied. "Good that it's effective. By the way, is your sister here?" Fei Qi proudly said. "She went to learn from the only gold tier priest in Skycia Town. My sister has a high light talent. And in just 2 days she became a bronze tier priest with a bright future ahead." Zhang Han crossed his arms and chuckled, "That's great. Both of you have received the God of Time's favor. Your potential must be extraordinary. Where's your sister? I'll go see her." He pointed towards the plaza. In the North Plaza, town residents can receive free treatment. Fei Qi asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for my sister?" He stroked his chin and smiled mysteriously. "Nothing much. It's just that I have a nice staff and, well, don't let good things fall into outsiders' hands, you know." Seeing Zhang Han's mysterious demeanor, he fell into speechless silence. Fei Qi pondered for a moment, then said worriedly, "Brother, you're not trying to swindle my treasures, are you? Those things bestowed by the God of Light are ancestral heirlooms." Zhang Han turned and shook his head. "Who would take advantage of their own brother?" "Brother, what are you saying? How could we take our own sister's treasure? It's just that we're facing a powerful enemy, and I want to borrow an item. I, Zhang, hereby swear to the gods that I will return an item of equal value in 2 months. My word is my bond." Hearing this, he sighed, on the verge of speaking, but then holding back. "My sister has a scroll left by the God of Time. I hope future generations will make good use of it." He left without hesitation. "Thank you. Next time I definitely won't bother you two siblings again." After walking a short distance, he saw Lily treating an adventurer. "Lily, you must remember that the affinity for light elements has nothing to do with your faction. This doesn't mean your healing effect will be weakened because you're in the dark faction. Look at those bishops. In front of others they act compassionately, but behind their backs they might be doing foolish things. We just need to have a clear conscience." She nodded obediently. "Yes, I know." Zhang Han walked up and called out, "Lily!" Hearing the call, Lily turned around and happily exclaimed, "Big brother." He suppressed his smile, his eyes fixed on her seriously. "That's enough for today. I'll take care of the rest. You go ahead." Lily happily replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Sister Wenjia." She blushed and ran to him. "Big brother, why are you here to see Lily today?" Zhang Han handed the staff to her. "This is the staff I'm exchanging for the treasure you have." After hearing this, she took out a scroll from her embrace and asked, "Is the treasure this scroll?" Zhang Han took the time reversal scroll, S rank. Description: one of the treasures left by the God of Time for future generations, containing a trace of the God of Time's power. Effect: reverses time, returns to the past, and changes the future. Note: if divine power cannot be controlled, time reversal will be unstable, potentially lasting 2 minutes or 10 seconds. Zhang Han thought to himself, this is indeed a treasure. If used properly, it could be a lifesaver at critical moments. She happily agreed. "If Big Brother wants it, Lily can give it to you. This staff is very precious, and if it's given to Lily, Big Brother might feel bad. But Lily has one condition. I hope that no matter the outcome of the city defense battle 2 days from now, Big Brother and my brother can live long and safely." System notification: do you wish to accept the quest? Where there's life, there's hope. He quickly shook his head. "No." Zhang Han thought, this quest might be good, but I can't be unscrupulous for profit. Zhang Han handed the staff to Lily, gently saying, "What are you talking about? Big Brother isn't that petty. I'll win the city defense battle no matter what. I'm giving you this staff, and in the future, I'll send you another treasure of equal value." System notification: quest accepted, equivalent exchange. Difficulty A. Description: this is your own choice. You don't like to take advantage of children. This is commendable. Requirement: present the Spring of Heaven staff to Berserker Fei Qi's sister Lily, and return a treasure of equal value to the time reversal scroll in the future. Time limit 60 days. Quest penalty: annihilation. He thought in confusion, dark songstress. She took the staff, blinked, and told her big brother a secret. Actually, Lily also has a special profession, and it's even stronger than Brother Fei Qi's hidden profession. It's a unique hidden profession. System notification: dark songstress Lily, bronze tier, level 10, HP 1 million, attack 500 to 550, defense 400 to 420, skills: dark stubbornness, soul purification. Dark domain: Description: a girl with a pure and innocent heart whose fate is harsh, yet she has no regrets even as she steps into the abyss of darkness. Zhang Han looked at Lily thinking, this little girl, bronze tier priest level 10, actually has such high attributes. She happily thanked him. Thank you, big brother, for being so generous. Then Lily looked at Zhang Han and prayed, may the god of darkness bless you. A beam of light enveloped him. System notification: you have received Dark Songstress Lily's soul purification. All attributes increased by 10. Lasts for 3 days. Seeing this, he was surprised. You can actually use this staff. Zhang Han pondered, what exactly is this little girl's background? The Spring of Heaven staff requires level 80. How can Lily use it at any time? She held the staff emanating power. Lily has dark stubbornness, so she can ignore all equipment requirements. Lily is also very powerful and will definitely help big brother in the future. Zhang Han thought, ignores all equipment requirements? This is simply too outrageous. Did I save a future demon god? The scene shifts to the secret chamber of the Light Holy See, where 4 people lie on the ground. Uriel is absorbing their power, his eyes closed, feeling the aura being drawn out. Then he slightly opens his eyes and glances down. Uriel is completely naked, muscles exposed, power radiating. Cone kneels quickly saying, congratulations, Lord, on breaking through to Earth tier. He coldly replied, a trivial matter. Once I kill the Dark Swordsman and use his blood to activate my divine power, becoming a god tier will be a trivial matter, he said with a worried expression. But the Dark Swordsman has a notorious reputation throughout history. Seeing Uriel's expression, Cone quickly lowered his head. If you could recover a bit more strength, wouldn't it be an easy task to kill him? He gritted his teeth and snorted, then he revealed a sinister face, his eyes gleaming. These mortals are as weak as ants. The Dark Swordsman you speak of in my eyes is nothing but a slightly larger ant. So if I want to kill him, it'll be effortless. The next day, 10 a.m. sharp, at the arena. System notification: World Martial Arts 5th round officially begins. System notification: please note, in the 5th round each participant has 3 chances to lose. Opponents will be randomly assigned until the champion, runner-up and 3rd place are decided. Note, when there are enough participants, players will not encounter the same opponent for at least 3 matches. Zhang Han was directly teleported to the arena by the system. In the stands, many people were sitting together, discussing animatedly. Only those who can stand out from the many players in the East District are true masters. I only care if Yi Zhonghan Shui can easily win the championship. Probably not, right? There are always more capable people out there. Maybe Yi Zhonghan Shui will meet his match. He looked around, thinking, I didn't expect the finals to have not only contestants but also so many spectators. Looking at another arena, 2 people were teleported to the ring. The person holding a long sword was the World, a level 50 special profession. Summon Gale. He looked at his opponent and said, Guild Leader. The person holding a long spear said, it's fine, don't worry, just attack directly. System information: Slaughterman, level 55, Paladin, HP 514,100, Attack 3580-3890, Defense 3992-4155, Skills: Holy Light Combo, Holy Light Spear, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light Grace, Knight of Glory. Zhang Han looked at the 2 people in front of him, sighing inwardly. This old man is an old acquaintance too. If he calls the other person Guild Leader, then this Slaughterman is the real power behind the Alliance of Heroes. He can also be considered my old enemy. Back then I easily killed 1,000 players in the Newbie village, all thanks to the Alliance of Heroes providing resources for free. Seeing this, he brandished his sword, conjuring a whirlwind. Alright then, I apologize. The strong wind rose. Storm sword. The world shouted. Seeing his opponent's move, he also took a stance, preparing to counterattack. In the stands, the onlookers exclaimed, skill versus skill. He'll continuously take damage in the center of the storm sword, but his HP is too high. Slaughterman lightly parried with his spear, and the world blocked with a storm hand. He gritted his teeth and crouched down, the spear piercing through the whirlwind. Too slow. He defeated his opponent with 1 move. System notification: Slaughterman wins. Zhang Han watched the entire battle, thinking he easily defeated his opponent without using any skills. It seems Slaughterman's strength is not to be underestimated. System notification: you're about to enter the next match. Please prepare your equipment. Subsequently, he was teleported to the competition venue. His opponent had also just arrived. Shadowless, level 52 thief. He looked at Zhang Han contemptuously. Yi Zhonghan Shui, it seems you're a bit unlucky. Then he rushed towards Zhang Han at an extremely fast speed to attack. Shadowless appeared behind Zhang Han. He still remained motionless, showing no reaction. Then he swung his sword. Zhang Han quickly came to his senses and dodged. Shadowless glanced at him in surprise, thinking, such a quick reaction. After saying that, he tried the same trick again. Flashing behind Zhang Han, he revealed an evil smile, and a dark aura appeared in his hand. Now, dealing with this kind of stealth profession, using War Stomp might be overkill. I'll try this instead. Zhang Han shot his power at the opponent, shouting, reveal yourself, Undead's Malice. The dark aura hit him, causing him to cry out in pain. HMPH, ah! Shadowless clutched his stomach, frowning. So this skill can be used like this? Impressive. Zhang Han brandished his sword, just a stroke of luck, then he cut off his head with 1 strike. System notification: Yi Zhonghan Shui wins. After his match ended, the crowd in the stands was in an uproar again. Yi Zhonghan Shui's skill usage is too advanced, isn't it? Nonsense. Do you think he could get so many first kills on the server just by luck? Did he really acquire an sulfur monosulfide rank talent through the talent trial by his own strength in the early stages of the game? Zhang Han was still thinking about someone, wondering if there were other masters besides a pot of old wine. Then another battle began. The battle was very fast, with Mage Roger defeating his opponent with one strike. System notification, Mage Roger wins. Then the system notified again. Shot through the heavens wins. He stood in the stands observing that the skill level of both players in these two matches was not too high. Old Wine scratched his head and said regrettably to Yan, "What a pity it's not Yi Zhonghan Shui." Zhonghan watched intently. A pot of Old Wine. "This time I want to see if you can dodge all the skills." He was still fighting under the arena. His opponent was level 51 Flame Priest, special profession, Great God Dai Fei. The old man thought, "A pot of Old Wine? I heard his skills are incredible, so let's try this move." A fiery fireball appeared in Dai Fei's hand, a flame storm. He raised his hand and the fireball grew larger, but unexpectedly, Dai Fei's eyes widened. Looking at the scene before him, Old Wine retaliated by throwing back another fireball, killing him on the spot. System notification. A pot of Old Wine wins. The crowd in the stands was silent, only daring to whisper. He killed his opponent within the skill's continuous damage range without taking any damage. How did he do it? No wonder he could call out Yi Zhonghan Shui's name. Zhonghan frowned, standing and observing. His speed was too fast. He hadn't clearly seen the characteristics of his skills yet, but based on his current performance he could indeed dodge most skills. Can he dodge my skills? Is the shadow of the god's profession meant to restrict the existence of Dark Swordsman? Suddenly a voice rang in his ear. "Restrict the existence of Dark Swordsman? Kid, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you just said." Zhonghan was shocked, looking around. "Who is it?" The voice continued to snort coldly. "HMPH, this is my mark left on the dark armor just to see if you've brought shame upon the Dark Swordsman." He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, so the previous generation's Dark Swordsman Luo Yi isn't dead yet? That doesn't seem quite accurate. It should be that it's dead, but not entirely. From somewhere, Luo Yi stood before Zhonghan with his arms crossed. "I can tell you very clearly there is no counter to a Dark Swordsman. I originally wanted to see how you would fare when encountering insurmountable difficulties, but now that I hear your blind analysis I couldn't help myself." Hearing him say that, Zhonghan felt a bit speechless. Luo Yi quickened his pace and continued. "My mark won't last long, so let's cut to the chase. The Dark Swordsman's strongest skill is Dark Reincarnation. Remember to read the skill description more often," he replied lazily. And then is that it?" Suddenly, a system notification. "You will be featured in the next match. Please prepare your equipment." Zhonghan was teleported to the arena, facing Slaughterman. He gritted his teeth, wanting to devour him alive. "Yi Zhonghan Shui, I finally meet you." Murderous intent gleamed in Slaughterman's eyes, and then he brought up the past, recalling the special care Zhonghan had given their Alliance of Heroes members. Zhonghan looked at the system panel, muttering to himself, "Dark Reincarnation, S-ranked." Description. The Dark Swordsman walks on the edge of life and death, unafraid of death but yearning for victory. He possesses special abilities, able to squeeze every ounce of power from his body to defeat his opponents. Effect. All attributes increased by 50 for 5 minutes. Side effect. Level reduced by 10 after use, cooldown 7 days. Naturally, the opposite Slaughterman was left speechless by the cold shoulder. He rubbed his chin in confusion, pondering, what kind of comprehension is needed to unleash the true power of Dark Reincarnation? Where is the key? How can I make this skill stronger? Seeing this scene, the curious crowd in the stands started discussing again. Was Slaughterman underestimated? Slaughterman is considered a top-tier expert. Yi Zhonghan Shui is too dismissive of others. Serves him right. Normally their guild bullies civilian players everywhere, relying on their numbers. And now they're finally getting their comeuppance. He heard someone adding fuel to the fire and gritted his teeth in anger. Their guild is strong because it's built on money. How can such contempt be tolerated? Slaughterman roared, then picked up his spear and charged to attack him. "Kid, how dare you underestimate me?" System notification. Slaughterman uses the skill Holy Spear. Next attack damage increased by 300 and enemy attack power reduced by 10 for 5 seconds. Before he could react, Zhonghan grabbed him with his massive purple hand. His face turned cold. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Zhonghan's strength caused Slaughterman's power value to drop sharply. Then he swung his sword at him and Slaughterman's HP bar was cut in half. Zhonghan snorted coldly. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Take this." He gritted his teeth and summoned divine power to form a golden shield. Holy Shield. System notification. Slaughterman uses the skill Holy Shield. Defense increased by 100, damage reduction by 30 for 3 seconds. Slaughterman angrily swung his spear to stab him. Holy combo. Zhonghan frowned but then revealed a cold smile. "Oh, not bad." This strike caused another commotion among the audience in the stands. He blocked it. "I didn't expect the leader of the Alliance of Heroes to be so powerful," actually enduring Yi Zhonghan Shui's combo head-on. He even counterattacked his opponent, but with Zhonghan Shui's HP reaching 4 million, there's probably no chance of winning. Slaughterman was so angry he wanted to tear Zhonghan to pieces. "If you hadn't caused my guild members to lose so many levels in the early stages, our guild's strength would have long surpassed Divine Pavilion." He narrowed his eyes. "In the past it was your guild members who were blind, fighting me for leveling areas. They deserved to die. I was going to let it go, but then you kept bullying the weak with your numbers, organizing players to hunt me down multiple times. You totally brought this upon yourselves today." He snorted coldly and continued to charge at Zhonghan, attacking. "HMPH, big fish eat small fish. If you don't unite, you'll be forced out of leveling zones by other guilds. A lone wolf like you will eventually find yourself in a dead end." As the spear approached his handsome face, Zhonghan merely smiled faintly. Then as he spoke, he kicked his leg, making Slaughterman kneel. "I'm sorry," he said, gripping his sword. "Normally some people like to explore alone, and I'm one of them. It's too boring to be exploited like cattle even in a game. That's too boring. Zhang Han showed no mercy, decisively swinging his sword and cutting off his head. System notification. Zhang Han Shui wins. He then stood in the stands unscathed, letting out a hum from his nose. Slaughterman pointed at him. Zhang Han Shui, if it weren't for some powerful skills of the Holy Knight having cooldowns longer than 5 minutes, I might not have lost. I thought you were so strong. Turns out, well, you're nothing special. Watching him stand there cursing like a madman, Zhang Han was speechless. What kind of person is this? He lost but can still be so arrogant. Is he that confident? He mused to himself. There are 3 chances to lose in total. Perhaps he'll encounter him again next time, and then he'll teach him a lesson. Next to the arena, the system notified, Great God Dai Fei wins. You're about to enter the next match. Please prepare your equipment. Zhang Han was transported by the system to Old Wine's match. He smiled and said, Ha, it's finally your turn. Old Wine arrogantly rested his sword on his shoulder. Long time no see, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. System notification. A pot of Old Wine, Shadow of the Gods, level 59, HP 875,100, attack 5,300 to 5,630, defense 3,100 to 3,330. Skills: Battle Soul Possession, Peace Pact, Death God Possession, Dragon God Possession, Divine Descent. After seeing this, he pondered. Level 59, ranked first in the Light Faction's East District level leaderboard. Although he's 8 levels lower than me, War Stomp is a divine skill for clearing groups of monsters. How can he keep up so closely? He's truly a master. Zhang Han swung his sword and replied, A pleasure, he said. Due to differing stances, there might be many disrespectful actions in tomorrow's siege battle. Zhang Han looked into Old Wine's eyes. The guild leader of Divine Pavilion is too polite. My head is so precious from the perspective of others, they must also want it. Seeing him manipulating something on the system panel, Old Wine said, Brother, give me a friend slot. I tried to add you but was rejected. He smiled and replied, I'm sorry. I've set it to reject all friend requests. Subsequently, only the system sound was heard. You are now friends with a pot of Old Wine. He raised his sword and gently stroked the blade, sending out many flashes of lightning. Thank you, we'll talk more later if there's a chance now. System notification. A pot of Old Wine uses the skill Battle Soul Possession, all attributes increased by 20 for 1 minute. Old Wine said no more and quickly rushed to attack him. Zhang Han did not dodge. Instead, purple energy emanated from his entire body and he smiled. Out of the 8 directions, unexpectedly a giant purple dragon appeared behind Zhang Han. Zhang Han struck Old Wine with 1 blow. He blocked the attack with his sword, which surprised Zhang Han. Dodged it. How about this move? Thinking this, he unleashed a move, forming a large hand directly striking him. Undead's malice. Suddenly, Old Wine appeared behind him unexpectedly, making Zhang Han frown. Missed. His sword chopped down and Zhang Han dodged in time. The strike directly hit the ground. Old Wine frowned and snorted coldly. Oh, quite fast. Zhang Han appeared above his head from the air. War Stomp is extremely fast. Let's see how you dodge it. His foot missed, so he slammed heavily onto the ground. Zhang Han was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. How is that possible? Not only did War Stomp miss its target, but even the area damage was dodged. Seeing him dumbfounded, he took the opportunity to swing his sword forward, reducing his strength by 21,981 points. Seeing this scene, the curious crowd was in an uproar again. Ah, so strong, a pot of Old Wine actually gained the upper hand. Zhang Han Shui's skills all missed. Unbelievable. Is this the true strength of the #1 guild leader? Wadong in the stands gave a thumbs up, blushing as he praised. The guild leader is too cool. The person sitting behind him was nonchalant. But anyway, Zhang Han Shui's HP is 4 million and his attack exceeds 10,000. I think the guild leader of Divine Pavilion will lose. That person turned around and scoffed. Haha, talking about wins and losses based on attributes is too superficial. If you just compare the data, you'll know who wins and who loses. So why bother with a match? That person was so angry he gritted his teeth. Did you say? Watong's gaze was fixed below. Data is only meant to increase the margin of error, but our guild leader never makes mistakes. Below, the two were still fighting, neither giving an inch. Watch closely. Zhang Han swung his sword forward, but still missed Old Wine. He began to grow exhausted, panting. He commented, It's only a matter of time before Zhang Han Shui loses the match. Zhang Han's heart began to worry. Watching Old Wine prepare to attack, what's going on? According to the system notification, he only used 1 skill to boost attributes. He swung his sword at him. Zhang Han quickly blocked with his sword, emitting a purple light. Old Wine disappeared from Zhang Han's sight again. So what's going on with his moves being so fast that he can dodge all my skills? He was panting, almost exhausted. This feeling was just like fighting the Purple Flame Viper King before. Only this time, I'm the one who's about to be eliminated because I can't keep up with his speed. After a moment of thought, Zhang Han gritted his teeth. No, I don't believe any player at this stage possesses such powerful moves. He looked up to see Old Wine closing in. Zhang Han forced himself to calm down, determined to find a way to counter him. System notification. Due to sensing your strong will to fight, the Dark Reincarnation skill has activated a new passive skill, Overcome Adversity, proficiency 1100. Hearing the system notification, he was stunned. What? The system continued to notify. Dark Reincarnation, S rank. Description. The Dark Swordsman walks on the edge of life and death, unafraid of death but yearning for victory. He possesses the ability to extract every ounce of strength from his body, defeating opponents with special power. Passive skill, Overcome Adversity, effect unknown. Zhang Han's eyes widened upon seeing this, thinking, Overcome Adversity, is this what Luo Yi was talking about? but there's no description for this skill on the interface. Old Wine, seeing him still in a daze, was somewhat impatient. He swung his sword and shouted, "What are you still doing, distracted while fighting me?" Seeing his attack about to strike, he immediately emitted a dark purple aura, enveloping himself and unleashing might of the 8 directions. A purple light flashed in Zhang Han's eyes. Zhang Han seemed to see his speed slow down. Old Wine ignored whether his speed had slowed down and still rushed towards him. Flashes of lightning surrounded him. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Han sent Old Wine flying with a single sword strike. This strike left everyone in the stands dumbfounded. He hit him. Did a pot of Old Wine make a mistake? As expected, Zhang Han Shui wouldn't just sit there and take it. Zhang Han sneered. He hit him. Did overcome adversity increase hit rate? Thinking this, he rushed forward before Old Wine could recover. Since that's the case, let's press on while we're ahead. Having just been struck by Zhang Han, a pot of Old Wine looked up, wondering, was I careless? No, he's understood something. Zhang Han used Undead's Malice, and a large hand firmly grabbed a pot of Old Wine. Zhang Han's move missed him again, and a pot of Old Wine reappeared behind him. Missed again? Did I misunderstand? Zhang Han looked at a pot of Old Wine behind him with a questioning gaze, only to see him with wide eyes blocking the incoming attack with his sword and shouting, "Peace Pact." System notification. A pot of Old Wine has used the skill Peace Pact. You cannot deal damage to him unless he attacks you first. This effect lasts for 10 seconds. A pot of Old Wine frowned, then relaxed, smiling. It seems you've also comprehended the unique passive skill, kid. System notification. A pot of Old Wine has used the skill Death God Possession, increasing attack power by 30, converting attack type to ranged, and granting 30 lifesteal. Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise, a unique passive skill, so that's how your attack style came about? A pot of Old Wine smiled and nodded. Exactly. The core skill of a unique profession activates a hidden passive skill, but the activation conditions are very stringent, requiring extremely fast reactions and outstanding talent. Most people, even with a unique profession, cannot activate the hidden passive skill. He brandished his longsword at Zhang Han. Alright, that's enough talk. Seeing him spacing out, a pot of Old Wine swung another sword. Continue the fight. This strike reduced Zhang Han's HP even further. Zhang Han immediately radiated an aura and shouted, "Black Flame Armor." System notification. You have used Black Flame Armor, increasing defense by 30 and tenacity by 10 for 2 minutes. Zhang Han observed a pot of Old Wine's speed, although he still didn't understand the exact mechanism of overcome adversity. Based on the 2 previous actions, he felt he could anticipate the opponent's attacks and react immediately. Thinking this, Zhang Han looked for an opportunity to get close. Only after his Death God Possession effect ended would a close-range attack have a chance to catch him. The crowd below the arena held their breath in disgust. This battle is truly intense. Zhang Han Shui just gained the upper hand and now he's on the defensive again. The pot of Old Wine has also recovered a lot of HP with his skill. Just then, a system notification. A pot of Old Wine's Death God Possession buff has expired. A pot of Old Wine stared at Zhang Han thinking, I've already reduced his HP by more than half, but it's not safe to continue close-range attacks. However, he just learned the skill, so the passive skill's proficiency must not be high, meaning he can't perfectly counter. Should I gamble on his trigger chance? Thinking this, a pot of Old Wine chuckled self-deprecatingly. Heh, when did I become so indecisive? A pot of Old Wine shot a purple force at Zhang Han, and the purple malicious energy surrounded Zhang Han, who just stood there looking up without any movement. A pot of Old Wine suddenly appeared behind Zhang Han and asked Zhang Han Shui, can you still launch an attack with this move? Zhang Han didn't dodge. Instead, he glanced backward with his eyes smiling proudly. Found you. Suddenly, a pot of Old Wine's entire body froze. A pot of Old Wine knew he had been hit and thought to himself, it's over. Zhang Han extended a giant palm and shot it at him. A pot of Old Wine. The giant hand tightly grasped a pot of Old Wine. Finally, he caught him. Zhang Han waved his arm and the giant hand waved with it, causing a pot of Old Wine's HP to drop. Zhang Han used Undead Slash, and the system notified you have used Undead Slash, dealing 97,241 damage to the enemy and reducing their speed by 15 for 2 seconds. Zhang Han then continued to jump into the air, preparing to stomp down. A pot of Old Wine focused his gaze and immediately jumped aside to dodge. It's War Stomp. This move might kill me instantly. But a pot of Old Wine's speed slowed down even further. Not good. He slowed me down for 2 seconds. I can't dodge in time. Zhang Han's stomp accurately landed on a pot of Old Wine's face. A pot of Old Wine was knocked to the ground, his HP greatly reduced. A pot of Old Wine looked at the sword in front of him and sighed, careless. One misstep and the whole game is lost. A pot of Old Wine then disappeared. System notification. Zhang Han Shui wins. Seeing this scene, the crowd below the arena discussed in surprise. So exciting. The guild leader of Duskgate Pavilion was on the verge of winning, but then he was caught. Just one move sealed the deal. Zhang Han Shui will undoubtedly win the championship. He hasn't lost a single match from beginning to end. Zhang Han's body was about to level up and he was also a bit incredulous. I didn't expect this match to have such a surprise. However, he was still somewhat vague about the skill activation mechanism. Meanwhile, the competition was still in full swing. System notification. In just 30 minutes, contestants have been eliminated one after another. A pot of Old Wine should know more. I'll ask him later if I get a chance. Ultimately, only Zhang Han Shui, a pot of Old Wine and Slaughterman remained. This meant that the champion, runner-up and third place of the World Martial Arts would be decided among these three. Slaughterman stared at a pot of Old Wine and said, a pot of Old Wine, Today let all players see who is the truly strongest guild in the East District. He, a pot of old wine, scoffed with a hint of disdain. The strongest guild is just a false name. If you want it, let your alliance of heroes take it. The premise is you have to let me have a good fight first. Watching the two bicker, Zhang Han thought to himself, a showdown between the guild leaders of the two major guilds in the East District. Interesting. A pot of old wine struck Slaughterman with a palm and Slaughterman was hit before he could block. He then followed up with another blow to Slaughterman's stomach. System notification. A pot of old wine wins. Afterward, Slaughterman and Zhang Han met again in a match. Slaughterman was covered in cold sweat, looking at himself who had already lost 2 matches and was about to face Yi Zhang Han Shui again. He thought the chances of winning are slim. As a guild leader, it's best not to lose too disgracefully. Zhang Han didn't speak and leaped forward with a kick. Slaughterman protected himself with his shield, shouting in horror, "What holy light shield?" The two crashed together fiercely, and a loud bang echoed from the arena. Zhang Han's foot was right on Slaughterman's face. Losing completely might actually be a good thing for him. Slaughterman lay on the ground laughing. "You punk, you can talk big after you survive tomorrow. I'm a holy knight, but I know how powerful Uriel will be that you'll face tomorrow." Seeing this, Zhang Han's face darkened and he immediately cut him down with his sword. Zhang Han thought, if I'm not an opponent, don't expect others to win for me. How ridiculous. System notification. Yi Zhang Han Shui wins. System notification. Congratulations on winning 3rd place in this competition. Slaughterman angrily clenched his fist, gnashing his teeth. Yi Zhang Han Shui, this isn't over. I'll make you pay for humiliating me like this. Zhang Han opened the system panel to check. This left only himself and a pot of old wine to contend for champion and runner-up. He needed to prepare first. A pot of old wine emerged from the teleportation gate, clearing his throat. Zhang Han was now wearing the same outfit as him, with his sword resting on his shoulder, smiling. Heh. A pot of old wine raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you imitating me?" Zhang Han pointed his sword at him, a pot of old wine, and said, "First, I want to be fair. After all, not wearing armor greatly reduces defense, which isn't fair to you. Second, I want to confirm something." A pot of old wine's gaze sharpened. "You want to confirm if taking off your armor will increase your speed, kid?" "My answer is yes, but this only happens in extreme cases. Even if movement speed increases slightly, taking off armor means defense becomes 0, which is too great a sacrifice." Zhang Han condensed a purple aura in his hand, thinking, that's why he took off his armor, just for a bit of extra speed to achieve the perfect speed for dodging skills. Zhang Han said, "I understand, let's continue the fight." Zhang Han's purple fist immediately shot out an attack. Zhang Han glanced backward, thinking, I'll take this opportunity to rush in. As expected, I can feel the increase in speed after taking off the armor, but it's still difficult to catch him. A pot of old wine with a skill. A pot of old wine blocked with his sword using skills. Battle, soul possession, death god possession. Zhang Han concentrated his power and charged directly at a pot of old wine's head. Since that's the case, War Stomp. A pot of old wine used the Peace Pact skill again. But Zhang Han's current power was no longer what it used to be. Zhang Han's attack hit a pot of old wine. A pot of old wine thought, his War Stomp actually hit me. Zhang Han immediately used Black Flame Armor to dodge a pot of old wine's attack, thinking, although the lack of armor increases damage taken, the compensatory increase in speed and the acceleration from War Stomp are enough to hit him. Once War Stomp cools down, that'll be the end of the match. Then Zhang Han decisively swung a few swords forward, but they all missed. 18 seconds left, 16-14. Zhang Han saw this and swung another sword at a pot of old wine, but it still didn't connect. 13 seconds left, 12. A pot of old wine struggled to parry Zhang Han's attacks, thinking, I didn't expect his speed to increase so significantly, even interfering with my ranged attacks. Zhang Han continued to slash while counting 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Zhang Han's legs sprang up with the speed of wind. Zhang Han spread his legs wide, stomping down fiercely with his front leg. 1. A pot of old wine's eyes widened, too late to react. Well, his War Stomp cooldown is actually that short. Zhang Han's foot brutally stomped on his a pot of old wine's face, sending a pot of old wine sprawling backward. Then Zhang Han continued to use Undead Slash and Frenzied Cleave skills, chopping downwards. A pot of old wine smiled. I didn't expect you to improve this much after 2 matches, truly admirable. Zhang Han swung his sword. System notification. Zhang Han Shui wins. Zhang Han let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, just one more match with a pot of old wine and it'll be over. However, things didn't go as planned. System notification. Player a pot of old wine forfeits. Zhang Han Shui wins. Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise. Ha. System notification. Congratulations to player Zhang Han Shui for winning the World Martial Arts Championship, becoming the East District Champion. System notification. The World Martial Arts has officially concluded. Thank you to all adventurers for your participation and support. The crowd in the stands discussed animatedly. What? A pot of old wine forfeited? Was there some shady deal? I saw them talking earlier. It feels very strange. We don't accept this. We recommend severely punishing Zhang Han Shui's actions, preferably by deleting his War Stomp skill. Zhang Han opened the system panel and asked discontentedly, Hey, why did you forfeit, big brother? A pot of old wine's laughter echoed. Haha, just consider it a favor I did for you. Don't be ungrateful if I need your help with something in the future. Zhang Han thought, what favor? I clearly think you gave in because you couldn't win. Zhang Han thought, forget it. I also have things I want to ask him later, so let's leave it at that. The crowd in the stands continued to protest. Zhang Han Shui, you don't deserve the championship. I firmly demand that the officials delete War Stomp, ignoring the public opinion. System notification. Congratulations on winning the World Martial Arts East District Championship. Please choose a reward equipment type, one item only. Zhang Han looked at the system panel and pondered. The champion could freely choose an equipment slot. His ring hadn't been updated in too long. Since that's the case, he spoke. System notification. Congratulations to Dark Adventurer Yi Zhonghan Shui for becoming the World Martial Arts Champion. East District receiving the following rewards: Level 5 Reputation 50,000, S-Rank Skill, Star Shatter Sword, Spirit Tier Equipment Grip of Unity, Spirit Tier Equipment Reserve Ring. System notification. Congratulations to Adventurer A Pot of Old Wine for becoming the World Martial Arts East District Runner-Up, receiving the following rewards: Level 3 Reputation 30, S-Rank Item, All-Out Attack, Spirit Tier Equipment West Wind Greatsword. System notification. Congratulations to Adventurer Slaughterman for becoming the World Martial Arts 3rd place, receiving the following rewards: Level 2 Reputation 25,000, a rank item, Pure White Mirror, Spirit Tier Equipment Radiant Lance. Those ignorant individuals in the stands continued to clamor. He belongs to the Dark faction, how can he participate in the competition? Yi Zhonghan Shui doesn't deserve the championship. Why is the system ignoring our demands? Zhang Han angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, these guys are getting more and more out of hand, just like a bunch of unreasonable children. System notification. Your level has increased to 72. Zhang Han angrily raised his middle finger and cursed. You bastards, if you're not satisfied, come to Skysia Town tomorrow to die. If you don't come, you're all grandsons. Finally, I wish your whole family happiness and prosperity. System notification. Player Yi Zhonghan Shui's language was excessively crude and has been converted by the system into a beautiful blessing. Hearing his curses, the stands erupted again. What, so arrogant? I'll definitely crush him tomorrow. Team up to encircle Yi Zhonghan Shui. I'm in. Yi Zhonghan Shui, you're finished, someone soberly said. Are you really going? Isn't that obvious? Anyone who goes will die. It's just talk, no real loss. Zhang Han teleported elsewhere directly. Finally, it's over. Let's see the champion's reward from this World Martial Arts. The system panel opened, displaying Ring of Original Intent Spirit Tier. Attack 600 to 630, HP 80,000, Effect, Attack Power 50, Attack Speed 20, Special Skill, Heart of Courage, Level Requirement 70. Description: there are many unavoidable things in life. If you go far, don't forget your original intention. As a material tier spiritual artifact, the ring is an essential item for all warriors on the Eternal Continent. The higher its level, the more items it can store, adding 100 inventory slots. It provides an additional 10 attack power and 10 defense, with a level requirement of 60. Note: the ring is not considered equipment, it only needs to be worn to activate its effects. Dragon's Courage, passive, A rank. Looking at this item, he thought excitedly, these two rings are quite good. Compared to the Azure Blade ring, the Ring of Original Intention's attack attributes are 3 or 4 times higher, and it comes with a powerful passive skill. The system continued to prompt, for every enemy nearby, defense increases by 2, stackable up to 50 times. Zhang Han opened the skill book, finally ready to examine it. System notification: Star Shatter Sword, S rank. Description: true powerhouses can easily shatter stars. This is the powerful manifestation of Star Shatter Strike. Effect: concentrates all power for one strike. Deals an additional 500 damage, cooldown 10 minutes. Profession requirement: melee. Note: area of effect skills are ineffective. He was ecstatic, this skill was too overbearing. With Star Shatter Sword, the lack of burst skills could be compensated. System notification: congratulations, you have learned the skill Star Shatter Sword. Zhang Han clicked to select the rings. Alright, everything is ready. Now let's equip the rings and check my attributes. System notification: Dark Overture, Yi Zhonghan Shui, Dark Gold Tier Boss. HP 8,784,000, Attack 16,830 to 18,089, Defense 8,330 to 8,978, Reputation 233,800. Luck 3. Description: when the judgment of light descends, the evil Dark Swordsman will surely be the first to face it. A thought immediately flashed in his mind. Over 8 million HP, attack cap reaching 18,000. I have done everything I can for tomorrow's city defense battle. Whatever the outcome, I have no regrets. Zhang Han fell into deep thought and finally sold all the unequipped gear to Long Tengwanli in exchange for gold. It's getting late. For tomorrow's siege battle, I should rest early. The next morning at 9:30 a.m., system notification: main quest, defend the city. Difficulty SS has been activated. System prompt: you will appear as the final boss guarding the Tier 3 city of Skysia Town. If you fail to appear, your level will be reduced by 20, and all attributes will be permanently reduced by 2,000 points. As he walked in, he heard someone say, they've also sent reinforcements to guard that side. System notification: your main storyline, War of Light and Darkness, difficulty SS has been activated. The soldiers urged them to hurry, and the defensive facilities on the east gate also needed to be strengthened. Fei Ji stood inside the city and seeing him called out, brother, over here. He walked up and said, I received news that this time the Light faction has no reinforcements. Only guards from the Light Holy See are coming. Moreover, due to rules restrictions, they cannot send high-level Holy See guards. Zhang Han nodded. Good. He stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. Even so, the number of opponents is considerable. Zhang Han turned and instructed, Fei Qi, during this city defense battle you must ensure your own safety. Fei Ji asked in confusion. He reminded him, Try not to rush to the front line. Stay below the city wall, not too far from me. Survival is the most important thing. We'll talk once I can join the battle. Fei Ji looked troubled. He lowered his head and explained, sorry, I can't agree to this. To be honest, I've already dismissed everyone who didn't want to participate in the city defense battle. The remaining ones are all warriors willing to live and die with Skycia Town. I can't hide behind and let my soldiers die in vain. Zhang Han advised, Fei Chi, there are many enemy troops. Your kindness may not be a good thing. If you can't bear it, I will take command. We will hold the city and I will do my best to protect everyone's safety. Fei Ji looked at him, then nodded. All right, brother, I trust you. System notification. Berserker Fei Chi has transferred command of the city defense battle to you. Zhang Han looked around and, not seeing Lily, asked, by the way, where's your sister? Fei Chi replied, she has already left Skycia Town, taken by the fallen angel. His face darkened, thinking the fallen angel took Lily. Lily's future is truly unpredictable now. Perhaps, just as he predicted, Lily will become a demon god. Did he already foresee our outcome? Zhang Han pondered. Lily was almost sacrificed by the Light Holy Sea when she was young, and her brother Fei Chi fell under the siege of the Light Holy Sea. Lily, blinded by hatred, became a demon god in her anger. He looked at Fei Chi and sighed, what a perfect script. System notification, War of Light and Darkness officially begins. System notification, please note. The first wave of attack will be launched by the Holy Sea's low-level army commanded by level 50 gold tier boss fanatic Belk. Please prepare. Belk charged forward and commanded, it's time to sacrifice for faith. Kill them. He stood on the city wall shouting, hold the city gate, fight around the defensive structures. Archers provide long-range support. Do not easily go down the city to engage the enemy. System notification, please note the Skycia Town garrison commanded by level 40 silver tier boss Captain Tim will conduct the first wave of defense. Please prepare. Tim roared, soldiers, the Light Holy Sea commits beastly acts in the name of faith. Form a defensive formation. Both sides charged at each other, locked in a fierce battle. Zhang Han looked at the battle and said, the soldiers of Skycia Town were originally from the Light faction. How will they view this war labeled as betrayal? Fei Ji replied, if it were against the imperial power they would certainly hesitate, but not against the Light Holy Sea. He sighed. For hundreds of years the Dark faction had been dormant, leaving only some beasts infected by demonic energy. This ease led to the Light Holy Sea's increasing corruption. They lost the hearts of the people. Take Tim as an example. His daughter was summoned by the bishop for her delicate appearance, and never returned. He looked at the enemy blocking with shields, thinking, this damn tactic has put me in a bind again. Belk provoked the enemy in front of him, saying, you're Tim, right? I remember when your daughter was summoned by the bishop. Her screams echoed throughout the Holy See. I still remember it clearly. Tim, enraged and losing control, charged forward to attack. You beast. Zhang Han sensed something and murmured, darn it, Tim's attack from behind was blocked. System prompt, please note level 50 gold tier boss. Hatred priest Una, leading the Shadow Mage army, is about to launch an attack. Second wave of defense troops, please prepare. Una anxiously rushed towards Tim. Belk licked his lips and grinned strangely. Hee, a priest is too lucky. He stood on the city wall stunned, thinking, Wenjia, isn't that Lily's teacher? Hey, don't get close. Fei Chi replied, she knew we were short on troops but still decided to stay. Belk manipulated two recently killed enemies, casting Resurrection of the Dead. Holy light blessing. Belk laughed triumphantly, wielding his spear and slashing. Ha, even if these small fries are buffed, they're still small fries. Then he shot his spear at Una. Die, priest. System notification, Una has been killed by Belk. Fei Ji gritted his teeth, gripping his axe. Alas, Tim lost his mind due to the opponent's provocation. Una was also Tim's friend. It's my turn next. I must kill Belk with my own hands. Zhang Han stopped him. Don't kill Belk. Fei Chi asked in confusion. Why? He said through gritted teeth. Leave him to me. I must kill him myself. Fei Ji asked doubtfully, do you also want to avenge Una? Seeing Zhang Han say nothing, he agreed. All right, brother, I'll leave it to you. System prompt, please note level 70 dark gold tier boss berserker Fei Chi leading his army will conduct the third wave of defense. Please prepare. Fei Ji turned and ordered his soldiers, all of you fall back, don't rush to your deaths. His soldiers acknowledged the order. He walked to the front of the enemy lines. Whoever dares to cross this gate shall be killed without mercy, one of Belk's subordinates said. That's Fei Chi, the mayor of Skycia Town. He gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. If he could kill him, the reward would be substantial. Two foolish individuals charged forward to attack. Charge, don't let Belk steal this boss. Fei Ji frowned, anger evident on his face, and with a snort he swung his axe at them. Belk was also dumbfounded by this sight, scared out of his wits. Damn it, he pointed at Fei Chi and shouted, everyone attack. Belk thought to himself, I didn't expect the mayor of a third-tier city to be so powerful. He must first let his soldiers deplete his HP, then look for an opportunity. 20 minutes later, Belk's subordinates were all killed by Fei Chi, lying scattered. Belk retreated in fear. No, impossible. He stood on the city wall, arms crossed, smiling. Brother Fei Chi is truly heroic, eliminating hundreds of players and enemy troops in just 20 minutes. Zhang Han's eyes also held a hint of worry, just wondering how long the system would restrict Fei Chi's garrison, otherwise it would be a massacre. Then he loudly said, Fei Chi, retreat into the city. It's my turn. He looked up and shook his head. No, I've received notification. I cannot retreat. Zhang Han thought to himself, will there really be a massacre? Will Fei Chi sacrifice himself in this battle? He then jumped down from the city wall. No, as long as I'm here I will never let him die here. System prompt, Because you entered the battle early, you will suffer a penalty for 1 hour, reducing all attributes by 20. At the same time, if you wish to lead an army, you can only do so after your death or after the penalty ends. Zhang Han landed directly on the ground. Fei Ji anxiously called out, "Brother, you'll be penalized for coming down to defend the city early," he said with firm eyes. "Who cares? Let's take care of these small fries first." As soon as he finished speaking, system prompt, please note level 72 Dark Gold tier boss Dark Overture Yi Zhanghan Shui, angered by the attack of the Light Holy Sea, will single-handedly go out to meet the enemy. Watong scoffed, watching. Single-handedly go out to meet the enemy? Is he crazy? Old Wine stood beside him and said perhaps. He also realized that defeat was inevitable. He turned and asked, "Guild leader, if Yi Zhanghan Shui enters early, he will certainly be penalized. Why don't we go kill him now?" He frowned. "Don't rush, keep watching. We cannot act rashly." Here Fei Ji and Zhang Han high-fived. "Good brother, let's go together." Belk's eyes widened in fear, gritting his teeth. Two level 70 bosses attacking together. How could I, the incompetent Belk, before he could finish his thought. System prompt, first wave boss fanatic Belk has died. A rumbling sound of footsteps echoed. System prompt, please note, the second wave of attack will be launched by the Holy Sea's intermediate army commanded by level 60 Dark Gold tier boss Shield of Steadfastness Luffy. Please prepare. Luffy ordered his subordinates behind him to charge. Kill, he smirked. Haha, a bunch of insects. Fei Chi, you guard the city gate. I'll go kill their boss. Fei Chi agreed. Alright brother, be careful. Zhang Han summoned his blue scale beast ready for battle. It galloped at full speed. The blue scale beast charged directly into the center of the battle. Luffy was shocked. What? Its powerful hooves struck in front of Luffy. The blue scale beast's stomp sent Luffy's subordinates flying. Zhang Han brandished his sword and smirked. Holy Light, Holy Sea, you're just an experience package. Luffy, stomped on the chest by his blue scale beast, roared. Holy Light will punish you in the end. He raised his sword to strike down, smiling. It's been hundreds of thousands of years. Why hasn't your so-called Holy Light punished the 10 demon gods who plague the world? Could it be that they are too kind and Holy Light cannot bear to act? Zhang Han's sword mercilessly stabbed towards his face. You, system prompt. Congratulations on slaying level 60 Dark Gold tier boss Shield of Steadfastness Luffy. Reward, experience 6 million, reputation 200. The Holy Sea soldiers were all terrified by this sight. This kid is even stronger than during the World Martial Arts. A level 60 boss is like cutting grass in his hands. Treat, let the NPCs consume him first. We'll go in later, Fei Chi exclaimed. Brother Yi Zhanghan Shui is indeed powerful. Does he intend to defend Skycia Town Hall by himself? System prompt. Please note, level 75 Dark Gold tier boss Covenant of Light Asaf leading the Holy Light Guard army will launch the third wave of attack. Please prepare. Zhang Han thought excitedly. They're coming fast, aren't they? Does no one mourn Luffy's death? Asaf charged forward on horseback shouting, "Behead the traitors." System notification. Covenant of Light Asaf Dark Gold tier, level 75, HP 10 million, attack 10,000 to 10,800, defense 13,900 to 14,350. Skills. Rock combo, Shatterstone Spear, Holy Light Baptism, immovable as a mountain. Description. An outstanding disciple trained by the Light Holy Sea, possessing dual earth and light element talents highly praised by the Pope, he fearlessly provoked. Then come and try it. Zhang Han directly controlled the blue scale beast to fly into the air, its hooves kicking Asaf's mount's face. System prompt. You have been attacked by Yi Zhanghan Shui's War Stomp skill, losing 832,782 HP. Due to mount attributes, you were not suppressed. Dark Swordsman Yi Zhanghan Shui's attack speed increased by 200, movement speed by 300 within 3 seconds, and in the next 1 minute your attack power is reduced by 25 and your opponent's attack power is increased by 20. He snorted coldly, thrusting his spear straight at Zhang Han. HMPH? Zhang Han was hit in the chest, his strength slightly decreased, his eyes were cold and he sneered. Is that all the power you have? I think even if you abandon all defense it would take 300 or 400 consecutive attacks to hurt me. Brother Asaf, please don't make things difficult for me. Asaf's eyes burned with rage, full of hatred, and he gritted his teeth. You, Uriel, appeared from nowhere already fully dressed, and he uttered an "oh," his eyes flickering as he smiled. It seems the Dark Swordsman has some strength. No wonder you are so jealous. Cone looked up from below and asked, My lord, are you still confident of victory? Uriel glanced down at him. He has no chance of winning. Once I kill the Dark Swordsman and those demon gods, I will settle scores with each of you. He glanced at the battle before him. This highly anticipated decisive battle, in my opinion, this is just a minor interlude. The truly interesting battle is to eliminate the Dark Swordsman and then slaughter those demon beasts. Those Holy Sea troops charged forward recklessly, shouting, Go, Holy Light Guards, protect Lord Asaf. Zhang Han sneered inwardly. Haha, this is exactly what I want. I'm almost level 73 anyway. He directly controlled the blue scale beast to charge forward and the ground cracked accordingly. 40 minutes later his whole body radiated the familiar golden light. System notification, you have leveled up to 73. Asaf tightly gripped the reins, cursing inwardly. Damn it, a large area ultimate skill every 30 seconds, it's unbelievable. After just a few rounds of attacks, all his soldiers were killed but his HP remained normal. He gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in sweat. If he fled now, Lord Uriel would not spare him. Asuf was unyielding, determined to fight to the death, and so he charged forward. Damn it, Zhang Han showed a hint of appreciative smile. That's good willpower, worthy of my full strength attack. Zhang Han tightly gripped his greatsword and swung it. The power of Star Shatter converged in this single sword strike. Bone Break Strike. Zhang Han horizontally slashed across his body. System prompt. You use the skill Star Shatter Sword to enhance Bone Break Strike, dealing 225,971 damage and simultaneously triggering the Bone Break effect, permanently severing Covenant of Light Asuf's right arm and reducing his attack power by 80. It also caused the Armor Shatter effect, reducing defense by 40, lasting until the end of the battle. He cried out in agony. No! Asuf's right arm was severed by Zhang Han and he screamed, Ah! Zhang Han turned, thinking to himself, damn it, this game can actually break armor and sever limbs, and it wasn't even a fatal blow? Star Shatter Sword enhancing Bone Break Strike can deal with opponents of similar strength. Once Bone Break is activated, this is simply a divine skill. Asuf clutched his injured right arm. He frowned and glanced at him, thinking, losing my right arm, both attack and defense are greatly reduced. Facing me, he's like a lamb to the slaughter. Zhang Han controlled his mount from behind him to charge forward using the Frenzied Cleave skill, and another horizontal slash across Asuf's abdomen. He died. System prompt. Congratulations on slaying level 75 Dark Gold tier boss Covenant of Light. Asuf. Reward, experience 15 million, reputation 400. System prompt. The equipment from this boss kill will be sent to your backpack later. Zhang Han could only remain silent upon seeing this. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. Could it really be like this? It's too outrageous. Isn't this just a direct limb-severing technique? System prompt. Please note the fourth wave of attack will be launched in 5 minutes by the Holy Sea's Advanced Guard Legion, commanded by level 80 Spirit tier boss Spirit Listener Nydia. Please prepare. He raised an eyebrow. Oh, the fourth wave isn't Uriel, God of Light? A bit complicated. Uriel saw his subordinate killed, his gaze displeased, and he gritted his teeth. A bunch of trash, you've disgraced me. He reached out, picked up his cloak and threw it away. Never mind, never mind. Uriel revealed his golden armor and 2 pairs of wings. I shall personally bring down divine judgment. System prompt. Due to Dark Swordsman Yi Zhonghan Shui disrupting the sacred divine descent ritual, the Light Holy Sea is enraged and has activated a hidden boss storyline. Uriel, God of Light, Earth tier. He directly flew towards Zhang Han at his fastest speed. What? Zhang Han's eyes widened, his gaze filled with horror. Is he charging straight at me? He had no time to dodge and was seized by the neck by Uriel's hand so fast. He squeezed Zhang Han's neck, pushing him back, and shouted, Feel honored, your divine punishment will be carried out by me, Uriel. System prompt. Uriel, God of Light, uses the skill Soul Imprisonment Pierce, reducing all your attributes by 20 and increasing pain sensation by 100. He was choked and couldn't breathe. Zhang Han frowned, thinking to himself, all attributes reduced by 20? Understandable. But what does 100 increased pain sensation mean? Isn't the game's pain sensation limit only 10? Then Uriel punched Zhang Han's body heavily. He was sent flying, crying out, Ah! Zhang Han was beaten black and blue, his face covered in blood, and he cried out inwardly, Why is the pain so intense? I almost passed out. Uriel didn't stop, continuously attacking Zhang Han. The Holy Sea subordinates excitedly shouted. Just ordinary punches can make an opponent unable to retaliate. He truly is a god. Yi Zhang Han Shui has been knocked unconscious. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. He grabbed Zhang Han's collar, lifting him up. Those idiots actually feared you would defeat me. Among peers, gods are invincible. Furthermore, you're only Dark Gold tier. I really don't know what they're afraid of. Zhang Han's strength was rapidly declining. Uriel snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and said with disgust, boring. Fei Qi roared in anger. Release my brother. He jumped down from the air with his axe, attacking. Uriel glanced dismissively, his eyes flashing, and he snorted, HMPH. He struck Fei Qi's left chest with one blow. Fei Qi's strength rapidly declined. He collapsed painfully to the ground. System prompt. Uriel, God of Light, uses the skill Light's Punishment, dealing 5,401,540 damage to Berserker Fei Qi and inflicting 500,000 light elemental damage per second for 5 seconds. Zhang Han lay on the ground, struggling to call out. Fei Qi, he was dying, coughing violently, cough, cough, cough. Fei Qi spoke painstakingly, word by word. I'm sorry, it's me. Uriel contemptuously kicked him away. Annoying. System notification, Berserker Fei Qi has died. Zhang Han was stunned, his gaze grave. What? He said through tears, gritting his teeth. How dare you? He turned to look at Zhang Han. Next, it's time to eliminate the Dark Swordsman, and then this boring siege battle will be over. Suddenly, Uriel's gaze shifted in another direction, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh, Uriel looked at Zhang Han in astonishment, only to see him struggling to stand up, holding something in his hand. Still clinging to life? It turned out Zhang Han had used the time reversal scroll, and he directly tore it. Fei Qi, thank you for buying me time with your life. I won't let you die like this. System prompt, you have used the S-rank item time reversal scroll. He also felt his own changes. What? Time reversal? Zhang Han returned to the past, all scenes rewinding. Feel honored. Your divine punishment will be carried out by me, Uriel. He looked at the system prompt in surprise. You have used the S-rank item time reversal scroll, successfully reversing time around you to 63 seconds ago. Zhang Han looked up at the sky, seeing Uriel charging over, extremely dangerous. And he immediately dismissed his mount to dodge his attack. Uriel missed, surprised. He actually dodged as if he foresaw it. Zhang Han looked at his good brother, good after time reversal. Fei Qi was still alive. Then he appeared behind Uriel. Covenant of the Wind battle directed at Uriel. Oh God, do you dare accept it? Uriel waved his hand and accepted. SS rank Covenant battle. Introduction: a special covenant that requires both parties to sign. Once signed, it is a battle to the death. The loser loses everything, the winner gains much. The covenant parties must engage in a fair duel at the agreed time and place. Unaffected by external interference, the winner will take everything from the loser, including profession, equipment, items, and property. Uses 1-1. Uriel held it in confusion. Covenant battle? I didn't expect you to have such a thing. System notification: Uriel, God of Light, Earth Tier Boss, level 100, HP 50 million, attack 80,000 to 82,000, defense 45,000 to 46,500, skills: Angelic Sword, Judgmental Flame, Light's Punishment, Purge Sin, Soul Imprisonment, Pierce, Domain of Absolute Justice. Description: a six-winged angel summoned by the Light Holy See. An existence that transcends all, even if it cannot temporarily exert its full power. No one at the same level can defeat it. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally having the chance to check his attributes. Unexpectedly, his attributes completely overwhelmed his own. He couldn't even break his defense, but Zhang Han pointed at Uriel, provoking, "Let's fight to the death. Do you dare?" He looked at Zhang Han with contempt. "Do you, a mortal, deserve to fight me to the death?" Zhang Han snorted coldly, questioning. A timid god facing a mortal's challenge actually doesn't dare to respond? Uriel raised an eyebrow, amused. How interesting, he thought. This brat actually dares to speak to me like this, especially with those dark forces watching. A god's dignity and reputation cannot be desecrated. If I don't dare to respond, this brat will use that to force me into a contract. Uriel stared at Zhang Han. Accept, even if victory is certain, agreeing is no big deal. But if this brat succeeds, it will be to his advantage. Zhang Han held the undead perception scroll, tearing it. Hesitating to fight? That's fine. System prompt: you are using an A- rank item, Undead Perception Scroll. Cheryl unexpectedly appeared. Disciple, are you alright? Zhang Han turned around, excitedly smiling. Master, I didn't expect you to be able to cross borders and come to my aid so quickly. He clasped his hands, smiling. Fortunately, you asked Lord Jia to send a bracelet. Cheryl brandished her greatsword, looked up at Uriel. Alright, you step back, let me deal with this little angel. System prompt: Dark Swordsman Yi. Zhang Han Shui is in distress. Master, semi-immortal tier boss Undead Swordsman Cheryl has come to assist. Uriel looked at him, silent, and didn't make a move, only to see Cone appear before him. System prompt: due to the appearance of a celestial tier boss on the battlefield, Light Holy See's hidden celestial tier boss Grand Archdeacon Cone has decided to help Uriel. Cone coldly looked at Cheryl. This is a battle of destiny. How can we interfere? Cheryl stood in front of Zhang Han, brandishing her greatsword and smiling. Old man, I'm going to interfere. What are you going to do about it? Someone wants my disciple's life. How can I? Cheryl, stand by. Zhang Han reminded. Master, please use the Summon Demon God scroll. He turned in confusion and asked, are you sure? Zhang Han thought just as I expected. Once the temple discovers Uriel is in danger, someone will come to help. Feeling a bit evil, in other words. Even if I defeat Uriel now, someone will teleport him away to rescue him. He replied with a smile. Yes. The more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it is for me. Cheryl looked confused. Demon gods cannot interfere at will, that is natural. But summoning a demon god is another matter. Then he nodded somewhat awkwardly. Very well. Then Cheryl tore the Summon Demon God scroll. System prompt: Undead Swordsman Cheryl uses Summon Demon God scroll. There is a chance to summon a god-tier powerhouse to the battlefield within 1 minute. Cone snorted coldly. What do you mean by doing this? The appearance of a demon god brings us no benefit. The Holy See soldiers murmured among themselves, one after another. God-tier powerhouses have joined the battle too. If we stay here any longer, we might also be affected. Zhang Han shouted. Leo, I know you're observing from the shadows. If I die, you won't be able to get revenge on Daniel. Do you really want to give up this opportunity? He thought. Among the 10 demon gods, the others were not that close to him. Leo had explicitly stated that the other demon gods were only there to watch the process, and if Leo wanted to kill him, he would definitely respond to the demon god's summons. He thought, although Leo harbored hostility towards him, when faced with powerful enemies from the Light faction for their own benefit, they might temporarily intervene to save him. System prompt: please note Leo, Evil Forbidden Curse, one of the 10 demon gods of the Dark faction, has arrived at Skycia town. Unrelated personnel must evacuate immediately. Otherwise they do so at their own risk. Suddenly a black light appeared, leaving the Holy See soldiers gasping for breath. What's going on? This oppressive feeling is terrifying. I'm suffocating. Cone, drenched in sweat, dared not act rashly. Leo emerged from the dark space. You dare to summon me? You really have some nerve. Zhang Han began to manipulate his psychology. Leo, I know you want to kill me, but you'd definitely be more interested in these 2 bosses as long as you help me. I promise you. In 2 years I'll duel you one-on-one, and if I lose, my soul is yours to do with as you please. He looked at Cone and Uriel, smiling sinisterly. Indeed, a god's soul is far more delicious than a weak dark swordsman's and comparable to a Holy See bishop's. Heh. As for you, mediocre dark swordsman, in 2 years you will truly be more worth my bite. Today I'll help you once. Leo greedily licked his lips. Devouring a god, that's something I could only dream of. Today I must. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the sky. A voice came from within the light. Leo! A beam of light shot towards the ground, raising dust. The people of the Holy See knelt respectfully, greeting the Pope. Elbert appeared, holding an orb of light. You were once a monk in my holy temple, yet you allied yourself with the Dark faction. I never expected you to become like this. System prompt. Due to the appearance of a celestial tier boss on the battlefield, Pope Elbert, the Light Holy See's hidden celestial tier boss, has decided to come and assist Uriel. Leo glanced at Cone, snorting coldly. Old man, what right do you have to accuse me? What good things has your holy temple done all these years? Zhang Han looked at the succession of powerful bosses appearing. The battle between two god-tier powerhouses would be enough to destroy the remaining living beings in the holy temple. His eyes gleamed and he frowned, realizing it would also destroy Skycia town. He smiled. Then how about we think of a compromise, he thought to himself. That's right, to prevent Uriel from being rescued by the Light faction's powerhouses if he's defeated. Zhang Han pointed at Uriel. You cowardly god, do you dare to sign a life and death pact? Fight me, what do you say, he thought. Once the pact is signed, no outsiders can interfere. It's a fight to the death. Zhang Han's words made all four bosses widen their eyes, Uriel angrily thought. This brat actually brought so many helpers just to force me to sign a decisive battle pact. He turned to Lord Elbert and asked, Lord Elbert, it would be as easy as turning your hand to defeat the Dark Swordsman. Why not grant him his dying wish? Uriel said angrily, You lowly insect, since you're so eager for death, then I shall grant your wish. System prompt. The decisive battle pact has taken effect. The two parties to the pact have decided to engage in an unsupervised battle to the death outside Skycia town. Cheryl stood behind, saying worriedly, Disciple, if you haven't grasped the true essence of the Dark Swordsman, you won't be able to defeat him. Zhang Han turned and gave him a reassuring smile. Then I'll grasp it. He was puzzled. Are you sure you can grasp it? He swung his sword forward. I cannot die here. Zhang Han looked up and said, Since the decisive battle pact has been signed, there's no turning back. He secretly thought he had originally summoned Cheryl and even attracted Leo, the demon god, just to try and change the situation. He didn't expect this path to be unfeasible. No matter how strong his helpers were, the system would force equally powerful experts to appear. The only way to survive was to defeat Uriel, recalling the scene of Fei Qi dying before his very eyes. Just as Fei Qi died and he fell into despair, a girl's voice reminded him of his emotions. At that moment he probably understood the true meaning of the Dark Domain. A Holy Sea soldier asked what he was doing. Slaughterman smiled triumphantly. Is this the end? Anyway, challenging a god before dying is enough to brag about for a lifetime. Uriel impatiently pierced him with Divine Light. Annoying. System prompt, Divine Light. Uriel uses the skill Soul Imprisonment Pierce, reducing all your attributes by 20 and increasing pain sensation by 100. Zhang Han swallowed the Thunder Turtle meat from his bag. System prompt, You have consumed Thunder Turtle meat. All attributes increased by 16 for 10 minutes. He then took out the Fallen Feather. After use, black wings grew on Zhang Han's back. System prompt. You have used Fallen Feather, gaining flight ability, and all attributes increased by 20 for 30 minutes. Cone, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, What? Elbert remained silent. Uriel smiled. It seems you've obtained quite a few items. Both sides simultaneously rushed into intense battle. He struck Zhang Han with one punch, significantly reducing his strength. He was sent staggering backward, secretly sighing. It truly hurts, as expected. The most terrifying thing is the 100 increased pain sensation, Uriel said excitedly. Come on, let me see just how capable the Dark Swordsman is, daring to fight me to the death. He then slashed at his abdomen with another sword. System prompt. You have been hit by Uriel, God of Light, skill, angelic sword. Losing 3,548,400 HP and taking an additional 50,000 light elemental damage per second. Zhang Han endured the pain and swung his sword upwards. It hurts so much it makes me lose consciousness. But what was more unbearable was that he lost the ability to resist due to the pain, yet his sword was easily parried by Uriel, and his strength only decreased slightly. He snorted coldly. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Uriel's eyes gleamed. Do you think you can possess a god's power just by having wings? Forget flying. I'll make it so you can't even stand. Light flashed in his eyes, and he shot two beams of light at Zhang Han, who fell to his knees. He painfully widened his eyes, spitting blood. Each bout of pain was more intense than the last. He's still fine. This is not something an ordinary person can endure. His HP bar was barely a sliver and there was a large hole in his chest. Zhang Han gritted his teeth and persevered. No, I cannot fall. If I lose, Fei Qi, Skycia town, and even Master will. Uriel, seeing him still resisting, struck him again. I'll make you kneel. Fei Qi watched anxiously. Brother, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, every time I want to rush down to rescue Yi Zhang Han Shui, I can't move. The onlookers discussed, is he dead? Dead, deader than dead. The old man sighed. Even for a game, this method is too cruel. Zhang Han, beaten to a pulp, lay on the ground. His armor had disappeared and there was still a huge hole in his chest. He confidently walked forward slowly. I must admit your sudden fervor truly shocked me. Elbert suddenly appeared in front of Uriel, blocking him. His gaze darkened. Elbert, what do you mean? Elbert's eyes gleamed as he replied, The battle isn't over yet. Uriel looked back in confusion, seeing him flipping him off. Not over yet? Zhang Han knelt on the ground looking up at the sky. System prompt. Congratulations on grasping the true essence of the Dark Swordsman Dark Reincarnation. S rank has been promoted to Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation Sulfur Monosulfide rank. The wound on Zhang Han's chest slowly healed and disappeared. System prompt. Your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attributes increased by 50. His body was now half black and half white. Zhang Han looked at his hands and muttered to himself, I succeeded. System announcement. Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation Sulfur Monosulfide rank. Description. The Dark Swordsman walks on the edge of life and death, unafraid of death. Yearning only for victory. He possesses special abilities, able to squeeze every ounce of power from his body to defeat his opponents. Effect: after use, all attributes increased by 50 for 30 minutes. Additional effect: upon death, Dark Reincarnation will automatically activate. All attributes will increase by 50, all negative statuses will be cleared and the duration will reset. Can stack up to 10 times. Negative effect: after the duration ends, level reduced by 10. Each subsequent death reduces level by an additional 5. Cooldown 7 days. The onlookers were astonished. Didn't they say that if you join the Dark faction you'll be banned even if you die once? How come he revived on the spot and all his statuses were restored? Uriel asked himself. Revived? The Dark Swordsman actually possesses such an ability? Changhan stood up holding his long sword and smiling. There are many things you don't know. He then charged forward to attack. Go to hell. Uriel again pierced Changhan's body with a palm. He was still confident that his palm strike would injure him. Didn't I tell you to kneel and stay still? 1 minute later, Zhang Han gripped his long sword which was plunged into the ground with both hands. System prompt: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 100. Uriel charged from the ground into the air. He looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming. So what if an ant becomes 1,000 times stronger? No matter how many times you revive, killing you will be as easy as turning my hand. He then lowered his head and 2 beams of light shot from his eyes towards him. Zhang Han fell to his knees. System prompt: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 150. He tried to fly towards his opponent with his wings, shouting, Uriel. He swung his sword at him. Uriel still thought he could easily parry it, so he reached out his hand to block. No matter how many times you try, the result will be. However, to his surprise, Zhang Han's sword actually injured his hand. Uriel looked at his bleeding hand, unable to believe Zhang Han could injure him. What? He smiled and swung another sword. A god bleeding? Are you a fake god? His eyes were bloodshot with rage. I'll see how many times you can revive. Uriel conjured a divine light weapon. Received divine punishment. Light shot towards Zhang Han. He was hit and spat blood. System prompt: you have been hit by Uriel, God of Light's attack, losing 545,401 HP. He was sent flying, crashing into the city wall behind him, sending rubble scattering. Seeing this scene, the people discussed. He'll die this time, right? What method is he using? No matter how many times he dies, he comes back stronger. It's terrifying. Please stop reviving. Let me play the game properly. The old man, drenched in cold sweat, thought, this kid, has he perhaps grasped a forbidden curse? Otherwise it wouldn't be this exaggerated. Yesterday when fighting him he had only just grasped a hidden passive skill. And today he can grasp a forbidden curse. What a terrifying kid. Should I be happy or afraid? Then Uriel's inflicted wound healed. Zhang Han sat on the ground, still smiling provocatively. Is that all? I thought a god would be more powerful. Is this god created through the sacrifice of weak girls really that weak? System prompt: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 200. He gritted his teeth, glaring at his smile. He thought, damn it, does he get stronger every time he revives? Can he revive infinitely? No, I don't believe it. He must have a limit to his revives. Uriel frantically fired divine light at Zhang Han. Die. System prompt: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 250. System prompt: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 300. Propped himself up with both hands, using the leverage to leap, Zhang Han soared into the air. The ground beneath his feet shattered, and he charged forward at an incredible speed, even astonishing Uriel. So fast! Uriel swung his divine holy light weapon at Zhang Han but missed. Zhang Han appeared above Uriel's head, stomping on his face, knocking him directly to the ground. Zhang Han pointed his sword at Uriel's face, saying sharply, didn't you tell me to kneel and not stand up? How come I'm the one stepping on you instead? Uriel roared in anger at the humiliation. Get lost! Uriel then leapt up, creating a barrier that repelled Zhang Han, but he was fearless, swinging his sword to cut it down. After this move I will kill you. System notification: Dark Swordsman Yi Zhonghan Shui uses the skill Daydreaming. The next attack's damage is increased by 800. Damage is boosted by 1000 and it's a guaranteed critical hit. Only now did Uriel feel worried, gritting his teeth. Uriel furiously blocked Zhonghan's attack with his hand. Want to kill me? Dream on. System notification: God of Light. Uriel uses the skill Domain of Absolute Justice, increasing all his attributes by 100 and reducing all enemy attributes by 100 for 3 minutes. Uriel only now realized, what? I was actually deceived? Is the damage of this skill purely nonsense, just like its name? Zhang Han was secretly excited. I successfully tricked him into using his ultimate move. Seeing the opponent still dazed, Zhang Han said, why did you reveal your trump card so quickly? Did my move put so much pressure on you? Uriel recovered and slashed at him. He used all his strength, unleashing his final strike, cutting downwards. Die! The divine light fiercely struck where Zhang Han was. Die for me! Uriel gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes bloodshot. How many times do you want me to kill you? Stop getting back up. Cheryl watched him being beaten to a pulp in a daze. Disciple, he thought, is he constantly provoking his opponent just to maintain the dark reincarnation state? After all, if he isn't killed again within half an hour, it will enter cooldown. At that point, you'll have no chance to turn the tables. However, after the attack ended, he was seen standing proudly. System notification: your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 350. Zhang Han immediately charged forward with his sword. What are you still standing there for, Punisher? Why don't you quickly cast a divine punishment? Uriel's veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes flashing, roaring, die! Zhang Han looked up, staring at the opponent. System notification. Your skill, Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation, has been automatically activated. All attribute increases have been boosted to 400. System notification. The duration of the skill, Domain of Absolute Justice, has ended. Uriel was exhausted from fighting, laboriously wiping sweat from the corner of his mouth. Why are you still alive? Zhang Han sneered. Why do you still need to ask? Because I want to know what treasures you, an Earth-tier boss and a god, will give me after signing a decisive battle pact. He flew into the air, gritting his teeth and saying, dream on. Suddenly, Uriel's gaze swept to the side, his eyes widening. Zhang Han appeared beside him again, kicking him back to the ground. Zhang Han swiftly followed Uriel down. 8 deaths, successfully boosting all attributes by 400 plus the Fallen Feather, Thunder, and 33 additional attributes. My attack power has already exceeded 100,000. This means I'm on par with Uriel, or even slightly superior. Uriel landed, his feet firmly on the ground. As soon as he landed, he glanced behind him, where Zhang Han was again with his sword raised, preparing to strike. You claim to be high and mighty, once trampling the dignity of an unarmed child without mercy, even enjoying the sight of everyone kneeling before you. Zhang Han slashed Uriel in the back. Did you ever think then that there would be a day when you too would fall from grace? He stretched out his hand and a purple light enveloped it. Zhang Han used Undead Slash, striking Uriel in the back again. Nydia anxiously rushed forward from behind. Lord Uriel, I'm here to help you. System notification. Please note the 4th wave of attack has been launched by the Advanced Guard Legion, commanded by level 80 Spirit Tier Boss Spirit Listener Nydia. Although she was ready to cast a healing skill, her skill had no effect. What's going on? Zhang Han explained with a smile. Decisive Battle Pact. This is a fair fight and outsiders cannot interfere. He looked at Uriel, gritting his teeth, thinking, I still have 2 more revives left. Uriel, god of light and angel from Western mythology, such a prominent figure, must have many treasures, right? System notification. God of light, Uriel uses the skill Soul Imprisonment Pierce, reducing all your attributes by 20 and increasing pain sensation by 100. Uriel still couldn't believe he was fighting someone of equal strength, so he continued to charge forward. He slashed down and Zhang Han's HP bar plummeted. System notification. You have been hit by God of Light Uriel's skill Angelic Sword, losing 2,403 HP and taking an additional 50,000 light elemental damage per second. Zhang Han gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. It hurt so much, but when the distance closed, it wasn't unbearable pain. Zhang Han charged forward, striking Uriel several more times. His HP bar was reduced to just a sliver. Uriel gnashed his teeth. This damned fellow. He furiously swung his weapon to attack. Die! Uriel's attack directly struck Zhang Han's body, sending him falling to the ground. Uriel thought he had killed him, that he had already killed him 8 times. Let's see if you can still come back to life. But his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Zhang Han appeared before Uriel, swinging his sword to attack. He stomped on his face, yelling, kneel, kneel for me. Zhang Han's blow was too swift for Uriel to block, and he was sent flying to the ground. He, who was once so proud, was now so disheveled. Coughing incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Han didn't miss the opportunity, thrusting his sword straight down. Star Shatter. His sword directly pierced Uriel's back. Bone Break Strike. Uriel screamed in pain. Ah! Zhang Han looked at him like an ant, mocking him with a smile. Hee hee. A god? Zhang Han's sword remained stuck in Uriel's back. At this moment, do you recall the heart-wrenching screams of hundreds of maidens sacrificed to you in the temple? Uriel was in extreme pain, his eyes bloodshot, screaming loudly. Zhang Han directly tore off Uriel's wings, and he could only scream in agony, drenched in cold sweat. He held the wings in his hand, smiling eerily. If you had 2 pairs of wings, you wouldn't be in so much pain right now. Uriel glanced behind him in horror. Damn it, am I really about to be killed? The Holy See subordinates watched their master being tormented so wretchedly, all of them silent. Uriel saw Elbert standing in front, trembling, reaching out for help. Elbert, save me quickly. Elbert was drenched in cold sweat, stammering. Lord Uriel. Cheryl stood by, fanning the flames. Do you think a god-tier powerhouse can break the rules of a decisive battle pact? Pope, how does it feel to personally deliver the demise of the god your holy temple painstakingly summoned? Hearing this, the old man gnashed his teeth in anger. Cheryl. Zhang Han looked at the dying Uriel and said, accept your fate. The outcome is decided. No one can save you. He gritted his teeth, glancing behind him, and said loudly, consider yourself lucky for comprehending the true essence of the Dark Swordsman at a crucial moment. Zhang Han pulled out his sword, preparing to strike Uriel again. You are completely wrong until death. You won't understand that your failure has nothing to do with your opponent's luck, but only stems from your personal arrogance. If you had abandoned your arrogance in battle, then I would be the one lying on the ground now. Uriel stared blankly at the tip of the sword, about to pierce his head. What? He disappeared. System notification. Congratulations on slaying Earth-tier boss level 100 God of Light Uriel level 3 reputation 200,000. System notification. Congratulations on slaying Earth-tier boss God of Light Uriel. As the first player in the game to defeat an Earth-tier boss, you will receive additional rewards. Reputation 50,000, free attribute points 80, and the rare skill Hand of Plunder. Zhang Han's entire body glowed with golden light. System notification. Congratulations on achieving ultimate victory. According to the Decisive Battle Pact rules, you will acquire the opponent's profession. System notification. Do you wish to change your profession to the unique hidden profession Divine Angel? System notification. Congratulations on achieving ultimate victory, according to the decisive Battle Pact rules. You have acquired the following equipment from your opponent: Sky Cloak, Holy Helmet, Holy Gauntlets, Holy Armor, Holy Boots, Holy Sword. Cheryl was excited upon seeing this. Having killed a god, my disciple's name will now be known throughout the world. System notification. You have leveled up to 77. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The siege battle isn't over yet. I'll deal with the system messages later. Zhang Han looked at the ant-like soldiers and charged forward at this moment. Fei Ji was guarding the city gate, fighting and shouting, "Get lost!" The Holy Sea soldiers seized the opportunity to rush forward. He's almost finished, brothers, charge. Zhang Han kicked a soldier in the head from a distance. He shouted, "Brother!" Zhang Han grinned, instructing Fei Chi, who was guarding the gate. "I'm going to kill the siege boss." Wherever he went, the Holy Sea subordinates fell one after another. System notification. Spirit listener Nydia. He sneered, "Found you." Zhang Han directly stomped on her face. Nydia, her face half covered by his foot, roared furiously, "You blasphemous scoundrel, you will be punished by God." Zhang Han snorted coldly, severing her head with a single sword slash, mocking her. "Ridiculous, your god is already dead, who can still punish me?" System notification. Congratulations on slaying level 80 Spirit tier boss Spirit listener Nydia, gaining 30 million experience points and 5,000 reputation. System notification. Please note the usage time for your item Fallen Feather has ended, and your wings have also disappeared. System notification. Your skill Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation duration has ended. During this period you died 8 times and your level has decreased by 50 levels. Zhang Han gasped for breath. 50 levels, this punishment is indeed severe. He looked at the soldiers ahead who had just experienced a battle, and Zhang Han was still physically exhausted. The guy with the wolf tooth club laughed triumphantly. "Hee, finally I got this chance," the long-haired man next to him said. "He actually dropped to level 27, a full 10 levels lower than me," Elbert shouted. "Adventurers, quickly go kill this Dark Swordsman," he thought. This damn Dark Swordsman actually dared to ruin the Holy Temple's plan according to regulations. He couldn't intervene, but the players participating in the siege could eliminate him. Seeing them still hesitating, he shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Charge, the opportunity to claim his head is here. Kill Yi Zhang Han Shui, he's only level 27. This is the best time." Zhang Han only now realized, damn it, I didn't have time to eliminate all the enemies within the Dark Reincarnation duration. Zhang Han glanced at the system notification. Your S-rank item Blessed Qilin has been unsealed and can be used. He picked it up in surprise. Blessed Qilin. System notification. S-rank Blessed Qilin. Description. Qilin are auspicious beasts and their blessings bring endless benefits to living beings. Effect. Permanently increases base HP by 50,000, permanently increases base attack by 500, permanently increases base defense by 400, permanently increases movement speed by 10. Luck 1. Zhang Han bit it open without hesitation. Disabled status removed. This is truly a godsend in a drought. A green light flew out from the Blessed Qilin scroll. The light shot directly into Zhang Han's glabella. System notification. Congratulations on acquiring Blessed Qilin. Your various attributes have been comprehensively enhanced. Permanently increases base HP by 50,000, permanently increases base attack by 500, permanently increases base defense by 400, permanently increases movement speed by 10. Luck 1. He infused power into his hand and a green aura circulated. It must be said that the base attribute enhancement provided by Blessed Qilin is too high. This is a completely abnormal level of enhancement. Zhang Han muttered to himself. By the way, I also need to check the effect of the newly learned skill, Hand of Plunder. System notification. S-rank Hand of Plunder. Effect. Unconditionally collects and learns enemy skills. Restriction. Each person can only plunder once. If Hand of Plunder is used again, the previously acquired skill through Hand of Plunder will be forgotten. Additional restriction. When the target skill quality is higher than S rank, the plundered skill's power will be weakened. The degree of weakening depends on the effect and level. Cooldown 10 minutes. System notification. You have learned the skill Hand of Plunder. Zhang Han grinned with satisfaction. This skill is truly broken. So can I as a swordsman also use stealth skills like a thief? With that thought, he infused power into his hand and shouted, "A pot of old wine, my old friend, where are you?" Old Wine appeared from somewhere swinging his sword. "I'm here, brother Yi Zhang Han Shui. If you don't give your head to others, why not give it to me?" But the green light emanating from Zhang Han exposed him. Old Wine exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Zhang Han stretched out his hand, smiling. "Your hidden profession is very powerful. Then I'll borrow War God's possession for a bit." System notification. You have used Hand of Plunder on a pot of old wine and successfully learned War God's possession. The Holy Sea soldiers charged angrily. "Yi Zhang Han Shui, I'll take your head." Zhang Han grinned. "You want my head? It's not that easy." Zhang Han quickly eliminated a group of enemies at top speed. System notification. You have comprehended the hidden passive skill of War God's Possession. Hum is a passive skill of War God's Possession. Effect. When speed reaches a certain value, each movement will result in a jump forward a certain distance and dodge attacks. Note. When the enemy's level is too high, the chance of dodging will be greatly reduced. Zhang Han killed them instantly with just one move. System notification. Introduction to the skill Hum. Among the gods, Hum often races the sun to prevent night from falling. A pot of old wine felt a chill down his spine. Good heavens, this skill took me a long time to comprehend. I didn't expect him to master it in an instant. He continued to charge at Zhang Han. Brother, a pot of old wine, your ultimate move is indeed excellent. System notification. You have used the skill War God's Possession. All attributes increased by 20 for 1 minute. Zhang Han reached out and touched the blade of his sword. System notification. Dark Overture. Yi Zhang Han Shui, Dark Gold Tier Boss, level 27, HP 372,720, Attack 7,329, Defense 1123. Reputation 491123, Luck B. Description. Adventurer, where are you going? Special status. Experience needed for leveling up reduced by 10, lasting 1 hour. After hearing this, he thought, even if the effects of most equipment are gone, with Soul Purification and War God's Possession, the total attribute bonus has increased by 30, even if the level dropped to 27, all attributes are still as strong as before, and even more terrifying is that the experience needed for leveling up is only 10 of the original. Zhang Han swung another sword. These guys are simply experience packages for me. System notification. Congratulations on slaying player Abyss Dragon. You have received a reward, level up by 1 level. The Holy Sea Army saw this scene both fearful and angry. My heavens, how does he level up so fast? Surround him, don't let him run wild. They charged forward fearlessly. Even if their attacks couldn't break his defense, the damage was not low. Zhang Han began to observe and analyze. These people are all around level 50, and the power of Hum is indeed easily blocked. However, he leaped into the air and stomped towards them. You want to surround me? You're still far from it. System notification. You have used the skill War Stomp, dealing 214,700 damage to Adventurer Dora, incapacitating her for 1 second and reducing the attack power of all enemy units within a 100 by 100 range by 20 for 1 minute, while dealing 38,740 to 79,540 damage. Zhang Han thought, now a level 27 player killing a level 50 player is equivalent to defeating a high-level boss, and with the added benefit of transcendent buffs, leveling efficiency is greatly improved. System notification. Congratulations on slaying player Adventurer Dora, you have received a reward, level up by 1 level. Suddenly a figure speared him, shouting, Yi Zhang Han Shui. He stabbed Zhang Han in the abdomen, sending him flying. Humanity's eyes flickered with madness, and he cackled, this time you can't escape even with wings. However, the spear did not harm Zhang Han. Can't escape even with wings? If I don't act a little, how will they have hope? Experience packages that deliver themselves are much more convenient than me killing them one by one. He gritted his teeth and threatened. I didn't expect to fall into your hands this time. You will definitely pay the price. Zhang Han thought the experience bonus from the Blessed Qilin has already been reduced to 1/10 of the original, and it only lasts for 1 hour, so during this time I hope these players maintain their motivation and continue forward. The Holy Sea Army was excited. Steady, steady. Don't let him hack and slash indiscriminately, stealing the kills. He snorted coldly, pulled out his spear and continued to stab at Zhang Han. However, another person was hit. System notification. Congratulations on slaying player Peach Blossom Poolwater. Your level has been increased to 29. Zhang Han smiled slightly, thinking with each level up, my base attributes also increase. This makes me harder and harder to kill. As for my current level, I'm sorry, I don't have time to check. System notification. Level has been increased to 30. Level has been increased to 31. He continued to slaughter those people. What's going on? The Holy Sea Army was shocked and disbelieving. Damn it, why has he leveled up just by killing so few players? Suddenly a sword blocked him. Zhang Han had no time to dodge and was sent flying by a pot of old wine. He grinned. You stole my skill and still want to run away? Aren't you going to leave your life? A pot of old wine raised his sword and gently caressed the blade. Brother, 1 for 1, don't blame me for being heartless. System notification. A pot of old wine used the skill War God's Possession. All attributes increased by 20 for 1 minute. Zhang Han was sent flying, stuck his sword into the ground and said with a smile, no problem, I understand War God's Possession. System notification. Yi Zhang Han Shui used the skill War God's Possession. All attributes increased by 20 for 1 minute. He heard Zhang Han's words and his mouth twitched in anger. You stinker, a pot of old wine roared, swinging his sword straight at Zhang Han. Die, he thought. Currently his attributes are still higher than mine. Fighting him is just a waste of time. Seeing the approaching sword, he dodged and ran away. He roared, don't even think about running. A pot of old wine sword moved with Zhang Han's speed. Zhang Han glanced back. Although he was attacked by a pot of old wine, as long as I kill other players, I will level up and my HP will be full again. Seeing Zhang Han charge forward, he ordered, all elites, block him. The people in front took the order and stepped out. Wutong stopped him. Other guild members, retreat, otherwise too many people will only give Yi Zhang Han Shui infinite HP. Those people were confused. A pot of old wine raised his sword to the sky, unleashing the ultimate move Divine Descent. System notification. A pot of old wine used the skill Divine Descent, increasing his own attack power by 60, and all allies within range will receive one of the effects of War God's Possession, Death God's Possession, or Dragon God's Possession, lasting 5 minutes. Zhang Han smiled, a green aura condensing in his hand. Haha, is brother again gifting me skills? Zhang Han used Hand of Plunder, shooting it at a pot of old wine. Give it to me, he was shocked. He had actually learned his skill again. System notification. You have successfully learned the skill Divine Descent through Hand of Plunder. Zhang Han looked at the astonishing power in his hand, feeling satisfied. Hee, what a powerful skill, it's tailor-made for me. It seems I have another trump card for the future. System notification, Divine Descent, S rank. Description: the blessings of the gods bring many benefits to you and your teammates. Effect: attack power increased by 60. Additional effect: all teammates within a 50 by 50 range will receive one of the effects of War God's Possession, Death God's Possession, or Dragon God's Possession. Lasts 5 minutes, cooldown 3 days. Zhang Han raised his sword, mimicking a pot of old wine's movements. System notification: you use the skill Divine Descent, increasing your own attack power by 60 and gaining Death God's Possession. The soldiers holding swords charge forward angrily. All elites charge. Zhang Han swung his sword and smiled. Death God's Possession seems to increase attack range. Let's try this then. Zhang Han grinned. All elites taste this move of mine. Then Zhang Han swung his sword and unleashed Star Shatter Slash. Those people were sent flying by Zhang Han's single sword strike. System notification: your level has been increased to 51. Your level has been increased to 52. Your level has been increased to 53. Your level has been increased to 54. A pot of old wine saw this scene. His eyes widened, almost falling out, and he cursed with an open mouth. My heavens. My elite troops, he thought to himself. He actually stole my skill, and then enhanced it. What kind of monster have I created? He looked at that newborn hand, its power astonishing. Your level has been increased to 59. He was overjoyed. My heavens, Star Shatter Sword was originally only able to enhance single target skills. And Undead Slash is also a single target skill. I didn't expect that when combined with the range bonus from Death God's power, Star Shatter Sword's single target skill could actually produce a large area effect. A trace of evil flashed in Zhang Han's eyes. This is too awesome. Divine Descent, I've decided to keep this skill forever. The Holy Sea Army was shocked. What should we do now? Many members of Duskgate Pavilion have also died. Presumably Yi Zhang Han Shui's HP is not much. It's a good opportunity for us to pick up the spoils. Zhang Han continued to slash at a Holy Sea soldier, sending him flying. Then one after another they died under Zhang Han's sword. Ha, he actually has ranged attack methods too. He turned and winked at a pot of old wine. Brother's skills are too great. Let's keep in touch in the future. The other party cursed silently. Damn it, don't bother me unless it's important, he replied with a dry laugh. No problem, we're brothers. If I encounter difficulties in the future, I hope you can help. Zhang Han turned directly, slashed at a pot of old wine with his sword and said, excellent. He was shocked, dodged aside. My heavens, do you even kill your own brothers? Zhang Han grinned. Brothers are brothers, but business is business. Don't blame me for being ruthless. A pot of old wine immediately turned and ran away at top speed. No problem, this is understandable. Then we'll meet again. He was shocked. He was already level 60. There was no chance to kill him anymore. It's best not to gamble with his life. He didn't give him a chance to escape, stepping directly to a pot of old wine's side. You want to run? Zhang Han kicked him. Although he no longer had War God's Possession, he now had various acceleration effects. Having mastered his skills, catching a pot of old wine now was like picking something out of his pocket. He stomped on a pot of old wine's head and said, good brother, your little brother still has a favor to ask. Currently among players, brother, you are the highest level. Before you leave, can you give your little brother some experience points? He turned his head and smiled. Just a few levels of experience, brother, take as much as you want, but don't forget me when you become rich. You still owe me a favor. Zhang Han directly swung his sword at a pot of old wine's head. Of course. System notification. Congratulations on slaying player a pot of old wine. Your level has been increased to 63. He looked around. It seemed no one could threaten him anymore. Zhang Han turned to the Holy Sea Army. Next, since the experience bonus time hasn't ended, he must level up with all his might. About 10 minutes later, he had already slaughtered countless Holy Sea troops. Their eyes widened in terror, disbelieving. How is he continuously leveling up without stopping at all? Don't fight, you guys are just giving him experience, you can't kill him at all. Zhang Han watched the Holy Sea Army scatter and flee. The rest are just small fry, I'm too lazy to chase them. He immediately turned around and then eliminated the remaining temple guards. This way, this siege battle will be over. Zhang Han kicked, and those who had just run away died. He turned to his good brother and reminded him. Feiji, you rest, I'll take care of the rest. Feiji agreed. Alright brother, be careful. Zhang Han smoothly killed those Holy Sea troops. He swung his sword again, slaying the remaining people, and golden light enveloped his entire body. System notification. Congratulations on completing the main quest exclusive storyline. You have received rewards, level 3, reputation 100,000, super rare item, peerless stone. System notification. Congratulations on completing the main quest Defend the City. Difficulty SS. You have received rewards, level 3, reputation 300,000, rare item, pet upgrade stone. Zhang Han opened the system panel to check. He was already level 75. This way, the penalty from Dark Reincarnation has been perfectly made up, and he also gained many top-tier equipment and items. Truly thankful to the gods for sending down divine punishment. The old man stood in the air silently watching all this. Elbert gritted his teeth in anger. This beast you can temporarily hide from me, but you can't hide from 15 heads. Luo Yi turned to him and mocked. You're so old, don't talk nonsense. It's just a small 6-winged angel, the Lord won't care. The old man was so angry he couldn't speak. You, Elbert clenched his fists angrily thinking, this damned Luo Yi, but currently I cannot fight him. Lei's wickedness, coupled with his many bizarre methods and extremely vile personality, made him impossible to kill quickly. Moreover, with his vengeful nature, my holy temple is probably in for a major disaster. The old man grunted impatiently. Suddenly the two bosses shimmered with a light, astonishing him. What's going on? Are they not continuing? Zhang Han looked up at the sky, thinking that with both the main quest and the exclusive storyline quest rewards settled by the system, there should be no more unexpected changes. Uriel's body suddenly flew into the air. Uriel, why would he form a new regenerative body? Then the light was dazzling, and the figure disappeared. The old man was greatly alarmed. What? Elbert thought with sweat on his forehead. Damn it, Lord Uriel's divine body is too fragile to suppress those 9 orbs any longer. The old man turned and ordered Cone. Cone, it's not wise to stay here for long. Withdraw. The old man assented clearly. Subsequently, the two quickly left. Luo Yi looked at their actions and mocked. It seems the Pope is scared. Zhang Han observed the 9 orbs in the air with confusion. Was the orb after Mentor Daniel's death one of them? System notification. The judgment of the gods has been destroyed by the Dark Swordsman. The Light faction has paid a heavy price for this and cannot stop it. The prelude to disaster has quietly begun, and adventurers have started to awaken from chaos. The age of chaos is not far off. Suddenly, the 9 orbs emitted light illuminating the earth. System notification. Eternal Era Part 2 Open Beta Betrayal of Justice officially launched. Players everywhere also received the notification. System reminder, Eternal Era Part 2 Open Beta Betrayal of Justice officially launched. A stream of light streaked across the sky. Zhang Han stared blankly at the streaking light, murmuring, Betrayal of Justice. He mused, judging from the name of this open beta version, its content was truly unpredictable. Perhaps only when facing the main storyline would the answer be revealed. Cheryl appeared from somewhere and quickly said, Disciple, you truly have achieved something great. Uriel is a higher dimensional being. If you can kill him, you will surely obtain many extremely precious good things. Zhang Han grinned after hearing this. I haven't seen the good things yet, but I'll take my master's auspicious words and thank him for coming to my aid. He shook his head. No problem, as a master it's natural to help protect my disciple, however I need to return to Seaheart City as soon as possible. Before I leave, do you have any other questions? He voiced his doubts. Master, those 9 orbs. Cheryl narrowed her eyes and said, those are items condensed after a necromancer's death. Now that Uriel is dead, the 9 orbs will absorb elemental energy floating in the air in an unknown location. Until they have enough energy, then they can bring adventurers back to the human world. Zhang Han pondered for a moment and said, what about Daniel? He stepped forward and patted Zhang Han's shoulder. Cheryl interrupted, Daniel is a part of the adventurer's power. Even if he awakens, he won't forget you, but until the time is right. There's no need to worry. The important thing is to improve your own strength. Zhang Han nodded in understanding. Cheryl's body emitted a purple aura. He turned to leave but looked back and said, speaking of which, you defeated Uriel by relying on the strange power contained in the necklace you wear around your neck. Zhang Han opened the system panel to check. This necklace indeed contained a trace of strange power. The system panel displayed the necklace's information. Covenant Necklace, Earth Tier. HP 200,000, Attack 20, HP 30. Special Skill, Covenant. Seeing this, Zhang Han thought, so the Faith and Covenant Necklace actually became the Covenant Necklace. The attributes haven't changed, but the special skill is one-time use. The attached power of Faith has disappeared. I don't know when it was used. Did this necklace take effect when Fei Qi died? Cheryl replied gravely. Only if you fought Uriel with a resolve to die coupled with the help of that strange power could you truly comprehend the meaning of dark reincarnation at your death's door. At that time my master was drenched in cold sweat, watching him disappear into the teleportation gate. Zhang Han bowed. Thank you for your concern, master. Cheryl left with a final remark. Don't tell anyone. I hope you'll be even stronger the next time we meet. Looking at the smoke carried away by the wind, Zhang Han felt a bit emotional. Leiu's shadow was gone. He didn't even attack him. Was he really planning to fatten him up and then kill him 2 years later? But that was 2 years from now. No, it's time to tally the spoils. He pulled out the Peerless Stone from his embrace. The first item must be the rare item gifted by the exclusive main quest. System notification, Peerless Stone SS rank. Description, Peerless signifies that the power it contains is unique. Effect, the user can fuse the relevant characteristics of other professions, thereby greatly enhancing their own potential and aptitude. Hearing this information, Zhang Han jumped with excitement. Wow, this is fantastic. It's exactly what I needed. I was still agonizing between Dark Swordsman and Holy Angel, and you brought me such a good thing. He looked at the system panel and clicked. Fortunately, I didn't immediately confirm the profession change, otherwise I would have regretted it deeply. The screen lit up. System reminder. Do you wish to change your profession to the unique hidden profession Divine Angel? The Peerless Stone in Zhang Han's hand glowed. Divine Angel. Does this name sound more exaggerated than Dark Swordsman? But Dark Swordsman's skills are also hard to give up. This Peerless Stone came at just the right time. System prompt. Do you wish to use the Sulfur Monosulfide rank item Peerless Stone? He happily smiled and replied, yes, he thought to himself. Dark Swordsman and Holy Angel. To what extent would these two renowned unique hidden professions become powerful when light and darkness merge? System prompt. You are using the Sulfur Monosulfide rank rare item Peerless Stone. Please switch to another profession within 10 minutes. The system will automatically integrate the relevant characteristics of your current profession with those of the converted profession. At the same time, it will open up a new profession. Looking at the flashing Peerless Stone in front of him, Zhang Han said without hesitation, first I'll change to Holy Angel. The Peerless Stone slowly moved towards Zhang Han's chest. His eyes suddenly widened bloodshot, and he grunted. The peerless stone fused into Zhang Han's body. He knelt on the ground and wings grew from Zhang Han's back. He endured the intense pain in his body, grunting as if two forces were colliding within him. Zhang Han's body gradually turned dark as if it was about to split open. Subsequently, his black wings slowly unfurled and light shot from his chest. Zhang Han looked up at the sky, roaring loudly. 10 minutes later, his body slowly returned to its original state. His wings disappeared and Zhang Han slumped to the ground. System notification. Congratulations on successfully fusing the characteristics of both Dark Swordsman and Holy Angel professions. You have simultaneously changed your profession to the unique and unparalleled hidden profession, Archangel. Zhang Han looked at his hands in surprise. I succeeded? Zhang Han clicked on the information on the system panel. Is the new profession called Archangel? Information displayed. Archangel, unique hidden profession. Description: an angel born in the abyss of darkness, willingly descending into its depths, possessing supreme power that surpasses countless beings. No one knows whether this will spread hope and happiness or bring disaster and fear. Power 14 stars, attack 18 stars, defense 14 stars, speed 16 stars. He was overjoyed. Wow, that's amazing, he thought to himself. All other hidden professions combined at most have 32 stars. Although the unique hidden profession Dark Swordsman has as many as 42 stars, the Archangel has a total of 62 stars, a full 20 stars higher than the Dark Swordsman. And most importantly, this is only the second advancement. There will be third and fourth advancements later, and the star rating will greatly increase each time. System notification. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Archangel. Your inner potential has been activated. The learned skill Frenzy Slash has been upgraded to Sword Break 8 Directions. Undead Slash has been upgraded to Annihilation Slash, and Undead Control has been upgraded to Holy Spirit Control. System notification. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Archangel. Your inner potential has been activated. The learned skill Undead Power has been upgraded to Ultimate Power, Evil Spirit has been upgraded to Holy Spirit, and Black Flame Armor has been upgraded to Annihilation Armor. Zhang Han's gaze swept across the screen. Fantastic. Not only did the Dark Swordsman skills not disappear, they were upgraded with new names and even their power was enhanced. System notification. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Archangel. The learned skill Massacre Stomp has been upgraded to Ultimate Swordsmanship. System notification. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Archangel. Your inner potential has been activated. The learned skill Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation has been upgraded to Forbidden Curse Ultimate Reincarnation. System notification. Congratulations on successfully changing your profession to Archangel. Your inner potential has been activated and you have comprehended the skill. Light Perception. Comprehended light. He clicked to enter the system panel. With this huge change, my combat power will surely soar again. Let's see what these improved skills are like. First, Sword Break 8 Directions. A rank. Description: a move comprehended by the Archangel, upgraded from Frenzy Slash. Power significantly increased. Effect: generates phantom attacks on enemy units within a 10x10 range based on the number of enemies. Phantom attributes are equivalent to 80 of self. Duration: 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. The second is Annihilation Slash. A rank. Description: a move comprehended by the Archangel, drawing from Undead Slash with super high comprehension. Effect: deals 400 basic attack damage to a single enemy and reduces movement speed by 30 for 2 seconds. Cooldown 15 seconds. The third is Holy Spirit Control. S rank. Description: as an Archangel, your control over elements is unmatched. Effect: controls body energy, causing enemies within a 20-meter radius in front to enter a frozen state for 5 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. The fourth is Ultimate Swordsmanship. S rank. Description: the Archangel's exclusive skill. Since birth it has mastered the power to destroy all things, possessing innate and extraordinary swordsmanship. Effect: basic attack power 500, attack power 50. The fifth is Holy Spirit. A rank. Description: covers all living beings. Supernatural objects transform into holy spirits. Effect: attack power increased by 40. The sixth is Ultimate Power. S rank. Description: the abyss cannot bury, the power of destruction is constant. Those not yet killed will be sent away in an instant. Effect: when out of combat, HP recovers by 1 when in combat. Effect: reduced to 0.2. After reading the system notification, Zhang Han was surprised. Indeed, not only have all the skill names changed, but the skill strength has also been elevated by a notch. Just these two passive skills, Ultimate Power and Holy Spirit, can increase my basic attack power by 500 points plus an additional 90 attack power bonus. And Undead Power has been upgraded to Ultimate Power, with even fiercer recovery effects. The system continued to provide him with information. The seventh is Light Perception. S rank. Description: the Archangel possesses powerful light elemental firepower. Effect: ignores all requirements and can learn all light elemental skills. The eighth is Annihilation Armor. S rank. Description: condenses the power of destruction to form armor, protecting oneself with the surrounding environment. Effect: defense 50, tenacity 20. Additional effect: light and dark elemental attack resistance 20. Duration 2 minutes. Cooldown 8 minutes. Zhang Han looked at this armor, then clicked to the next page. Needless to say, Annihilation Armor not only increased defense and tenacity but also elemental resistance and reduced cooldown. This truly is a comprehensive enhancement. Light perception. The specifics still need to be explored. It should be a healing-related skill. Next is the highly anticipated upgraded version of Forbidden Curse Dark Reincarnation. Next is the 9th Forbidden Curse Ultimate Reincarnation SS rank. Description. Originally the Dark Swordsman's strongest ability, it has become the ultimate destructive force after fusing with the power of the Holy Angel. Effect. After use, all attributes increase by 60 for 30 minutes. Additional effect. Upon death, Ultimate Reincarnation will automatically activate, increasing all attributes by 60, clearing all negative statuses and resetting the duration. Can stack up to 10 times. Negative effect. Each death reduces level by an additional 3, cooldown 7 days. Seeing this information, Zhang Han was ecstatic. This is too powerful, simply invincible. Not only does it enhance skills, but the death penalty is also greatly reduced. 10 resurrection opportunities, all attributes boosted by 660. Who would dare kill me repeatedly? Zhang Han continued to turn the page. The skills were covered. Now let's look at the spoils of this battle. The harvest this time was truly immense. Subsequently, he noticed the illusion cloak. Oh, this is the illusion cloak S-rank fashion item. Description. A special garment personally crafted by Pope Elbert for Uriel, god of light. It is blessed with countless special runes, helping the wearer avoid the burden of equipment. Effect. Can hide equipped gear. While generating a set of fashion items, with an additional effect, movement speed 20, he took out the cloak and put it on, exclaiming, "A fashion item, let's see how it looks." He then changed it to another purple outfit and smiled. It's a bit like a big spender in a game, isn't it? But I still prefer the texture of armor. Although the appearance equipment is hidden, the movement speed bonus is still there. Having done all this, Zhang Han said, next, he suddenly vanished into thin air. What's going on? Suddenly, a system notification. Dear player, we apologize for interrupting your game process without permission. Given that you experience 100 pain sensation in the game for your health, the system recommends you rest for approximately 8 hours in reality. Zhang Han was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. After hearing that, he took off his gaming helmet and let out a long breath. Phew, Zhang Han thought to himself. Although it was only around 3 p.m. after the decisive battle with Uriel, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted and indeed needed to rest. At 11 p.m. as he was sleeping, his phone rang. Hello, it was Wang Kai on the other end. Hearing Zhang Han's voice, he quickly said, "Zhang Han, I called you several times and no one answered. I thought you had suddenly died," he replied lazily. Listen, thank you, I was just a little tired and fell asleep." Wang Kai laughed heartily after hearing this. "Ha ha ha, that's great, the entire open world is discussing the war that started around you. Tell me, are you Eternal's favorite son?" Zhang Han said. "My son, want to chat outside? I haven't had dinner yet. I troubled you last time, so I'll treat you to a late-night meal." Wang Kai nodded in agreement. Sure, same old place. Zhang Han rubbed his hair, his eyes still sleepy. In a blink of an eye, winter had arrived and his hair had grown long. To gain and maintain an advantage in Eternal, he spent almost all his time in the game. He walked to the agreed location thinking, although I've earned a lot of money from the game, I should go out more in the future. Wang Kai was sitting at a table and waved when he saw him, calling out, "Zhang Han." A table full of dishes was served. In a short time, a once unemployed young man had become a world-renowned figure. He picked up his glass and raised it, clinking it. "Life is like a dream." Zhang Han also picked up his glass and clinked it. "I never thought things would turn out this way. Initially, my goal was just to make money through gaming, but the continuous opportunities in the Eternal world gradually led me astray from my original objective." Wang Kai chuckled. "You rascal, although you haven't left a good name in Eternal's history, you're considered a 1,000-year stain, aren't you?" He smiled and thanked him. "Thank you very much last time. If it weren't for you gathering players to deliver the letter to Leo wouldn't have come to Skycia town. Otherwise my plan probably wouldn't have succeeded." He thought carefully. "Without Daniel, I might have been no different from other ordinary players." Wang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing, what's there to thank between brothers? Tonight we drink until we drop." Zhang Han nodded. "All right." The shop owner saw the two clinking glasses excitedly and thought with some confusion, aren't these two kids drinking cola? What are they pretending for? The next morning at 9 a.m. the weather was very pleasant today, very comfortable. Zhang Han continued to enter the game world. Hide my appearance. The armor was damaged in the decisive battle with Uriel, so he had to go to the blacksmith shop here to repair it first. He walked up to the blacksmith owner. "Boss, please repair my equipment." The boss nodded and replied, "All right, please wait a moment." Afterward, the blacksmith owner came out and handed the equipment to Zhang Han. "Done. 1,200 gold coins." He put it on and was very satisfied. "I didn't expect equipment repair to be so expensive. Perhaps rare equipment is more expensive, but compared to the rewards obtained from defeating Uriel, this loss was nothing." "Uriel, I haven't even checked the set of equipment you gave me yet." Fei Qi ran out from somewhere shouting, "Brother Zhang Han." He happily ran over and said, "Brother, thanks to you, if you hadn't personally turned the tide, Skycia town would definitely have fallen." Zhang Han smiled and replied, "Don't mention it. I earned quite a bit too," he continued. "I probably won't be coming to Skycia town again for a while." He thought to himself, "Now that my territory has been discovered by players, I naturally can't stay here long, otherwise players will definitely organize a large force to attack Skycia town." Fei Qi smiled and nodded. "I understand. I won't be polite with you, but Skycia town will always be your home." Zhang Han pondered for a moment and replied, "Oh, by the way, is Lily still with the fallen angel Sarah?" Fei Qi said, "Yes, Lord Sarah seems to want to train my sister, so she won't be back for a while." Then he left and Zhang Han also turned and left. "I'm just asking about this, hoping to meet again in the future. You and I have now become unique figures in our own right." Fei Ji suddenly stopped and shouted loudly, "Brother Zhang Han," then he cupped his hands and said loudly, "All the residents of Skycia Town sincerely thank you." Tears welled up in Fei Qi's eyes as he said, "Until we meet again." Zhang Han smiled and nodded, not replying, thinking to himself, now that Skycia Town's troubles are resolved, with Fei Qi's abilities, I believe Skycia Town will definitely flourish. He rode the blue scale beast away. "I need to find a city to settle down in. Sigh, a wanderer like me, when will I become the master of a city? Oh right, I didn't even have time to check Ural's armor earlier." The system opened, displaying, Holy Gauntlet Spirit Tier, Defense 450 to 480 HP 24,000, Effect HP 60, Level Requirement 80, Description, Equipment Effect Unknown. The Light Holy Sea gathered a large number of Grandmaster Enchanters to create this Spirit Tier equipment for Uriel, aiming to provide him with an absolute chance of victory when fighting the Dark Swordsman. Zhang Han was surprised, a complete set of Spirit Tier equipment. Unfortunately, the level requirement is 80, still 5 levels short. Currently, the effects of this equipment set are still unclear. He would have to wait until he reached a high enough level to view them. He suddenly saw a strange item. This is the reward from the city defense quest. System notification. S-rank pet evolution stone information. Description. A stone containing peculiar power that when used has a chance to help pets evolve or mutate, thereby improving their aptitude. Note, has a 100 chance of taking effect on Spirit Tier and lower pets, has a 50 chance of taking effect on Earth Tier pets, a 10 chance on Celestial Tier and higher pets, and no effect on Immortal Tier and higher pets. Zhang Han stroked his chin. Is this from the pet upgrade stone besides non-summoner professions? The authority to capture mounts should be open soon, probably around level 80. Wu Kandu's avatar appeared on the system. Brother, busy if not come to a quest. He thought, oh, isn't this Wu Kandu, the Dragon Knight from the last World Martial Arts? Zhang Han was also surprised that Wu Kandu would actively seek him out. Then he asked, what quest? He said, I need to forge a lava gem, but I'm missing a material called Demon Heart. The monsters near the Demon Heart are too strong for me to defeat for now, but the quest time is limited. He nodded, all right, I'll be right there. Where are you? Wu Kandu reminded him. Outside superheated volcano 7484 5440. After hearing that, he hung up the call and Zhang Han quickly left. With the illusion cloak now, his movement speed increased by 20, greatly improving his travel efficiency. System notification, you've entered the superheated volcano map. He walked to the volcano where Wu Kandu was waiting. You came so fast. He stepped forward, cupped his hands. Thank you, brother. This quest is quite difficult. I checked my friends list and felt that only you, brother, could help me. He was Wu Kandu, level 57 Dragon Knight, hidden profession. He recalled his blue scale beast and stepped forward. It's nothing, I also want to level up. Wu Kandu nodded. No, that won't do. Wu Kandu never let anyone help for free. I'll share this quest with you. System notification. Do you accept Wu Kandu's shared quest, Forge Lava Gem? Zhang Han was surprised, thinking, quest can be shared. Then he nodded in agreement. System notification, Forge Lava Gem, difficulty A. Description. Long Feng, the Dragon Domain Guardian, sensed a giant dragon's aura rising from Lake Ding and sought to rescue it. Only the lava gem can evaporate Lake Ding without suppressing the giant dragon, and he also needs to train the young dragon knights of the Dragon Domain. Quest requirement. Deliver the lava gem to Dragon Domain Guardian Long Feng within 2 days. Quest reward unknown. Zhang Han was puzzled. Is there a dragon in Lake Ding? The phenomenon of the lake water constantly evaporating when he was fishing in Lake Ding before was originally unrelated to him. Wu Kandu asked, the monsters in these superheated volcanoes have high attributes. Can you handle it without any buffs? He swung his sword and replied, just lead the way. Zhang Han is currently in the thick of battle. Even a god died by my sword. What can a mere monster do to me? Seeing Zhang Han's spirit, he nodded. All right. Then Wu Kandu and his group continued forward and Zhang Han followed. The Demon Heart is on the edge of the volcano, and a group of lava vultures is blocking the way. We must fight our way in from the outside. Suddenly a lava vulture opened its mouth and cried out, caw caw caw. System notification, Lava Vulture 4-star elite monster, level 98, HP 33 million, attack 14,000 to 14,500, defense 6,050 to 6,500, skills, claw attack, fire breath. Description, a creature found on the outskirts of the lava volcano, possessing formidable strength and extremely powerful attacks. As they can fly, they are naturally one of the creatures adventurers least want to provoke. Zhang Han's face paled a bit. My goodness, a single small monster actually has such high attributes. One is already difficult to deal with. If they attack in groups, their power is no less than Ural's. On the contrary, Wu Kandu fearlessly roared, just a bunch of lava vultures? This time I've brought help. Even if all of you rush forward, you won't be our match. The vultures only cawed in response, then charged forward to attack. He. He shouted excitedly, "Brother, let's go together." Its claws struck him, leaving him no time to react. System notification. Wu Kandu has been killed by a lava vulture. Zhang Han didn't understand what happened and stared blankly. Holy crap, he was killed? 5 minutes later, Wu Kandu reappeared before him. Zhang Han said, "Brother, this is an elite monster, almost level 100. One is already hard to deal with, and you pulled a whole group. Are you trying to die?" He scratched his head with an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, hee." Zhang Han turned and walked forward, reminding him, "Stay back, our fighting styles are different, don't get hit by friendly fire." Wu Kandu stood behind, cheering, "Brother is indeed powerful." He raised his sword to the sky, shouting, "Divine Descent." System notification. You have used the skill Divine Descent, increasing your attack power by 60 and gaining Death God's possession. He secretly rejoiced, "Excellent, I didn't expect to gain the power of the Death God. It will be more effective for long-range attacks against flying enemies. To be safe, I'll capture a single one first." Zhang Han stretched his hand forward and a spiritual force shot towards the vulture, binding it. It let out a caw sound. System notification. You have used the skill Holy Spirit Control, causing the lava vulture to enter a frozen state for 3 seconds, during which it cannot move. He forcefully threw the vulture to the ground, roaring, "Get down here." The vulture was enraged. It let out a caw sound and roared furiously. It stood up. Zhang Han fiercely flapped his wings, letting out a caw sound. Suddenly a foot appeared before it. Zhang Han's foot. "Wanna fly?" He slammed the vulture's head onto the ground with his foot, significantly reducing its strength. Zhang Han continued to wield his greatsword, using sword break 8 directions. Wu Kandu stood by, utterly astonished. No wonder he's someone who can slay gods. That lava vulture was completely suppressed. The vulture, realizing it couldn't defeat him one-on-one, stood up and turned to flee. Seeing it still had the strength to escape, Zhang Han grinned. Trying to run, the vulture only let out a caw sound. Then, with a single swing of his sword, Zhang Han cut the vulture in half. Star Shatter Strike. System notification. Congratulations on slaying the lava vulture, gaining 3 of current level experience. Zhang Han watched it die, then proudly snorted and laughed heartily. That was exhilarating, he began to calculate. With the Archangel's base attribute soaring to 18 stars coupled with skill enhancements, eliminating the lava vulture was much easier than expected. It seems only fighting one was a bit too cautious. Seeing their companion slain by Zhang Han, they angrily charged towards him. Caw caw caw. Zhang Han was fearless, thinking, "Perfect, 3 have come. Let's see how powerful the Archangel's skills are." Zhang Han was attacked by the flock of vultures with their beaks and claws. He thought, "The damage isn't high. After all, my defense star rating is now 14 stars, he muttered to himself. And his dark armor had also advanced to Earth tier after the event of slaying Uriel. Attribute burst. System notification. Dark armor, Earth tier, defense 2000 to 2100, HP 280,000. Effect. Defense 100, additional effect HP 80. Special skill, Might of the 8 Directions. Level requirement 75, exclusive profession Dark Swordsman, Archangel. Special effect indestructible, untradeable. Description omitted, can be upgraded. System notification. When the user uses the skill Annihilation Armor, defense 50, tenacity 20, light and dark elemental resistance 20. His strength suddenly increased. Subsequently, the flock of vultures continued to attack Zhang Han, but his HP decreased significantly less. Seeing the effect so remarkable, Zhang Han happily thought, "The defensive boost from Annihilation Armor is truly terrifying." The damage, which was over 10,000 points just now, was directly reduced to around 100 points. Waiting for the right moment, he wielded his greatsword and used sword break 8 directions. 10 minutes later, a golden light shone beside Wu Kandu. System notification. You have leveled up to 57. He was astonished, not expecting it to be so fast. My heavens, the efficiency is too high. Have I already recovered the levels I lost just now? Seeing the efficiency exceed expectations, Wu Kandu excitedly stood behind him, cheering him on. "Keep it up, brother, keep going, I'll transfer money to you." System notification. You have leveled up to 76. Hearing his voice, Zhang Han turned to look at him. "No need for that. I should thank you for providing such a great leveling spot. I haven't had enough fun yet." Before he finished speaking. System notification. You have received a transfer of 1 million Washa coins. Wu Kandu gave a thumbs up. "Keep up the good work, 500,000 per level." He opened the system panel, thinking, a casual transfer of 1 million? What's this guy's background? He proudly crossed his arms. "It's nothing. Do you know why I was able to change my profession to a Dragon Knight?" Zhang Han replied. "Didn't you just happen to acquire the Dragon Knight profession token by chance?" Wu Kandu blinked. "Not entirely. While doing a side quest, I accidentally met Long Feng, the Dragon Domain Guardian. He seemed to be able to see how many gold coins I had in my pocket, and seeing that I had a lot of money, he allowed me to change my profession to a Dragon Knight." Zhang Han thought to himself, a bit speechless. So the activation mechanism for a Dragon Knight requires a lot of money, and then you have to keep investing huge amounts of money afterwards. Then Zhang Han asked, "How much money did you lose?" He shrugged. "Each skill costs tens of thousands of gold coins, which adds up to at least tens of millions in cash. That Long Feng is not a human at all. He extracts money from me every day." Zhang Han remained silent, deep in thought. This is simply a profession tailor-made for the wealthy, and it's even cheaper than learning skills in Saint Honor. An hour later, he continued to fight the vultures. System notification. You have leveled up to 79. Wu Kandu transferred another 1.5 million to your account. He pointed at Zhang Han and said, "You've basically cleared out all these lava vultures. Should we proceed deeper into the superheated volcano now?" Zhang Han shook his head. "No rush, I have a set of equipment on me, quite high level. Once I equip it I can go a bit deeper." After hearing Zhang Han's words, his eyes widened, unable to believe it. A set of level 80 equipment, does that sound like something a human would say? Thinking of this, Wu Kandu immediately made an offer. "How much did you spend to get it?" "I'll pay double the price," Zhang Han replied. "I happen to have a set of level 60 flame demon equipment. How about I sell it to you for 500,000 per piece? What do you think?" Hearing this, he readily agreed. "Excellent, excellent. Buying a set of dark gold tier equipment from Longfeng would cost at least 5 million. Seeing his ready agreement, Zhang Han felt a bit of regret. "I should have asked for more." System notification: your level has increased to 80. Zhang Han began to open his system inventory. He had already reached level 80. Besides the divine armor, he would try equipping the level 80 gear. Divine helmet, divine gauntlets, illusion cloak, divine boots. After successfully equipping them, he became even more excited. System notification: you have activated 3 pieces of divine equipment. Effect: attack 40, defense 40. Zhang Han let out a long breath. "Phew, just by looking at it I can feel my power has increased. Let's open the attribute panel." The system panel opened. Dark Overture: Yi Zhang Han Shui, Dark Gold Tier Boss, level 80, HP 15,560,000, attack 29,558 to 31,059, defense 22,222 to 23,165, reputation 625,300, luck 4. Description: unknown hostility is quietly approaching. He was surprised to find that his HP exceeded 15 million, and his attack power reached a maximum of 30,000. What's the difference between this and a Spirit Tier Boss? System notification: your strength has reached a new level, achieving Spirit Tier Boss status. Your title has also changed. System notification: your Dark Overture title has been promoted to Emissary of Annihilation. System notification: pet system has been activated. You can capture or purchase pets and pet-related items. System notification: congratulations. Your strength and reputation have met the criteria for the top 100,000 in the Dark Faction's Combat Power Leaderboard. Complete relevant challenges to receive rewards. Zhang Han was overjoyed, thinking, every 20 levels my rank breaks through a tier and my title is promoted. This means my final HP will increase even more. Then he opened the system panel to check his title. Zhang Han was simply ecstatic. Another 50 increase. The percentage might not seem like much, but his HP had actually increased by nearly 2 million. System notification: Emissary of Annihilation. Final HP increased by 350. Hearing this, he thought, plus with my ultimate power skill, once out of combat I can recover 1 of my HP per second, which means I recover 170,000 HP per second, and I'll be back to full health in less than 2 minutes. Wu Kandu stood by, arms crossed, saying, "Brother, this equipment set is too OP, I can go wreak havoc now." Zhang Han asked in confusion, "Why don't you hide your helmet?" He clenched his hands and lowered his head, replying, "Because my appearance is very similar to my real-world self. If I took off my helmet, I'm afraid people might underestimate my true identity." Wu Kandu looked up at the volcano flowing with lava and asked, "I just want to ask, are we still going to explore?" Hearing this, Zhang Han nodded. "All right." System notification: you have entered the superheated volcano map. Zhang Han felt the heat of the magma and reminded him, "The temperature is getting higher and higher and HP is draining faster and faster. Can you still hold on?" He replied, "No problem. Dragon Knights have fire elemental resistance." He walked straight ahead and turned to Wu Kandu. "Brother, what faction does the Dragon Domain belong to now? If there's hostility between you and me, I might not be able to receive the quest rewards you're sharing." The other party frowned and quickly said, "It's a neutral faction, but if you lean towards the light faction or if you previously belonged to the dark faction, it's indeed a bit dangerous. Let me first see if I can obtain the quest rewards with you." Suddenly, Zhang Han sensed movement ahead and stopped Wu Kandu. "Wait!" A giant butterfly with burning wings appeared before the two of them. Inferno Moth, 5-star elite monster, level 102, HP 5 million, attack 20,500 to 21,000, defense 10,000 to 10,000. Skills: Blazing Gale, Blazing Wings. Description: a creature found in the lava volcano naturally possessing powerful fire elemental control with a volatile temper, even willing to self-destruct with enemies when pushed to the brink. Wu Kandu's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the Inferno Moth before him. "A level 102 5-star elite monster? I thought there were only lava vultures on the way." Zhang Han glanced at it. "This monster poses no threat to me. Stay far away and be careful not to draw its aggro." Hearing his words, Wu Kandu quickly ran far away. Ahead, Zhang Han raised his greatsword, emanating an overbearing power. Wu Kandu said, "All right, brother, take care." He shot a whirlwind attack at it with his sword, used Holy Spirit control, and then continued to wield his greatsword, unleashing the move. Sword break 8 directions. But the Inferno Moth was unharmed. Instead, it flew up, forming a circle around him. Zhang Han was greatly startled. Danger, it's self-destructing. Then a loud bang. Wu Kandu ran back, shouting, "Yi Zhang Han Shui," but he was unharmed. System notification: you have been hit by the Inferno Moth's blazing wings, losing 12 HP. System notification, congratulations on slaying the Inferno Moth, gaining 1.5 of current level experience. He saw Zhang Han still standing tall, and his jaw dropped. Holy crap, a level 100 self-destruct attack only dealt 12 HP damage. He's so much stronger after equipping the level 80 gear. 10 minutes later, Zhang Han turned to Wu Kandu and said, I've cleared out the Inferno Moths here, let's continue. He came back to his senses and nodded. All right. With that, the two walked towards the lava volcano directly to the location of the demon heart. Ahead was a white glowing flower. He pointed at it. That's the demon heart. Zhang Han stepped forward, reaching out to pluck it. The quest will be complete, however. As his hand was about to touch it, the demon heart disappeared. He looked up and saw a man in a black robe holding it. What's going on? The black-robed man raised an eyebrow. Oh, he's the mysterious merchant. He held the demon heart, hands on his hips, and said, Hello, adventurer's disciple. The system introduced, Mysterious Merchant, normal NPC. Description: a mysterious merchant wandering the eternal continent. He carries countless treasures, and the way to obtain them is simple. As long as you have enough wealth. Zhang Han clasped his hands in thought, adventurer's disciple. If he addresses me like that, then this mysterious man's strength is truly terrifying. Then he replied, Greetings, senior. Unexpectedly, he waved his hand and returned the item to him. Oh, it's just a dark gold tier material. How uninteresting and useless. Here, take it back. System notification. You've obtained the dark gold tier material Demon Heart. Zhang Han quickly reached out to take it. With the demon heart in hand, this quest was finally complete. Then the mysterious merchant wanted to trade with Zhang Han again. We met by chance. Would you like to trade with me? Hearing this, Zhang Han was a little surprised, but he still agreed. What do you have? Can I see it first? He nodded, extended his hand forward, and a light appeared. Of course, because you are the adventurer's disciple, I can decide to give you a 10 discount. The item system panel appeared before him. System notification, Blood Drinker, Immortal Tier, 100 million gold coins. Thunder Armor, Immortal Tier, 120 million gold coins. Soul Devourer, Divine Artifact, price 990 million gold coins. He curled his lips a bit speechlessly. Is this the mysterious merchant in Eternal? Truly terrifying. Every item is Immortal Tier, and there's even a Divine Artifact. I've never seen Immortal Tier equipment before. Wu Kandu's eyes widened in surprise next to him. Then he screamed in terror, Holy crap, although my family is quite wealthy, I don't have enough money to buy any of these items here. He thought this was normal and said, equipment attributes cannot be shown to you. That's the rule. After all, equipment requirements can be high or low or even non-existent. This would definitely give everyone a chance to bargain. Let me remind you, the transaction is already complete. There's no going back. Zhang Han nodded with a sigh. The items are good, but they're a bit expensive. Even the cheapest Immortal Tier equipment costs 100 million gold coins. Are you really selling things, or are you just robbing us? Wu Kandu pondered to himself. 100 million gold coins wasn't 100 million in cash. At the current exchange rate of 1 to 103, that would be over 10 billion in cash. The mysterious merchant looked at him with disdain. Don't you understand this? It's a rule. As your strength increases, these items will naturally decrease in price. Zhang Han understood after hearing this, stroking his chin. I see, he thought to himself. According to the mysterious merchant, it's because their strength is too low, so the system would definitely determine they couldn't afford them. In other words, it's just for show. Then he spoke again. Since I can't afford them, I won't look at those. Let's see what I can buy. He opened the system item information. Advanced Furnace Oil, A rank. Description: without this oil, a dish isn't delicious, let alone an advanced one. Effect: all attributes reduced by 100 for 10 minutes after consumption. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Magic Burger, A rank. Description: if you eat this, you'll become a useless warrior. Effect: attack power reduced by 1,000, movement speed increased by 1,000 for 2 minutes after consumption. Price: 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Han's mouth twitched. He thought, no wonder he's the mysterious merchant, even the items available are so peculiar. Wu Kandu stood by, waving and shouting, Yi Zhang Han Shui, look here quickly. This is God's favor, sulfur monosulfide rank. Description: as someone favored by the gods, your luck will receive an unimaginable boost. Effect: 100 chance of success when capturing celestial tier and lower pets or mounts. 50 chance of success when capturing immortal tier pets or mounts. When capturing divine tier pets or mounts, success rate is 10. Price: 1 billion gold coins. Fate's Blessing, SS rank. Description: with the blessing of divine fate, success is guaranteed. Effect: success rate of your next action increased by 10,000 times. Price: 1 billion gold coins. Zhang Han couldn't help but exclaim after seeing it. I have to say, the effects of these items are ridiculously powerful, he replied. The mysterious merchant in Eternal is truly incredible. He's carrying treasures that are priceless, ridiculously valuable, the merchant said, crossing his arms. With your wealth, I'm afraid you can't afford my treasures. However, at this point, the mysterious merchant stopped speaking, which made Wu Kandu ask curiously, however what? He didn't answer, instead turning to Zhang Han and saying, a Dark Swordsman, though now you seem not to be a Dark Swordsman, you still carry the aura of one. Never mind, give me the treasure on you and I can let you choose any item. Zhang Han asked back in surprise, what is it? He raised an eyebrow and asked Zhang Han in return. Guess, he replied gravely, Moon Shard. Hearing Zhang Han's answer, he snapped his fingers in satisfaction. Clever. After a pause, the mysterious merchant continued. The Moon Shard doesn't hold much meaning for you. Hand it over to me and I'll let you choose an item as compensation. What do you say? He asked doubtfully. Can I refuse? He thought to himself. One item for a moon shard was completely disproportionate. This was outright coercion. The mysterious merchant raised his hand, his eyes flickering, and shook his head. There's no need for that. I don't want to make enemies with adventurers. I also want to help adventurers by collecting moon shards. Suddenly, something like a weapon shot from behind, attacking the mysterious merchant. The one who appeared was Leo. Leo, surrounded by tiny lightning bolts, said, "Don't you understand? You're coercing him." The mysterious merchant cast an unwilling glance behind him and snorted coldly. HMPH? The mysterious merchant turned to leave, brushing past Leo. "Old man, you've lived long enough." Seeing him about to leave, Zhang Han quickly called out to stop him. "Wait," he stopped and asked in confusion. "Is there anything else? I'm sorry, I'm not doing this deal." Zhang Han replied, "It's not up to you, brother. You have so many treasures on you. It wouldn't be right for you to just leave like this." The mysterious merchant pointed at him. "What, are you trying to rob me?" Zhang Han pouted and replied, "Senior, you just saw it. If you hadn't appeared in time, he probably would have killed us and taken our goods." Leo roared angrily. "Kid, don't accuse me falsely." Leo then watched the two argue, falling silent. Then Leo sighed and intervened. "All right." Leo turned to the mysterious merchant and said, "You were indeed in the wrong first, so give Yi Zhang Han Shui a 50 discount on his items." The mysterious merchant's mouth hung open as he shouted, "What? I've never made a losing deal." Leo glanced at the mysterious merchant. "Oh, I've said my piece, or do you want to test the strength of one of the 10 demon gods?" Seeing Leo's attitude, the mysterious merchant had no choice but to give in and opened the system panel. "What? Hurry and choose. You can only buy one of each item at most," Zhang Han said, hands on his hips. "Don't worry. I don't have many gold coins, so I can't buy much." He started walking towards the system panel, thinking to himself, "Although Advanced Furnace Oil and Magic Burger have obvious drawbacks, their effects are incredibly startling. Advanced Furnace Oil can be used to trick people, and after eating a Magic Burger, movement speed increases dramatically, which is perfect for escaping." System notification. "You have obtained a rank item, Advanced Furnace Oil." System notification. "You have obtained a rank item, Magic Burger." After selecting the desired items, Zhang Han waved goodbye. "Thank you, boss. I hope your discount will be just as big next time we meet." The mysterious merchant walked away angrily. "Never mind, this losing deal has already ruined my reputation. Don't tell anyone that I sold you these items at a 50 discount. Wu Kandu stood behind, hearing this and exclaiming to himself, thinking, "It's truly astonishing that a player could receive help from one of the 10 demon gods." Zhang Han stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting. "Thank you, senior, for saving me." Leo shook his head. "No need to be polite, it wasn't a rescue, he wouldn't have killed you. Besides, I merely happened to find you. I wasn't originally here to help you out of trouble." Zhang Han asked after hearing this. "Then what did you need me for?" Leo replied, crossing his arms. "Good news or bad news, which do you want to hear first?" He felt a bit uncomfortable. HMPH, judging by Leo's expression, it didn't seem to be good news. Zhang Han then chose, "Let's hear the bad news first." Leo's eyes sharpened as he gritted his teeth and said, "You protected the dragon domain. Long Feng discovered that the dragons in Lake Unding were preparing to be rescued. Once rescued, the dragon domain would lean towards the light faction, or rather would 100 join the light faction. This is all thanks to you awakening the dragon in Lake Unding." After hearing this bad news, he showed no ripple of emotion. Zhang Han continued to ask, "So what's the good news?" Leo replied, "The good news is, we have decided to send 2 heroes, both wise and brave, to turn the tide." He then asked, "Where are these 2 heroes?" Leo pondered for a moment, stroking his beard with a sigh. "This person is far away yet close at hand." Wu Kandu quickly spoke up after hearing this. "I don't belong to the dark faction." Leo looked at him and said, "But you are definitely a dragon knight of the dragon domain, and you have a tendency to help the dark faction." System notification. Main quest obtained, The Negotiator. Difficulty, Sulfur Monosulfide rank. Specifically, The Negotiator, Sulfur Monosulfide rank difficulty. Description: if you can persuade the dragon domain to join the dark faction, you will surely be a hero of the dark faction and will receive supreme glory. Quest requirement: make the dragon domain abandon its intention to join the light faction. Quest reward: enter the demon god's treasury and choose 2 items as rewards. Additional reward: Lav skill transfer, Wind of Annihilation. Quest duration 30 days. Quest penalty: hunted by the dragon domain. He was still somewhat incredulous. "You want me to persuade the dragon domain to join the dark faction? If they refuse, won't I be going on a one-way trip?" Leo spread his hands to Zhang Han and replied, "Don't be afraid. Long Feng is very easy to talk to." As he spoke, he took out a ring from his person. System notification: you have obtained quest item, space ring, full of gold coins. Zhang Han curiously slipped his finger into the ring. Quest item, space ring, full of gold coins. Description: a space ring containing 100 million gold coins. Current status: quest item cannot be opened, cannot be traded. He thought in surprise after hearing this information. 100 million gold coins, what a pity, what a pity. If I could take the gold coins out of this ring, I could convert them into cash and then delete my account. Seeing Zhang Han still silent, Leo said, crossing his arms, "I know what you're thinking, but you'd better not have any ideas about this ring. Give this space ring to him. Long Feng loves money the most. I believe he won't make things difficult for you." He nodded. "I understand," Leo said with a serious and solemn expression. "We chose you because you killed Uriel. A god's reputation spreads far and wide, however. Your current strength is not yet enough to pose a threat. This not only shows the sincerity of the dark faction but also serves as a warning to the dragon domain. Furthermore, your eloquence is also a very important factor. In short, I hope you understand that we have already considered this matter. This is not a waste of time. Zhang Han cupped his hands and nodded. All right, I understand. Leo nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I'll take my leave now. I wish you a safe journey. Then he turned into a green light and disappeared. Remember, you must first rescue the dragons under Lake and Ding for things to progress. Wukandu watched, exclaiming, to actually receive a quest directly from one of the 10 demon gods himself. Brother, the two of us are truly amazing. Zhang Han asked curiously, aren't you afraid that if the persuasion fails, you'll also lose your Dragon Knight profession? Wukandu gave a thumbs up and grinned. No problem. Then I'll abandon the light and embrace the darkness and set a small goal for myself with money. I'll just ask the 10 demon gods to bestow upon me an ultra-rare profession. Zhang Han was about to say something but then stopped himself. As long as you have money and you're happy. Wukandu said, let's go to a light faction city first, then teleport to Lake and Ding to meet Long Feng. He nodded. Alright, let's see if any monsters appear on the way. I'm almost level 81 after killing monsters for a while. System notification. You have leveled up to 81, Wukandu shouted from behind. Brother, we've killed all the monsters. Let's go down the mountain now. You lead the way. Alright, the scene switched to Guhei City, a tier 2 city. Wukandu pointed ahead and said, the light faction city is right before me. I want to forge the lava gem. Can you go in? Zhang Han nodded. Of course. I also want to take some of my excess equipment to the auction house. System notification. You have used stealth. Please use a new name and the system will randomly generate an appearance. Zhang Han excitedly muttered to himself. No worries about money, he thought to himself. His previous identity was no longer usable, and displaying fashion effects could avoid the hassle of changing equipment. System notification. Stealth has taken effect. Your new ID is no worries about money, and your appearance has been changed to another person. Zhang Han looked in a mirror and smiled contentedly. Hee, finally no more baldness. Excellent. Wukandu asked in surprise. Is this the skill you used in the martial arts tournament last time? It's too powerful, it can even change your appearance. Zhang Han scratched his head and chuckled dryly. Yeah, let's enter the city. The two began to move into the city. Wukandu said, I'll go to the blacksmith shop over there first to forge the lava gem. Zhang Han said, then let's split up. I'll go find the auction house. Wukandu nodded. Alright, let's meet at the teleportation array later. Wukandu and Zhang Han quickly split up. After walking for a while, Zhang Han also arrived at the auction house. That must be the auction house. Inside it was very lively. Next up for auction is a set of level 50 ultra-rare silver tier armor. Starting bid 800 gold coins. I finally found this treasure. No one else is getting it. Seeing Zhang Han walk in, an auction house staff member stopped him and asked welcome. We offer auction services here. Additionally, if you wish to purchase items or skill books, you can do so here. He casually made an excuse to enter. I'd like to put my equipment up for auction here. The staff member nodded. Alright. Zhang Han opened his system inventory. He no longer needed the equipment dropped by the bosses he had killed in Skycia Town. Then I'll put all of them up. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right. The light perception skill I obtained during my last profession change. It can ignore all restrictions related to light elements. Then I'll see if there are any skill books related to the light element. There are 3 items here. First is D-rank light heal effect. Restores 100 HP per second. Last 10 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Learning requirement, priest profession, 5 silver coins. Second is C-rank light guard effect. Defense increased by 15 and restores 200 HP per second, lasting 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Learning requirement, priest profession, 10 gold coins. Third is B-rank light blessing. Description, gains the blessing of light element making you stronger. Effect, attack power of the blessed increases by 20 and restores 20 of attack power as HP per second. Last 10 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Learning requirement, priest profession, 500 gold coins. Zhang Han's finger paused on the screen. D-rank skills were out of the question, but light guard and light blessing were both quite good. Although not high in quality, they could be useful to some extent, capable of both healing and increasing defense and attack. He decided to try learning one to see the effect. System prompt, you have learned C-rank skill light guard. After selecting, he thought, the matter is settled. Now I'll go find Wukandu. Suddenly a commotion erupted in the audience stands. Good news for players, someone just put a set of level 70 dark gold equipment on the auction house. Starting bid 2,000 gold coins. My heavens, wait, I'll go withdraw money first. Hello guild leader, hurry. This top tier equipment is being auctioned. When the two met, the teleportation array had already activated. Wukandu asked, are things all done? Let's go visit Long Feng. Zhang Han nodded in agreement. The array transported the two to Lake and Ding. Wukandu walked to the lakeside, waved and shouted, Mentor. Long Feng turned around, slightly raised an eyebrow and uttered a questioning "Oh." System information, Dragon Domain Guardian Long Feng, ordinary NPC. Wukandu stood by the shore holding and waving a bead. I've brought the lava orb. Long Feng took the orb, smiling with satisfaction. Excellent. System prompt. Congratulations on completing the quest, Forge Lava Orb, difficulty A, reward. Level 1, B rank item Dragon Dung, 10 copper coins. You have leveled up to 82. Watching his level continuously increase, he thought, I have to say, although it's only an A- rank quest, the experience points are considerable. But what are these items and copper coins? Even the novice village gives more copper coin rewards. After successfully leveling up, he tossed the orb into the lake. Upon entering the water, the originally calm lake surface immediately surged, gradually forming a whirlpool. Zhang Han stood by the shore, sighing. So it was the heat from the lava orb that evaporated the water of Lake Ending. The water level of the lake visibly dropped. This wasn't the first time the lava orb had been used, and he could faintly see black energy flowing at the bottom of the lake. It seemed that was the restriction Leo mentioned. Suddenly a sharp sword tip pressed against his neck, held by Long Feng. Long Feng held the sword and said, "Dark Swordsman, I give you 1 minute to explain why you are here." Wu Kandu was astonished to see him make a move. Zhang Han quickly shouted, "Mentor." Long Feng ignored him and said, "How can the dragon domain easily conflict with the Dark Swordsman?" Zhang Han raised the ring on his hand, pushed the sword blade aside with his hand and said, "With this." As soon as he spoke, Long Feng's eyes suddenly widened, and even Zhang Han was dumbfounded, looking incredulously as the ring on his hand was gone. "What?" He actually snatched his ring. Long Feng turned his back to Zhang Han. "Very good, impressive. This reason is indeed commendable." System prompt. Due to your generous performance, Dragon Domain Guardian Long Feng's favorability towards you has increased by 500. Current status, friendly. The light from the ring reflected on Long Feng's face. He glanced back, staring intently at Zhang Han and said, "Speak, adventurer, what is your purpose here?" Zhang Han quickly said loudly, "I want to invite the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction." Wu Kandu stood behind him, speechless at the two of them. "Big brother. Is it really okay to say it so directly? Shouldn't we first state the pros and cons and then try to win them over?" Long Feng looked at Zhang Han with appreciation, saying, "I must say you have courage." Zhang Han nodded. "Thank you for the compliment, but could you tell me the answer directly?" Long Feng raised 3 fingers with a hint of doubt in his tone. "Many difficulties. First, food scarcity. Dragons have enormous appetites, needing several tons of meat per meal, which the Light Faction cannot provide. Second, insufficient long-term funds to maintain the Dragon Domain's eternally spring-like environment nor to purchase enough food. We need funds in all aspects. We currently rely entirely on the Light Faction's support, so we cannot easily leave at this point." Long Feng's gaze became serious. Third, dragons are treasures from head to tail. The Dark Faction's order and management are even worse than the Light Faction's. Those strong individuals are all unruly, and even in the Light Faction, countless people want to slay dragons. If we join the Dark Faction, the dragon race may soon go extinct. Zhang Han remained silent, thinking food, money, safety, these are not problems that can be solved by simply becoming stronger. No wonder this is in sulfur monosulfide rank. Main quest, no quest is easy. Seeing him remain silent, Long Feng continued, "If these 3 problems can be solved, the Dragon Domain can consider joining the Dark Faction." He paused, then looked back at Wu Kandu and said, "Not bad, your strength has improved again. I can teach you a level 60 profession skill. Would you like to learn it?" "I want to learn." Wu Kandu hesitated. "But is it expensive?" Long Feng smiled and said, "Not expensive. 20,000 gold coins will do." Wu Kandu wanted to curse, his mouth twitching. 20,000 gold coins, aren't you robbing me? He thought. 20,000 gold coins is equivalent to 2 million in cash. Even with money you can't squander it like this. He opened the system panel to check the skill first. This move transcends all previous ones. Only a Dragon Knight can learn it. Others cannot, even if they wish. Wu Kandu looked at the system panel, astonished by its power. It was indeed invincible. But could it be cheaper? Long Feng raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm telling you, 20,000 gold coins is already a friendly price. If it were on the market, it would definitely be more than that." Wu Kandu scratched his head with an awkward smile. "But I don't have that much money on me." Long Feng put his hands on his hips, pointing at Wu Kandu. "Hurry up and top up your account. I am the guardian of the Dragon Domain. You must believe me. Topping up will make you stronger." Zhang Han looked at the two speechlessly, thinking, is this guy the Dragon Domain Guardian or a Dragon Domain Exploiter? Thinking this, he cleared his throat. "Ahem, Lord Dragon Domain Guardian, could you give me some hints regarding these 3 problems?" Long Feng shook his head slightly. "Young man, the path is under your feet. You must walk it yourself." Afterwards, a money bag containing 10,000 gold coins appeared before him. Long Feng took the money bag, his eyes fixed on it, and laughed. "Adventurer, your generosity is admirable." He stroked his chin, recalling Zhang Han's sword, and said, "The Blood Drinker sword you carry is the weapon of the previous Dark Swordsman, a peerless divine weapon. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, its sharpness is not what it once was. Now only a master smith among the dwarf race can restore it to its former glory." He wondered, the dwarf race. In some fantasy stories, dwarves like to hoard treasures. Could the dwarf race be the key to breaking the deadlock? Zhang Han asked, "Where is the dwarf race?" Hearing his question, Long Feng remained silent. Seeing Long Feng not answering, his mouth twitched. "Not enough money yet. The 50,000 gold coins left after killing Uriel have all been spent." Then he took out another bag of gold coins and said, "Please, senior, point me in the right direction." This time Long Feng waved his hand in refusal. "It's no use. Dwarf race has been in seclusion for 1,000 years. I don't know where they went." Zhang Han clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for the information, senior. Regardless," he thought to himself, although 10,000 gold coins for a piece of information was expensive, establishing a connection with the Dragon Domain made it worth the money. Long Feng, though greedy for money, was not without purpose. He accumulated wealth to accomplish things. Long Feng reminded him, "I just want to tell you that the dwarf race can restore the Blood Drinker sword to its peak state." "You're welcome, but little brother, whatever you want to do it quickly. Although I appreciate your generosity, joining the Light Faction is currently the best choice for the Dragon Domain." Zhang Han clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Wu Kandu took out another bag of gold coins and handed it to him. "Mentor, I've topped up my account. Teach me the skill quickly." Long Feng smiled and said, "As expected of an adventurer I favor, I have a level 60 top-tier weapon, starting bid 10,000 gold coins. Would you like to see it?" Wu Kandu shouted regretfully, Damn, so expensive, but I've topped up, Wukandu stammered in response. Then I'll go inquire about the dwarf race first. He bid farewell to the two. Zhang Han walked while opening the system panel, a headache striking him. There was no information about the dwarf race on the forums. This meant that so far no player had encountered any quests related to the dwarf race. Zhang Han stroked his chin, pondering. Should I go ask Sword God? It's been a while. I wonder how she's doing. No. I already got her into trouble last time. After killing Uriel, the Light faction's hostility towards me has deepened. I can't let her get into trouble because of me again. The screen showed Wukandu contacting him. Zhang Han Shui, I have news about the dwarf race. He was surprised. That fast? Wukandu nodded. That's right. Where are you? I'll come find you. We'll talk in person. Zhang Han asked. Where did you get your information? Wukandu reappeared before him. I paid to post on various official forums across countries to ask. Reportedly, there's a player in the Sweden America server who has transferred to the unique hidden profession Prophet, and perhaps can find the dwarf race's reclusive dwelling through divination. He clicked his tongue, thinking, money makes the world go round. Zhang Han shrugged. Can we contact that prophet and offer money to help us find the dwarf race? Wukandu frowned. Tried it, but no use. This prophet seems to come from a wealthy family, isn't short on money, and is also one of the top 10 masters in the Sweden America server. I've already sent him a private message, offering an initial reward of 10,000 gold coins, but he ignored it. He was somewhat interested after hearing this. Oh, so I have to go to the Sweden America server in person to find him? Wukandu said anxiously. Country borders are not open yet. Can you even get there? Zhang Han stroked his chin after hearing this. I can try, but it might not succeed, he thought to himself. If it were other countries, there would indeed be no way. But for the Denmark America server, Mentor Cheryl is the Tier 1 main city lord of Seaheart City. And I still have an undead scroll that can summon him to meet me. Wukandu asked with some concern. You only have one life, won't it be too dangerous to go to the Denmark America server? Hearing Wukandu's words, Zhang Han turned around. Should I easily give up just because there's a quest clue? Wukandu replied. Well, you have a point. Zhang Han thought it would be more convenient to act alone. This time I'll go to the Sweden America server by myself. You stay here and keep an eye on Long Feng's movements and also ask him how long it will take to rescue the giant dragon suppressed under Lake Ding. Wukandu nodded in agreement, then left. All right, the scene switched to Evergreen Prairie. Zhang Han looked at the endless prairie before him. He took out the undead summoning scroll and decisively tore it in half. System prompt. You have used the undead summoning scroll, and your mentor, undead swordsman Cheryl, will come to meet you as soon as possible. System prompt. Your dark gold tier equipment rock spear listed on the auction house has been sold, earning 5,147 gold coins. System prompt. Your spirit tier equipment redemption cloak listed on the auction house has been sold, earning 30.70 gold coins. He was surprised. It sold so fast, plus the gold coins left after killing Uriel. I now have a total of over 90,000 gold coins, equivalent to over 9 million real money. A dazzling golden light flashed and Cheryl appeared. He stepped forward and asked, Disciple, what happened? Zhang Han happily called out Mentor, then began to tell him everything in detail. Mentor, it's like this. After listening, Cheryl stroked his chin, lost in thought. So that's how it is. The Dark faction wants to win over the Dragon Domain as an ally, but this matter is indeed very difficult. Although the Light faction and the Dragon Domain have a strained relationship due to mutual interests, there is an inseparable connection between these two major powers. Zhang Han speculated. Mentor, do you think relying on divination to find the whereabouts of the dwarf race is reliable? He hadn't thought about this before. Cheryl stroked his chin. As long as the dwarf race is not extinct and still lives on the Eternal Continent, since there are still prophets on the Eternal Continent, then using divination, then we'll definitely be able to find their dwelling place. He excitedly said, That's great. Master, can you take me to the Sweden America region? He flicked his hand, of course. Cheryl's mount appeared and he sat on it holding the reins. Ride Master's mount, your blue-scale beast is too slow. He stared wide-eyed at Cheryl's mount. A Pegasus, are there such mounts in the Purple Flame Bamboo Forest secret realm? It seems after completing this quest I must work hard to get a high-level mount. And he nodded. Okay, Zhang Han sat behind Cheryl, who said the situation was urgent so he should get on quickly. He tightly hugged Cheryl's waist, replying, Okay. With that, the Pegasus spread its wide wings and flew directly into the sky, galloping forward. System notification. Please note you have entered a romantic region within the territory of other national forces. Death penalty will be doubled. The Pegasus flew very fast, blowing Zhang Han's hair back. He sensed, Master, your strength seems to have increased again, Cheryl said in surprise. How do you know? He explained, back then when you took me across the national border, you still needed the power of a scroll. Now you can actually tear open a corner of the national border with your own strength. He glanced back, smiling. So that's how it is indeed. Back then my strength wasn't enough to freely enter and exit the border. Now I'm just one step away from God tier, so naturally I can tear open the national border. As they were flying, the Pegasus suddenly stopped, whinnying. He curiously leaned forward and asked, What's wrong? Cheryl frowned, reassuring him. Don't panic. I just didn't expect to encounter that little dog. Zhang Han was puzzled. A little dog, he pointed at the little dog wagging its tail on the ground. Look, isn't that just a dog? System information displayed. Wang Sai grade unknown, level, HP, attack, defense and skills all unknown. Description. A magical little dog that brings good luck, possessing countless treasures that can drive god-tier powerhouses mad. Its origin is unknown, only its name. Wang Sai, Zhang Han said in surprise. Wang Sai, Cheryl reminded. Don't be fooled by its vulgar name. This dog, true to its name, is a magical little dog that brings good luck. It seems to have an astonishing treasure-sniffing ability, capable of finding hidden and buried undiscovered treasures on the eternal continent. Wang Sai was still diligently digging in the dirt. He controlled the Pegasus to fly past it. Let's go around behind it. Then the Pegasus landed, and Cheryl walked directly towards Wang Sai with his sword. Many god-tier powerhouses had tried to capture it, making it search for treasures for them, but none succeeded. This dog was so fast that even powerhouses known for their speed, like Demon God Leo and Wind of Chaos, couldn't match it. He looked at Cheryl's actions in confusion. "Master, are you trying to seize treasure?" Cheryl replied while rushing towards Wang Sai with lightning speed. "That's right." Wang Sai noticed the movement, turned around and barked, "Woof woof." Cheryl mercilessly slashed his sword at where Wang Sai was, but the sword didn't hit it, instead striking the ground directly. He said in surprise, "Its speed is astonishing, but the treasure here is mine." Suddenly, Wang Sai jumped onto Zhang Han's shoulder. Zhang Han quickly shouted, "A master!" Wang Sai also barked at him, "Woof woof." Cheryl angrily cursed, "Damn it, be careful, this dog steals things. Even god-tier powerhouse treasures can be stolen by it if they're not careful. I only have 2 treasures on me, disciple, you're on your own." Zhang Han was stunned. "Master, you..." Zhang Han turned to look at Wang Sai, who was baring its teeth, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute, wouldn't this give him a chance to subdue it as a mount?" He placed a stone in front of Wang Sai. System notification, capture failed. Looking at Wang Sai wagging its tail at him, Zhang Han sighed inwardly, so he had overthought it. Suddenly its paw directly slapped Zhang Han's face. System notification. Please note Wang Sai has used the Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill Hand of God, successfully stealing the S-rank item Azure Waterfish from your backpack, and you have discovered it. Zhang Han glared angrily. "How dare it steal my fish, this dog, I'll kill you." He reached out with a hand emitting a green aura and slapped Wang Sai. System notification. You have successfully learned the S-rank skill Lesser Hand of God through Hand of Plunder. Specific information is as follows. S-rank Lesser Hand of God description. A unique skill of the mysterious creature Wang Sai. Its exquisite stealing technique leaves any thief far behind. Although you have learned this skill through Hand of Plunder, its power is slightly weakened. Effect: silently steals items from an opponent's backpack with a small chance of being discovered by the opponent. Cooldown 3 seconds. Note: the higher the value of the stolen item, the higher the chance of being discovered. The less focused the opponent, the lower the chance of being discovered. Minimum 5, maximum 80. Zhang Han raised his hand and slapped its face. Wang Sai barked, "Ow!" System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the S-rank skill book Dawn Blessing from Wang Kei's backpack. Zhang Han looked at his hand. An S-rank skill book. As expected, it's a powerful stealing skill. You like to steal things, do you? I have hundreds of pet capture stones in my backpack. Since that's the case, I'll play this stealing game with you until you die. Then he continuously slapped Wang Kei's face with his hand. System prompt. Please note Wang Sai has used the Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill Hand of God, successfully stealing the item Pet Capture Stone from your backpack, and you have discovered it. System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the S-rank item Pet Evolution Stone from Wang Kei's backpack. System prompt. Please note Wang Sai has used the Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill Hand of God, successfully stealing the item Mount Capture Stone from your backpack, and you have discovered it. System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the S-rank item Dog Food from Wang Kei's backpack. Cheryl saw his actions and quickly shouted a warning. Danger, quickly dodge it. It's eyeing the treasures in your backpack. Seeing Cheryl about to rush over, Zhang Han raised his hand to stop him. Wait, he was now beaten black and blue. Master, how could you bear to leave such a cute dog behind? Cheryl silently watched the man and dog tangled in a fight. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. No, his disciple was never a good person. How could he possibly suffer a loss? Last time in Skysia Town, this kid seemed to have learned a move called Hand of Plunder. Could it be? He watched Zhang Han playfully wrestling with Wang Sai, his back to him. Disciple, if you don't dodge it, that rare treasure on you will be snatched by this dog. He turned his swollen face to Cheryl and said, "No hurry, it's not too late to leave after I've settled accounts with this cute dog." He thought to himself, Master is truly clever, understanding so quickly. This silly dog has already had many good things stolen by him, yet it doesn't even know. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Sai rushed forward again and slapped Zhang Han's face. System notification. Please note Wang Sai has used the Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill, Hand of God, successfully stealing the item Mount Capture Stone from your backpack. System notification. Please note Wang Sai has used the Sulfur Monosulfide rank skill Hand of God, successfully stealing the healing potion from your backpack. System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the Divine Tear or Obsidian Crystal from Wang Kei's backpack. Zhang Han waved his hand and slapped Wang Kei's face. System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the common item Apocalypse Scroll from Wang Kei's backpack. Hearing the system notification, his eyes widened and he repeated in disbelief in his mind, Divine, 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 divine tear. But he glanced at Wang Sai, seeing it glaring fiercely at him, baring its teeth, and he screamed inwardly, "Oh no, it seems to have noticed me. However, exchanging an S-rank Azure Waterfish and some capture stones for so many treasures is worth it," Wang Sai barked, and he mercilessly slammed it to the ground. "You fish-stealing dog, get lost." Wang Sai landed on its feet, glared at him fiercely, and furiously charged forward to attack with all 4 limbs. Cheryl walked over from a distance, blocking him. Woof 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 woof. He raised his hand, a black light appeared and only the whites of his eyes remained. Cheryl used Undead Shield and both were enveloped in his black light curtain. A golden light pierced through the shield from within, and then countless rays of light shot out. Cheryl breathed a sigh of relief, holding a torn scroll in his hand. Fortunately, although this dog was extremely agile and had astonishing defense, its attack power was neither high nor balanced. I wonder what you stole to make it so angry, Wang Sai barked furiously below. Woof 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 woof. System notification, you have entered the map Windblown Forest. He looked at Zhang Han and said meaningfully, it seems you've gained a lot of benefits again, kid. Then a shining obsidian crystal appeared in Zhang Han's hand. Zhang Han said in surprise, oh, system notification, obsidian crystal. Description, this is an extremely rare ore. It is a supreme treasure that can make even god-tier warriors fight over it. It can be melted into weapons and even divine artifacts, significantly enhancing their sharpness and toughness. The only drawback is that it makes weapons extremely heavy, difficult for ordinary people to use. Cheryl saw the crystal. His eyes widened. Obsidian crystal? Does that Wang Sai actually have such a treasure? Zhang Han scratched his head in embarrassment. Just luck, I got this ore from Wang Sai, master. If you need this obsidian crystal, I can give it to you. He raised his hand, shaking his head in refusal. No need. Then Cheryl stepped forward, looked at the crystal and said, you might not believe it, but the dwarf race is a race obsessed with forging to the point of madness. If you can find them and provide them with this god-tier obsidian crystal, they might treat you like their reborn parents. He listened and thought in surprise. Reborn parents? That's a bit exaggerated. Cheryl's face drew closer to the crystal. Perhaps obtaining this obsidian crystal from Wang Sai was a stroke of luck, but it might also be destiny. I originally planned to give you a difficult quest with an immortal tier ore as a reward to persuade those dwarves to emerge from seclusion. Now it's good. Once the obsidian crystal is brought out, the entire dwarf tribe will go crazy for it. Zhang Han happily clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, master. He thought to himself, it's great to have such a principled master. He must repay him in the future if given the chance. Cheryl summoned his mount, ready to leave. Immortal tier treasures cannot be exposed. Besides the dwarf race, don't let anyone know you possess obsidian crystal or you'll be in big trouble. This place is not far from the national border and Wang Sai can find us, so it's best to stay away from here. He nodded. Okay. Seeing Zhang Han agree, he said nothing more and left immediately. Zhang Han sat in the back opening the system panel, thinking to himself, taking this opportunity to see the value of the two items he just obtained. The system panel displayed SS rank Apocalypse Scroll description and revelation from the heavens making you unique. Effect, pet combat slots increased by 1. His heart blossomed with joy and he happily said, oh, this Apocalypse Scroll allows my pet to participate in combat an extra time. Isn't that equivalent to stripping some privileges from summoners? This shouldn't be sulfur monosulfide rank but SSS rank. The reason for the incorrect rank is simply because the system doesn't understand. System notification, do you wish to use the sulfur monosulfide rank item Apocalypse Scroll? He immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. System notification. You have used the sulfur monosulfide rank item, Apocalypse Scroll, and the number of pets that can participate in combat has increased by 1. Zhang Han looked at Dawn Blessing displayed on the system panel and also a skill book. Since it's an S-rank skill book and it's Wang Kei's collection, it should be good, right? System notification, S-rank Dawn Blessing, effect. A single target gains 20 attribute points for 10 minutes and immediately restores 20 of their health. The caster then recovers 500 of their health. Lasts 5 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Profession requirement, Holy Priest, Light Priest. System prompt, you have learned the skill Dawn Blessing. System notification. Please note you have entered the Sweden-America region within the territory of other national forces. Death will result in double penalty. Cheryl turned around and asked, do you want to go directly to see that diviner or rest first in Master's Seaheart City? Zhang Han smiled and replied, can I first visit the city Lord Seaheart City? He pondered, having just arrived in the Sweden-America region. It might be dangerous to wander rashly within its sphere of influence. It would be better to first visit his mentor's city to assess the situation. He nodded. All right, Lord City Ruler, please give me a tour of Seaheart City. System notification. You have entered Seaheart City Main City, Level 1 map. Seaheart City Main City, Level 1. Introduction. One of the Level 1 main cities in the Sweden-America region, built by the sea with beautiful scenery, a rare holiday destination. Unfortunately, it has been seized by the immortal tier peak powerhouse Dark Swordsman, Cheryl, and belongs to the Dark Faction's sphere of influence. The two then slowly descended into the city on their mounts. As soon as he dismounted, Zhang Han looked around and said, Mentor, Seaheart City is truly well managed. Just passing through the streets, there's a constant stream of pedestrians bustling with activity. Even though the faction has changed, their daily lives haven't been hindered at all, he replied. Regardless of the faction, commoners have no right to choose. After conquering this city, I let the people recuperate and practice a laissez-faire approach, allowing commoners to buy and sell freely, which led to such a prosperous scene. Zhang Han asked doubtfully, do you think we can succeed? Defeat the Light Faction. Hearing this, Cheryl also stroked his chin, lost in thought. It's difficult. Although the demon gods are powerful, the Light Faction also has top-tier powerhouses who can contend with them. The reason the Dark Faction can sweep across all directions, conquering cities and territories, is entirely due to severe internal strife within the Light Faction, constant conspiracies, and even clear national boundaries where countries do not interact with each other. Seeing him ponder, sighed. Never mind, Cheryl shrugged. So what are you going to do next? Zhang Han said. Seek out the prophet and find the reclusive dwarf race. System notification. The system has automatically added you to Seaheart City. Hearing the system task notification, he was somewhat speechless. Joining Seaheart City meant big trouble now. This was a level 1 main city with completely different defensive forces from Gloomwood City. Once besieged, super powerhouses would definitely appear on both sides. He scratched his head apologetically. I've troubled you, Mentor. He thought to himself that level 1 main city activities would probably be too difficult, perhaps even unable to kill ordinary soldiers, so it would be best not to participate. System notification. Sweden-America region players. Please note, Eastern region player, Emissary of Annihilation, Yi Zhanghan Shui, a spirit tier boss, has invaded the border, entered Sweden-America region territory, and joined level 1 main city Seaheart City. Killing this player will grant the following rewards. Level 5 free attribute points 100, 1 beginner level national artifact. Zhang Han's mouth twitched a few times. Such generous rewards for killing myself. He turned to leave. Well, Mentor, I'm off, he reminded. Alright, be careful and remember to use the communication bracelet if there's any danger. Zhang Han rode the blue scale beast and contacted Wu Kandu, who exclaimed, I never thought things would come to this. Killing your head can grant a unique hidden profession plus super rare skills, and now even a national artifact. Players are probably going crazy. Zhang Han replied, if it's just players, the pressure isn't too great. I wonder where that profit is. Wu Kandu explained, they usually operate in the level 2 city, Blue Moon City, and nearby guild territories. Oh right, I'll send you the Sweden-America region light faction map and the prophet's appearance. Zhang Han nodded. Alright, thanks brother. 40 minutes later, he also arrived at Blue Moon City. Zhang Han looked at the city from afar. Blue Moon City was ahead. He stroked his chin, calculating. To avoid trouble as soon as he entered the city, and to prevent unnecessary complications, it would be better not to enter the city first and go directly to the guild territory. That was where the prophet often operated. The system displayed Blue Moon City's information. The city essentially belonged to the indigenous residents, but players could also build their own territories, as long as relevant quests were completed. The guild had enough members and resources, and a series of rare items like village building orders, town building orders, and city building orders. Becoming a city lord was not out of reach. System notification. Player built map. Evil Dragon Town. As soon as Zhang Han stepped in, the guard saw him and approached, speaking in English. Oh my god! This group of people looked at Zhang Han's attire and appearance and suddenly recognized Yi Zhanghan Shui from the eastern region. The entire Sweden-America region was looking for him, and they didn't expect him to walk right into their trap. A person who appeared from nowhere stood in front of Zhang Han, blocking his way. Hey! The person blocking him had blonde hair and a large scar on his face. That person was Valette. Eastern region folk. Our Sweden-America region players aren't soft persimmons like yours to be crushed at will. You dare to come to our evil dragon guild's territory? Then I'll send you to meet God. Zhang Han was fearless, his eyes flickering, and he smiled. Haha, let me give you an Eastern proverb. Zhang Han controlled the blue scale beast's hoof and directly stomped it onto his face, coldly saying, get lost. With that, the hoof came down. The ground shook, affecting the surroundings. System notification. You have killed Sweden-America region player Valette, gaining 2,000 experience points. System notification. You have killed Sweden-America region player Green Hat Hero, gaining 900 experience points. The surrounding crowd was affected and terrified. What happened? One stomp killed 10 players? Oh my god, that's insane. So the video wasn't edited. Another man rushed to get reinforcements. Quick, go get the guild leader. Only an expert like her can deal with this guy. Zhang Han watched the man leave without stopping him. It seemed the Sweden-America region wasn't quite aware of the strength of a spirit tier boss. He said loudly, if you're going to call for reinforcements, I'll wait here and clear the battlefield in the meantime, shall I? In the crowd, a blonde woman appeared. She clenched her fists, looked at Zhang Han and scolded, Eastern region player, why have you trespassed into my territory without cause? The system displayed her information. Death Flower, Prophet, level 63, HP 1 million, attack 3,800 to 4,060, defense 550 to 5,772. Skills, Ruin Fate, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Sacrifice Light, See-Through Divination. Seeing this information, he smiled inwardly. It's the Prophet, indeed the right person. Zhang Han stated his purpose. I'm here to ask you to cast a divination for me. Death Flower raised an eyebrow. Divination? You, an Eastern region player, actually want me, a Sweden-America region player, to cast a divination for you? Zhang Han looked at her and smiled, asking in return, is there a problem with that? She pointed at the sun with her finger. Of course there's a problem. Is this the IQ of the Eastern region's top player? Hearing this, he channeled power into his hand, thinking, if she doesn't agree, then so be it. Time waits for no one. I won't waste any more time on you. I'll just borrow your divination skill. Zhang Han's hand shot directly at her. Hand of Plunder. System notification. Divination is a prophet's exclusive skill and cannot be plundered. But Deathflower was completely unharmed, looking at him as if he were an idiot. What are you doing? Are you Eastern region people that funny? Zhang Han's mouth fell open. Exclusive skills can't be plundered. This might be a bit tricky now, he spoke. I can bring you many benefits. The players I just killed, I will compensate them in full and even help them level up by 10 levels. I'll compensate 10 times over. Is that enough to prove my sincerity? She laughed heartily. Haha, it seems you've encountered a problem. Without my divination to guide your path, you're surely doomed. In that case, just go back and wait for death. Zhang Han's eyes flickered and he grinned. Heh, don't overdo it. Have you considered that by repeatedly mocking me you'll pay a price? Deathflower laughed as if she'd heard a joke. A price? HMPH, if you can manage that, she scoffed inwardly, not believing he was as invincible as rumored. Reconnaissance. System notification. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhanghan Shui, Spirit Tier Boss. All information regarding level, HP, attack, defense, and skills cannot be probed. Only a description. An adventurer who fell into the abyss of darkness, yet is the most terrifying existence among adventurers. He possesses terrifying combat power, capable of slaying enemies beyond his level. Even if the Light Holy See tried their best to summon all the gods to obliterate him, unfortunately, they all died at his hands. Before she could react, he charged forward and swung his sword down from the air. Seeing Zhang Han's move, the crowd behind him was dumbfounded. Oh my god, guild leader, be careful. With one sword strike he sent everyone flying, and she was no exception. The heavy blow landed on Deathflower and she fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Han turned and said, if that kick just now had been aimed at you, you would have probably been annihilated long ago. His voice was filled with coldness. I'll give you one more chance. Help or not? She sat up, gritting her teeth. Since you've come to the Sweden-America region, you're destined to pay the price. There will be no peace between us. He directly slashed Deathflower with his sword. Incorrect answer. System notification. You have killed Sweden-America region player Deathflower. System notification. Congratulations, you have occupied Evil Dragon Town. Please choose to destroy or occupy. Zhang Han thought, so that's it. Killing all enemies in a player-built town allows you to destroy or occupy its territory. He muttered, occupy. The scene switched to Blue Moon City's Resurrection Point guild leader. Deathflower slowly resurrected before everyone. Guild leader, is she okay? Deathflower gritted her teeth, her gaze filled with murderous intent, cursing, that damn bastard, she thought to herself, so strong, that bastard is indeed too strong. System notification. Please note your territory, Evil Dragon Town, has been occupied by level 81 Spirit Tier Boss Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhanghan Shui. You have lost administrative rights over Evil Dragon Town. Hearing the system notification, she froze. The others were terrified. What boss? What do we do now? Deathflower's gaze turned fierce. He even dared to seize the town she had painstakingly built. She gathered all guild members, requesting as many as possible to come online. She clenched her fist, determined. I will immediately issue a region-wide announcement to ensure all top guilds in the Sweden-America region know about this. The reward for Yi Zhanghan Shui's head is generous, even a national artifact for killing him, so they will definitely take action. Furthermore, killing the Eastern region's top player will severely damage their players' morale, so no one has a reason not to take action. Everyone nodded in unison. Understood. The system displayed the Evil Dragon Guild leader's announcement. Greetings to all Sweden-America region players. I am Deathflower, guild leader of the Evil Dragon Guild. Eastern region player Yi Zhanghan Shui is in our guild's Evil Dragon Town, openly challenging all players in our Sweden-America region. Our Evil Dragon Guild now earnestly hopes that aspiring individuals will step forward and bring glory to our Sweden-America region. One person below asked doubtfully, Yi Zhanghan Shui is in Evil Dragon Town? A person nearby scoffed. We must let that Eastern region clown know that our Sweden-America region is number one. Message received. I'm heading there immediately. Sweden-America region's top guild, City of Sin, assembled. He sat on the city wall, opened the system to check, and smiled. Haha. Heroes from all over the world were besieging his Evil Dragon Town. Zhang Han waited with his arms crossed, fearing that they would come with great fanfare only to ultimately humiliate themselves. Suddenly a sword appeared from behind, pressing against his neck. The attacker's sword slashed down. Zhang Han dodged sideways, then countered with a strike that hit the person. Ambushing me, lie down. System notification. You have killed player 7 Deadly Sins, Envy, gaining 3,500 experience points. 2 more people appeared behind him. Number 2, damn it, we've been discovered. Zhang Han smiled happily. You came really fast. Are you in such a hurry to die? The few people who had just arrived saw their companion killed and were furious for the glory of the Sweden-America region. Charge! Zhang Han said no more, directly unleashing 4 sword strikes with the sword break 8 directions move. After a few swings, those people were dead beyond dead. He looked around. These few must be the vanguard. The main force was still behind. Zhang Han then immediately left. Since that's the case, I'll go to the town entrance to meet them. After all, I just wanted to make Deathflower concede. If I really destroyed the town they had painstakingly built, then there would truly be nothing more to say. Looking ahead, he also guessed that the forces had already gathered. A group of people under the commander's shouts fought for the glory and greatness of the Sweden-America region. Kill! Sins, with his brawny physique, raised his sword and yelled, everyone, proceed as planned. Do not let Yi Zhanghan Shui increase his HP or durability. Archers fire stun arrows. Assassins fully pierce and blind the target. Those who land a skill will receive a Cur 500 reward. Zhang Han remained there, observing with a smile. As expected of the Sweden-America region, their execution is quite strong. I'd like to see who among you can threaten me. He immediately gave the order to fire arrows at Zhang Han, and countless arrows flew. He immediately used the Annihilation Armor skill. System notification. You have used the skill, Annihilation Armor, Defense 50, Tenacity 20, additional effect. Light Elemental and Dark Elemental Resistance 20, duration 2 minutes. Zhang Han then charged forward alone to block the attack. directly rushing into the center of the battlefield, scattering the archer guards with a single sword slash. Zhang Han used the sword break 8 directions skill, thrusting his sword directly at Sins and the soldiers. The soldiers were hit and sent flying backward, shouting, "Oh my god, where's Ice Emperor? Quick, get Ice Emperor to deal with him." A person on a mount holding a spear charged at him. "Get out of my way!" The spear was aimed at Zhang Han's head. He turned and glanced at the spear. Zhang Han dodged, and a spiritual energy rope shot out. Zhang Han blocked the attack with his sword. The rope wrapped around the sword. He glanced at the person who had just appeared, growing wary, realizing a master had arrived. The newcomer was none other than Ice Emperor. He stared at Zhang Han and said, "Yi Zhang Han Shui, I've long wanted to see your strength for myself. As fellow unique hidden profession holders and champions of the World Martial Arts Tournament from different countries, let's see who is superior." The system displayed his information. Ice Emperor, level 70, Frost King, HP 179,900, attack 9,305 to 962, defense 4,470 to 4,750, skills, Ice Body, Frost Wind Guard, Extreme Ice Blade, Ice and Snow World, Ice King's Prohibition. Seeing his information, Zhang Han thought with doubt, a unique hidden profession, a champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although there was still a large gap between him and himself among players, he was undoubtedly an elite, and he also wielded forbidden arts. He looked at the opponent's power index and said, "You're still under the effects of my war stomp and might of the 8 directions, yet you still have the strength to fight me?" He gathered a surge of power in his palm and laughed heartily. "Haha, don't celebrate too soon." System prompt. Ice Emperor, use the talent skill Plunder, acquiring your overbearing talent. Since your overbearing talent is sulfur monosulfide rank, the opponent gains 75 of its effect. That light appeared on him again. Plunder. It seemed this plunder was similar to the skill he possessed, essentially duplicating the opponent's talent. Ice Emperor shouted triumphantly, "Is this overbearing talent? Attack increased by 37.5, haha, how lucky." Then he left. He charged forward with his sword, just a 37.5 increase. "I don't see what you're so proud of." He raised his spear and shouted, "Ice King's Prohibition." System notification. Ice Emperor used the skill Ice King's Prohibition, removing all negative statuses, restoring HP and increasing all attributes by 80 for 10 minutes. After the duration, level will decrease by 10 and he will enter a weakened state for 3 days, with all attributes reduced by 50. Ice Emperor gnashed his teeth. "Is that enough to fight you now?" Zhang Han still ignored him, continuing to charge forward at astonishing speed. He said, "You might be able to block one of my moves now." Watching him leap into the air, the opponent was astonished. "What? How is the cooldown so fast?" Seeing Zhang Han's move, he was so startled he immediately dismounted. Without giving the opponent a chance to retaliate, he attacked straight downwards. Zhang Han then raised his hand, condensing a yellow aura. "Where do you think you're going?" System notification. You have used the skill Holy Spirit Control, causing Ice Emperor to be unable to move for 2 seconds. His body floated in the air under control. Ice Emperor gnashed his teeth. 2 seconds, he smiled triumphantly, grabbing his neck. "Want to learn my skills?" System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the Spirit Tier equipment Ice Streamlight Sword from Ice Emperor's backpack. The onlookers were astonished. Ice Emperor was subjected to such humiliation. Ice Emperor, unable to bear the shame, shouted, "Bastard, you'll pay for this." Before he could act, Zhang Han had already slashed him with a Star Shatter sword strike, continuing to use his moves. Annihilation Slash. Directly cleaved Ice Emperor, reducing his HP by 248,710 points. His subordinates were incredulous. "TH, oh my god, Ice Emperor was instantly killed. Impossible. He can't be dead, right?" Sin saw this scene, gnashing his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. "He easily killed our region's world martial arts champion. Is this really a player or an NPC?" Sin, still fearless, calmly ordered his troops, "Don't be afraid, continue to use skills to control him." Zhang Han was somewhat interested. Even though he had killed their region's top master, their morale remained high. It seemed the opponent's command ability was quite good. He didn't notice someone behind him raising a sword intending to ambush him. The Cyclops forcefully slashed at his nape. System notification. You have been hit by the Cyclops' cleave, losing 1 HP and stunned for 0.1 seconds. System notification. You have been hit by a stun arrow, losing 1 HP and stunned for 0.1 seconds. Subsequently, arrows rained down on Zhang Han's body. His subordinates were excited to see this. The tactic worked. "Don't stop." Stun arrows. Sins held a scroll in his hand, raised it and smiled triumphantly. "It's time then." Without a word, he tore it apart. A person in a black robe like a Grim Reaper appeared and shouted, "Eastern Region player, you are too arrogant." He roared in fury, "You will pay for your arrogance." The black-robed figure shot black energy to attack him. System notification. Please note, Sweden America region player, use the S-rank item Grim Reaper's Scythe, rendering your lifesteal effect ineffective, your HP recovery ability ineffective, and reducing all attributes by 10 for 30 minutes. Zhang Han was fearless, letting out an "oh" after seeing the system information. "Oh, removing my lifesteal and HP recovery ability," he thought. "It seems I need to put more effort into this." Zhang Han summoned his mount. System notification. You have been hit by Robin's stun arrow, losing 1 HP and gaining immunity to stun status. Sin's eyes widened in terror, gnashing his teeth. What? His mount's tenacity is that high, it's practically immune to crowd control. Zhang Han couldn't be bothered with him, controlling the blue scale beast to charge at Sin's. "Die!" Sin snorted coldly, condensing an energy orb in his hand. The energy orb gradually grew larger, enveloping Sins, preventing Zhang Han's slashes from breaking through this protection, he thought in surprise. Although I don't know what this crystal orb item is, I have to admit its defensive capability is very high. Zhang Han used the sword break 8 direction skill, continuing to slash at the protective shield, originally thinking it would have no effect. To his surprise, Sins, who was triumphantly standing inside, saw cracks appearing on the shield and was astonished. Zhang Han smiled happily. After more than 10 slashes, his crystal shield already had multiple cracks. Perhaps a few more slashes would. Suddenly, another yellow light appeared in the sky, striking his head. The light directly hit Zhang Han, drastically reducing his HP. System notification: Forbidden Zone used the S-rank Forbidden Curse scroll Doomsday Judgment, dealing 5 million fixed damage to you. Forbidden Zone stood beside Sins, arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. Haha, he stood in front of Sin's shield, arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. No offense, but how about we split Yi Zhang Han Shui's head? System information: Forbidden Zone Vice Guild Leader of the Sweden America Region's 2nd Guild. Sins heard his mockery and snorted coldly. HMPH, this Forbidden Curse scroll certainly has some power. Forbidden Zone put his hands on his hips and ordered. Members of Forbidden Zone attack. The people behind shouted in unison, kill. Zhang Han wasn't dead, but his HP had drastically decreased, making him somewhat unsteady. He provocatively blocked Zhang Han. Eastern region folk, how does a forbidden curse taste? He smiled and said, just so, not powerful enough. Why don't you throw 4 Forbidden Curse scrolls and kill me directly? Forbidden Zone gnashed his teeth upon hearing Zhang Han's words. 4 Forbidden Curse scrolls? One is already priceless and sold out, let alone 4, he shouted in anger. What are you being arrogant about? If you can't lifesteal, do you still think you can fight against 1,000 troops? Green light flashed around him as his body's strength began to increase. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow. Oh really? System notification: you have used the skill Light Guard, increasing your defense by 15 and restoring 3,250 HP per second for 10 seconds. System notification: you have used the skill Light Blessing, increasing your attack by 20 and restoring 6,030 HP per second for 10 seconds. The soldiers discussed among themselves upon seeing this. Damn it, he can actually recover his own HP, he even has pre-skills, he cracked it, he's not a player. Must be an NPC, Zhang Han smiled provocatively. No lifesteal, so I can't heal myself, right? Then he charged forward, sending the soldiers flying. He watched this scene, stunned, sweat beading on his forehead. The people scattered in terror. Damn it, what is that thing? The entire Forbidden Zone guild was retreating. Sin, seeing him flee, gnashed her teeth from inside the protective shield. Why did you learn pre-skills? Zhang Han replied, raising his sword. Because I have a nickname, Melee Priest. He slashed at the protective shield a few times, causing cracks to gradually appear. Only now did she feel fear in her heart. Oh no, it's about to break. Before Sins could react, the protective shield immediately shattered. He brought his sword down on her. System notification: you have killed Sweden America region player Sins. Zhang Han laughed triumphantly. Haha, who else can stop me? Suddenly something charged furiously from behind him. What's going on back there? Zhe Yu, wielding a great axe and riding a mount, shouted, you bunch of bastards, you've disgraced the Sweden America region. Get out of my way, I'll deal with him. System notification: please note your wanton slaughter of Sweden America region players has incurred the wrath of Celestial Tier Boss Zhe Yu, Lord of Thunderflame City, who will personally launch an attack against you. He snorted coldly and looked at him. Kid, you came all the way from the eastern region. Dying by my hand will not have been in vain. System information: Zhe Yu, Lord of Thunderflame City, Celestial Tier Boss. Level, HP, attack, defense, skills, and description are all unviewable. Zhang Han thought to himself. A Celestial Tier Boss with unknown attributes. It seems his level is already 50 levels higher than mine, he replied fearlessly. Excellent, I came here precisely to take your head. Zhe Yu angrily swung his great axe to attack. HMPH, a glib tongue won't change the outcome. He cleaved his axe at Zhang Han and a cloud of dust filled the air, but behind Zhe Yu the soldiers were sent flying backward. He stared wide-eyed behind him, and Zhe Yu shouted, coward, do you dare to fight me head-on? Those tiny lights disappeared. And he couldn't be seen either. Where is he? How did he disappear? One person asked. He's already used this trick in the romantic region. Everyone be careful, he's changed his name and blended into the crowd, he fumed. Damn it, he has too many tricks up his sleeve. Zhe Yu gnashed his teeth. Coward, no sense of honor at all. Zhang Han, disguised as a curly-haired person, suddenly raised his hand as if to speak, then hesitated. Lord City Ruler, he began. I heard that when Yi Zhang Han Shui was fighting in the eastern region, he was bald and wore a cloak. Why don't we start with the bald man, of course, besides yourself? A bald man, hearing him say this, suddenly let out a cry, drawing others' attention. Ah, Zhe Yu ordered. Everyone kill that bald man with all your might. If you can kill him, you'll get 100 gold coins in Thunderflame City. I don't believe Yi Zhang Han Shui won't show up. The people then turned to chase the bald soldier. Stop, the man hastily fled, explaining, it's not me, friend. I'm a member of the Sins Guild named Sins. Have you forgotten? Zhang Han, seeing this, chuckled to himself. Ha ha ha, those people are still fighting each other. They fell for it. He ran towards him from behind. I'm sure Lord of Thunderflame City has many treasures. In front, Zhe Yu was still commanding his subordinates, not paying attention to what was behind him. Kill them all, better to kill the wrong person than to let one go. Zhang Han then suddenly turned and attacked Zhe Yu, punching him in the face. System notification: You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing the S-rank item Rare Treasure Map from J.U., Lord of Thunderflame City's backpack. J.U. suddenly turned around, eyes wide, gnashing his teeth and cursing, "Bastard." System information. J.U., Lord of Thunderflame City, used the skill See-Through, rendering your disguise skill ineffective. Jung Han somewhat stiffly stopped his hand, watching J.U. angrily shout, "Kid, today is your doomsday." He recovered, smiling and swinging his sword. "I think it's yours." System notification. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Jung Han Shui used the skill Daydreaming. The next attack's damage is increased by 1000, damage is boosted by 1000, and it's a guaranteed critical hit. J.U. gnashed his teeth in shock and roared, "What?" As Jung Han's sword slashed down, he quickly cried out and dismounted. Jung Han sneered, "Hey, old man, consider yourself lucky." With that, Jung Han turned and fled. "Well then, goodbye." System notification. You use the skill Swift Stride, increasing your movement speed by 30 for 10 seconds. Seeing him attack and then flee, J.U. furiously cursed, "Shameless scoundrel. To repeatedly toy with me like this." He then summoned his mount and chased after Jung Han. Jung Han stopped and also summoned his blue scale beast ahead. Many soldiers blocked his path. Jung Han swung his sword at each soldier, shouting, "Get lost, those who block me die." J.U. was still desperately chasing from behind, roaring, "If you have the guts, don't run for this humiliation." Jung Han was fearless, turning and making a face at him. "Brother J.U., it's a real shame we met so late. I know you don't want me to leave, but I have important things to do. I must go find treasures first. Let's chat again if there's a chance later." Then he quickly left like a gust of wind, and J.U. couldn't even catch his shadow. Those who blocked Jung Han's path were stunned, completely unable to stop him. The power gap was too great. This guy's movement speed was unimaginably fast, impossible to stop. J.U.'s eyes were bloodshot with rage, and he cursed through gritted teeth. "That damn bastard!" He raised his great axe and ordered, "Whoever kills this guy will be a hero of our Sweden-America region." System notification. Sweden-America region players, please note, Eastern region player, Emissary of Annihilation Yi Jung Han Shui, a spirit tier boss, has invaded the border, entered Sweden-America region territory, and joined level 1 main city Seaheart City. Killing this player will grant the following rewards. Level 8, free attribute points 200, 1 mid-tier national artifact. Jung Han ran into the forest and after seeing the system notification said, "Mid-tier national artifact?" He was somewhat puzzled. They're not even willing to reward a high-tier national artifact. Aren't they looking down on me, Jung Han, too much? System notification. Congratulations on acquiring the Hidden World Quest, Promise of Triumph, difficulty SS. Hearing about the new quest, Jung Han raised an eyebrow. Hidden World Quest. He opened the system panel to check. Promise of Triumph, difficulty SS. If you achieve great success in the Sweden-America region and return triumphantly, you will receive a reward. Quest requirement. Complete the main quest and successfully return to the Eastern region. Quest reward, 1 Eastern region mid-tier national artifact. Quest penalty, level -10, all attributes permanently -500. Jung Han smiled after seeing this. This was reasonable. If a group of Sweden-America region players could get a rare national artifact reward for killing him, but he risked entering their territory and got no good things, that would be too unfair. He began to ponder. Now that the battle had just ended, he needed to give Deathflower some time to process things so she could reclaim Evil Dragon Town. This way, he could also go to Evil Dragon Town to meet her. Perhaps he should use J.U.'s treasure map first. The treasure map appeared in Jung Han's hand. System notification. Do you wish to use the S-rank item Rare Treasure Map? He immediately nodded, yes. A mountain appeared on the map. System notification. You have used the S-rank Rare Treasure Map item and obtained the treasure location, White Star Mountain, coordinates 7,584,884. The treasure here will disappear within 3 days. Please be mindful of the time. Jung Han raised an eyebrow. White Star Mountain, since the description didn't mention the level of danger. The difficulty of this treasure hunt should not be high. Seeing this information, he immediately left. No time to lose, let's go now. 2 hours later. System notification. You have entered the White Star Mountain map. Jung Han finally arrived at White Star Mountain. Oh, is it up ahead? As soon as he entered, a wild beast blocked his way. System notification. Wild Boar Ghost Domain Tier, level 100, HP 6,500,000, attack 26,000 to 26,700, defense 18,000 to 18,800. Skills. Damage Reflect Charge Spikes. Description. The Overlord of White Star Mountain Range. Its strength far surpasses elite monsters. Neither its attack nor defense can be resisted by ordinary people. Young adventurers, do not provoke it or you will be shot full of quills. Jung Han's eyes widened in surprise. Ghost Domain Tier. This rank is even higher than elite monsters. Even at only level 100, it's stronger in all aspects than the level 102 5-star elite monster Inferno Moth. He swung his sword, ready for battle. Star Shatter. Jung Han controlled his warhorse to charge forward using Annihilation Slash. The Wild Boar's HP dropped by 1,776,492 points. System notification. Due to the Wild Boar's Damage Reflect trait, 25 of the damage you dealt has been reflected, causing you to lose 29,123 HP. He looked at his HP bar, muttering, "Damage Reflect, huh? Luckily, the Blood Drinker sword has a 15 lifesteal effect, otherwise this skill would really give me a headache." Suddenly, the Wild Boar leader cried out to the sky. Squeal! Then several Wild Boars came forward, curling into a ball, their bodies covered in sharp quills, forming a layer of defense. Jung Han was surprised. What kind of move is this? The quills on the Wild Boars shot towards him like arrows. The quills were upon him, and Jung Han was greatly startled, unable to react. What? He hastily used Annihilation Armor, leaping from the blue-scale beast back to dodge the quills. Zhang Han used War Stomp, stomping towards the wild boars. System notification: due to the wild boar's damage reflect trait, 25 of the damage you dealt has been reflected, causing you to lose 254,689 HP. System notification: due to the wild boar's damage reflect trait, 25 of the damage you dealt has been reflected, causing you to lose 135,789 HP. His HP bar was still more than half full. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, luckily I have multiple protective skills, otherwise I would have almost stomped myself to death. After calming down, he used the Sword Break 8 Directions skill. System notification: congratulations on slaying the wild boar, gaining 1.5 of current level experience. System notification: congratulations on slaying the wild boar, gaining 1.5 of current level experience. System notification: congratulations on slaying the wild boar, gaining 1.5 of current level experience. System notification: your level has been increased to 83. Watching the wild boars slowly disappear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, let's keep moving forward. An hour later, dusk fell and a golden moon hung high in the sky. Zhang Han opened his map to check the situation. According to the map's instructions, this should be the place. He took out his sword, plunged it into the ground and began to dig. Zhang Han continued to dig downwards. He didn't expect the treasure to be buried so deep. Suddenly, while digging, he felt something hard. Found it. Zhang Han happily picked it up to look. It was a box. This was a rare treasure map. Last time the rare treasure map led to an immortal tier shard. This time it couldn't be worse, could it? Opening it, he found a sparkling gem. System notification: congratulations on acquiring the S-rank item, Lucky Orb. Lucky Orb S-rank. Description: as its name suggests, this is a magical orb that can bring you good fortune. Effect: Luck 5. He picked it up and examined it carefully. Lucky Orb. I think I've seen this item on the official forums. Some players have theorized that luck can help items with low drop rates appear more easily, and also has some influence on critical hit rate, drop rate, trigger chances, etc. Overall, the concept of luck is somewhat vague, but it's very difficult to obtain, not even appearing as a first kill reward, so this item is extremely precious. But Zhang Han glanced inside the wooden box. There seems to be something else in the box. As soon as he took out a piece of paper from the box, the system notified him, congratulations on acquiring the S-rank rare treasure map. Zhang Han opened the treasure map in surprise to check, exclaiming, a rare treasure map actually contained another rare treasure map. Well done. Are you planning to play Russian dolls with me? Power of luck. Did it take effect so quickly? System notification: do you wish to use the S-rank item rare treasure map? He carefully observed the treasure map and nodded. Yes. System notification: you have used the S-rank rare treasure map item and obtained the treasure location. Thunder Shadow Canyon, coordinates 1687-339. The treasure here will disappear within 3 days, please be mindful of the time. He muttered, it's getting late. I'll farm some monsters nearby, then log off and rest. With that thought, Zhang Han put away the treasure map, jumped onto his blue-scale beast and galloped away like the wind. Suddenly he stopped, his entire body glowing with golden light. He had leveled up. System notification: your level has been increased to 84. Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied after seeing this. Finally reached level 84. I'll log off first and go find the remaining treasure tomorrow. The next day, system notification: you have entered the Thunder Shadow Canyon map. Arriving at the canyon, Zhang Han watched in surprise as lightning continuously struck within it. He sighed, it seems very dangerous here. I must be careful. A bolt of lightning coiled around the feet of Zhang Han's blue-scale beast. System notification: you have been hit by an electrical attack. Attack reduced by 20, losing 2000 HP per second. He gripped the reins tightly. Thanks to ultimate power, his HP recovery rate far exceeded his HP loss rate. The HP loss from the electricity was not an issue, but the 20 reduction in attack power was indeed a considerable debuff. With that, Zhang Han disregarded the dangers ahead and continued forward. Suddenly, as he was walking, he noticed something ahead. A Tiger King was blocking the path ahead. System information: Violet Lightning Tiger King, Spirit Tier Boss, level 105, HP 25 million, Attack 30,000 to 31,000, Defense 17,000 to 18,000, Skills: Lightning Storm, Thunderclaw Strike, Violet Lightning Shield, Super Bloodlust. Description: the hidden king of beasts in Thunder Shadow Canyon. Under the influence of electricity, it gradually mutated and by chance mastered the use of lightning elements, becoming an extremely terrifying entity. Zhang Han was surprised. I didn't expect a Spirit Tier boss with such high attributes to appear near this treasure location. He just happened to have several hundred pet capture stones in his backpack. Why not try to capture it and make it his pet? He pondered his strategy. Seeing that it hadn't moved yet, he slowly walked closer. Before it notices me, I'll strike first. After approaching the Tiger King, Zhang Han rode his horse, swung his sword and cast War Stomp. He swung his sword and shouted, Sword Break 8 Directions. Zhang Han thought to himself, I'll first reduce its HP to critical levels. That usually increases the chance of capturing a pet. This is an experience summarized by other players in the game. The Tiger King noticed the movement, turned around and roared with an open mouth. Lightning from an unknown source surrounded Zhang Han and his blue-scale beast. Hiss! The lightning directly struck him and his blue-scale beast. System notification: Violet Lightning Tiger King used the skill Lightning Storm, dealing 541,456 damage to you. After the lightning dissipated, Zhang Han smiled excitedly. Haha, a mere 500,000 plus damage is no threat to me at all, although I'm only level 84. My attribute panel is much higher than the Violet Lightning Tiger King's. He then continued to swing his sword at it a few more times. Zhang Han watched as the Tiger King's HP bar was still at 80. It roared furiously, roar. Roar, then he calculated. A few more sword swings, 60, 50. System notification. Violet Lightning Tiger King used the skill Super Bloodlust, gaining 20 lifesteal effect on attacks and increasing attack speed by 20 for 2 minutes. The Tiger King charged forward, eyes wide, letting out a massive roar. The Tiger King directly swiped at Zhang Han with its claws. He suddenly felt something was wrong and gritted his teeth. No, if I let it lifesteal, it will reduce my chances of successful capture. Zhang Han controlled his blue scale beast to charge forward. Go! He was somewhat surprised to see the skill it had just used, not expecting it to be able to use a buff skill that enhanced its own damage. Not bad, not bad. This pet is indeed quite good. Then Zhang Han used the Holy Spirit control skill. Golden light emanated around him, and it roared roar. Seeing it unharmed, he then used Sword Break 8 Directions and Annihilation Slash. The Tiger King panted with difficulty, its HP bar reduced to just a sliver. Zhang Han, holding a capture stone, smiled slyly. Its HP is now less than 10. Now's the time. He threw the capture stone at the Tiger King's head. The capture stone shattered and the Tiger King froze, not understanding what had happened. System notification. Capture failed. Zhang Han took out another capture stone and warned, "Do you still want to resist? I have hundreds of capture stones in my bag. I'd like to see if you'll give in." He controlled his blue scale beast to circle the Tiger King, shouting, "A tiger, stop struggling. Follow me and you'll live the good life. Look at my mount." It leveled up to a spirit tier boss after following me. However, no matter how much he tried to persuade it, he only got one result. System notification. Capture failed. The Tiger King roared in anger at being underestimated. Roar. System notification. Please note, due to the 105 spirit tier boss Violet Lightning Tiger King being continuously captured, feeling deeply humiliated, its hidden bloodline power has been activated, successfully evolving into the 110 earth tier boss Thundercloud Sky Tiger. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Han was startled. It evolved. The system continued to notify. Thundercloud Sky Tiger, Earth Tier Boss, Level 110, HP 25 million, 38 million. Attack 60,000 to 63,000, Defense 36,000 to 38,000. Skills: Skyfall Lightning, Thunderclaw Strike, Violet Lightning Shield, Super Bloodlust. Description: a powerful being evolved from the Violet Lightning Tiger King. Due to boundless rage, it has mastered lightning elements to perfection. Extremely dangerous. Provoking it will surely lead to death. Zhang Han looked at the capture stone in his hand, thinking, if an Earth Tier boss uses 2 pet evolution stones plus my 9 luck points, it should at least become Celestial Tier, right? After thinking, he threw the capture stone directly at the Tiger King. Brother Tiger, follow me and I'll lead you to prosperity, making you a Celestial Tier boss. The Thundercloud Sky Tiger roared after being hit. Roar. System notification. Capture failed. Seeing it break through again, Zhang Han was somewhat excited. This evolution has pros and cons. It's become harder to capture. He then took out another capture stone, thinking, to subdue you, I'll see this through to the end. Just like before, Zhang Han once again smashed a capture stone at the Thundercloud Sky Tiger's head. Come on, advanced pet capture stone. System notification. Capture failed. Hearing the system notification, he gritted his teeth. 9 luck points, and still so unlucky? The Thundercloud Sky Tiger radiated an aura of leveling up. Zhang Han watched pensive. Its attributes have soared again. Its defense is so high that I can't break through it. If I can't capture it this time, I might just wipe out. He concentrated all his strength on the capture stone in his hand. This was the last advanced pet capture stone. Brother Tiger, please surrender. The Thundercloud Sky Tiger charged towards Zhang Han. Zhang Han threw the capture stone. Go! It was about to collide with the capture stone. Subsequently, the Thundercloud Sky Tiger was thus swallowed by the capture stone. System notification. Congratulations, you have successfully captured the level 110 Earth Tier boss pet Thundercloud Sky Tiger. He held the capture stone, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally succeeded. It sat docilely within the capture stone. System notification. Thundercloud Sky Tiger, Earth Tier boss pet, level 1 HP 10,500, attack 100, defense 80. Skills: Pounce, Bite. Description: an extremely rare Earth Tier boss pet, a leader among tiger species. Seeing this, Zhang Han was surprised. Level 1 with such attributes, not bad after all. Once it becomes a pet, it will be suppressed by the system, and its growth in all aspects will never reach the level of a wild boss. He then released the Thundercloud Sky Tiger, and now for the most exciting part. As soon as it appeared, it was no longer the fierce beast it had been, but meowed like a cat. Meow. Zhang Han looked at the evolution stone in his hand. The pet evolution stone he had obtained earlier was finally going to be put to use. System notification. Do you wish to use the item Pet Evolution Stone? He answered without hesitation, yes. System notification. You are using the item Pet Evolution Stone. Please select the pet you wish to evolve. The Pet Evolution Stone flew into the air, radiating light. He called out, Thundercloud Sky Tiger. Subsequently, the Evolution Stone suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Golden light radiated around the Tiger King. Suddenly its eyes widened, and it roared with a wide-open mouth. Growl? As if to evolve, its body was struck by bolts of lightning. The Thundercloud Sky Tiger cried out in pain. Whimper. Zhang Han exclaimed, with a 50 base success rate plus 9 luck points, the success rate should be very high. A pair of wings gradually grew on its body. System notification: your Earth tier boss pet Thundercloud Sky Tiger has successfully evolved into the Celestial tier boss pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger under the influence of the evolution stone. Zhang Han looked satisfied. A Celestial tier boss pet, and it even grew a pair of wings. This was equivalent to upgrading his Spirit tier mount, the Blue Scale Beast, to a Celestial tier flying mount. It's worth noting that pets and mounts can be converted between each other in the game. He held the evolution stone, then dismissed the idea. I have another evolution stone. Should I let the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger evolve beyond Celestial tier? But a 10 chance was too low, and he couldn't estimate what its final attributes would be. Zhang Han put away the evolution stone. Forget it. Under these circumstances, gambling would be irrational. Anyone who wants to gamble with a 10 chance is a fool, even if they have the favor of the goddess of luck. Truly foolish. System notification: do you wish to use the item Pet Evolution Stone? He instinctively replied, yes. Use the item Pet Evolution Stone on the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. As the evolution stone flew up, Zhang Han realized he was too excited and accidentally blurted it out. Damn it, I couldn't resist the temptation, it just slipped out. The power of the evolution stone shot directly at the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. It let out a painful cry. Whimper. Watching it slowly evolve, Zhang Han stroked his chin. If it can upgrade, it should be a mortal tier or just a step away from a mortal tier. The dense lightning grew denser. Watching the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger roar behind him, its wings trembling slightly, he was surprised. Did the evolution succeed? The lightning gradually subsided, and it hung its head dejectedly. System notification: we regret to inform you that your Celestial tier boss pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger failed to break through to King tier. Seeing this, Zhang Han's eyes widened. It didn't break through, he pouted, displeased. Its body changed, but it didn't break through. This time I must have been tricked by the system, or perhaps my luck wasn't good enough. Suddenly, a system notification: congratulations, your Celestial tier boss pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger has received a 20 increase in all attributes and gained King tier potential due to the influence of the Pet Evolution Stone. Zhang Han was surprised. It can do that? He stared at it. No wonder it's an S-rank item. Even if it fails, it's not a complete loss. System notification: do you wish to convert your pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger into a mount? Please note that after conversion there will be a 7-day cooldown during which it cannot be converted again. Zhang Han nodded. Yes, then it disappeared. He thought that if a pet was upgraded to a mount, it would provide a greater boost to his own attributes. Although this somewhat wasted the +1 pet combat slot bonus from the Apocalypse Scroll, the gap in combat power could always be filled later. Looking at the pet stone in his hand, the system notification: conversion successful. You have obtained the Celestial tier boss mount Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Dark Thunder Sky Tiger, Juvenile Phase, Celestial tier boss mount, level 140, movement speed 80, attack 20, HP 50, defense 10, effect, tenacity 20, skills, advanced tenacity, rapid march. Description: a rare and difficult to tame tiger-shaped mount forcibly elevated from Earth tier to Celestial tier by the fallen adventurer Yi Zhanghan Shui, moves like thunder, swift as lightning, possessing the aptitude and potential to break through to King tier. Zhang Han's mouth twitched slightly. The attributes are a bit subpar, quite disappointing. Perhaps it's because it's still in its juvenile phase. He then thought that there were 3 ways to nurture pets. The first was feeding, the second was participating in combat, and the third was using relevant items to accelerate growth. With that thought, Zhang Han summoned his Blue Scale Beast. Looks like I'll have to ride you for a while longer. Brother, once the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger can join combat, I'll find a chance to release you. Don't get captured again in the future, okay? Zhang Han jumped onto the Blue Scale Beast's back and galloped away at top speed. Next, finding the treasure here would complete this treasure hunting quest. After walking for a while, he saw a mound of dirt with a cross-shaped wooden stake ahead. It seemed this was the place. He began to dig. It seemed this treasure was buried even deeper than the last. After digging for a while, Zhang Han's sword hit something hard. Found it. He picked up the item to examine it. System information: Grace Scroll, S rank. Description: the grace of the strong often brings endless benefits to the weak. Effect: after use, all B rank and below skills are unconditionally upgraded by 1 tier. Zhang Han was not displeased by this. Although this treasure wasn't as bountiful as the last, acquiring a high-level mount and this scroll still counted as a good harvest. He opened the system panel to check his B rank skills. Did he have any suitable B rank skills to upgrade now? Zhang Han stroked his chin, grinning. Right, this skill is absolutely perfect. He directly tore the gray scroll to shreds without hesitation. Such a powerful skill definitely deserved to be upgraded. System notification: you're using the S-rank item Gray Scroll. Please select the skill you wish to upgrade. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow and spoke the answer. Daydreaming. System notification: congratulations, through the Gray Scroll you have successfully evolved the B-rank active skill Daydreaming into the A-rank skill Illusionary Domain. Illusionary Domain, A-rank. Description: the power of illusion is false yet astonishing. Absurd dreams are the source of miracles. Effect: creates phantoms identical to the skill's name to deceive opponents. Additional effect: skill name can be changed every 30 days. Current skill name none. Cooldown 2 hours. Hearing this, he gave a thumbs up. Wow, compared to Daydreaming, this Illusionary Domain can actually change the skill name and even create phantoms identical to the skill's name. After all, once the effect of Daydreaming became widely known, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. But Illusionary Domain could change its name multiple times, making it much harder to defend against. Zhang Han looked at the system panel, stroking his chin. As for the skill name, I need to come up with a good one that's both shocking and imposing. Bury the heavens, although I don't know what bury the heavens entails, whether it overturns the world or descends from the sky. Never mind, just bury the heavens is enough. Then he shook his head. No, that's not right. It must be called Forbidden Burying Heavens. System notification. Your skill Illusionary Domain has been renamed Forbidden Burying Heavens. Zhang Han chuckled triumphantly. Hee hee, with this heaven-defying name I believe all players will be terrified when they hear it. He then quickly jumped onto the blue scale beast and left. Next he would go level up his iron beast and let the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger grow a bit. At 4 p.m., Zhang Han arrived at a mountain. He fought alongside the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger against the turtle monsters. System notification. You have leveled up to 85. Zhang Han chuckled triumphantly. Hee hee, this tiger's combat power isn't bad after becoming a mount. Its entire body shimmered with light. System notification. Pet Dark Thunder Sky Tiger has entered its growth phase. Dark Thunder Sky Tiger growth phase. Celestial tier boss mount. Level 140. Movement speed 250. Attack 150. HP 180. Defense 60. Effect tenacity 80. Skills. Super tenacity. Rapid march. He opened the system panel to check. Even in its growth phase, the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger had already fully surpassed the blue scale beast. Its speed increased to 250, and it came with 2 skills. System notification. Super tenacity. S-rank passive. When used as a mount, tenacity increases by 30. Rapid march. S-rank passive. Impact force significantly increased. Knockback effect enhanced. Zhang Han turned to look at the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Now that its size has grown this much, I can ride it now. He directly sat on its back, exclaiming, as expected of a celestial tier boss. In mount form, it provides a huge boost to my attributes. Attack and defense capabilities are significantly increased. 20 million HP, truly astonishing. System notification. Archangel of Annihilation. Yi Zhang Han Shui. Spirit tier boss. Level 85. HP 20,127,150. Attack 25,343 to 37,103. Defense 25,705 to 25,740. Reputation 625,300. Luck 4. Description. A prominent representative of the Dark faction is rising, and the Dragon Domain's choice may be determined by him, Zhang Han thought to himself. This mount can fly, which is exactly what I wanted. I wish to fly again, he roared. Fly? As soon as he spoke, the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger ran at lightning speed, making him exclaim so fast, then it leaped into the air and flew. Zhang Han laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Indeed, this flying mount was incredibly fast. Fantastic. System notification. Due to the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger still being in its growth state, each manned flight can only last for half an hour and the flight altitude cannot exceed 200 meters. Afterward, there will be a 5-hour flight cooldown. After hearing the system prompt, Zhang Han was quite satisfied. Half an hour at 200 meters wasn't too bad. When the time is right, I can ride the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger to take down those Earth-tier bosses that can't fly. Half an hour is completely sufficient. The Thundercloud Sky Tiger soared into the air. He said, it's time to meet my old friend at Evil Dragon Town. Evil Dragon Town. People on the ground saw a black shadow flying in the distance and asked curiously, what was that flying by? Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Zhang Han and they cursed, terrified. Oh no, that guy's back. What do we do now? Do we have to gather players from the Sweden-America region again to deal with him? Zhang Han began to approach, and when they saw him riding the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger, they were even more alarmed. Where did he get a flying mount? Damn it, our Sweden-America region's resources have been stolen by this eastern fellow. Deathflower saw Zhang Han coming and furiously roared, you dare to come back? We're not done yet. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow and said with a sly smile, help me with a divination and I'll naturally leave. After all, this is a richly rewarding quest. It would be a shame to give up. She was so angry her face turned red, speechless. Deathflower was fuming with rage. She condensed a golden orb of light in her hand and attacked him. You forced my hand. The golden orb grew larger and larger. They stood by, discussing, she's about to use that move. Even the Ice Emperor died to the guild leader's move. Yi Zhang Han Shui might not escape. Zhang Han stood with his arms crossed thinking, if I interfere with her spellcasting she probably still won't give up, so let's see what she wants to do. After she condensed enough spiritual power, she charged at Zhang Han shouting, die! Zhang Han was blinded by the strong light and frowned. HMPH, what a dazzling bright light. The light struck Zhang Han. The spot where he stood was no longer there. Then he opened his eyes and found himself in another place. System notification. Player Deathflower used the skill Sacrifice of Light to teleport you to the target location. Anaconda Cave 4584 9990. In exchange, Deathflower's level will be reduced by 20. She stood before him laughing, then coldly gritted her teeth. I can't kill you, and players from the Sweden-America region can't kill you. So let's see if you can kill an Earth-tier boss. What is your true strength? With that he turned and looked behind him, only to see a giant python twice his size hissing and coiled above his head. System notification. Primordial Anaconda, Earth-tier boss, level 110, HP 33 million, attack 50,000 to 53,000, defense 30,000 to 31,000, skills. Anaconda Disaster, Poison Mist, Soul Spike, Light of Destruction. Description. The master of Anaconda Cave, possessing formidable strength, striking fear into the heart. Contrary to Deathflower's expectation, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Did she think Zhang Han was scared insane? Was he desperate? He thought to himself. The Ice Emperor had special reconnaissance methods to detect his attributes and could even unconditionally broadcast announcements to players in the Sweden-America region. Regardless, his attributes couldn't compare to an Earth-tier boss. He grinned. That's right, very desperate. How can I make you understand that I've long surpassed the level at which current players can compete with me? Subsequently, Zhang Han used the skill Ultimate Reincarnation. System notification. Forbidden Curse skill Ultimate Reincarnation. All attributes increased by 60 last 30 minutes. She saw him use this skill and couldn't help but sweat. What? Attributes increased by 60 without any penalty. Is this guy even human? System notification. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhonghan Shui invites you to join the party. Do you agree? He shouted directly. Come out, Dark Thunder Sky Tiger. Deathflower was shocked, thinking, what is this guy trying to do? Never mind. Let's see how he breaks this stalemate. However, her heart was still filled with curiosity, so she agreed. Then he rode the Sky Tiger to the giant python. Zhang Han unleashed spiritual power and it flew into the air, landing on the python's head to attack, reducing its HP by 23,170. She was dumbfounded, thinking, so that's it. If I hadn't been in a party, I probably would have been killed by his skills long ago. Then she watched him swing his sword, striking the python's belly repeatedly, using Holy Spirit Control, Annihilation Slash. Sword break 8 directions, Annihilation Slash. The giant python furiously spewed purple poison mist from its mouth. System notification. You have been hit by the Primordial Anaconda's Poison Mist attack. Attack reduced by 20, movement speed reduced by 30, losing 1 HP per second, last 30 seconds. Zhang Han grinned. This skill poses no threat to me. The attack reduction can be compensated by the bonus from War Stomp and the HP loss can be offset by Life Steal. He continued to swing his sword, striking the giant python. Its combat power was greatly reduced. A sphere of light condensed in its mouth. System notification. Primordial Anaconda. Activated skill Light of Destruction, dealing 30 HP damage to targets in range. It furiously shot light to attack Zhang Han, however its attack missed him because Zhang Han had agilely dodged. Zhang Han glanced at it, grinning. As expected, with flight capability I can kite bosses. He stood opposite it, its HP already at its lowest. Once I kill this Earth tier boss, Deathflower's attitude will surely soften considerably. Zhang Han raised his sword and shouted, Die! Zhang Han, riding the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger, flew up and delivered a fatal blow to the Primordial Anaconda. System notification. Congratulations on slaying level 110 Earth tier boss Primordial Anaconda, gaining level 1 reputation 8000. Deathflower stood nearby, affected by the shock, and grunted HMPH. System notification. Your teammate, Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhonghan Shui, killed the Primordial Anaconda. You gain shared experience level 3. She glanced at him, surprised. What? The top expert from the eastern region can kill an Earth tier boss so easily? Zhang Han landed the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger, then smiled smugly. It seems even the prophet couldn't foresee that I could kill an Earth tier boss. Zhang Han looked at the other party, flashing a friendly smile. Can you help me with divination now? Deathflower remained stubborn. Dream on, he extended 3 fingers, indicating, don't be so quick to refuse. If you help me with divination, I'll give you 3 good things. He already had a plan in mind. On one hand, threats and intimidation would backfire. On the other hand, offering benefits. Only a fool wouldn't choose a combination of coercion and persuasion. That's the correct approach. She frowned, seemingly struggling internally. Zhang Han extended his first finger, explaining the first benefit. First, I'll help you regain the levels you lost and even get you into the top 10 of the Sweden America region's leaderboard. Then he extended another finger. Second, I'll cover all losses incurred by your guild members' deaths. And I can also sell you some equipment, including a spirit tier superb weapon. What do you think? Deathflower asked somewhat curiously. And the third point? He casually stated the final benefit. Third, the 3 Earth tier boss equipment that just dropped. Regardless of whether I can use them or not, you'll have priority to buy them from me. She stroked her chin, still hesitant, not trusting him. How do I know you won't break your word after the divination? Zhang Han raised his hand without hesitation and swore very simply. I swear to God that as long as you help me with divination, the 3 conditions will definitely be fulfilled, and at the same time, I will also compensate you for any negative losses caused by the divination. Deathflower felt that the other party was sincere, so she nodded in agreement. All right, then she took out a crystal ball. Watching the light emanating from the crystal ball, she observed intently, a hint of worry on her face. Then Deathflower let out a sigh of relief and announced the divination result. The target you are looking for is in Carefree Plains, coordinates 8400, 3300. System notification. Your teammate Deathflower used divination skill, level reduced by 10, entered weakened state last 2 days. Zhang Han looked at the other party, revealing an evil smile and swearing, I swear to the god of oaths that if I lie, my tongue will split and bleed to death. She gritted her teeth and reprimanded. You're too much. How can you say such disgusting things in front of a girl? Actually, Deathflower was just testing him earlier. Now seeing Zhang Han truly swear, she spoke the truth. Cold Wind Canyon. Coordinates 1167, 7894. He thought to himself after hearing this. As expected, a Sweden America region is two-faced, no problem. On the surface he showed an evil smile. Oh, you've already fooled me once. If you fool me again, you'll know the consequences. She put one hand on her hip and gestured up and down with the other, indicating, I've finished the divination, it's your turn. Zhang Han stepped forward, not forgetting to look back and say, No rush, let's take it one by one. I'll help you level up first. Don't worry, it won't take much effort. Deathflower quickly chased after him. Damn it, wait for me. The two gradually walked forward, suddenly seeing a group of snakes hissing full of menace. He smiled and charged forward. The boss has already been slain by me. These small snakes pose no threat to me. Subsequently, he swung his sword and the snake's body was cut into several pieces. She stood still, watching Zhang Han act alone, the golden light of leveling up constantly flashing. System notification. Your teammate Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhonghan Shui killed the Dark Serpent. You gained shared experience level 1. System notification. Your teammate Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhonghan Shui killed the Dark Serpent. You gained shared experience level 1. Deathflower pursed her lips thinking, if I didn't participate the experience gained would be greatly reduced, but this method of rapid leveling was simply unheard of. After a while, Zhang Han turned back to inform, all the small monsters here have been cleared out. What's your level now? She replied silently. Level 63, ranked 10th on the Sweden-America region's level leaderboard. She still found it hard to believe. After using Sacrifice of Light and Divination, her level had dropped to 40. Unexpectedly, in just a few minutes she had surpassed her previous level. He opened the system panel and said, since that's the case for the second condition, I will sell you my advanced equipment to compensate for your guild's losses. Deathflower put away her previous silence and excitedly picked out items. I want all this equipment, a total of 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Han was somewhat displeased by the low price. 10,000 gold coins, madam. If I take these items to the auction house, the starting bid would be at least 100,000 gold coins, she mockingly retorted. What? You've already sworn to God. If you break your oath, you'll be killed by the God of Oaths. The third condition is to give me those 3 Earth-tier boss equipment, and I will definitely give you a good price. Cornered, he could only give an awkward smile. All right, he began to scheme internally. Since she was unkind, he wouldn't be righteous either. Seeing the other party open the system, Deathflower smugly thought, with the constraint of the oath, this eastern fellow is so easy to control, I'll ruthlessly drive down the price to avenge the seizure of Evil Dragon Town. The 3 Earth-tier boss equipment appeared in succession. First was the Primordial Staff, Earth-tier, attack 2000 to 2150 effect. Attack 50, cast speed 50 additional effect. User's HP increased by 20, special skill, Poison Mist. Level requirement 95. Next was the Primordial Tusk, Earth tier, attack 2400-2600 effect, attack 60, attack speed 50 additional effect, inflicts poison attack, causing enemies to lose 30 of their physical damage per second. Special skill, advanced proficiency, level requirement 100. Third was the Primordial Gauntlets, Earth tier, defense 660 to 700 HP 44,000, effect HP 70, additional effect, base defense 200, level requirement 100. Upon seeing them, she sighed inwardly, oh my, these 3 pieces of equipment all require very high levels, but their attributes are equally excellent, especially that dagger. With advanced proficiency skill, which can reduce the usage requirement by 30 levels, making it equivalent to a level 70 equipment. This is absolutely a divine artifact. In the eyes of the current thief profession, Deathflower was still immersed in a beautiful dream. With this equipment, our B-tier guild will definitely dominate the Sweden-America region. Zhang Han's voice interrupted her. Name your price, she smiled, offering a shocking price, 5,000 gold coins. I'll take all 3 pieces of equipment, he exclaimed. 3 Earth-tier equipment pieces, including 2 weapons for only 5,000 gold coins? Are you serious? Deathflower again made an excuse. You said you'd give me priority, so it's normal for my bid to be a bit low. Are you going to break your oath? Zhang Han no longer argued, merely showing an enigmatic smile. All right, don't regret it. She stood with her hands on her hips as if everything was under control. Haha, your threats are useless. I can abandon Evil Dragon Town anyway. If you're bold enough, come find me in a Tier 1 main city. Deathflower's gaze swept around, thinking the soldiers in a Tier 1 main city have terrifyingly powerful attributes. I don't believe he can reverse the situation in a Tier 1 main city at this stage. In the last battle at Evil Dragon Town, the top guilds in the Sweden-America region suffered heavy losses. But if I buy this Easterner's equipment at a low price, it will not only strengthen my guild but also suppress other guilds. System notification. You have acquired 15,000 gold coins through trade. He closed his eyes and said, all right, all 3 agreements have been reached, goodbye. Suddenly, she reached out and called to him, wait, according to Western tradition, an agreement is only complete with a handshake. Whatever grievances we had before, let's forget them. Zhang Han asked back in confusion, are you sure? A yellow light flashed in her eyes and she said suspiciously, of course, quickly reach out your hand. He took her hand, smiling happily. Pleasure working with you, thank you very much. While Deathflower was still in a daze, not understanding what had happened, a green light flashed between their hands. System notification, skill, Hand of the Holy Spirit used, successfully stole gold tier equipment, bone armor from Deathflower's backpack. Deathflower looked at him with confusion. What's going on? She was clearly the one who benefited more from this transaction, so why was he still smiling? Zhang Han said with a grin, if I need divination again in the future, I'll definitely come to you first. She pulled her hand back, flatly refusing, no need, I'd rather never see you again, goodbye. He cupped his hands and smiled. Don't rush, there's a give and take. When Easterners bid farewell, we should shake hands like this to show friendship. Deathflower did as told, asking HMPH like this. Zhang Han shook his head, touched her hand and corrected. No, it should be left hand shaking right hand, good. System prompt. Death Flower used a teleportation scroll. Will return to a nearby main city in 8 seconds. System notification. Yi Zhonghan Shui has used soul control, successfully interrupting your spellcasting. Finally, Death Flower asked with some displeasure, is that enough? She tore the teleportation scroll, turned back and said, alright Easterner, I hope I never see your face again. Goodbye. System notification. Yi Zhonghan Shui has used soul control, successfully interrupted your spellcasting. He hurriedly reached out and called to her. Wait. His entire hand glowed with golden light and he thought to himself, I haven't taken enough yet. How can I let her leave so easily? Death Flower saw a golden light appear on her body too and exclaimed in surprise, what? System notification. Yi Zhonghan Shui has used soul control, successfully interrupted your spellcasting. She knew he was no good person and cursed anxiously. Bastard, what are you trying to do? She recalled. Wait, from just now this guy's behavior has been very strange. Someone on the forum mentioned him before, saying he had some stealing skill. Thinking uneasily, could it be, she muttered while opening the system, and when she saw several empty slots in her backpack, Death Flower couldn't help but curse out loud. Zhang Han raised his hand and gently stroked her head, saying softly, you're a girl, so you should pay attention to your words and actions. You should learn from your brother, a well-mannered gentleman. That's me. System notification. You have used the skill Lesser Hand of God, successfully stealing Earth-tier equipment tusk gauntlets from Death Flower's backpack and were discovered by the opponent. She shook off his hand and cursed. Get lost, you shameless and despicable scoundrel. Zhang Han shrugged. How can you say that about me? Do you know how other players describe me? They say I'm like a beautiful jade, an unparalleled young master, no matter how much nonsense you spout. Death Flower clenched her fists. Force offline. Zhang Han quickly stopped her. Wait, if you still want to buy Earth-tier equipment, I can still sell it to you, provided you offer a reasonable price. She frowned and refused. Still want me to buy? Don't push your luck. He tried to persuade her again. Let's do business honestly this time. I can swear by the god of oaths. Death Flower hesitated. Damn it, you swear first that after selling it to me you won't cause me any trouble for a year. No trouble at all. Zhang Han also made a request. In exchange, you also have to swear not to cause me any trouble for a year. She nodded in agreement. All right. He opened the system panel and said, I'll keep the gauntlets for myself. I can sell you the dagger. What about the other equipment? Death Flower asked. How much? Zhang Han displayed a shrewd merchant's expression. 250,000 gold coins. She was thunderstruck and asked back. What? Dream on. 1 Earth-tier equipment plus 1 gold-tier equipment? How can you be so shameless? I'm not buying it. I don't want it. Are you playing hardball? In reality, this equipment isn't worth that much. But your Sweden America region suffered heavy losses in the past 2 days. This equipment can help you surpass other guilds, not to mention the Tusk Gauntlets can reduce the usage requirement by 30 levels. Isn't that a direct upgrade? Seeing the other party remain silent, Zhang Han crossed his arms and turned to leave. If you don't want it, I won't force you. I can go ask the God's Forbidden Zone Guild. Death Flower reached out and stopped him. Wait, she closed her eyes and had no choice but to accept. You win 250,000 gold coins, I'll buy it. She cursed the other party 8,000 times in her heart. Damn it, he completely hit her weakness. Although 250,000 gold coins was an absurd amount compared to the guild's future, it was just a drop in the bucket. He gave a thumbs up in approval. Generous boss lady. System notification. You have gained 250,000 gold coins through trade. Zhang Han waved goodbye, not forgetting to remind her. Take care, boss lady. Hope our next transaction is just as smooth. However, he only received a cold get lost from her. He sighed. After all this trouble, he could finally start looking for the dwarf race. The system screen suddenly lit up, and after successfully connecting with Wu Kandu, his voice rang out. Brother, it's urgent. Long Feng said. He can rescue the giant dragon within 3 days. Zhang Han immediately summoned the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger, climbed onto its back, and instructed, continue to monitor him. I already have the dwarf race's coordinates, so I'm leaving now. Report any situation immediately. Wu Kandu replied. All right. The two quickly rushed out of the cave, and the scene switched to a snow-covered place. The Dark Thunder Sky Tiger walked step by step on the snow. System notification. You have entered the Cold Wind Highlands map. Zhang Han sat on its back, feeling its speed slowing down and its breathing becoming heavy, showing signs of fatigue. He let out a long breath, then made a decision. After walking for several hours, his stomach was unbearable, so he decided to go offline to eat something, and the scene switched to the real world. Zhang Han muttered while eating instant noodles. I must make progress within 3 days. Time is critical. If only I had a cultivation physique. He had just opened his phone when he suddenly remembered. Oh right, I didn't have enough money back then, so I could only buy a gaming helmet. There are actually more advanced models that can provide a better gaming experience. After some operations, he looked at the system notification. Gaming pod, introduction, better experience, longer game time, maximum continuous online 3 days. Price 3 million, Zhang Han said with satisfaction. The gold coins I just traded from Death Flower can be converted into 25 million cash, so why not go all out? As soon as the thought came, he acted. He dialed the seller's number. Hello, I want to buy a gaming pod. The address is. After completing the order, he said excitedly, order completed, let's go online. After entering the game, Zhang Han rode the Dark Thunder Sky Tiger across the snowy mountains. According to the coordinates, it should be nearby. His eyes lit up. Ah, found it. Zhang Han controlled it to land in front of a ruin. He walked in, muttering to himself. Is this where the dwarf race lives? Looking at the desolate scene, Zhang Han muttered. Besides broken walls and ruins, there's nothing here. He walked to the central area and tried to push a large stone. This large stone seems to be pressing something down. I can't move it. Since that's the case, Zhang Han leapt into the air. Using the skill War Stomp, the large stone shattered, revealing a glowing magic circle below. System notification: you have found the dwarf race's teleportation array. Zhang Han cautiously stepped into the teleportation array, muttering as he went. Does this teleportation array lead to the dwarf race's gathering place? As soon as his foot touched it, a light suddenly shone from below, and in the blink of an eye his figure completely vanished. Subsequently, Zhang Han was teleported to another place. System notification: you have entered the mysterious passage map. He was somewhat surprised after seeing it. Mysterious passage: the dwarf race is truly well hidden. Zhang Han walked around looking at his surroundings. This seemed to be a maze, probably designed to prevent outsiders from entering. The scene switched to somewhere deep underground. The dwarf race was concentrating on their work, and as the central light sphere lit up, a dwarf stepped forward and exclaimed in surprise, "What? An outsider has entered the maze?" Another dwarf asked in confusion. "After so long, someone actually found us, or is it just a chance discovery of the teleportation array behind the stone statue?" The person next to him sighed. "I wonder what the outside world is like now." A majestic red-haired man walked over and everyone greeted him. "The clan leader is here, Lord Clan Leader." His name was Thor, the dwarf clan leader. Thor gestured for everyone to dispense with formalities. Then he controlled the light sphere to fly high, and then the light sphere landed in Thor's hand. The screen zoomed in for everyone to watch together. In the picture, Zhang Han was moving. A dwarf exclaimed in horror, "It's a human." The man stroking his beard was named Brogan. He confidently asserted, "With human intelligence, I don't believe he can solve my maze. It took me 2 years to build this maze, and there are a total of 13 paths leading in various directions. But only one path truly leads to us. If he takes the wrong path, he must return to the starting point." The person behind him patted his shoulder and praised, "So it's Brogan's work." Another person gave a thumbs up flatteringly. "Haha, that kid's in for a tough time. I can't wait to see his angry expression when he circles around for a long time and finally returns to the starting point." Although Brogan was pleased, he still pretended to modestly stroke his beard. "Everyone, let's see how he'll deal with it. Who knows, this kid might be exceptionally talented. Maybe he really can solve the maze I meticulously designed." Everyone watched the man move, complimenting, "Impossible. We all know Brogan's craftsmanship." Suddenly, Zhang Han made a turn and Brogan, who had been observing intently, saw this and a light flashed in his eyes, muttering in surprise, "Wrong." He looked around, not wanting to waste time, and made a decision. "This maze, I'll figure it out later when I have time. Right now, this young master is very busy and not in the mood for maze games." With that, Zhang Han raised his foot and kicked the wall hard, deforming it. "I'll war stomp once every 30 seconds. Let's see how long this maze can trap me." Brogan saw this from below and cried out in distress. "What?" With just one kick, the sturdy building was destroyed. He covered his face and screamed, "My maze, my life's work." The person next to him yelled angrily. "How shameless, he's cheating." Brogan quickly pleaded. "Clan leader, quickly take him away. If this continues, my life's work will be ruined by him." Thor seemed a bit hesitant. Although this method was reckless, it was also a strategy. Zhang Han was surrounded by fragments of the maze building. He looked up and saw the screen flashing. System notification: you have successfully passed this stage and will now enter the next scene. Zhang Han's entire body shone with light. Not expecting to pass so quickly, he let out a "ha," and was then teleported to another place. System notification: you have entered the mysterious space map. Zhang Han repeated in confusion, "Mysterious space." He muttered to himself, "It seems there's more than just one maze. The one I just passed should be the first stage, right?" He didn't notice a black bead flying towards him from behind. Nevertheless, Zhang Han's body instinctively reacted. Deftly dodging the black marble that whizzed past him, he stopped and saw 2 black marbles pause in front of him, then attack again. Zhang Han dodged sideways, muttering, "Interesting." The number of black marbles attacking increased, but he smiled fearlessly. "Again?" Thor stroked his thick beard, his voice filled with surprise. It seemed this kid had understood the rules. The person next to him asked curiously, "Is the second stage the clan leader's work?" "It's over. I didn't expect to be randomly assigned to a difficult stage designed by the clan leader. This human kid is in trouble." Meanwhile, Zhang Han agilely dodged the attacks from 4 black marbles. He frowned. The increasing number of black marbles meant the difficulty was also rising. 8 black marbles surrounded him. Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise, "Why are there suddenly so many?" He stomped and leapt into the air, drawing his sword to use the war stomp skill. The surrounding black marbles collided, making loud noises. Thor raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. "HMPH, mere child's play. The marbles are increasing. As long as you get hit once you jump, you'll enter my killing array." Zhang Han looked at the countless black marbles suspended around him while Thor looked triumphant. Everyone was in the air, unable to move freely. How could he dodge so many balls? Sounds of air being torn apart rang out as black marbles surged towards Zhang Han. He wielded his sword, choosing to confront them head-on. If he couldn't dodge them, why bother? Zhang Han executed the sword break 8 directions move. Countless rays of light flashed in the air, striking the black marbles. Thor watched the scene before him, utterly astonished. "What? These marbles were made of rare precious metals." System notification: "Congratulations on successfully passing the stage. You will now enter the next scene." He looked at the shattered marble fragments scattered everywhere and smiled. Compared to the first stage, it was indeed a bit harder, but the person who designed this stage seemed a bit naive. Didn't they consider that invaders might destroy these marbles? Thor clenched his fist, angrily thinking, "This arrogant kid. My marbles cannot be destroyed with ordinary weapons." He looked at the sword in Zhang Han's hand, only then realizing that his weapon was extraordinary. Thor pointed at the person opposite him, gesturing. Brogan, forcibly bring him to our jointly designed stage as the next one. Brogan hesitated, asking, You mean that place? A gleam flashed in Thor's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Precisely. This damned human kid must be taught a lesson about the might of our dwarf race. Brogan also nodded in agreement. 2 yellow glowing orbs hovering in his hands. Good, this human kid is too arrogant and must be punished. The 2 orbs collided and countless yellow lights flashed. Zhang Han was teleported to a piece of land in the center of a lake. System notification. You have entered an ultra-difficult stage. Bird killer tip. You need to kill all birds flying in the air within a short time. He looked at the system notification, stunned. System notification. Due to unknown reasons you cannot fly over the lake or swim in the lake. System notification. Due to unknown reasons you cannot ride a mount or summon a pet. Seeing Zhang Han bewildered, the 2 of them boasted to each other. This lake is my creation, Brogan. The airspace above the lake is a no-fly zone and not a single drop of the lake water may be touched. This is to ensure that participants cannot cheat their way closer to kill that bird. The bird designed by the clan leader is full of spiritual energy, as if truly alive and lifelike. Not only does it fly at irregular angles, but it can also dodge arrow attacks. This is simply a masterpiece. Thor still felt uncertain. This person's level is only spirit tier. Unless his archery skills are far beyond ordinary, there's absolutely no way. Brogan, however, seemed very confident. But I think he uses a sword as a weapon, so he's clearly a melee warrior, and his archery skills are probably mediocre. Suddenly, a bow appeared in Zhang Han's hand. System notification. You have obtained the item-worn wooden bow. He asked in confusion, Is the bow and arrow meant to remind me to use archery? Zhang Han looked at the forest in front of him, pondering. From the sound, the bird was in the forest about 100 meters away from him. Even a player specialized in archery with superb archery skills couldn't do it. Suddenly, the water surface made a splashing sound. He looked down and saw a small fish arching its body and swimming happily. Zhang Han softly said, He looked at the bow in his hand and had an idea. Although he was known as a flying general in this world, judging from the first 2 stages, the only way to pass was to find an alternative route. Seeing Zhang Han's unusual behavior, Thor was puzzled. What was he doing? In the image, Zhang Han was sitting cross-legged, fishing. Someone exclaimed in surprise, Why is he sitting there fishing? Thor turned around and questioned, Why did you put fish in the lake? Isn't there too much stuff in there already? Brogan scratched his face, explaining, Because it's about creating a lake, the more realistic the better. Meanwhile, Zhang Han smiled as he waited for a fish to bite. Heh, thankfully I didn't lose the fishing rod I used during the competition with Leo. Got one. He reeled in the fishing line, and the fish was pulled up with it. It struggled fiercely. Zhang Han swung the fishing rod vigorously, shouting, Go! The fish was flung into the air. This powerful swing caused the fish to come off the hook. He watched with satisfaction. Now target the fish. Zhang Han stomped his foot to gain momentum, leapt up, and used the war stomp skill. His foot slammed onto the fish. System notification. You have killed Brogan's fish, gaining 0.1 experience points. With this stepping stone, Zhang Han successfully landed in the forest area. He exclaimed excitedly, Success? Brogan cried out in astonishment. What? Thor also gritted his teeth, finding it unbelievable. This is impossible. Zhang Han looked at the bird perched high on a branch, cooing, and muttered dismissively, This will be easy to deal with. With just a few basic sword moves, the bird was startled and flew up in panic, cooing loudly. He seized the opportunity, and an arrow pierced its body, killing it without a chance to breathe. System notification. You have successfully passed the stage. Zhang Han maintained his archery pose, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Ultra-difficult stage, is that all? The 2 had been watching closely. Seeing the bird killed, they were both speechless. Thor was the first to break the silence. This stage, Brogan, your design has a problem. You shouldn't have put a useless fish in the lake, giving this guy an opportunity to exploit it. Brogan pointed at the other party, fuming with anger. Your stupid bird, someone is standing in front of it to kill it and it's still cooing there, not running at all. What right do you have to criticize me? Thor pressed closer, shouting. Your lake is beautiful but useless. I've tolerated you for too long, Brogan scoffed back. Your bird can't even fly, it's a useless bird. What, want to fight? A teleportation array glowed beneath Zhang Han's feet. System notification. You have passed all stages and will be teleported to the dwarf race's settlement. His figure flashed and he disappeared. System notification. You have entered the underground palace map. As soon as Zhang Han appeared, he heard noisy arguing. He asked in surprise. What's going on? The 2 were fighting as they argued. Although Thor was hurting from the blows, he still stubbornly said, With your meager skills, you're simply a disgrace to the dwarf race. Brogan was livid. The clan leader's meticulously planned scheme had ultimately become a laughingstock for an outsider. It was nothing more than that. Seeing this situation, Zhang Han thought, What's happening? A civil war among the dwarves. He cupped his hands and raised his voice. Seniors, is there anything that can't be settled amicably? Why harm your harmony? The 2 repeated in unison. Harmony? Both looked at him with displeased expressions, snorting coldly. HMPH? System notification. Due to your rude behavior, the dwarf race's dislike towards you has increased by 2,000. Current status disliked. Zhang Han broke into a sweat. What did I do? I just stopped them from fighting. Is it necessary to react like this? Thor assumed a dignified posture, raising his hand to stop them. Human, we dwarves do not welcome you here. Our dwarf race has been living in seclusion for thousands of years, and we do not wish for our peace to be disturbed. The system displayed his information. Dwarf clan leader Thor, immortal tier boss. All information regarding level, HP, attack, defense, skills, and description was not displayed. He tried to maintain a friendly tone. Hello, I'm here mainly for two things. Before Jong-han could finish, Thor interrupted him. While I still have my sanity, leave this place quickly. He still tried to persuade. First, I need the dwarf race to help me forge a weapon, and second, I hope you can. Thor turned and walked away, shouting. See him out, but Brogan exclaimed in surprise. Human, stop. Because he had already seen what was in Jong-han's hand. Wait, what's this? Thor looked at the gleaming crystal, puzzled. This is, his eyes lit up and his voice trembled. The legendary obsidian crystal. Thor walked over, his voice filled with unconcealed surprise. Are you willing to provide the obsidian crystal for us to forge a weapon? He nodded in response. That's right. He rubbed his hands, his attitude instantly doing a 180-degree turn, smiling warmly. Ha 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 ha, esteemed guest, that was just a misunderstanding. Our dwarf race warmly welcomes you here. System notification. Due to your sincerity and frankness, the dwarf race's favorability towards you has increased by 10,000. Current status, friendly. Jong-han pursed his lips to suppress a laugh. I didn't do anything, just a divine tier crystal, Brogan and the others objected. Old man Thor, don't be arrogant. Don't think you can monopolize the opportunity to forge the obsidian crystal. Exactly, even if you are the clan leader. Don't think you can monopolize it. Everyone heard just now, clan leader. He's not asking for your help but ours to forge a weapon. You're disgusting. Thor was bypassed by his subordinates and immediately became furious. Rebellion, rebellion. The dwarf race has truly rebelled. All of them have rebelled. Brogan extended an invitation. Brave and respected human, give me the obsidian crystal and I will give you a divine weapon in return. I'm talking about a true divine weapon, capable of slaying gods and Buddhas if Thor dares to interfere. Kill him, Jong-han asked in surprise after hearing this. Divine weapon, Nanla also interjected. Young man, don't be fooled by him. I am also one of the best blacksmiths with 102. If you agree to let me forge it, I am willing to give you another king-tier crystal. Jong-han went from one surprise to another. King-tier crystal, is that true? Thor said disdainfully. Are you boasting about a mere king-tier crystal? As long as you give me the obsidian crystal to forge, I am willing to offer an immortal tier crystal, along with several earth tier and several extremely rare celestial tier crystals, to forge together, making the weapon even sharper. Jong-han couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Immortal tier crystal. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Immortal tier ore is priceless and he's even bringing it out? No wonder he's the clan leader, so wealthy. Brogan frowned and questioned. Didn't you say we dwarves haven't had immortal tier ore for 100 years? Did you embezzle it? Thor lied without batting an eye. How would I know? Perhaps the heavens opened their eyes. So I found one in the cave last night. Even a child would know that was a lie. But Brogan knew he was powerless and could only say in exasperation, You! Thor raised his hand and asked again, Young man, do you agree to let me forge the obsidian crystal? Rest assured our dwarf race would never joke about forging. System notification, do you accept the quest seeking a sword, difficulty D? He nodded without hesitation, yes. System notification. You have accepted the quest seeking a sword, difficulty D. The system displayed detailed information. Seeking a sword, difficulty D description. The dwarf clan leader will personally forge a divine weapon for you. Such an opportunity is rare and precious. Quest requirement, pass 3 stages designed by the dwarf race and hand over 1 obsidian crystal. Quest reward, a weapon of your choice. Jong-han handed the obsidian crystal to Thor. He carefully held the crystal in both hands. I finally have the chance to become a divine tier blacksmith. He asked curiously, Dwarf clan leader, how long will it take to forge this thing? Thor frowned and gave his answer. 2 days. This obsidian crystal has a very high melting point and is difficult to forge. If we want to forge an peerless divine weapon, it will take at least 2 days and 2 nights. Moreover, he glanced at the person next to him. And it requires Brogan's assistance, Brogan exclaimed in surprise. Clan leader, Thor solemnly explained his reason for choosing him. Although you're a loose cannon, your forging skills are quite good. This forging is very important. If it's successful, you'll also gain experience. He felt a bit ashamed after hearing this and said, Thank you, clan leader. With that, he turned to another person and made a request. Nanla, give me that king tier ore first. I'll return another piece to you later. Nanla immediately agreed. All right. Jong-han pondered that there was 1 piece each of divine tier, immortal tier, and king tier ores, and according to the dwarf clan leader, a large quantity of rare celestial tier and earth tier ores could also be added. He truly felt incredibly lucky this time, so he spoke with hope. Excuse me, could you add some materials to this weapon? Thor reached out and took the sword. Let me see. He carefully observed the sword and then commented, Not bad. His sword was also forged with Skyblood divine crystal, but after years of wear its power has gradually dissipated. The surrounding dwarves were all astonished upon hearing this. Skyblood divine crystal, both obsidian crystal and Skyblood divine crystal, where exactly did this person come from? Thor squinted at the sword, pondering. Using Skyblood divine crystal with only 1/3 of its power remaining as the raw material, combined with obsidian crystal and wind spirit immortal ore, there's a 100 chance of forging a peerless divine weapon. Jong-han pondered after hearing this. Only 3 days left. Time was a critical factor and he couldn't delay any longer, so he made a request. Then can we start forging as soon as possible? Thor nodded. I can't wait to start forging either. He quickly assigned tasks. Brogan, you go light the fire. I'll prepare the materials. Brogan immediately agreed. All right. Zhang Han watched everyone busy thinking, the dwarf race is indeed reliable, but I know nothing about forging weapons, so I might as well log off and rest first. The scene switched to the next day, and a voice came from outside the door. Hello, your goods have been delivered. He looked at the delivered goods and couldn't help but exclaim that he didn't expect the gaming pod to arrive so quickly. The staff member handed Zhang Han a piece of paper and said, please sign here to confirm and then I will help you install the equipment. Looking at the brand new gaming pod in front of him, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally installed, let's try it out. Zhang Han sat into the gaming pod extremely satisfied. It's indeed a gaming pod. This feeling is incomparable to a helmet. Moreover, gaming pods can extend game time through hibernation technology. Eternal launched. He quickly logged into the game. Seeing the two still concentrating on their work, Zhang Han thought, it's still ongoing. Then I'll go level up in the meantime, he pondered as he walked into the teleportation portal. 2 days later, the giant dragon under Lake Ending will be rescued by Long Feng. I wonder how the main quest will end. Leo said that things can only progress before the giant dragon is rescued, but there's still a question. Can these dwarves be brought back to the real world? The current situation is probably not optimistic. The scene switched to Coldwind Highlands. Zhang Han rode the dark Thunder Sky Tiger through the snowstorm. The deeper he went into Coldwind Highlands, the lower the temperature, and his HP also began to continuously decrease. But it's okay, with high HP and fast recovery, let it drain. After walking for a while he encountered a group of wild boars. They saw him and emitted threatening grunts. Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise, oh, that wild boar had glowing eyes and sharp tusks. System information displayed. Coldwind Wild Boar Ghost Domain Tier, Level 105, HP 7,500,000, Attack 27,000 to 28,000, Defense 19,500 to 20,000. Skills: Fearless Frost, Ice Shard Assault, Frenzied Boar Charge. Description: a wild boar surviving in Coldwind Highlands. It has gradually mastered the use of ice elements in the severe cold, and its powerful adaptability has made it the sole ruler of the deep Coldwind Highlands. He habitually raised his hand and said excitedly, Level 150 Ghost Domain Tier Monster, perfect for me to level up. But seeing his empty hands, Zhang Han fell silent. The Blood Drinker sword is still being forged. I don't have a weapon for now. He dismounted, looked at the Coldwind Wild Boar and mumbled, this is bad. Zhang Han charged towards it, deciding to use brute force with his bare hands. I am Fist King Yi Zhang Han Shui, please advise. He punched it hard in the face, dealing 24,500 damage. Zhang Han clenched his fist again, ready to punch. Not bad, at least it can break defense, but the efficiency is a bit slow. The Coldwind Wild Boar's face showed a ferocious expression, its host pawing at the snow. System notification: Coldwind Wild Boar has used the skill Frenzied Boar Charge. As it charged towards him, Zhang Han quickly jumped to dodge. He kicked it in the backside, using the War Stomp skill. 10 minutes later, system notification: you have killed the Coldwind Wild Boar. Zhang Han let out a long breath. Phew, without a weapon, grinding monsters is indeed not easy. The Coldwind Wild Boar's corpse disappeared, replaced by a staff appearing on the ground. He was surprised. Oh, it actually dropped a staff. In that case, I'll temporarily use it as a melee weapon. Suddenly, the system screen lit up. It was Wu Kandu calling. He said anxiously, brother, something big has happened. Zhang Han asked in return, what's wrong? Wu Kandu said uneasily. The giant dragon under Lake Ending seems to be a dragon god. He was startled after hearing this. Dragon god, are you sure? Wu Kandu affirmed. Long Feng said so. Zhang Han thought with a headache, on one hand suppressing a dragon god, yet on the other trying to win over the dragon domain to join the dark faction. Oh thanks, he asked doubtfully. So did the dragon domain not have a dragon god before? Wu Kandu nodded. Yes it did. Zhang Han's voice came from the screen. So the one suppressed now is the previous dragon god? Wu Kandu shook his head. No, the dragon god of the dragon domain was impersonated by the 9th demon god Atticus. The true dragon god is the one currently suppressed under Lake Ending. The more he listened, the more surprised he became. Are they trying to trick me with this? He quickly summarized the situation in his mind. Suppressing a dragon god, then having a demon god impersonate the dragon god. Wouldn't this almost be equivalent to pushing the dragon domain to the opposing side? And now they still have the idea of winning them over. Wu Kandu asked worriedly, what do we do now? Zhang Han remained calm and offered a solution. Meet aggression with aggression, adapt to circumstances. Let's take things one step at a time. He still held on to hope in his heart. Long Feng told Wu Kandu that the one suppressed by Lake Ending was the dragon god, but the quest hadn't been declared a failure yet, so he believed there was still hope for a turnaround. Wu Kandu said dejectedly. Alright, he tightly gripped the staff and swung it. With his weapon still being forged, the only thing he could do was try his best to increase his strength. Zhang Han violently swung the staff at the Coldwind Wild Boar. It let out a cry of pain. The wild boar disappeared, leaving a sword on the snow. He looked at the sword quite satisfied. It dropped a sword. I finally have a handy melee weapon. The scene switched to the holy city of the light faction where everyone was gathered. Elvert said angrily, a mere Dark Swordsman actually destroyed years of hard work by our church. A cardinal stepped forward and said, Your Holiness, that was not our fault. Lord Uriel, the light of God, underestimated that Dark Swordsman. The merciful Lord will not blame us. Elvert clenched his fists and ordered, no matter what, that Dark Swordsman must be killed. Keeping him will lead to endless troubles. The cardinals cried out in unison. Your Holiness speaks wisely. The Dark Swordsman is inherently a scourge upon humanity. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Elvert asked the crowd in return. Then, do any of you have a strategy to kill him? What was just a lively scene was now completely silent. Elvert said seriously, with our current strength, killing the Dark Swordsman might not be difficult, but we have no reason to pursue him without cause. Therefore, there are still some restrictions in the rules. How can we justifiably kill this Dark Swordsman? A cardinal spoke up. Your Holiness, the Dark Swordsman now belongs to Seaheart City, and the Dragon Domain also intends to join the Light faction. Elvert made a no sound after hearing this. He vaguely understood the other party's meaning. You mean to use others to kill him, Elvert sneered. Then let those greedy fellows from the Dragon Domain punish and eliminate those sins for us. He stroked his beard, looking quite satisfied. This strategy wasn't bad. Meanwhile, Zhang Han, holding a longsword, charged fiercely, and the familiar golden light shone once again. System notification. Your level has reached 88, he panted tiredly. After grinding cold wind wild boars for 2 consecutive days, he finally reached level 88. Now he felt utterly sick of it. His divine weapon should be forged by today, right? It's time to go back then. Through the teleportation array, Zhang Han returned there once more. System notification. You have entered the underground palace map. At this moment the dwarves were holding their breath, staring intently, and everyone said with anticipation, the main materials are Skyblood Divine Crystal, Obsidian Crystal and Wind Spirit Immortal Ore, with many rare materials like King Tier ores also added. It's hard to imagine what a divine weapon would look like when it's forged. The clan leader will also take this opportunity to become a divine tier blacksmith. We will surely restore our ancestors' glory. Thor raised his hammer high, silently thinking of the final strike. Thor would surely live up to his ancestors' expectations and become a divine tier blacksmith. The hammer heavily struck the glowing red sword body. Countless sparks flew, a loud clang and dazzling light flashed. He was knocked back, letting out a cry of surprise. The surrounding dwarves were also affected, falling backward. Zhang Han raised his hand to shield himself, sighing inwardly. Such immense power. Did it succeed or fail? Everyone looked at the sparkling sword and shouted joyfully. This is the auspicious sign of a divine weapon's birth. The clan leader succeeded, Thor laughed heartily. Haha, our ancestors' blessings, our dwarf race has once again forged an invincible divine weapon. Brogan turned to Zhang Han, urging, human kid, quickly drip blood to make it yours. He nodded in agreement. All right. Zhang Han looked at the sword, both familiar and strange, and said in surprise, I never thought the divine weapon forged by the dwarf race would be so heavy. He walked forward, reached out to touch the sharp blade, and blood immediately flowed out. This should count as a successful recognition of ownership, right? Zhang Han gripped the sword with both hands, thinking, although this weapon looks massive, it's actually very light. System notification. Congratulations, you have obtained an unnamed weapon and successfully bound it. This weapon will become your exclusive weapon, untradeable, undroppable, and undeletable. System notification. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Eternal to obtain divine tier equipment. Luck 1, he widened his eyes, utterly astonished. Divine tier equipment? Is there something wrong with this game, allowing players to obtain divine tier equipment now? Isn't it too soon? System notification. Please name your exclusive weapon, Thor reminded. You need to hold it steady, Zhang Han exclaimed blankly. The sword in his hand suddenly became heavy and dropped. Seeing the sword tip deeply embedded in the ground, he asked in surprise, What's going on? Zhang Han felt puzzled. Why did it suddenly become heavy? Thor explained. Obsidian crystal is a top-grade divine tier ore, but it has a drawback, or rather, not exactly a drawback. It makes the sword extremely heavy. It's very difficult for ordinary people to use it. He understood after hearing this. So that's how it is. He gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands again, then used all his strength to lift the sword, shouting, I, Yi Zhang Han Shui, am no ordinary mortal. Lift it up for me. He finally succeeded in pulling the sword from the ground. Zhang Han let out a long breath. He hadn't expected this sword to be so heavy. Just lifting it was strenuous, let alone swinging it. I'll put it into the storage ring first. The sword in his hand immediately disappeared. He mumbled. He hadn't even checked the weapon's attributes yet. He should examine them first. Seeing this sword occupy half of his backpack space, Zhang Han was startled. This thing actually took up 50 slots in his backpack. Fortunately, his storage ring was spirit tier, providing 100 slots. If it were other players, they probably wouldn't even be able to carry this sword. The system displayed detailed weapon information. Unnamed divine tier weapon, attack 4,800 to 5,200, attack power 180. Current speed minus 500. Additionally, there is a 10 chance to ignore 30 of the opponent's defense when attacking. Effect, lifesteal 20. Additional effect, critical hit rate 20, critical damage 50, special skills, super lifesteal, divine illusion transformation, god slaying strike temporarily unusable, special effect, heart of obsidian, level requirement 80, reputation requirement 200,000, player bound Yi Zhang Han Shui, additional restriction. Once recognized by a blood oath, it will be untradeable, undroppable, and undeletable. Description. A divine weapon forged from countless rare mineral materials, it will shake the world, drink the blood of the strong, or fall into oblivion unnoticed by anyone. He was dumbfounded. This thing was ridiculous. A divine weapon indeed, with many special skills and unbelievably high base attributes, everything about me including skills. 3 attributes, level 88 base attack growth and equipped rings were all inferior to this sword. The screen also showed Heart of Obsidian, which came with a passive skill, similar to a growth skill. System information. Heart of Obsidian passive SS rank. This weapon has sentience and will grow with its owner. Every 10 levels it will release a portion of its suppressed light power until its owner is strong enough to release its full power, at which point it will reveal its true form. Zhang Han stroked his chin, pondering. Although the sword's blade seemed unreasonable, the 500 speed penalty was a bit awkward. Thor walked over and explained, with your current strength it's indeed too difficult to use this weapon as you please. He turned his head and scratched his ear, asking, is there any way to reduce the difficulty? Although this sword is powerful, it's useless if I can't wield it. Thor cautiously replied, there is a way, but it's a secret recipe of our dwarf race only usable by core members. Zhang Han asked in confusion, are you talking about the Great Strength Pill? He recalled seeing a description of the Great Strength Pill in the Demon God's treasure, so it seemed to be a secret treasure of the dwarf race. Brogan walked over, asking in surprise, you're human, how do you know about that? He quickly made an excuse, I once read about it in historical records. Brogan suddenly understood. Records? I see. Thor sharply reprimanded, Brogan, don't mention that again. Zhang Han knew they were hiding something. Thinking, since they don't want to talk about the Great Strength Pill, I'll change the subject. Long Feng had hinted that enlisting the dragons might involve the dwarves, so he casually asked, by the way, why have you been hiding in this underground palace all this time, living in seclusion? Thor's expression turned serious and he replied, you might not know this, our dwarf race's seclusion was out of necessity. Zhang Han opened the conversation amiably, I'd like to hear more. Thor stroked his beard, deep in thought. It's a long story, while the person beside him kept urging, you can put it more concisely. Finally he heard a simple and clear version. Simply put, when the Light Faction and Dark Faction clashed, the Light Faction won, and afterward their ambition grew. Our dwarf race became blacksmiths, oppressed to the point of unbearable suffering, but unable to contend with you humans. We had no choice but to hide. Brogan added, it's also for this reason. And the elves? Elfmen are handsome, and women are beautiful. After the victory, many elves became playthings in the hands of nobles. They couldn't bear it either, so they hid in the fairy realm to recuperate and haven't appeared for 1,000 years. Zhang Han unconsciously stroked his chin upon hearing this. In that case you must deeply resent the Light Faction, so why not join the Dark Faction? Thor shook his head helplessly. I know you belong to the Dark Faction. I also know you're here to persuade us to join the Dark Faction and resist the Light Faction's rule. It's just that? His constant hesitation made Zhang Han a little impatient. Just what? The following words implied refusal. Our ancestors set up an obstacle. If we can't defeat the ancestors' lingering spirit, we can't leave this underground palace. We've had enough of this sunless environment, but this phantom is too strong already at the divine level and we simply can't defeat it. Zhang Han was slightly surprised. Do you need to fight alone? Thor clenched his fist, gritting his teeth. Yes, but I've now become a divine-level powerhouse. Defeating that phantom is only a matter of time. His expression was a bit awkward, pondering. A matter of time, but I don't have enough time now, he anxiously suggested. Can't I assist you? In fact, this plan wasn't impossible, but Thor hesitated. If you don't cause damage to the phantom, then it's fine, but our dwarf race are melee fighters, and you seem to be one too. He pointed this out again. Thor hadn't expected it at all, and he boasted triumphantly, actually, I haven't told you a truth yet. Actually, I'm a melee priest. Thor looked at him with distrust. Are you telling the truth? A melee priest? You, a priest, actually have this spirit tier melee strength? No one would believe you. So he summoned a ball of fiery flame in his hand, leaving both of them wide-eyed. Zhang Han explained, I have a move called Dawn Blessing which can increase all your attributes by 20, immediately restore 20 of your HP, and also has a sustained recovery effect. However, Thor's excited expression calmed down. Still not enough. I just stepped into the divine level. Although my strength has greatly increased, it still needs time to defeat the ancestors' phantom. This small boost isn't enough to bridge the gap. He frowned and took out another item. Not enough? This is a fallen feather. It can help you increase all your attributes by another 20. His eyes gleamed with ambition. You really have many treasures on you, but unfortunately this matter cannot be resolved by simply increasing all attributes by 40. Finally, Zhang Han couldn't help but suspect, are you too weak? Thor quickly retorted. It's not that I'm weak, but my ancestors' phantom is too strong. There's only one last thing left. I still have a recognized divine artifact in my hand. Can I temporarily lend it to you? Although it's an exclusive divine weapon, lending it to an NPC instead of a player might be different. Thor's face immediately lit up. This is possible. If you agree to lend me this weapon forged with obsidian crystal plus the 40 increase in all attributes, then I can defeat that ancestor. Zhang Han didn't say another word, immediately drew the divine artifact, stuck it in the ground. You can, he agreed readily, as long as he could achieve his goal. I can lend you this weapon. But Thor hesitated. Can you? Of course, Zhang Han still made a condition. But I hope you can give me a great strength pill as a reward for helping you defeat the phantom, can you? Thor immediately flatly refused. No, absolutely not. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Han's eyes. Then what if I said I want the great strength pill? Thor retorted without backing down. Human boy, you need to know your limits. His voice grew cold. I know my limits very well, it's just that you don't. Don't think that because I'm usually cheerful I'm a pushover who can be easily bullied. Thor immediately accused. What do you mean by that? We dwarves have already treated you well enough. His excessive behavior almost made Zhang Han furious. I gave you obsidian crystal, and you used it to advance to divine level while I got a divine weapon. Don't you think we don't owe each other anything? Thor brazenly replied. How can that be? I also offered a large amount of ore. Doesn't that count as adding to the grandeur? At this point, Zhang Han no longer backed down, pointing out bluntly that although this divine weapon was called a divine weapon, if it couldn't be used it was no different from a piece of scrap metal. He shrugged and happily said, besides, I'm not here representing one person but the Dark faction. It seems you haven't grasped the situation. The two major factions are about to go to war. Thor's expression was firm. So what? But he continuously used words to poke at their worries. Do you want to join the Light faction and continue to be their beasts of burden? Zhang Han's demeanor was very confident, believing he would win this war. Sooner or later a victor would emerge between the two sides, but I believe they won't let you neutral parties take advantage. Even a powerful force like the Dragon Domain has to make a choice, let alone the dwarf race. The two dwarves suddenly realized, so that's it. They couldn't choose the Light faction, nor could they remain neutral, offending neither side. The only choice was the Dark faction. He finally smiled, placing a hand on Thor's shoulder. I come representing the Dark faction. I am willing to use the obsidian crystal to help you break through to divine level and help your dwarf race leave this place. It's just a mere great strength pill, yet all of you chose to live in seclusion. Then wait until your strength is sufficient. The words have been said. Adding flowers to embroidery and giving charcoal in the snow are two different concepts. Which is better? I don't think I need to explain. Thor was stunned for a long time, only then digesting this information, ultimately unable to outsmart this slick person in front of him. Thank you for the reminder, brother. Thor hadn't known that they were willing to give him this great strength pill. System notification. You have acquired the hidden side quest, Liberate the Dwarf Race. Difficulty A. Liberate the Dwarf Race. Difficulty A. Description. You will successfully persuade the dwarf clan leader with your eloquent tongue. Quest requirement. Help the dwarf clan leader defeat the ancestral phantom. Quest reward 1 great strength pill. Dwarf race favorability 10,000, quest penalty none. Zhang Han immediately gave them a good look. Mission accomplished. Who knew I was so clever, clan leader? It's nothing major as long as you understand, he urged. Then let's stop talking and leave this place as soon as possible. To be honest, besides persuading your dwarf race, I also need to visit the Dragon Domain. They were half convinced, more hopeful. Will the Dragon Domain betray them too? If the Dark faction can enlist the Dragon Domain's power, then the hope of victory will be much greater, Thor once again sternly reminded. Before you leave, give your weapon a good name. This weapon will accompany you throughout your life. I believe it will be with you for a very long time. Hearing this, Zhang Han also thought seriously. He could use it in the late game, even until the very end of the game. He probably wouldn't need to change it during this time, but what name should he give it now? A domineering name appeared in his mind. War Cold. The sword immediately responded. System notification. You have successfully named the weapon War Cold. He put the sword back into storage, listening to Brogan's speech. Fellow dwarf tribesmen, I have an announcement to make, he loudly directed. Most of our dwarf race will leave the underground palace and join the Dark faction. Other dwarves cheered, finally able to leave. It's long overdue. The Light faction has been so cruel to us, we must resist them and let them know that our dwarf race is not to be trifled with. Watching this scene, he smiled, happy for them, receiving 100 responses for every call. It seemed the dwarf race was truly tired of being exploited by the Light faction. As previously promised, Brogan led Zhang Han to their castle. This is the ancestral trial ground. Let's go in, he led the way. Our ancestor once said that to defeat the ancestral spirit one must remove their armor. You just need to assist from the side and remain as you are. I understand. At the end of the path was an altar with a purple orb of light on it. Brogan had already removed his armor and extended his hand to him. Brother, please lend me your fallen feather and the divine weapon War Cold for a moment. System notification. Do you agree to lend your exclusive weapon? War Cold for a limited time of 2 hours. Zhang Han handed it over without hesitation. He took the sword, pointed it at the sky. This sword's form is inconvenient for me. Change. War Cold skill. Divine Illusion Transformation passive. SS rank activated. Capable of changing the weapon's form, but its attributes would also change accordingly. If the equipment didn't match the profession, only 50 of the effect would be gained. It transformed into a well-sized great hammer. Zhang Han was truly impressed that it could change the weapon's form in multiple ways to use it. For example, it could become a bow and arrow for long-range attacks or a polearm for wide-range attacks. Undoubtedly, this was an incredibly powerful special skill. Thor stepped onto the altar, reaching out to place his hand on the purple orb. The orb flew high into the sky, emitting dazzling light. A hearty laugh rang out. The ancestor's phantom stroked his beard and laughed. Thor, well done, you've actually broken through to divine level. I suppose it won't be long before you can defeat me. This was the dwarf clan leader. A divine level powerhouse. He was truly dumbfounded. The attribute panel was not visible, but his strength was unquestionable. He wielded the warhammer, leapt up menacingly. No need for later. Today will do. The dwarf snorted, his voice echoing. The clash of weapons produced a huge clang. The dwarf grinned disdainfully. The weapon is indeed powerful, but your strength isn't as easy to deal with as rumored. You still underestimate this power. This power is probably not enough. Thor had no choice but to use his black wings and charge forward. The two great hammers struck violently, emitting heavy sounds. Both sides were in a stalemate for a long time with no clear victor. until Thor in a moment of carelessness was mercilessly struck in the face by Jinnu. Jinnu sneered, "Don't think that just because you grew a pair of wings and gained a little strength you can defeat me." Thor endured the pain, a knowing smile appearing on his face. "Is that so? It's time to pull out the trump card, brother Zhang Han. Quickly come and help me." Zhang Han seized the opportunity and unleashed his full power. Thor's combat power instantly soared. "What?" Jinnu angrily accused. "You're cheating, and you even brought a priest." Zhang Han grinned and with a naive bow said, "Senior, you can eat anything you want, but you can't just say anything. I'm not a priest, I'm just an ordinary melee class." Jinnu paused the fight upon hearing this and slowly descended in front of Zhang Han. "Oh, is that so? Interesting," he suggested with curiosity. "If you're a melee class, then if you can withstand one of my attacks without retreating an inch, I'll grant you a great opportunity." Zhang Han's eyes instantly lit up. "An opportunity? I was just here to help. I didn't expect such a good thing. I must try it." He couldn't miss this chance, turning and throwing a punch. "Senior, pardon me." System notification. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhang Han Shui used the skill Forbidden Burying Heavens. The next attack's damage is increased by 1000, critical hit rate by 1000, and it will be a guaranteed critical hit. As a penalty, attack speed will be reduced by 100. After hitting, an extremely severe penalty will be incurred. This sudden surge of power made Jinnu's face fill with astonishment, and Thor, watching from the side, was also deeply shocked, continuously observing. Jinnu then realized he had been tricked. A 10-fold increase in attack, a 100-fold increase in damage. Is there no justice, no law in this world? How could such an absurd skill exist? He clenched his fist and unleashed a move. Although this move was incredibly powerful and abnormal, fortunately, its speed was not too fast and it couldn't lock onto him, leaving him an opportunity to retreat rather than being forced to face it head-on. System notification. Dwarf clan leader Jinnu used the skill Forbidden Flash of Aurora, increasing all attributes by 30, movement speed by 200, and attack speed by 20, lasting 2 minutes. Suddenly, Zhang Han slammed his palm to the ground and a slight tremor passed through like a gentle breeze. Jinnu, who was preparing to escape, froze. What was going on? How could a move be so terrifying? When it collided physically with obstacles, it should have caused destructive effects, leaving behind a pile of ruins. Yet the result was as gentle as a breeze. Zhang Han breathed a sigh of relief and said, "However, if I hadn't retracted my attack in time, I'm afraid the entire dwarf underground palace would no longer exist." Jinnu paused, stroking his beard as if pretending, "So that's how it is. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be truly unbelievable. Thank you for retracting your hand in time and protecting our dwarf race. Since that's the case, I am willing to grant you this opportunity." A purple light enveloped Zhang Han's head. System notification. Congratulations on repelling dwarf clan leader Jinnu. You have received the reward. S-rank passive skill, Transcendent Strength. An S-rank passive skill? This was like a godsend. He excitedly bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, senior." At this moment, Jinnu suddenly understood. "If I'm not mistaken, the true owner of the weapon in Thor's hand should be you, young man. You are truly blessed, possessing a peerless divine weapon at the spirit tier level. Your future is limitless. I will bestow transcendent strength upon you to help you better adapt to the weapon's weight." He then turned to Thor and admonished, "There's no need for us to fight anymore. Forbidden Burying Heaven's terror has directly repelled my Flash of Aurora, and you haven't even used all your moves and your HP is higher than mine, so it's impossible for me to win against you." Understood. Zhang Han was now completely trusted. "Human kid, if my dwarf race ever faces hardship in the future, I hope you will lend a helping hand," he replied with passion. "Of course." Then Thor said happily, "Brother, thank you for your great help. Our dwarf race can finally see the sun again this time." He modestly replied, "You're welcome." Jinnu then handed him a shining pill. "As agreed, please accept this great strength pill." Zhang Han's expression immediately changed. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest Liberate the Dwarf Race. You have received the reward, Immortal Tier Medicine Great Strength Pill. Dwarf Race Favorability 10,000. System notification. Due to your favorability reaching 20,000, the dwarf race's attitude towards you has changed. Current attitude respected. Zhang Han unhesitatingly shoved the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it. System notification. You have consumed the Immortal Tier Medicine Great Strength Pill. Your base attack power is permanently increased by 1000 and success rate is further improved. Combined with the opportunity just bestowed by the dwarf ancestor and the Great Strength Pill's buff, he believed wielding Warcold would no longer be difficult. Transcendent Strength Passive S rank. Description: Infinite Power. Simply means your strength will be greater than before, not that it is truly infinite. When you encounter something you cannot lift, you still cannot lift it. Effect: Base HP increased by 50,000, base attack power increased by 500. Thor handed Warcold back to Zhang Han. "Brother, quickly try it out." Zhang Han concentrated his power and wielded the greatsword in his hand. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhang Han Shui, Spirit Tier Boss, Level 88 HP. Phone: Attack 94790981918, Defense 24894 25929, Reputation 625300, Luck 10. Description: An outstanding representative of the Dark faction is rising and the Dragon Domain's choice may be decided by him. Only this could make him happy. Attack power was now close to 100,000. Back then, Earth-tier boss Uriel Holy Light, level 100, had a max attack power of 82,000, and he as a Spirit-tier boss, level 88, not yet having completed his third-class advancement, had an attack power 16,000 points higher than Uriel's. Seeing Zhang Han had finished checking, Brogan asked again, "If I want to join the Dark Faction, where should I lead the dwarf race first?" Zhang Han mentioned a location, Seaheart City. "The city lord of that city is my mentor. Just mention my name when you get there." Thor hesitated again, reminding, "This needs to be stated up front. Our dwarf race will not submit to anyone and will definitely establish our own faction in the future." Zhang Han waved his hand casually. "No problem, we can make other plans then. Besides, you haven't even sworn allegiance to the Dark Faction yet. Alright, I'll listen to you now. There aren't many dwarf villagers. Everyone, I'll take a portion of the dwarves to the surface first, leaving the old and young here to guard the fire. If we don't hear from you for a long time, you can appoint a clan leader yourselves." Understood. Stepping out of the underground, they were greeted by a blizzard. System notification, you have entered the Cold Wind Highlands map. Zhang Han said to Thor and Brogan, "I have urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Please be careful leading the dwarf race forward and try not to attract the attention of the Light Faction." No one opposed this suggestion. Wu Kendu urged, "Brother, in at most half an hour the Dragon God will emerge. It will be practically impossible to win over the dragon race then." Zhang Han had never been so anxious. "There's still a chance, I'm rushing back." He tried to buy time. "I'll do my best." Zhang Han rode his flying mount and in a flash arrived at Seaheart City, first meeting Cheryl. "Mentor, I still need your help to send me to the eastern region." Cheryl understood after hearing this. "Are you saying you've convinced the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction? Perhaps we can take a gamble." So he mounted a flying warhorse. "Alright, get on." However, he didn't notice the indescribable expression on Zhang Han's face. Time was pressing now. 20 minutes later, Cheryl holding the reins said, "We've arrived." However, below was a gigantic magic circle. He hadn't expected the Light Faction to get there first. Those white-robed priests stood around chanting spells in unison. They were all maintaining the seal on the island. Cheryl glanced at it and planned to retreat. This might be difficult this time. The Light Holy Sea has already arrived here ahead of us to help the Dragon God break free. This act is intended to show goodwill. Zhang Han called out to his waiting teammates. "Brothers?" Wu Kendu was overjoyed, relieved. "You're finally back." As soon as his mount landed, Zhang Han immediately jumped off. Zhang Han bowed respectfully to someone. "Senior, Suddenly, the water churned violently and a massive figure shot into the sky. Under the moonlight, a red giant dragon spread its wings and soared freely. "I am finally free." Long Feng immediately respectfully greeted Dragon God. The few individuals from the Light Faction also hypocritically approached. "Congratulations, Dragon God, on breaking free from the demon god's shackles and regaining your freedom." Elvert's thoughts, however, were utterly malicious. "Dark Swordsman, your sins are unforgivable. I want to see how long you can remain arrogant." Zhang Han loudly invited, "Senior Dragon God, this junior sincerely invites the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction." The Dragon God transformed into human form, crossing his arms and scornfully saying, "The Dark Faction, how ridiculous. If not for the Dark Faction, how would I have been trapped under Lake and Ding for a millennium? This is Dragon God Dominic, a god-tier being." He didn't believe it at first, and now he wants to convince me to join the Dark Faction. He's truly seeking death. Cheryl quickly drew his sword, blocking Dominic's movement. "Dragon God, if you wish to vent your anger on my disciple, then you'll have to contend with my sword first." Dominic's gaze was icy. "You, even if you are only half a step from god-tier, you are not worthy." Zhang Han knew this matter was more difficult than convincing the dwarf race. It seemed the Dragon God had made up his mind to side with the Light Faction. Long Feng then bowed and advised, "Dragon God, he represents the Dark Faction. If the Dragon Domain acts against him, it might incur criticism." However, Dominic showed extreme disdain for him. "Long Feng, you still have the audacity to stand before me?" the Dragon God asked in a questioning tone. "I ask you, why did it take so many years to find where I was imprisoned? With your strength, it should have taken at most a decade or so." Long Feng replied firmly, "That evil dragon Atticus impersonated you. He used special items, so even at Lake and Ding, I couldn't see through him. I initially thought it was just an ordinary dragon trapped. Dragon God, are you going to use me to vent your anger and seek revenge?" This answer made Dominic frown and glare at him. The dragon-shaped patterns on his robes lit up. Zhang Han's gaze froze, unable to see through the person before him. Long Feng was not intimidated by the Dragon God's aura in the slightest, so these two were equally matched in strength. Otherwise, with the Dragon God's power, he would have long since eliminated anyone who opposed him. Elvert appeared beside him in a flash, pretending to comfort him. "Dragon God, calm your anger. Since the dark clouds have scattered and you've seen the light of day again, it's a good thing. Why not put past unpleasant experiences behind you? What do you think?" He proposed a malicious idea. "The Dragon God is the leader of the dragon race, and naturally can make decisions on behalf of the Dragon Domain. Dragon God, the two factions are at war, and the flames of war are raging. The Dragon Domain cannot remain uninvolved. What are your thoughts?" Dominic fiercely and unhesitatingly replied. "Of course I'll join the Light Faction. Am I to aid the wicked?" Long Feng cried out in alarm. Dragon God, you have been imprisoned for a millennium. You don't understand the complex situation of the outside world, nor the plight of the dragon domain. You cannot make such a decision so easily. Even if Dominic was a little confused, he only followed his instincts. What, Longfeng, do you think joining the Dark Faction would be better? The Dark Faction imprisoned me for a millennium. To impersonate the Dragon God and rule the Dragon Domain is truly despicable. Are you still hesitating? Longfeng stammered. He indeed had nothing to say about this matter. In fact, we should indeed choose the Light Faction. After all, for whatever reason, the Dark Faction's actions have gone beyond the limit of endurance. At this moment, Zhang Han believed he could still persuade him. Dragon God, guardian of the Dragon Realm, you cannot say that. Perhaps we, however, he was an unreasonable person. I have no say here. He drew a sword made of lightning. Since I have joined the Light Faction, the Dark Swordsman is a menace. This damned fellow must be eradicated as soon as possible. Even if I pay with my life for it in the future, I am willing to bear it alone. Without another word, he swung his sword at them. Die? Zhang Han's face instantly showed a look of horror. Damn it, too fast, I can't dodge. Just as he thought he was about to turn to ashes, a huge shield blocked the attack. Dominic's eyes widened, unable to believe his ultimate move had failed. What? A voice echoed in the mist. I knew your method wouldn't work. If we had known this earlier, we might as well have killed Dominic. That way, the pressure on us would be much less. The old man in the bamboo hat looked over. You've been a dragon god for 1,000 years, yet you still couldn't convince the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction. You truly are a talent. You are the 9th demon god Atticus the evil dragon. Can you blame me for this? There needs to be a reason to join the Dark Faction. Otherwise, how can I convince that bastard Longfeng? Zhang Han quickly cupped his hands in thanks for their rescue. The Light Faction members immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Two demon gods? Damn it, has the Dark Faction surrounded us here? Dominic saw the two newcomers and immediately scolded them furiously. You two bastards, he pointed arrogantly at the two of them. I declare that the Dragon Domain will completely break away from the Dark Faction and join the Light Faction. System notification. Please note your main quest mediator is about to fail. Zhang Han's expression instantly twisted. What, have my 2 days of effort been in vain? I must do something to salvage the situation. He hurriedly tried to remedy it. Wait, Longfeng, listen to me. However, Atticus kept fanning the flames. I'm almost scared to death. Come over and try it out, by the way. Zhang Han tried his best to salvage the situation. I have already persuaded the dwarf race to emerge, but Atticus stuck up his middle finger at Dominic, causing a mess. Do you know how it feels for me to be a dragon god? The female dragons of the Dragon Domain all say I'm the true giant dragon. Zhang Han's mouth hung open, unable to utter a single word. Shut up, what was wrong with this demon god? Was he sent by the enemy? His madness successfully enraged Dominic. You bastard. System notification. Please note Atticus, the Dragon of Sin, one of the 10 demon gods, once impersonated the Dragon God, bringing disaster to the Dragon Domain and incurring the Dragon Domain's enmity and resentment. Zhang Han completely gave up. It's over. It's completely irreversible. Atticus truly lives up to his name as the Dragon of Sin. You've done well. Elvert intervened. Dragon God, please listen to me. Attacking Atticus now would be a lose-lose situation, but the Dark Swordsman has a profound influence on the Dark Faction and is definitely a major hidden danger for them. To my knowledge, he and his mentor are currently in Seahart City in the Sweden-America region. System notification. Adventurers, please note the Dragon Domain has decided to attack Seahart City, a level 1 main city in the Sweden-America region, tomorrow at 10 a.m. The difficulty of this siege is extremely high. Players level 50 and above may participate. Adventurers below level 50 may go to the Dragon Domain to receive quests such as collecting items and earning generous rewards. Cheryl frowned. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. That's fast. Zhang Han said solemnly. Those bastards from the Pope have already acted. To prevent us from reacting, they're directly preparing to attack the city tomorrow. Leo calmly assured, don't worry, tomorrow during the defense I will do my best to give you and Longfeng a chance to speak. As for the Dragon God and Atticus, leave them to me. Atticus put his hands on his hips, displeased. Old man Leo, what are you saying? How can I be left to you? I'm one of us too, Zhang Han said solemnly. All right then, leave the rest to me. Cheryl was still worried. Disciple, are you really going to participate in the Battle of Seahart City? With your current strength it will be difficult to protect yourself against the powerful forces of the Dragon Domain. In a chaotic battle it will be hard for me to protect you completely. How about I? He interrupted Cheryl again. No need. Disciple will not let you be mistaken about me nor fall into danger. You don't have to worry. Disciple is not boasting. I am indeed confident in persuading the Dragon Domain. Moreover, once we return to Seahart City, there's another surprise. Hearing this, Cheryl could only comply. He hastily jumped onto his horse. No time to lose, let's head back to Seahart City to prepare. Zhang Han said to Wu Kendu, brother, you take my mentor's mount, but he solemnly said, I'll pass. With my current combat power I wouldn't be much help even if I went. Besides, I am a member of the Dragon Domain, so it's not appropriate for me to be there. Leo nodded. That's true, young brother. If the Dragon Domain joins the Dark Faction in the future, your quest rewards will also be calculated. Wu Kendu cupped his hands. Thank you, senior, let's go. And so Zhang Han and his mentor flew off on their winged horses with Leo close behind. Zhang Han sat behind and his master sighed. Alas, I didn't expect this mediator quest to have so many variables. Atticus flew alongside them, interjecting. To be honest, persuading the Dragon Domain to join the Dark Faction was never something you should have been involved in. Who assigned you this quest? What a heartless fellow. As the Dark Faction's representative, you should at least have sufficient authority. That person actually entrusted such an important task to you. I suspect he has ulterior motives, likely an internal spy within our Dark Faction. Tell me who he is and one day I'll cut off his head. Leo heard this and questioned angrily. I arranged it. Atticus, do you have any objections? Atticus looked up in astonishment. What? It was you? It was actually you. He said sternly, use your pig brain to think. I have my reasons for entrusting this task to the Dark Swordsman. Zhang Han respectfully said, please enlighten me, senior. It was then that Leo spoke solemnly. Firstly, your achievement of slaying a god is too dazzling. You are not only a thorn in the side of the Light Faction, but in every era of chaos many prodigies emerge from both factions, and your existence seriously threatens them. Zhang Han said in surprise, you mean there are also people in the Dark Faction who don't like to see me act, he affirmed. Exactly. So arranging for you to be the mediator was not solely my idea, Zhang Han then asked doubtfully. That was the first point. What's the second? Leo continued. The second point is, I am too old, I have lived too long, but eventually I must die. If you can complete such a difficult task, I can take the opportunity to justifiably pass on some unique skills to you. There's one move of yours, War Stomp, that I particularly like. After hearing this, Zhang Han said excitedly, I understand. He analyzed in his heart that War Stomp was indeed very powerful. It seemed that he was deeply impressed by his awe-inspiring and destructive performance on the battlefield, and thus wanted to take him as a disciple. Atticus also grinned triumphantly. Heh, old man Leo is indeed cunning, even trying to keep a favorite disciple for himself. Soon they all arrived at Seaheart City. Cheryl's eyes widened as he looked down, exclaiming, this is, Zhang Han replied with a smile, mentor. That's the surprise I have for you. The dwarf race agreed to join the Dark Faction, so they temporarily came to Seaheart City. Everyone showed unbelievable expressions. Atticus exclaimed, oh my god! System notification. Necroblade Cheryl's favorability towards you has increased by 50,000 points. Current status, mentor and friend. System notification. Wind of Destruction Leu's favorability towards you has increased by 10,000 points. Current status, intimate. System notification. Dragon of Sin Atticus's favorability towards you has increased by 5,000 points. Current status, friend. Cheryl said in shock, are you telling the truth? Has the dwarf race really joined the Dark Faction? This was undoubtedly sensational news for the entire Dark Faction. Zhang Han raised his greatsword, affirming again, that's right, these dwarves even helped me forge a divine weapon. Cheryl was shocked again. Is a divine weapon that powerful? In the air, Zhang Han waved to the people waiting below. Brother Cao, it's Yi Zhang Han Shui. The skyhorse landed on the ground. Zhang Han quickly introduced everyone. Let me introduce, these two are the 7th demon god, Wind of Destruction Leo, and the 9th demon god, Dragon of Sin Atticus. Cao cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, two demon gods. Atticus responded with an, Leo interjected. The dwarf race has already joined our Dark Faction, and will surely be given important roles in the future. Zhang Han continued to introduce, this is my mentor, Necroblade Cheryl, and also the City Lord of Seaheart City. Although your rank is higher than his, I hope you understand that. This strength first world, strength isn't just about one's martial prowess. Cheryl also spoke, welcome here. Cao once again respectfully bowed to the City Lord, and Cheryl quickly helped him up. You don't need to be so polite. With your strength, the dwarf race will no longer be inferior to other races in the future. Seaheart City is just a stepping stone. Let's enter the city first. Tomorrow's battle will prove that our dwarf race truly wants to join the Dark Faction. Just now the dwarf race also received the rules announced for the quest. Cheryl was very pleased with this. Couldn't be better. This way, even if the Dragon Domain's forces cannot be persuaded by my disciple and a battle is inevitable, our strength will not be inferior in the slightest, Zhang Han said solemnly. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Perhaps the Pope will also come, and even the Light Faction will send more god-tier powerhouses to assist. Suddenly, someone appeared at this moment, fiercely planting his sword into the ground, and that person spoke. You're right. This is Sword Sovereign Yi Wuxian, a common NPC, level unknown, HP unknown, attack unknown, defense unknown, skills unknown, description unknown. Zhang Han was very surprised to see the opponent, humming on a sword with all attributes as question marks. Could he be from Sword Pavilion? Cheryl also shouted loudly, a god-tier powerhouse from the Light Faction. Atticus grinned excitedly, clenching his fists. Good, a god-tier powerhouse from the Light Faction, daring to come here to die. Yi Wuxian wore a mask, his face unclear, and he spoke. Yi Zhang Han Shui, in tomorrow's battle the Light Faction will surely take your life. If you are not confident, I can take you away and protect you thoroughly. System notification. You have the opportunity to abandon the main quest, Mediator. Do you agree? This proposal surprised him again. Take me away. Yi Wuxian extended a finger, affirming, exactly. This time I come representing an individual's stance, unrelated to Sword Pavilion. Leo stroked his beard, commenting, Your Excellency seems very at ease, feeling confident you can leave safely? But he confidently affirmed, if I wished to leave with just a few of you, I'm afraid you couldn't stop me. Atticus's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he roared. I didn't expect such arrogance. Atticus launched an attack, and Yi Wuxian jumped to dodge. Zhang Han watched the situation, marveling in surprise. What fast footwork! Then he cupped his hands and said, Thank you for the kind offer, but I have my own way to overcome this challenge. System notification. You have chosen to refuse main quest. Mediator script continues. Yi Wuxian replied, since that's the case I won't meddle further. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Leo pursued him from behind, simultaneously unleashing power. His pupils flashed with red light and he coldly said, you think you can just leave? Do you really take this old man, the seventh demon god, for a scapegoat? Yi Wuxian, however, said calmly, if you were a few thousand years younger you might have made me wary, but now if you don't want to die, get lost. This made Leo even more furious. You? Zhang Han seemed to sense something and loudly asked, Your Excellency, are you perhaps the sword god? Yi Wuxian heard this and put his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, are you talking about that Eastern sword god? One thought, the number one in the world, the most beautiful, going up to heaven and down to earth with no second in history. No, I'm not her, you've got the wrong person. This attitude made Atticus and Cheryl exchange glances. Wrong person, you actually said that. If you're not her, why are you praising her? Zhang Han, however, cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the rescue. Just like that, Yi Wuxian sped away through the air and Leo landed on the ground, stroking his beard, saying, it seems it was just a misunderstanding. Atticus then pointed and shouted, Old man Leo, this is bad, she's getting away, why aren't you chasing her? He glanced at him and asked, then why don't you go after her? Still spouting so much nonsense, I was the one who cut off that giant dragon. Atticus scratched his face, saying nothing more. Zhang Han, however, still looked in that direction, wondering, with the strength of you two, you can't defeat the sword god? He thought to himself that when he was rescued by the sword god in Icefrost Town, the sword god didn't have the upper hand against Jeff at that time. Leo stroked his beard and replied, Atticus is good at defense and I'm good at speed. The dwarf clan leader is also good at offense, the three of us working together can barely manage, but the sword god's talent is extremely high and she has recently been in seclusion, so her strength has increased by another level. She is definitely much stronger now than before. This made Zhang Han exclaim in astonishment, Eastern One thought you have actually grown this powerful? If the sword god intervenes tomorrow, how much chance do we have? His question left everyone in silence, no one responding. Zhang Han covered his face, feeling somewhat powerless. It seemed that tomorrow's most important factor would be Long Feng's choice. Leo replied, in battles between god-tier powerhouses, victory and defeat are easily determined, but life and death are unpredictable. Atticus, you are good at defense, so if the sword god makes a move, she's yours. Atticus pointed at his face with concern. Doesn't that mean I'm going to get badly beaten? Leo then turned to Cao. I will go stop the Pope. Cao, you deal with the dragon god. Cao clenched his fists, determined, no problem. He then instructed Cheryl and the dwarf elite generals to confront the immortal tier experts on the battlefield. Cheryl immediately cupped his hands and responded, understood. Zhang Han, Long Feng is counting on you. He loudly affirmed, all right, time is short, everyone go prepare. Tomorrow's battle must crush the light faction's morale. After a while, Zhang Han sat down and contacted Wu Kandu. Brother, all the major guilds on the Sweden-America region forums are sharpening their knives, vowing to take your head. Zhang Han immediately replied, those players are just a motley crew, they pose no threat to me. How is Long Feng's situation? Wu Kandu reported again. I've already given Long Feng 5,000 gold coins. He will definitely appear tomorrow. Consider these gold coins my support for you all. Zhang Han smiled happily. Thank you. Early the next morning the sun shone brightly. Armies swarmed beneath the city like ants. Cheryl stood on the city wall, saw this scene and turned to say, the combined forces of the Holy See and the Dragon Domain seem quite formidable. Zhang Han called out, Mentor, please continue. You're responsible for negotiating with Long Feng. I'll arrange a simple city defense mission for you. System notification. As you are affiliated with Seaheart City, you have received the side quest Duty Bound, Difficulty A, Duty Bound, Difficulty A description. Laziness is not the best habit. Since you have joined Seaheart City, how can you not participate in its defense quest requirement? Appear as the second wave of city defense boss and repel the enemy's second wave of attack. Quest reward 1 Earth tier equipment you can use. Quest penalty if you do not appear. Level -10 all attributes -500. Zhang Han thought while operating the screen. Second wave of city defense boss indeed not difficult. Soon it was 10 a.m. sharp. System notification. Seaheart City siege battle officially begins. A general holding a spiked club charged on horseback shouting kill. System notification. Please note. The Thunder Legion, commanded by level 65 Dark Gold tier boss Knight Benson, will launch the first wave of attack. Please be prepared. Zhang Han was surprised. Level 65? The system indeed deliberately lowered the levels and attributes of both sides in the first few waves of troops. Cheryl also loudly ordered, sally forth and meet them. The city gates immediately opened and a general charged out on horseback shouting, for the glory of Seaheart City, kill. The two sides clashed and began to engage in battle. All you healers, please keep me alive. Damn it, although the defending soldiers are weaker than the attacking side, they're still a bit difficult to deal with. These soldiers are very experienced. Zhang Han, looking down from above, exclaimed with satisfaction, this is great. This is the gaming experience ordinary players should have. Unlike me, it's basically hard for me to blend in with ordinary players. I'm surrounded by immortal tier and god tier NPCs, and I always appear as a boss, which takes away a lot of the fun of the game. System notification. Please note, the Dark Legion, commanded by level 89 Spirit tier boss Annihilation Angel Yi Zhanghan Shui, will appear in the second wave of defense. Please be fully prepared. At this moment the soldiers of the Thunder Legion retreated in panic. Damn it, it's that Eastern player again. How did the Son of Eternity appear in the second wave of the siege battle? Damn it, Cheryl spoke. Disciple, it's your turn, remember to be careful. Zhang Han climbed onto the city wall railing, waving in response. It's perfect to try out the new weapon on them. Benson below saw this and pointed upwards, shouting, "What son of eternity, your city defense general has already been killed by me. Come down and die quickly." Zhang Han calmly jumped down. Oh really? Then a huge shockwave erupted, accompanied by a system notification. System notification. Congratulations on killing level 65 Dark Gold tier boss Thunder Knight Benson, gaining 0.5 experience. Everyone was sent flying by the shockwave, screams rang out, and those who were still intact began to panic. What's going on? Melee attack actually reached 100,000, it was only over 30,000 a few days ago. Normally it's impossible to increase that fast. Zhang Han rested his sword on his shoulder, turned around and revealed a smug and cunning smile. Players of the Sweden-America region unite. I am not invincible, don't forget. Killing me can earn you a national artifact. However, in the next second the remaining soldiers were also routed. Zhang Han laughed excitedly. How about that? Guild leader of the Sin Guild, the #1 guild in the Sweden-America region. Come out, Yi Zhang Han Shui has arrived. With that he slashed at the opponent with his sword. The one knocked to the ground was the guild leader of the Sin Guild. He fell to the ground, crying out in panic. Damn it, everyone retreat. His heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected him to appear so early. He had wanted to earn more experience. Atticus looked down from above and commented, crushing the opponent while verbally humiliating them. He truly is the king of trash talk. Leo chimed in. Trash talk is also a path. System notification. Please note the Glorious Legion commanded by level 80 Spirit tier boss Barnett Hand of Mercy will launch the second wave of attack. Please be prepared. Zhang Han looked at his sword, pondering to himself. I just defeated the first wave and now the second wave is coming. Then the soldiers of the Glorious Legion rushed towards him. Barnett raised his weapon and shouted, "Charge, I will protect you from death." Zhang Han quickly jumped away from his spot. In less than a few seconds his foot was already on Barnett's face, fiercely stomping him to the ground. He grinned maliciously. "Haha, can you even save your own life?" Barnett, trampled like a dog, still retorted stubbornly. "How dare you kill me? My lord will tear you to shreds." Zhang Han decisively unleashed a sharp sword light. "Then I'll trouble you to inform your lord that Yi Zhang Han Shui is waiting here for the lord's punishment." System notification. Congratulations on killing level 80 Spirit tier boss Barnett Hand of Mercy, gaining 30 experience and 3,000 reputation. A book and several orbs appeared on the ground. Oh, it actually dropped a skill book. Zhang Han picked up the book, overjoyed. Haha, so that's it. Giving me one more skill is a severe punishment, preventing me from focusing on swordsmanship. Damn it, I was actually outsmarted by him. Light Prayer A rank. Skill effect. Randomly removes negative effects from a single target, increases all attributes by 10 for 1 minute, and restores 200 of attack power and HP per second for the next 10 seconds. Skill cooldown 2 minutes. Class requirement Priest. Zhang Han closed his eyes, feeling the power of the book, and muttered, "Thank the Lord for the blessing." System notification. You have successfully learned a rank skill, Light Prayer. Elvert gritted his teeth in anger upon seeing this. That brat, I can't believe he's so shameless. Someone next to him said, Your Holiness, that brat is bound to die today. Don't mind such a person, he will suffer endless torment in hell. Zhang Han below secretly mused, HMPH, I bet that old pope is furious right now. At this moment the soldiers of the Glorious Legion discussed amongst themselves, how did he appear in the second wave? If I had known I would have chosen the material collection quest. Fortunately there are still ranking rewards, otherwise this would have been a wasted trip, Atticus observed from above, continuing to exclaim, this kid's true strength has long reached Earth tier, that divine weapon has empowered him greatly. That weapon is truly enviable, Cao said with some pride. That's my masterpiece, however, to demon gods. If you think Zhang Han only has this much strength, then you are greatly mistaken. This surprised both of them. Oh, Cao continued. A few days ago, outside the underground palace where the dwarf race lives, I personally witnessed him unleash an incredibly powerful and invincible attack. Forbidden Burying Heavens, which actually forced a god-tier ancestral phantom to temporarily avoid a head-on confrontation. Upon hearing this, both were shocked and blurted out, Spirit tier actually repelled God tier. What kind of immortal is this kid to possess such terrifying means? System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest. Duty-bound difficulty A quest rewards will be issued after the city defense is successful. Zhang Han was surprised. Will it only be given after the city defense is successful? That's right. If the city defense fails, then there's nothing. System notification. Please note the Blazing Rage Legion, commanded by level 115 Earth tier boss William Holy Light's Wrath, will launch the third wave of attack. Please be prepared. At this moment a person charged on horseback shouting, Yi Zhang Han Shui, you damn traitor, die. William held his weapon, eyes gleaming, and shouted, kill. System detailed description. William Holy Light's Wrath. Earth tier, level 115, HP 40 million, attack 70,000 to 73,000, defense 40,000 to 42,000. Skills. Holy Light Spear, Holy Light Shield, Holy Light's Blessing, Knight of Glory, Holy Light's Wrath. Description. One of the prodigies of the Light Church, naturally skilled in the use of light elements cultivated by the Church until the death of his brother Asa, Oath of Holy Light, which made him lose his composure, not hesitating to appear early only to kill the Dark Swordsman. To avenge his brother, Zhang Han's face showed surprise as he looked ahead, sighing inwardly, Asa, Oath of Holy Light seems to be one of the bosses I killed in the Seahart Town defense battle before. I didn't expect that after his brother died another brother would pop up. At this moment, Cheryl shouted from the city wall, Disciple, you can retreat now. Chang Han, however, turned and refused. No, I cannot retreat. Behind me are the tens of thousands of citizens of Seaheart City. I will do my best to guard the city gates until the last moment. Upon hearing this, Cheryl couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, thinking, tens of thousands of citizens, even I, as the city lord, am ashamed to say such a thing, yet you dare to say it? William still charged on horseback, disdainfully saying, shameless traitor, how dare you speak of justice? Elvert loudly reminded, William, don't be careless. Arrogance is your greatest enemy if you want to defeat Yi Zhonghan Shui. William confidently replied, Your Holiness, rest assured I will give it my all. System notification. William Holy Light's Wrath used the skill Forbidden Holy Light's Wrath, increasing all attributes by 80 and attack speed by 100 for 10 minutes. After the skill ends, he will enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 30 for 2 days. He channeled power into his long spear Roaring Die. System notification. William Holy Light's Wrath used the skill Holy Light Spear, increasing the next attack's damage by 300. Zhang Han couldn't help but feel a little flustered after hearing this. All attributes increased by 80. Attack speed increased by 100. With such skill buffs, no wonder he felt confident of victory. And unlike Uriel, he immediately used his strongest means from the start, clearly intending to fight to the death. Suddenly a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth again. However, he mounted his Pegasus, turned around, and didn't forget to tease, Don't you know I run very fast? William, seeing this, snorted coldly. Suddenly, the space between the two was enveloped by a transparent glass box. System notification. William Holy Light's Wrath used S-Rank Scroll Spatial Seal. You are imprisoned in a 20x20x20 space, unable to escape unless it is broken. He revealed a smug smile. Then I won't let you run. Zhang Han's eyes flickered with light. He turned around and coldly said, Why seek death? I possess the ability of Dark Reincarnation. Do you think Uriel was no match for me? Can you defeat me? William replied, I know Dark Reincarnation can revive you many times, and each time you'll become stronger. But at this moment, a force began to affect Zhang Han's entire body. What? System notification. Please note William Holy Light's Wrath used Sulfur Monosulfide Rank Scroll Forbidden Divine Retribution. All your healing methods are ineffective, including but not limited to passive recovery healing skills, attack lifesteal, leveling up, death resurrection, and all other effects that provide healing. Leo said anxiously, This is bad. We put all our attention on the Dragon Domain later, but forgot to guard against the deeply entrenched Holy See. Cheryl was equally flustered. Spatial seal and anti-healing, what should we do? At this moment, Elvert floated in the air, smugly snorting, Do you really think that after killing a god, our light Holy See would be helpless against you? William thrust his spear, shouting, Repent for my brother's soul. But Zhang Han, far from being worried, showed a strange and sinister expression. He saw this expression, gnashing his teeth with worry. What? Faced with this situation, he can still smile? It was said that the Dark Swordsman was full of schemes and dared to do anything. With that thought, William still charged forward on his horse. What are you smiling at? Zhang Han looked down from above, answering as if he were looking at an ant. I'm laughing at your foolishness. You and your brother are both the same, willing to be shields, yet knowing nothing. This made William gnash his teeth and roar. What do you mean? Zhang Han's sword erupted with power. Still don't understand? You two brothers are just shields used to force me to use Dark Reincarnation, but the skills I possess aren't just Dark Reincarnation. Even without recovery ability and with limited movement, killing you is still as easy as pie. With that, his energy exploded, piercing through the spatial cube. Everyone was in a panic. What? Does he have another trump card more dominant than Dark Reincarnation? Cao quickly spoke. That's the move. He's going to use that move. Zhang Han's pupils flickered with an eerie light. This powerful force of mine can bury the heavens and earth. System notification. Emissary of Annihilation Yi Zhonghan Shui used the skill Forbidden Burying Heavens. For 10 minutes when taking damage, the attacker's all attributes are reduced by 120. Attack speed by 100, and movement speed by 100, lasting 10 minutes. However, during this duration the player cannot move. William broke out in a cold sweat and panic. The attacker's all attributes are reduced by 120. Is there really such an peculiar skill in this world? Cao began to wonder. What's going on? The effect of Forbidden Burying Heavens this time is different from last time. Is it a change in the move? Atticus exclaimed. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeve. Cheryl smiled proudly. This kid is truly bold, he thought to himself. As Yi Zhonghan Shui's mentor, I understand my beloved disciple's methods too well. Zhang Han provocatively challenged William from below. Come at me. This made William furious. You? At this moment, old Elvert urged from behind. William, attack quickly. William turned and refused. No, if I attack now I'll lose. This made old Elvert jump with rage, cursing. Fool, that kid is bluffing. I order you to act immediately. Don't you know the cost of defying the Holy See's orders? Faced with the threat, William still hesitated, unable to make a decision. Zhang Han spoke from above. Look, the Holy See doesn't care about you brothers at all. If you insist on being a shield, then so be it. I just wonder how your strength compares to that god Uriel. I am now vastly different from when I killed Uriel. William was at a loss, silently staring at old Elvert, who continued to incite him. Don't let that kid provoke you. Have you forgotten that your brother Asa died by his hand? Zhang Han immediately retorted. That's right, Asa died by my hand, but in war there are always casualties. In my opinion, he died like a warrior, like a hero. On the contrary, it's the Holy See that repeatedly incites war. turning you brothers into shields. Your deaths originally were meaningless. Tell me, William, who is the real murderer of Asa? His words were also very reasonable. Old Elvert shouted even louder, Enough, William. If you don't act now, your family will be excommunicated by the Holy See. Hearing this, William angrily turned and roared at old Elvert, Damn it, old man, I've had enough of you. He thrust his long spear directly at Elvert. This made the elders behind them cry out in panic. Oh no, William has been misled by that Dark Swordsman's words. Your Holiness, be careful. Old Elvert's eyes flashed with a cold light and he coldly said, Utter foolishness. With one attack he leaned back to dodge. Zhang Han secretly analyzed the situation. A level 115 Earth tier boss after all has attribute enhancement skills. I didn't expect this old man's strength to be unfathomable with just one move, but if he killed William with just one move, who would get the boss reward this time? Would I get nothing? In the air, William disappeared in the blink of an eye, which made Zhang Han a little flustered. System notification due to your instigation. William, Wrath of Holy Light and Pope Elvert have become enemies. William, Wrath of Holy Light has been killed. You receive rewards. Light Potion X2 Lucky Orb Separation Scroll and the equipment dropped by William, Wrath of Holy Light. System notification. Due to your silence having a miraculous effect, you gain rewards. Level 2 Reputation 20,000. After reading, Zhang Han stroked his chin and smiled excitedly. So that's it, that makes sense. This is the art of winning without fighting as recorded in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Below, the soldiers began to panic. Just words could resolve the third wave of attack. This Eastern player isn't a player, he's a devil. Atticus burst out laughing, overjoyed. Ha ha ha, good, excellent. I, Atticus, admit this kid is better at trash talk than I am. Leo stroked his beard, commenting, trash talk is also a path. Old Elvert gnashed his teeth, roaring like a mad dog. You beast, Cheryl on the city wall loudly reminded. Disciple quickly returned to the city. You cannot participate in the upcoming battle. Zhang Han immediately returned to the city gate. All right, he calculated in his heart. If it weren't for the rules, the Pope would definitely kill me immediately. I must retreat quickly. An elder beside the Pope hurriedly said, Your Holiness, please calm down. The dragon domain is attacking with us. Killing this person will be easy. Elvert then turned and ordered, Theron, prepare the army. I will raise Seaheart City and personally crush this ant. Inside the city, as soon as Zhang Han entered, he called out to his mentor. Cheryl also quickly came to meet him, praising him. You did well, but the real battle is only just beginning. System notification. Please note. The Light Legion, commanded by level 200 God-tier boss Pope Elvert and level 180 Immortal tier boss Grand Archbishop Theron, will launch the fourth wave of attack. Please be prepared. System notification. Please note. The Dragon Domain Legion, commanded by level 215 God-tier boss Dragon Domain Guardian Long Feng and level 205 God-tier boss Dragon God Dominic, will launch the fifth wave of attack. Please be fully prepared. Zhang Han pondered after reading the notifications. 3 God-tier powerhouses attacking simultaneously. The next battlefield will undoubtedly be extremely brutal. But when will the Sword God appear? The soldiers began to discuss. There are so many God-tier powerhouses. Why has the attacking side suddenly become so powerful? Don't think too much, just follow the plot. Giants are my god. Everyone look, the giants are really here. At this moment, a group of giant dragons was swooping down from the sky, heading straight for Seaheart City. Zhang Han, seeing this from the city, was extremely worried. Fire dragons, water dragons, wind dragons, all sorts of elemental dragons were here, and in huge numbers. It seemed this was an all-out war. Leo said with a grave expression, Do they really think the dragon domain's momentum can overwhelm us? Atticus, Sao, come with me to meet them. The two beside him had already taken their stances, ready for battle. System notification. Please note. Seaheart City's defending forces, commanded by level 189 Immortal tier boss Necroblade Cheryl and level 200 God tier boss Dwarf Clan leader Sao, will initiate the third wave of defense. Please be prepared. System notification. Please note. The Evil Legion, commanded by level 210 God-tier boss Wind of Destruction Leo and level 205 God-tier boss Dragon of Sin Atticus, will initiate the fourth wave of defense. Please be fully prepared. The soldiers below looked up in panic. Demon gods have appeared. And 2 of them. What's going on? Is the scale of Seaheart City's plot this grand? Atticus grinned, somewhat crazed. Ha ha, good, excellent. I, Atticus, carrying a huge weapon, jumped out. Who dares to fight me? He landed heavily on the ground, sending debris flying. At this moment, old Elvert frowned, thinking that a demon god participating in the battle was expected. Demon god Atticus's defense was too strong. Fighting him continuously would only waste time. However, Atticus put his hands on his hips and laughed. Ha ha, the powerhouses of the dragon race and the church are all standing here, yet no one dares to come out and fight? I think it's better to. Suddenly, at this moment, Eastern One Thought flew in on her sword, responding to Atticus. I dare. She swung a sword energy, slashing directly at him, and a huge roar erupted from the ground. System notification. Due to the appearance of 2 demon gods in Seaheart City, the Light Faction's hidden god-tier boss Sword God Eastern One Thought has decided to assist, reducing damage by 10 million. Atticus turned to look at the damaged city gate, speechless for a moment. Zhang Han, seeing this from the city wall, turned pale. 1 sword to break the city gate. Is the Sword God really that powerful? Atticus turned his head and raised his hand, shouting, I want Wind of Destruction to be my opponent, Leo reminded. Stop messing around. I'm going to deal with the Pope of the Light Church. Sao is going to block the Dragon God. Wasn't that all planned beforehand? Atticus looked extremely nervous, but at this moment Eastern One thought had already rushed over, swinging a sword energy. He couldn't dodge in time and was directly sent flying, crashing into the wall. Atticus gnashed his teeth and roared, "Do you really think I only defend and don't attack? I'll fight you to the death." As he roared, he raised his shield and charged forward. At this moment, old Elvert ordered, "The sword god has tied up the demon god. Theron, come with me into the city to kill that Dark Swordsman." Unexpectedly, Leo suddenly appeared behind him, saying, "Half the people on both sides are about to die, yet you're still fighting desperately. How about this old man and you have a spar?" System notification. Wind of Destruction. Leo used the skill Forbidden, soul-shattering wind, increasing attack power by 300, attack speed by 500, and movement speed by 1000, lasting for half an hour. His body emitted lightning-like power. Old Elvert, holding his staff, blocked in front, preparing to counterattack, using a forbidden spell right off the bat. But this old man isn't a pushover either. The two sides quickly clashed. Zhang Han looked up at the giant dragon circling in the air. The demon gods had already engaged in battle. Perhaps Long Feng and the dragon domain should also choose a suitable time to join the fight. Cao turned to him and said, "Brother, can you lend me your fallen feather that you lent me last time? When I fight the dragon god later, I can also fight him in the air," he calmly replied. Just then the dragon god was already hovering in the air. He proudly declared, "Dark Swordsman, your patrons have all been held back. This time, let's see how you save yourself." Die! He extended his hand and a powerful force surged out. Cao jumped up with his great hammer, responding, "Dragon god, our dwarf race will meet you." He charged forward, blocking the dragon god's attack. He gnashed his teeth, angrily demanding, "Does the dwarf race also want to interfere in this matter?" Cao calmly replied, "If the dragon domain can interfere, why can't my dwarf race? Is this the power of a giant dragon? It's not even as good as this old piece of wood I have." Being ridiculed made the dragon god even more enraged. "You're good. I'll show you what the power of a giant dragon is." Zhang Han secretly analyzed the situation below. The three god-tier powerhouses were all fully engaged in fighting strong enemies, buying him some time, and Cheryl had also begun to participate in the battle. He looked down and saw his mentor Cheryl also launching an attack against the Holy Sea Legion. Long Feng, he hasn't acted yet. Is he also waiting for a reason? Zhang Han then flew to his side on his mount, loudly asking, "You are the guardian of the dragon domain. Can we talk?" Long Feng frowned, thinking talk, and coldly retorted, "Things have come to this point. What's there to talk about?" Zhang Han still continued to press the dragon god. "It is indeed the fault of the dark faction, but our choice to suppress rather than kill. Also expresses the dark faction's intention not to be enemies with the dragon domain." He frowned, somewhat angry. "Is that so? Then I ask you, if the dragon domain joins the dark faction, in order to prevent Atticus's identity from being exposed, will the dark faction kill the dragon god and bury the truth forever?" He quickly denied. "No, Atticus cannot disguise himself as a dragon. The truth will eventually come to light. I believe the dragon domain's high command intends to remain neutral for now, giving the dark faction some time to show sincerity." Long Feng pondered silently after hearing this, seemingly contemplating something. Zhang Han continued, "Moreover, let's not talk about this for now. Let's discuss the dragon domain's demands. You once told me that the dragon domain needs 3 things, resources, wealth, and safety, right?" He replied. "That's right. Don't tell me you can provide all 3. But he calmly said, "Don't even mention 3, I can't even provide 1. This left the other party speechless. Afterward, Zhang Han became full of determination again, "But neither can the light faction. Otherwise you would have already led the dragon domain to join the light faction. So why the hesitation?" Long Feng appeared pensive. "That's true, but at least the light faction can provide some resources and wealth. Even if it can't cover the dragon domain's daily expenses, it's better than joining the dark faction." Zhang Han, however, countered, "No, given the light faction's style, the resources they can provide to the dragon domain are only temporary. But if you join the dark faction, you can sustain yourselves through war. As long as we pursue victory, there's no need for others to provide resources. Isn't it more reassuring to gain resources through strength? I know many adventurers, when they encounter difficulties, usually buy better equipment or items with gold coins to solve the problem." Suddenly, Long Feng's eyes lit up. "Wait, are you talking about targeting players?" Zhang Han then flashed a triumphant smile. "Exactly. These players basically all belong to the light faction, and they can earn a lot of gold coins out of thin air. The power of financial replenishment is terrifying. As for resources, the light faction's low-level players will collect a large amount of resources in the rear. At that time we can attack them and seize those resources." A look of sudden realization appeared on Long Feng's face. "So that's it." Zhang Han seized the opportunity to continue persuading. "Furthermore, joining the dark faction has another benefit. Thanks to your reminder, I found the dwarf race, and the dwarf race has also chosen to join the dark faction." He asked in return, "What benefit does the dwarf race bring to the dragon domain?" Zhang Han displayed a cunning smile. "As is well known, the dwarf race is very skilled at forging. They covet the dragon domain's dragon crystals. As long as the dragon domain provides them with dragon crystals, combined with the dwarf race's forging techniques, I believe that in the near future, every giant dragon in the dragon domain will be equipped with dragon crystal armor. At that time, the dragon domain's strength will be greatly enhanced." Long Feng was shocked to hear this. Dragon Crystal Armor. Dragon Crystal Armor was originally the heart of a deceased giant dragon, incredibly sturdy for 1,000 years. Because it's extremely difficult to craft, the dragon domain rarely uses it. By obtaining the dwarf race's forging techniques, the dragon domain will be able to forge a giant steel dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon god was still fighting Thor. Get lost! Thor was knocked back to the ground, then he pointed his sword at Zhang Han and charged. Dark Swordsman, prepare to die. Thor cried out in panic, Yi Zhang Han Shui, watch out! Suddenly Long Feng moved in front of Zhang Han, raising his hand to block the sharp sword. This left the dragon god incredulous, asking in a panicked and accusatory tone, Long Feng, do you know what you're doing? Long Feng replied with sharp eyes, of course I do. The Light faction are all hypocrites. My dragon domain doesn't want to associate with them, the dragon god stammered, blurting out in disbelief. You dare to betray the Light faction? Long Feng calmly said. Why do you say that? Even if I'm branded a traitor for this, history will prove it was a righteous betrayal. The dragon god gritted his teeth full of hatred. HMPH, since you're so stubborn, then I'll kill you and that Dark Swordsman. Sounded confident, but his heart was in turmoil. What was going on? The sword wouldn't budge. Long Feng still maintained a calm expression. Haven't you seen, while you were imprisoned at the bottom of the lake, I had already surpassed you in everything. With that he gripped his hand tightly, and the dragon god's sword shattered into countless fragments like glass. The dragon god cried out in panic. No, impossible. Long Feng then frowned, his eyes sharp, and reminded, Dragon god, times have changed. The Light faction has become corrupt with nobles in power. The common people are suffering. The Dark faction is a righteous force, and I made this decision to save the people from suffering, the dragon god immediately roared. Shut up, I am the master of the dragon domain. From now on, the dragon domain will no longer have a guardian. All dragons listen. The plan remains unchanged. Kill these traitors with all your might. However, those giant dragons and beasts silently ignored his command. The dragon god gnashed his teeth full of hatred. What, in these thousands of years you've actually stripped me of my authority? Long Feng loudly retorted. No, you're mistaken. I have no intention of controlling the dragon domain. The reason they still follow my orders is because they know I am thinking about the dragon domain's future. I, the guardian of the dragon domain, hereby declare Dragon God Dominic's actions are detrimental to our dragon domain, and therefore I will strip Dominic of his dragon god title. The dragon god was once again angry and panicked. You, how dare you? System notification. Please note, Dragon Domain Guardian Long Feng has seen through the hypocrisy of the Light faction and has decided to resolutely sever ties with the Light faction, and conducted a righteous betrayal. This notification caused the remaining players to panic. What? No way, a righteous betrayal. Does that mean the Dragon Domain betrayed the Light faction at a crucial moment? Are you saying Yi Zhang Han Shui defeated Long Feng with just his words? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The dragon god now gritted his teeth and growled. Long Feng, you just wait. I will never let this humiliation go. One day I will make you pay the price. After leaving his warning, he vanished in a flash. Zhang Han then asked, aren't you going to stop him? Long Feng closed his eyes, somewhat helpless. After all, he was also the dragon domain's former lord. I don't want to bear the stigma of regicide and usurpation. If he still wishes to harm the dragon domain in the future, I will personally dispense justice and deal with him. Zhang Han then turned, pointing over there. All right, can you help me check the battle situation over there? My level isn't high enough to see the Pope's HP bar. Okay, the battle is very intense, but Raphael is gaining the upper hand. The Pope's HP is less than 20. Dominic has already retreated. He shouldn't have retreated so early. Why are you asking? Zhang Han scratched his face, blushing shyly. The sword god helped me many times. I want to repay her. Long Feng looked down at the situation below and replied in surprise, I didn't expect you and the sword god to know each other, but it's also strange with the sword god's strength. Even if all the demon gods teamed up, they couldn't defeat her. So why is she fighting Atticus to a draw? Zhang Han rushed over excitedly. Thank you for the reminder. I'm going. He landed in front of Atticus, excitedly saying, Brother, I'll take over for you and fight the sword god. Atticus asked worriedly in return, Are you sure with your strength you can't break her defense at all? Eastern One thought was staring at the other party, deep in thought. Here, Zhang Han confidently replied, Don't worry, I have a plan. Please help me with one thing. Kill all the Light faction players and armies here, because what's about to happen next? Absolutely no one must know. Atticus looked uneasy. Great, you're the true great demon god. Then he excitedly unleashed his power. But I can help with this. System notification. Dragon of Sin. Atticus used the skill Meteor Shower, dealing 10 million damage to a large area. He then leapt out like a meteor. A huge explosion erupted in the air. The players below looked up in panic. Oh my god, how are meteors rushing towards us? How could this happen? The explosion quickly spread to the ground, which cracked, and accompanying the impact, shattered rocks flew into the air. Zhang Han also broke into a sweat, exclaiming, Destroying a large area with one move, is this the power of a demon god? Eastern One thought raised her sword, stating her presence. You want to fight me? What are you thinking? He replied with folded arms. Sword god, I've already figured it out. This operation is not your voluntary choice. Sword Pavilion doesn't want to participate in the conflict between the Light and Dark factions, but you can't refuse the Light faction's order to participate in the war. I suspect someone threatened Sword Pavilion's safety, which is why you were forced to participate. Eastern One thought frowned and said directly, What do you want to say? Zhang Han revealed a confident smile and began his negotiation tactics. Let me be frank, I will help you eliminate Pope Elverd. What do you think? Eastern One thought gnashed her teeth and roared upon hearing this. She slashed her sword at Zhang Han. System upgrade. You have been killed by the sword god and the skill forbidden. Ultimate reincarnation has been activated, increasing all attributes by 60. He was knocked to the ground by this blow. Then Eastern One Thought spoke again. The Holy See has formidable methods with informants in all light faction forces. How dare you speak such arrogant words? Zhang Han, however, revealed a satisfied smile. Very good, she understands what I mean. Her words seemed like a threat, but in reality she was revealing information to him. He struggled to stand up, persuading, now the Pope is at a disadvantage in his fierce battle with Raphael, and I have the help of Long Feng, guardian of the dragon domain. The chance to kill the Pope is only this once. However, Eastern One Thought again delivered a sword strike, daydreaming. The Pope is a god-tier powerhouse. Does he not have life-saving methods? How naive. Zhang Han still grinned, calmly replying, I don't believe it. With so many powerhouses helping, how can the Pope still have a way out? She revealed information again. The Pope, as a light attribute powerhouse, has a move called Forbidden Light Imprisonment, which can imprison all units within its range for 1 minute. However, the cost is too great. He won't use it unless it's a life or death situation. Your dark faction are all dark attribute powerhouses, with very poor resistance to light attributes. If you try to attack the Pope, you'll gain absolutely no advantage, and you might even lose your life. Zhang Han became serious, and a ball of fiery flame condensed in his hand. Light attribute, is that so? At this moment his power continuously increased by 90,000 points. This made Eastern One Thought exclaim in surprise. What's going on? How can you use a priest's skills? Calmly replied, before I defeated the god Uriel and absorbed his profession, so now I have a high affinity for light attributes. She pondered. Is this truly fate? Perhaps my sword pavilion can really find a place of peace in this chaotic world? She stared at Zhang Han's hand and he excitedly smiled. Quick, kill me a few more times. My attributes haven't fully accumulated yet. On the other side, Raphael was still confronting old Elvert. He spoke, old man. The dragon domain has already joined our faction. If we continue fighting, I fear for your life. Old Elvert angrily retorted, don't get too smug too soon. He had already begun to worry, not expecting the dragon god to be so weak, easily stripped of his power. His holy wings skill was also about to expire. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have a chance. After calculating, old Elvert gripped his staff tightly and shouted, Raphael, you just wait. One day I will make you die without a burial place. At this moment, Zhang Han was already charging over on his mount, sword in hand. Trying to run, his attack caused old Elvert to lose nearly 2 million HP. System notification. You have used War Stomp, dealing 1,987,659 damage to Pope Elvert and interrupting his teleportation. However, due to the immense level gap, it could not cause suppression. This made the old man furious, roaring, you little bastard, get down here. Then he pointed his staff at Zhang Han, releasing power. Seeing this, Leo exclaimed, oh no. He quickly appeared, blocking Zhang Han from behind. Kid, your mission is complete. Why are you taking this risk? Zhang Han, however, excitedly replied, this is a rare opportunity. Today I must kill this old man, otherwise he will continue to plot against me in the future. At this moment, old Elvert was still suspended in the air. Want to kill me with just you? Even if you stack your attributes with dark reincarnation, you're still not worthy to be my opponent, Zhang Han loudly reminded the old man. Elvert, look around you. The army you brought has been wiped out. The dragon domain and the dwarf race have both betrayed the light faction and joined our dark faction. With so many god-tier powerhouses here, you won't escape today, old Elvert retorted. Dream on, sword god, I order you to immediately cast your forbidden spell. At this moment, Eastern One Thought pretended not to hear, replying, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. This attitude drove him mad. What? It's a rebellion. A rebellion? They've all rebelled, old Elvert furiously roared. Good, good, very good. Whether it's the dragon domain or sword pavilion, I, Elvert, swear to the gods that after today, there will be no more dragon domain and sword pavilion in this world. Instantly, a burst of power erupted from within him. System notification. Pope Elvert used Forbidden Light Imprisonment, imprisoning all units within range for 1 minute. After the skill ends, Pope Elvert's level will be reduced by 1/3. Leo exclaimed, what? The old man actually has such a skill. At this moment, everyone was held captive by old Elvert's power. Eastern One Thought's body stiffened, unable to move. However, after using this forbidden spell, old Elvert also began to look pale and exhausted. Phew, I didn't expect to be forced to use this skill. Damn Dark Swordsman. It would have been impossible to kill other powerhouses within 1 minute, but it was at least enough to eliminate the Dark Swordsman before teleporting back to the city. But when he looked at where Zhang Han had been standing, he found that Zhang Han had vanished at some point. Old Elvert exclaimed in surprise. Where are you? Zhang Han appeared from above, slashing down with his sword and replied, here I am. Elvert hastily retreated backward. What? But old Elvert quickly shot the restriction at Zhang Han. System notification, you have been killed by Pope Elvert. Forbidden Ultimate Reincarnation has been activated. All attributes increased by 540, he confidently shouted. Although I don't know how you escaped the light imprisonment, how could this old man be hit by the same move twice? I'd like to see how many times your dark reincarnation can revive. With that, old Elvert launched another attack, smashing Zhang Han heavily to the ground. System notification, you have been killed by Pope Elvert. Forbidden Ultimate Reincarnation has been activated. All attributes increased by 600. System notification, forbidden. Dark Reincarnation's revival count has been used up. At this moment, Zhang Han lay flat on the ground, showing no signs of movement. Old Elvert scoffed triumphantly. HMPH finally dead. Then he mused inwardly. The light imprisonment time is almost over, I must quickly teleport back to the Holy See. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhang Han suddenly appeared like a phantom and fiercely kicked him. Old Elvert's eyes widened. What, he's still alive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Leo also found it hard to believe and blurted out, this is truly astonishing. Dark Reincarnation's revival count was clearly used up after 10 times. Does he have other revival methods? System prompt. Pope Elvert's skill forbidden. Light imprisonment effect has ended. Pope Elvert's level reduced by 1-3. Zhang Han still swung his sword thinking, great, his level has dropped to 140. Just one move can kill this god-tier boss. Old Elvert was terrified and quickly raised his hand in surrender. Wait, I surrender. As long as you spare my life, I'm at your mercy. But Zhang Han didn't stop, decisively slashing down with his sword. Die. System notification. You have killed the light faction god-tier boss Pope Elvert. System notification. As you are the first player on the entire server to kill a god-tier boss, your level has increased by 10 and you have received a national artifact. After the kill, he stopped, exhausted, and gasped for breath. Phew, it's finally over. Cheryl quickly walked over, asking in confusion, Disciple, what was it that saved you from death just now? Zhang Han raised a fragment and happily explained, it was Mentor Daniel's moonlight fragment. It protected me again. Cheryl then understood. So that's it, Leo praised. Well done. If you hadn't made a move just now, Elvert would have already escaped back to the Holy See. At this moment, Eastern One Thought spoke up, Zhang Han Shui. Her face lit up and she blurted out, Thank you, Sword Pavilion will finally no longer be controlled by the Holy See. I believe soon we can completely break away from the light faction, stay away from conflicts and focus on swordplay. Zhang Han humbly replied, Hee, if it weren't for your kind reminder, Sword God, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Leo guessed that Elvert's death would surely enrage the light faction's emperor and his 4 kingdoms. We still cannot underestimate this problem, Atticus reminded. Hey old man, we just won a battle, let's celebrate. Sao quickly and enthusiastically invited. Exactly, I'll let you taste our dwarf race's strong liquor. Everyone was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, well said, come on, for the celebration of Long Feng leading the dragon domain to join us, we won't go home until we're drunk today. And Zhang Han smiled as he looked into the air, silently sending a message to Mentor Daniel 3333. Mentor Daniel, I can feel that the day of our reunion is getting closer.